In the ethereal realm of celestial paths, the spring sunlight shines resplendently, while peach blossoms flutter chaotically in the slanting rain. Young souls, acquainted through the passage of time, share cups of wine, their shadows intertwining as they succumb to the intoxication of the sunset's embrace. Once a mere guest in the realm of dreams, this existence meanders through misty waters, reflecting the cloud's return. One day, a celestial being descends from the lofty heavens, cleansing the earthly tribulations and the ashes of countless calamities. This is the tale of a young aspirant on the path of immortality. In the land of Qingluo, time flows inexorably. Yining, though reluctant to utter such words, finds himself in this inexplicable world for a full 3 years. 3 years his existence has been steeped in profound melancholy, aptly summarized by the phrase, "By day, he finds no solace, and by night, he is equally bereft." Had Yining truly been a mere 3-year-old child, he would have known no such gloom, instead reveling in the richness of life. Over these 3 years, through the words of relatives and servants, he has gleaned some understanding of this world, a world that adheres scrupulously to the principles of the 5 elements, blessed with a name of exquisite beauty. The sovereign of this land is the Qing Empire, which encompasses 6 vassal states: Yu Kingdom, Wei Kingdom, Zhao Kingdom, Feng Kingdom, and Shao Kingdom. The place where Yining has traversed into is the easternmost town of Yu Kingdom, aptly named Yi City. This town bears the family name Yi, reflecting the family's significant influence therein. Indeed, Yining is the sole heir of the 3rd young master of the Yi family, ranking 5th across 3 generations. With such a lineage, it is nearly impossible for Yining to lead a life devoid of luxury. Moreover, Yining's father stands as the most formidable warrior in the Yi family, excluding the patriarch, while his mother is lauded as the most beautiful daughter-in-law of the clan. Even his wet nurse is renowned for her ample bosom and abundant milk supply. The thought of his wet nurse, Pearl, with her voluptuous figure perpetually flaunting before him, elicits both laughter and tears. What a splendid life it would be if only he were not but a child. Yet, the Yining of years 31, possessing an insatiable passion for women, living a life akin to that of a newlywed every night. Before his journey into this realm, he was a chemist, delving into the atomic structures of rare elements, striving to discover a space metal both sturdy and lightweight. Remarkably, at the tender age of 27, he succeeded in creating a 5th series metal element, 1/10 the weight of titanium alloy, yet 5 times its strength. This groundbreaking achievement earned him the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, making him the youngest recipient of this prestigious honor. In addition to his scientific prowess, he was also a commercial prodigy. In a mere 4 years, he transformed his patents into an immensely powerful business empire. According to the most seasoned financial analysts, his wealth surpassed $80 trillion. Young and affluent, dashing and charming, Yining was never short of admirers, whether they were noble ladies or international stars, all of whom had once bowed before him. Yet, in the prime of his life, a tragic car accident claimed him and his beloved Rolls-Royce Silver Shadow, extinguishing all his dreams. Thereafter, his existence became devoid of birds, at least for the next decade. Was this fortune or misfortune? Yi City's Yongla Alley became Yining's cherished retreat. Coddled by his family, Yining was notably robust, possessing the stature of a 5 or 6-year-old despite being merely 3. Each evening at dusk, he would laboriously drag a small stool to the alley's entrance, plopping down to gaze vacantly at the passers-by. His wet nurse, Pearl, naturally accompanied him. On this particular day, clad in a flowing pink gown, Pearl's ample bosom seemed on the verge of bursting from her attire, the fabric dampened by 2 circles of milk that had leaked. 4th. Yining, upon witnessing this, could not divert his gaze. "Little master, are you hungry again?" Pearl exclaimed, scooping Yining in her arms and unceremoniously thrusting her bosom into his mouth. The sweet nectar flooded his senses, and in that moment, he found himself bemused indeed. The young master was hungry, yet it was not milk that he desired. After the ordeal concluded, Yining, feeling satisfied, raised his head and resumed his vigil upon the stool, fixated on the bustling pedestrians. As the lanterns illuminated the street, the throng only increased. Pearl found herself perplexed. Why did the young master favor this place? Observing his pouting lips and dazed expression, he seemed to embody the melancholy of a wandering poet. A poet, perhaps? Might the young master grow to become a renowned bard? The Qing Empire, bounteous and prosperous, held a particular fascination for poetry, elevating poets to lofty heights. It was said that within the empire, a poet lacking coin could simply compose a verse on the spot to remedy their plight. Contemplating this, Pearl wore a proud smile. Yet, the more she observed little Yi Ning, the more she perceived his expression as profoundly melancholic. Yi Ning, engrossed in the sight of the scantily clad women passing by, thought to himself, "Truly, the women of this world are audaciously fashionable, clad in garments that exude sensuality. Though he could neither touch nor feel, surely he could indulge his eyes. That alluring woman with the curvaceous posterior her physique must be delightful to behold. And that serpentine-waisted beauty her movements are a dance. How exquisite it would be to witness her in repose, the epitome of beauty. That lady in white, her countenance is enchanting, and behold, her gait reveals her innocence." Yi Ning felt fortunate to have discovered such a splendid locale in mere moments. He found himself nearly drooling at the sight of the enchanting maidens. "Ladies, do not grow up too quickly, do wait for me." Meanwhile, Pearl, entranced, could hardly contain herself. What a melancholic young master! Unable to resist, she scooped Yi Ning into her embrace and, with a playful kiss, claimed his first kiss. That day, as they returned, the hour had grown late. Yi Ning, still very much a child, succumbed to slumber in Pearl's arms. Singing a soft tune, Pearl ambled toward the Yi Manor. From a distance, she discerned an unusual bustle at the estate. The lights aglow and voices clamorous within and without. Could there be a festive occasion? She quickened her pace, knowing well that the Yi family was generous in rewarding their servants, and she must not miss this. Upon entering the threshold, she was taken aback by the sight before her. In her surprise, she nearly dropped Yi Ning. This delay roused him from his slumber, and he too was astonished by the scene. Bloodstains and dismembered limbs littered the courtyard, with at least 30 corpses of the Yi family's servants gathered in a grim display. What had transpired? Had they been raided? Yet, wait, was it not his grandfather, alive and well, his brows furrowed in fury, and his father stood beside him, seemingly unscathed? It appeared that this young scion was not yet in peril. Humph! The elder growled, stomping his foot in rage, causing the granite floor to shatter like a spider's web, extending several meters. Yi Ning stood frozen. Astonished, he comprehended that warriors existed in this world, yet he never anticipated such formidable power. A plan began to form in his mind. It was clear that mere wit would not suffice to thrive in this realm. A band of insolent fools. Do they truly believe the Yi family is a paper tiger? The elder fumed, addressing his 3 sons with fervor. "Investigate, find out who is responsible." "Understood, father," they replied in unison. The elder approached Yi Ning's father, Yi Jingsheng, and patted him on the shoulder. "Jingsheng, do not be too sorrowful. A true man must change his weapons." Lu Meyer displayed great courage, rushing forth without hesitation to save you. "Well done, father. We must avenge Meyer. She suffered too greatly." "Indeed, let's not forget, Meyer is of the Lu family." At this revelation, Yi Ning was struck dumb. Lu Meyer, was she not his mother? Had she met her demise at the hands of another? In that moment, a sense of vigilance arose within him. The world was not as tender-hearted as he had once imagined, for it was rife with sordid plots and vendettas, yet he felt no fear. In his previous life, he had embraced a wealth that others dared not even dream of, and thus naturally encountered numerous attempts on his life that others would scarcely conceive. He had witnessed an abundance of conspiracies and bloodshed. Since fate had granted him the opportunity to live once more, he resolved to seize it with utmost determination, ensuring he would not perish in ignorance. He yearned for strength, for greater strength. A prodigy in martial arts, he understood that time was not merely a merciless scythe, but rather an exquisitely crafted cage for birds. The death of Lu Meyer ultimately remained unresolved. No one could ascertain whether the assassination attempt on Yi Jingsheng was orchestrated by someone within the family or an outsider. The sole benefit of that assassination was that Yi Ning no longer frequented Yongla Alley, instead developing a profound interest in the various martial arts taught within his family. This left Pearl sorrowful for an extended period. Before his transmigration, Yi-Ning was a genius, and he remained a genius in this new existence. With the wisdom of an adult, he effortlessly memorized and mastered martial arts techniques designed for mere children. This delighted the entire Yi family, and his grandfather even set aside time from his own training to personally lay the groundwork for him. Yi-Ning lived up to expectations, showcasing the prowess of a prodigy. Within just a few short years, he made remarkable progress, having touched upon the realm of postnatal martial artists by the age of 16. The classification of martial artists in this world struck him as rather simplistic. Junior martial artist, intermediate martial artist, advanced martial artist, postnatal martial artist, and innate martial artist. At that time, Yi-Ning's brothers were only advanced martial artists at best, with two of them just reaching the intermediate level. This naturally filled Yi-Ning with immense joy. But what delighted him even more was that his bird had finally matured. Time, this bird cage, was indeed remarkable. It seemed he must seek an opportunity to put it to practical use. Even now, Yi-Ning vividly recalled the moment 2 years ago when, while bathing, he had discovered a soft tuft of down emerging beside his little bird. Overcome with excitement, he had jumped and shouted, momentarily losing control of his internal energy, resulting in the bath basin exploding and water splattering everywhere. Hastened by the commotion, Pearl rushed over, exclaiming, "Little ancestor, what mischief are you up to now?" Upon seeing her, Yi-Ning quickly covered his little bird. Pearl burst into laughter and, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Little ancestor, feeling shy now? I've seen your little bird more times than I can count." With that, she unceremoniously began to help Yi-Ning dry off. Perhaps having spent so much time with Yi-Ning, Pearl's personality gradually adopted some traits of the people from Huaxia, as she often enjoyed teasing him. In an instant, Yi-Ning's cheerful mood dissipated. It seemed that merely sprouting a tuft of down was of little use. From that day forward, each bath became the most exhilarating moment of Yi-Ning's day. Gradually, Pearl became accustomed to his exuberant cries. Finally, a year later, Yi-Ning no longer required Pearl's assistance during his baths. For by then, his little bird had transformed into a flourishing forest. In the ethereal realm of celestial paths, the springtime radiance is exquisite with peach blossoms. Fluttering amidst the gentle rain, a youth, upon encountering a companion, raises a cup to drink, and together they become shadows entwined, intoxicated by the setting sun. This body was once a traveler in dreams, now reflected in the misty waters as clouds return. One day, as immortals descend from the heavens, they cleanse the dust of worldly tribulations. This is the tale of a young man's journey into the realm of immortality, that on the Qingluo continent, time flows inexorably. Yi-Ning, though reluctant to utter the phrase, find himself in this bewildering world for a full 3 years. 3 years. His existence has been profoundly disheartening. Succinctly put, it can be summarized as a life devoid of purpose by day and a mere shadow of existence by night. Were Yi-Ning merely a 3-year-old child, he would not know despair. Rather, he would thrive in sheer bliss. Over these years, through the words of relatives and servants, he has gleaned insights into this world, a realm strictly adhering to the principles of the 5 elements, adorned with the enchanting name of the Great Qing Empire, which governs 6 vassal states: Yugua, Weigua, Zhaogua, Fenghua, and Shaogua. The place where Yi-Ning has traversed is the easternmost small town, Yi City, named after the Yi family, thus illustrating the family's influence on this locale. Indeed, Yi-Ning is the only son of the 3rd young master of the Yi clan, ranking 5th in a lineage spanning 3 generations. With such a status, it will be challenging for Yi-Ning to lead a life lacking in splendor. Moreover, Yi-Ning's father is the most formidable warrior of the Yi family, excluding the patriarch, and his mother is renowned as the most beautiful bride in the household. Even his wet nurse is the most ample and nurturing among them. The mere thought of his wet nurse, Pearl, with her voluptuous figure constantly before him, elicits both mirth and exasperation. What a splendid life it could be. If only he were not a child, how idyllic it would be. However, before his transmigration, Yi-Ning was already 31, possessing an ardent passion for women, nearly a groom every night. Prior to his journey, he was a chemist, delving into the atomic structures of rare elements, striving to discover the most robust and lightweight space metal. At the tender age of 27, he succeeded in creating a metal known as the 5 series, which weighed merely 1/10 of titanium alloy, yet bore a strength 5 times that of diamond. With this groundbreaking discovery, Yi-Ning claimed the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, becoming the youngest laureate. In addition to his scientific accomplishments, he was a prodigious entrepreneur, utilizing his patents to forge an immensely powerful business empire in just 4 years. Esteemed financial analysts estimated his fortune to exceed $80 trillion. Young, affluent, and charismatic, Yi-Ning was never short of admirers, be they noble ladies or international superstars. All had succumbed to his charm. Yet, at the pinnacle of his success, a tragic car accident claimed his life along with his beloved Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, plunging him into a world devoid of the frivolities he once knew. Was this his fortune or misfortune? Yi City's Yongle Alley became Yi-Ning's cherished retreat. Pampered by his family, Yi-Ning, though merely 3 years old, possessed the stature of an ordinary 5 or 6-year-old. Each evening, he would shuffle his little stool to the entrance of Yongle Alley, plopping down to gaze vacantly at the passers-by. His wet nurse, Pearl, was ever at his side. On this particular day, Pearl was adorned in a flowing pink gown. Her figure, enhanced by consistent nourishment, seemed perpetually on the verge of bursting forth from her attire, with creamy milk seeping through, dampening her garments. Once Yi-Ning indulged, he found his gaze captivated, unable to look away. "Young master, are you hungry again?" Pearl scooped him in her arms, unfastening her bodice, and without hesitation, offered him her breast. The sweet milk flooded his mouth, and in that moment, he was bemused. Though the young master was indeed hungry, it was not milk that he craved. After this indulgence, Yi-Ning, feeling satisfied, resumed his seat upon the stool, fixated on the throng of pedestrians. As twilight descended, the street grew busier, bustling with life. Pearl, perplexed, pondered why the young master was so enamored with this place. His pouting lips and bewildered gaze exuded the melancholy of a wandering poet. Might the young master, upon growing, become a poet of renown? The great Qing Empire, resplendent and prosperous, held a particular fondness for poetry, elevating poets to lofty status. It was said that within the empire, should a poet find themselves short of coin while shopping, composing a poem on the spot would suffice to remedy the situation. As these thoughts crossed Pearl's mind, a proud smile graced her face. Yet, upon observing young Yi-Ning, his expression appeared deeply melancholic. Yi-Ning's gaze remained fixated upon the provocatively clad women passing by. This world's women were undeniably avant-garde, attired in a manner that could only be described as seductive. Though he could neither touch nor approach, indulging in the view sufficed. That curvaceous beauty, with her rounded posterior, must surely be a delight to behold, and the alluring woman with a serpentine waist moved with an enchanting grace. How delightful it would be to see her in repose. Ah, that exquisite lady in white was surely a paragon of beauty, her demeanor suggesting innocence. In a fleeting moment, Yi-Ning felt fortunate to have discovered such a splendid place as Yongle Alley. He was nearly drooling from the sight of the beauties around him. "Ladies, do not grow up too quickly, do wait for me." On the other side, Pearl, utterly enthralled, could not resist embracing Yi-Ning, stealing his first kiss with a playful peck. That day, as they returned home, the hour was late. Yi-Ning, still but a child, dozed sweetly in Pearl's embrace. She hummed a soft tune, making her way toward the Yi residence. From a distance, she noticed the estate bustling with life, lights illuminating the surroundings, and the air filled with raucous voices. Could there be a celebration? Quickening her pace, she recalled how generously the Yi family rewarded their servants. She must not miss out. Upon entering, she was taken aback by the scene before her. Startled, she nearly dropped Yi-Ning to the ground. This moment awakened him, and he too was astonished, for everywhere he looked, there were traces of blood and dismembered limbs, with at least 30 corpses of the Yi families. Servants gathered in the courtyard. What had transpired? Were they raided? But wait, was that not his grandfather? He appeared unharmed, furrowing his brow and glaring fiercely. Yes, his father stood beside him, seemingly unthreatened. Humph! The elder's fury erupted, and with a stomp of his foot, the granite floor shattered like a spider's web spreading across the ground. Yi Ning, stunned, realized the existence of martial artists in this world, yet he had not anticipated such immense power. He understood then that to thrive in this realm, mere intellect would not suffice to a group of audacious fools. Do they truly believe the Yi family is a paper tiger? The elder exclaimed, directing his ire toward his three sons. Investigate, find out the truth. Yes, father. The elder approached Yi Ning's father, Yi Jingsheng, and placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Jingsheng, do not grieve too deeply that a man must adapt. Lu Meyer displayed remarkable courage, charging forth without hesitation to save you. Well done. Father, we must avenge Meyer. She suffered so terribly. That is a certainty. Do not forget, Meyer is of the Lu family. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning was struck dumb. Lu Meyer? Was that not his mother? Could it be that she had been killed? At this moment, a sense of vigilance arose within him. The world was not as tender as he had once imagined, rife with insidious plots and vendettas, yet he felt no fear. In his previous life, he had embraced wealth that others could scarcely dream of, and thus encountered numerous assassinations that others would not dare to contemplate. He had witnessed an abundance of schemes and bloodshed. Now that fate had bestowed upon him the chance to live anew, he was determined to seize it, resolutely refusing to perish in ignorance. He yearned for strength, to become stronger. A prodigy of martial arts time is not merely a butcher's knife, it is also an exquisitely crafted birdcage. The death of Lu Meyer ultimately went unresolved. No one could ascertain whether the assassination attempt on Yi Jingsheng was orchestrated by a family member or an outsider. The sole benefit of that assassination was that Yi Ning no longer frequented Yongla Lane, and he developed a keen interest in the various martial arts taught within his family. This caused Pearl much sorrow for an extended period. Before his transmigration, Yi Ning was a genius, and now he remained a genius. With the wisdom of an adult, he effortlessly mastered martial arts techniques aimed at children. This brought immense joy to the Yi family. His grandfather even set aside his training to personally lay the groundwork for him. Yi Ning did not disappoint, exhibiting the demeanor of a child prodigy, and within a mere few years, he made remarkable progress, having touched the realm of postnatal warriors by the age of 16. The classification of martial artists in this world was rather simplistic. Novice warriors, intermediate warriors, advanced warriors, postnatal warriors, and innate warriors. At this moment, Yi Ning's elder brothers had only reached the advanced warrior level, with two just attaining intermediate status. This naturally filled Yi Ning with great delight, and he was even more thrilled that his bird had finally matured. This bird cage was indeed splendid. It seemed he must seek an opportunity to put it to practical use. Even now, Yi Ning vividly recalls 2 years ago when, while bathing, he suddenly discovered a tuft of downy feathers sprouting beside his little bird. He was so excited that he leapt and shouted, momentarily losing control of his internal energy, causing the entire bathtub to explode, water splattering everywhere. Hearing the commotion, Pearl rushed over, exclaiming, "Little ancestor, what mischief are you up to now?" Upon seeing her, Yi Ning quickly covered his little bird. Pearl chuckled, opening her hand. "Little ancestor, feeling shy now? I've seen that little bird more times than I can count." With that, she unceremoniously helped Yi Ning dry off. Perhaps due to her long time spent with Yi Ning, Pearl's personality had gradually adopted a more playful tone, reminiscent of the people of Huaxia, always teasing him. Yi Ning's joyous mood was instantly dampened that it seemed that merely sprouting a tuft of downy feathers was of little consequence. From that day forth, bathing became the most exhilarating moment for Yi Ning. Gradually, Pearl became accustomed to his exuberant outbursts. Finally, a year later, Yi Ning no longer required Pearl's assistance with bathing, for he had blossomed into a veritable forest. The year has unknowingly reached the 51st year of the Qingfu Emperor, and on this day, the sky is high and the clouds are light. Autumn seems to have arrived particularly early in Yeqing, with leaves falling softly like whispers. In the eastern courtyard of the Yi family, an ancient ginkgo tree flourishes, its countless leaves appearing as if gilded in gold. At this early hour, young Yi Ning stands beneath the ginkgo tree, his hair simply tied back. Clad in a light moon-colored shirt, diligently practicing his punches, exuding a certain charm. His movements are not swift, but possess a rhythmic grace. As he executes the widely known tiger-subduing fist, each motion deliberate and traceable. With the maturation of the little birds, Yining's interest has fully shifted to martial arts. He understands well that the Qingluo continent is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, and violence is revered. The Yi family is no exception. Nearly all the males are expected to practice martial arts. The tiger's subduing fist, as an introductory technique for children, is practical and easy to learn. However, it is quite rare for someone of Yining's age, at 16, to still be practicing this foundational skill. His father has urged him to pursue more advanced techniques within the family, yet he remains unconvinced. Believing wholeheartedly in the mystical qualities of the tiger subduing fist passed down by the divine tiger god, and thus continues his daily practice. Moreover, as a chemistry prodigy, he knows better than anyone the significance of mastering the fundamentals. As Yining accelerates his movements, the rhythm becomes seamless, his inner energy circulating between his fists, causing the fallen leaves around him to swirl and dance, forming a rapidly rotating golden sphere. At this moment, were anyone to witness, they would undoubtedly be astonished to see that what he practices is merely the ordinary tiger subduing fist. As the leaves gather thicker, they encircle him, forming a massive golden orb that resonates with a powerful whooshing sound. Yining's expression remains calm, yet his heart swells with joy. Could it be that after more than a year of effort, he is on the cusp of a breakthrough once again? He dares not become complacent, taking a soft breath to channel more inner strength. The golden sphere compresses further until it diminishes to the size of a bowl. Suspended between his hands, gritting his teeth, beads of sweat form on his delicate brow, and the veins in his hands bulge and tremble. As if he is on the verge of losing control over the formidable sphere he has painstakingly compressed. Time slips away. Yining's cheeks redden, his long eyelashes fluttering. As he feels his inner strength surging forth, he struggles to contain the immense power of the golden orb. Should it explode now, he would certainly face dire consequences. No, this cannot happen. With a fierce shout, he carefully maneuvers the inner energy between his hands, accumulating it until his palms feel as if they might burst, before he suddenly thrusts the golden sphere forward. In the next instant, a thunderous explosion resounds, followed by a wave of scorching heat and a cloud of dust that billows into the air. After a moment, he sees that a large hole has been blasted into the courtyard wall made of blue steel, the edges smooth and clean. Success! He exclaims joyfully, leaping up, only to feel his body go limp and collapse to the ground. It turns out that the forceful strike has entirely drained him of his inner energy. Such a commotion has already drawn the attention of the Yi family, who rush over in unison. At the forefront is a burly man in his 40s, his figure akin to that of a hawk, clearly a peak innate martial artist. Upon seeing the scattered debris and Yining lying motionless on the ground, he anxiously calls out, "Xiao Ningzi, what happened?" Following closely behind are 5 or 6 others, each shouting in concern. "Fifth brother, what's wrong? Is there an enemy?" "Humph. Anyone who dares to provoke our Yi family in Yeqing will surely be from the Ying family. Those scoundrels will pay for it." Already exhausted, Yining feels even dizzier with their cacophony. The man, named Yi Jingsheng, is Yining's father, whose martial prowess surpasses that of his 2 elder brothers, making him the most formidable heir of the Yi family. "What are you all shouting about? Have you lost your minds? If there were truly an enemy, how can we fend them off in such disarray?" Yi Jingsheng, known for his stern demeanor, silences the crowd with a single glare. Upon approaching, he quickly realizes that Yining merely exhausted himself from practice and will recover after a brief rest, alleviating his worries. He glances at the breached wall, astonished by the sheer power of the attack. Such strength would be difficult even for his father, the head of the Yi family, to replicate. "Xiao Ningzi, did you do this?" "Yes," Yining replies, regaining his composure and looking at his father with bright eyes. "Father, what do you think? Am I impressive?" Yi Jingxing is not fond of his son's tendency to be overly exuberant, preparing to admonish him. However, before he can speak, a resounding voice booms from a distance. "Well done, my good grandson. You are truly a rare talent in our Yi family." Yining looks up to see a figure speeding towards him, his grandfather. The old man approaches, effortlessly channeling a surge of inner power into Yining, revitalizing his energy like a rushing river. Haha. The elder, named Yi Tai, laughs heartily. "Impressive, impressive. Xiao Ningzi, your progress has been remarkable. At merely 15 years of age, you're on the verge of breaking through to the peak of the postnatal martial artist realm. I am truly in awe." He then shoots a stern glance at several peers of Yi Ning's age, admonishing, "You lot. While the most accomplished among you have only just reached the advanced martial artist level, do you still have the audacity to show your faces here?" The young disciples, accustomed to Yi Ning's extraordinary training pace, exchange glances. One particularly burly disciple chuckles, "Grandfather, you can't compare us to fifth brother. He is a once-in-a-century genius of our Yi family. Besides, we haven't embarrassed you. In the Ying family's third generation, not a single one has reached the advanced martial artist level." Others quickly chime in, "Yes, brother is right." "Yi Miao, you rascal," Yi Tai attempts to scold, yet finds himself unable to be dissatisfied. The thought of having the Ying family utterly subdued brings him immense satisfaction. "What are you all standing around for? Get ready for breakfast." "Yes," Yi Miao responds, winking at Yi Ning. Yi Miao is the eldest son of Yi Ning's uncle, 7 years his senior, yet he is very caring towards Yi Ning, and the two share a close bond. With the family head's command, everyone disperses quickly. In the dining hall, Yi Ning and Yi Miao walk together. Yi Miao nudges him, asking, "Fifth brother, are you really on the verge of a breakthrough?" "Well," Yi Ning scratches his head, "I believe so. I have been pondering the intricacies of the tiger subduing fist alongside my training, and today I finally grasped some key aspects. I think once I fully master it, I will glimpse the path to becoming an innate martial artist." Good heavens! An innate martial artist at 16. Yi Miao stands frozen. In his youth, he too was a notable talent within the family, but Yi Ning's arrival eclipsed all his glory, though he has felt resentment. The sheer disparity in martial talent leaves him with no room for bitterness. Soon, he adjusts his mindset and becomes the best friend of Yi Ning among the Yi family. Previously, Yi Miao had heard Yi Ning mention the potential secrets within the tiger subduing fist and thought he was jesting. Now, seeing him bring it up again, he asks eagerly, "Is it true that there is profundity within the tiger subduing fist?" "Indeed, brother. If I am not mistaken, the tiger subduing fist is a manual for transitioning from postnatal to innate martial artist, though most practitioners have misinterpreted its teachings." Rest assured, my brother. Once I have fully grasped it, I shall certainly inform you." As the two conversed, they arrived at the dining hall. The Yi family is one of the 2 major clans in Yi City, wielding nearly all the martial power in the region. The male descendants of the Yi family practice martial arts from a young age, with all meals taken at the communal dining hall, while the women and young ladies receive their food delivered to their respective chambers by maidservants. Yi Ning approached the usual dining table, where others had also taken their seats. At the central round table, 5 chairs were arranged for the clan leader, Yi Ning's father, and his 2 uncles. These 4 men are the pillars of the Yi family, all innate martial artists. Yi Ning felt a twinge of curiosity. Could it be that there were guests today, given the extra chair? After a brief wait, the clan leader Yi Tai, along with the eldest Yi Jingde, the second Yi Jingming, and the third Yi Jingsheng, entered in succession. Once seated, the clan leader joyfully announced, "Esteemed members, I bring momentous news. Our Yi family is to gain another innate martial artist." As soon as the words left his lips, a wave of discussion erupted among the crowd, though most gazes landed squarely on Yi Ning. It seemed that in everyone's minds, he was the only one poised to swiftly break through to the realm of innate martial artists. "Yi Ning, come here." "Me?" "Indeed." The clan leader gazed fondly at Yi Ning as he approached, the seemingly delicate youth curiously. Yi Ning's physique had become increasingly slender. He pondered whether it was due to a lack of nourishing milk after growing up, possessed nearly the strength of an innate warrior. How could the clan leader not take a liking to him? Moreover, Yi Ning's situation bore a remarkable resemblance to that of a certain ancestor of the Yi family, a figure almost divine in nature. Should Yi Ning inherit even a fraction of such prowess, the Yi family might emerge from Luo City, becoming a formidable clan in the realm of the ghostly nation, reclaiming the glory of a millennium past. Surely, you all heard the thunderous sound this morning. That was the astonishing strike unleashed by Yi Ning, a manifestation of innate true energy. Although luck played a role in that feat, it clearly indicates that Yi Ning is but a step away from truly becoming an innate warrior. He grasped Yi Ning's hand and, without hesitation, seated him at the table. Continuing, "Today, I publicly declare the granting of the family's purple command token to Yi Ning, allowing him to mobilize all clan resources and granting him full access to the 5th level of the training hall." The crowd erupted in excitement. Good heavens! Did I hear that correctly? A purple command token, the 5th level of the training hall. What innate martial techniques lie within? The clan leader raised his hand for silence. Enough. If you also break through to the innate realm, You shall enjoy similar honors. Now, hurry and eat. Today, I grant you youngsters a day off from training. Aha! Yining could scarcely contain his elation. He was indifferent to the notion of a day off or the purple command token. But the 5th level of the training hall ignited his ambition. At that moment, he had no appetite for breakfast. His heart soared to the training hall. After traversing to the Qingluo continent, his dream had been to master unparalleled martial arts and court exquisite beauties. Now, he was closer to that goal. Once the meal was concluded, Yining dashed off, only to be halted by his grandfather's firm grasp. Ah, young lad, you truly are a Yi. You live for martial pursuits. Are you planning to head to the training hall? Yes, grandfather. Very well, I shall accompany you. Yining rejoiced, knowing his grandfather had reached the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. With his guidance, Yining would surely select the most suitable martial techniques. Moreover, the 5th level of the training hall was shrouded in mystery. Venturing alone might have left him lost. The Yi family estate sprawled across nearly 100 acres on the eastern outskirts of Yi City. The training hall was constructed atop a towering cliff, overlooking the vast expanse of the Chang Sea, which stretched endlessly, with no one having reached its terminus. It was said that deep within its depths lay a celestial mountain, frequented by divine beings. In a matter of moments, the duo arrived at the entrance of the training hall. Yining had visited the first 4 levels numerous times, finding nothing novel, and urged his grandfather to directly enter the 5th level. Yitai cast a doting glance at his grandson and swiftly led him through the previous levels. As they approached the door to the 5th level, Yitai's demeanor grew increasingly reverent, and his footsteps became painstakingly light. Yining understood the significance of this family stronghold and dared not act frivolously, cautiously trailing behind his grandfather. The further they advanced, the more he felt an overwhelming pressure that seemed beyond his capacity to bear. Yining mused, no wonder this is a family stronghold. It appears unguarded, yet is fortified with numerous barriers. The door to the 5th level was a deep purple, its material unknown, yet emanating an aura of antiquity and weightiness. Yitai bowed slightly and declared, Yitai, the 27th clan leader of the Yi family, seeks an audience with our ancestor, accompanied by my grandson Yining. Silence enveloped them at the entrance. Just as Yining was about to inquire, the purple door suddenly creaked open, a blinding radiance spilling forth, so intense that it brought tears to his eyes. Yitai bowed in gratitude to their ancestor, and without delay, he ushered the still-dazed Yining through the opening. As the light gradually dimmed, Yining finally opened his eyes to reveal an ordinary room, devoid of the myriad martial techniques he had envisioned. The only peculiar feature was a painting hanging on the wall and a colossal pentagram etched into the floor. Are you surprised? Yitai asked. Isn't it peculiar that the 5th level lacks martial technique manuals? Indeed, grandfather, what is the meaning of this? Little Ning, observe this painting. It depicts our Yi family's ancestor. The painting seemed to respond to Yitai's words, gradually emanating a soft glow. The figure within appeared ethereal, as if ready to emerge from the canvas. It depicted a man bearing a sword, adorned in a tall crown and flowing robes, with a countenance akin to jade and eyes like polished lacquer. Though not conventionally handsome, he possessed an indescribable charisma. Yining was rendered speechless. Could it be that the ancestors of the Yi family were divine beings? Prior to his crossing, he had encountered numerous legends of celestial beings on Earth. Could it all be true? Little Ning, you are on the verge of ascending to the innate realm. It is time for you to learn the family secrets. Yitai sighed and inquired, what do you believe is the pinnacle of martial arts? Yining snapped back from his reverie and replied with a smile, like you, grandfather, the pinnacle of innate martial artists. Haha, Yitai laughed, though a tinge of melancholy tinged his mirth. You are mistaken. On the Qingluo continent, there exists a group known as cultivators, endowed with terrifying powers. They are the true rulers of this world. While a warrior of innate prowess like you may be considered the foremost expert in Yi City. There are countless cities akin to Yi City in the ghostly nation, and the Qing Empire boasts millions of cities of such size. Thus, a warrior like your grandfather is but an insignificant existence. He sighed deeply, stating, for us, the innate warrior represents an end, while for cultivators, it is merely the beginning. Yining was struck by this revelation. Could it be that such cultivators existed in this world, akin to the enchanting tales of his previous life? After a pause, he murmured, could it truly be as the legends describe, with divine beings traversing the heavens and shaking the seas? Indeed, the great powers among cultivators possess such capabilities. This is utterly inconceivable. Just moments ago, Yi Ning had been brimming with excitement at the prospect of entering the innate realm. Yet he now found himself engulfed in confusion and uncertainty. "Fear not, my child," Yi Tai reassured, gazing at the painting with a smile of contentment. "Our ancestor was once a paragon among cultivators, wielding the power to shape the fate of the Qingluo continent over a millennium ago. Alas, he was ambushed during a breakthrough and vanished without a trace. The once magnificent Yi family has been forced to linger in this small Yi city. This painting is a legacy left by our ancestor, harboring a fragment of his spirit, which has safeguarded the Yi family for over 1,000 years. Grandfather firmly believes that you, like our ancestors, can become a cultivator and elevate the Yi family to greater heights." Deep within Yi Ning's heart, an inexplicable yearning blossomed. At that moment, he suddenly comprehended the pursuit of life, to soar upon a flying sword, embrace a transcendent fairy, and laugh defiantly at the world. "Rest assured, grandfather, I shall not disappoint you." A century after the departure of our ancestor, a prodigy once again emerged within the Yi family. Inspired by the essence of a painting, he devised a sword technique, the celestial mist and water sword. From that point on, the Yi family has never lacked innate warriors. "Today, I shall impart this sword technique to you." With that, he retrieved a weathered scroll from his bosom and handed it to Yi Ning. "This sword technique is for your eyes only. Do not share it with anyone. Understood? Now, let us go. Grandfather will take you to the true 5th level." Yi Ning was taken aback. "What? Is this not the 5th level?" "No," Yi Tai explained. "This is merely a transit station leading to the 5th level. This place was originally where our ancestor cultivated in his youth, adorned with a few formations. After the decline of the Yi family, we relocated here, using the terrain to fend off enemies multiple times. Look, this pentagram formation is a teleportation array that can transport us to the true Martial Hall's 5th level." "Oh, how remarkable." Although Yi Ning was on the verge of attaining innate status, he had traversed from Earth, firmly rooted in materialistic ideology and not particularly swayed by the supernatural. Previously, he had believed in the enduring existence of Kung Fu in China and had even studied the extraordinary art of Qi. With this in mind, Yi Ning eagerly leapt into the formation. "Huh? Why is there no reaction?" "Haha." Yi Tai laughed heartily. "You must infuse spirit stones into the teleportation array for it to function." He then carefully produced 5 glimmering stones from his pocket. Spirit stones? Yi Ning was bewildered. Could it be that the currency circulating in this other world was indeed spirit stones? Spirit stones are the common currency among cultivators, categorized into high quality, medium quality, and low quality, with the exceedingly rare top-tier spirit stones said to exist. Years ago, our ancestor met an untimely demise without leaving any treasures for the clan. Only after the family retreated to their ancestral territory in Luo City did they discover the site of our ancestor's youthful cultivation. Unearthing a faint image of him in a teleportation array, along with 203 low-quality spirit stones. Yi Tai continued, each activation of the teleportation array requires 5 spirit stones. Over the millennia, only 8 spirit stones remain from those passed down by our ancestor. This means the Yi family has but one last opportunity to enter the ancestor's secret chamber, and now, I bestow that chance upon you. Yi Ning shook his head. Despite the passage of a decade, the scientific theories he had encountered before his journey still firmly occupied his mind, making it difficult to shift his perspective. Otherwise, when he truly soared through the clouds, notions of gravity and such would likely become mere illusions. Realizing the significant cost of entering the true Martial Hall's 5th level, he hurriedly said, "Grandfather, you are already at the pinnacle of innate mastery. This opportunity should be yours." Yi Tai smiled wryly. "Silly child. I too entered there in my youth, but gained little. Perhaps I am not the fated one our ancestor spoke of." He sighed, seemingly reminiscing about the past, then continued. "The 7th patriarch of the Yi family acquired a scroll of cultivator anecdotes from therein, penned by our ancestor during his cultivation. This very book enlightened the Yi family about the vastness of this world, revealing the supreme martial prowess and status of cultivators. In that book, our ancestor foretold that the glory of the Yi family would cease with his generation, yet a fated individual would emerge a millennium later to inherit his legacy. By the measure of time, it must be your generation, little Ning. Grandfather, did not other patriarchs of the Yi family gain anything from the 5th level? What did you acquire in your time? Did they gain nothing? The 10th patriarch obtained a treasured sword, the Jinlin sword, which is our family's heirloom. The 13th patriarch comprehended an innate technique, the cloud sky palm. The 17th patriarch acquired a bottle of flesh regeneration pills. The 23rd patriarch found a piece of unknown ancient jade. As for me, I grasped an innate movement technique, the frost sky water shadow, which has allowed me to remain undefeated for decades. More importantly, I discovered a celestial inquiry token. According to the accounts of cultivators, the celestial inquiry token grants a chance to gain a celestial affinity and join the Lianyun sect. Our ancestor was an elder of the Lianyun sect, having rendered tremendous contributions to the sect, which earned him this token. Celestial affinity? Yi Ning's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I must have a celestial connection, even if I have to forge one. As he daydreamed, his blood surged, envisioning himself as a high-ranking cultivator. Grandfather, I will surely become a cultivator and bring glory to the Yi family. Of course, the underlying sentiment was, he must become a cultivator and marry countless fairy wives. Cough. You sound just like what you said to your uncle back in the day. Little Ning, remember, once you enter the 5th level, do not be greedy for the celestial inquiry token. Whether or not you become a cultivator relies on celestial affinity. It is said that if you possess a spiritual root, the token will come to you naturally. Your uncle, back then, was so fixated on obtaining the token that he returned empty-handed, wasting 5 spirit stones in vain. Yes, grandfather. Yutai then elaborated on the circumstances of the 5th level and the specific location of the celestial inquiry token, carefully placing the 5 low-quality spirit stones sequentially into the teleportation array. A cerulean light emanated from the left corner, gradually spreading until it formed a brilliant pentagram. Yi Ning felt both excited and anxious, glancing at his grandfather in uncertainty. Go now. Remember, you only have 2 hours. Yi Ning stepped into the teleportation array, enveloped by a warm force that felt both mysterious and comforting. In the blink of an eye, it felt as if countless hands were pulling at him from all directions, an immense force compressing his insides. He realized the teleportation had begun. In the briefest moment, Yi Ning was drenched in sweat, his inner energy spiraling wildly as he struggled against the external pressure. Suddenly, everything went dark, only to brighten again. Yi Ning felt as if he had returned from hell to the mortal realm, greedily inhaling a few breaths of air. With that breath, he sensed a difference. The air here was exceptionally refreshing, banishing his fear and fatigue in an instant. He surveyed his surroundings, indeed, as grandfather had described. The 5th level was not a barren chamber but a sprawling complex. Time was of the essence. He swiftly rushed towards the location of the celestial inquiry token. The room was unremarkable amidst the entire complex, its entrance somewhat worn. Nervously, he pushed the door open, revealing an immaculate interior with luminous pearls embedded in the walls. On a long table against the wall lay the dark celestial inquiry token. His heart raced to its peak as he gazed at the seemingly attainable token, yet hesitated to reach out. Better safe than sorry. He silently recited, celestial affinity, gritting his teeth. Yi Ning slowly extended his hand. To his astonishment, no external force impeded him, and he effortlessly retrieved the celestial inquiry token. The token was a deep black, its material unknown. The front depicted towering mountains, while the reverse bore the ancient characters Lianyun. Yi Ning squinted, taking a while to decipher the inscription. Haha, I knew it. Heaven has delivered me to this place. Surely, it will not forsake me, he exclaimed, overwhelmed with joy, tightly clutching the token in his hand. He understood that his destiny was about to change once more. Perhaps sensing Yi Ning's excitement, the Wenxian Ling suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light. This deep blue hue resembled the clearest of skies or the depths of the ocean. Yi Ning gazed at his right hand, as if grasping a blue moon, a chilly breeze flowing gently into his being. Truly magical. Is this the mystery of cultivators? Yi Ning pondered aimlessly. After a while, the blue luminescence emitted by the Wenxian Ling faded, leaving it as a dark, unremarkable token. Remembering the urgency of time, Yi Ning hastily tucked the token into his bosom, searching around for any other opportunities. Unfortunately, the room contained nothing but 4 luminous pearls, devoid of any other items. The Yi family was renowned for their wealth, thus they cared little for material possessions. Yi Ning, prior to his transition, was considered the richest man in the world and certainly did not value a few luminous pearls. Upon exiting, Yi Ning did not choose the grand and spacious residences, but rather opted for inconspicuous small houses. He thought that this place had been explored nearly 20 times, and most areas had likely been searched. Only these small houses might hold remnants. Yet, they were all empty. After entering more than 10 small houses, he was astonished to find them all devoid of contents. Time was slipping away. Should he persist in his assumptions or seek another path? No. His instincts could not be wrong. Gritting his teeth, he approached the 16th small house. This house was partially collapsed, seemingly struck by some extraordinary force. Yining examined the scattered stones on the ground, recognizing them as a type he had never encountered before. With all his might, he struck the rubble, but astonishingly, left no mark. He inwardly gasped. How profound must one's power be to reduce this house to such a state? This place must have been a cultivation site for his ancestors, surely containing hidden scriptures. Yining mused. If he could seize the chance of immortality, how could he fail to uncover the treasures concealed within this dilapidated abode? Half a year later, at Lianyan sect, a beam of light shot forth from Huanshan Mountain, swiftly heading southward. Within this beam was Yining, resolved to confront matters he had long evaded. Regardless of the circumstances, he still bore the title of a young sect master. Now, however, he perceived that shedding this title might be a more favorable outcome. Yet, he was acutely aware that such actions would, to some extent, betray the elders' nurturing and support. Nevertheless, a confrontation with the Ice Palace would render the situation even more awkward. Although it was said that after the merger of the 5 sects, there were 18 esteemed elders, the elder he referred to was no less than any sect master. Still, Yining was unwilling to involve them in the chaos. After all, that place held his earliest memories, his master, friends, and his elder brother. In mere moments, he had traversed numerous mountains and rivers. The mountain gate loomed before him, hidden within the Lianyun mountain range, resembling a lurking mythical beast. Yining felt a twinge of fear. Was it the homesickness that rendered him timid, or? He took out the sect master token and entered the restricted area, quickly arriving at the elder's secluded chamber. The elder seemed to sense his arrival and remarked, "Back. Are you? Indeed, your strength has rapidly advanced in these years. I heard you escaped unscathed from Yen Potion's pursuit." The elder. Yining opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words. A sigh escaped the elder, who gestured lightly, causing the purple sect master token to fly from Yining's grasp into his palm. "You returned to return this token?" "Yes," Yining nodded. His actions were not only motivated by the desire to reclaim Long Peiran from the Ice Palace, but also to prepare for the impending calamity of Qingluo. "Just as you wish," the elder replied. In that moment, Yining perceived the elder's visage age 1,000 years, his lonely figure imbued with desolation. "Elder, I have my own reasons." Yining wished to say no more. If he were to take command, not to mention whether he could earn the trust of others, the complete integration of the sect would likely suffer significant damage due to internal strife. Rather than this, it would be prudent for him to gradually develop the Huanmizong. "You need not elaborate. I understand," the elder smiled. "Go ahead. The youth always possesses boundless hope. Go, retrieve her." "Yes, elder," Yining replied. "In fact, I have 2 more matters to discuss. Over the years, you have treated me well, and I am not one to forget kindness. Although I cannot take charge of the sect, I wish to offer it a tremendous fortune." "Oh, what fortune?" "A saint. In the near future, a saint will be born." You must be jesting." Yining shook his head and retrieved a radiant golden flower from his storage ring. In the past 6 months, nurtured by a mysterious elixir, the golden sunflower seed had finally sprouted, blooming into 9 splendid flowers. The golden sunflower. Indeed, my elder brother, Yi Miao, possesses water, wood, fire, and wind attributes. If he consumes this golden sunflower, he will undoubtedly become a 5-element cultivator. "No, that won't do." The elder shook his head. "Yen Patian pursued you for this golden sunflower, did he not? This favor is too great, we cannot repay it. Moreover, do you not need it? I know you have already acquired a Jiangzhu grass. With this golden sunflower, you would certainly qualify as a true esteemed cultivator." Yining hummed a tune, soon reaching Tianya residence. As expected, his elder brother Yi Miao awaited him with utmost seriousness. Among his numerous cousins, Yi Miao was the most earnest, openly displaying his emotions. This honesty forged a strong bond between them. Of course, a more significant reason was that Yi Miao shared a common interest with Yining, beautiful women. Who said that honest men do not appreciate beauty? "Elder brother, didn't I tell you to explore on your own first? I was summoned by grandfather. Can I finish quickly?" It's fine. Yi City is quite small. What place have I not visited?" "You boast too much. You have never been to Yiqilu." Yining felt particularly cheerful and began to tease his elder brother. Yiqilu was the largest brothel in Yi City, and naturally, Yi Miao had not been there. Despite his deep desire to do so, the Yi family had a traditional precept stating that before reaching innate levels, one must not indulge in carnal pleasures. Furthermore, There was another crucial reason Yi Miao could not visit Yiqilu. He had been placed on their blacklist. Years ago, a young Yi Miao had just begun to take an interest in women, devoting all his energy to peeping at Yiqilu. To this end, he had even devised a magical tool, albeit unfortunately for long-distance spying on women bathing. On that occasion, as he finally activated the tool, adjusting it for ages, he glimpsed the brothel's renowned courtesan, Qiu Yuer, disrobing. A pair of exquisite legs, the smooth, fair curves of her body, with hints of pink barely concealed. A slender, delicate waist. Yi Miao's mouth watered, repeatedly murmuring, "Turn around, turn around. Elder brother, what are you looking at?" A child's voice chimed from behind Yi Miao, belonging to none other than the 7-year-old Yi Ning. Clang. Yi Miao's magical tool clattered to the ground. "Fifth brother, you scare me to death." He picked up the tool and said, "Little one, go play somewhere else. Do not disturb your elder brother's research." If Yi Ning were indeed a 7-year-old child, he would have had to leave alone. Alas, he was not. A mere glance at the tool in Yi Miao's hand revealed it to be a simple spyglass, and connecting the dots with Yi Miao's lascivious expression, he quickly deduced the situation. Haha, I did far more than you when I was in college. Perhaps he should enlighten him on how to conduct research with magical tools. Elder brother, what new magical tools do you have? Yi Ning, with a deliberate pout, exclaimed, "Quickly show Xiao Ning Ning." Yi Miao feigned a stern demeanor and retorted, "Go play elsewhere." Humph. Yi Ning, striving to squeeze out a few tears, sobbed, "Woo-woo, big brother is bullying Xiao Ning Ning. Xiao Ning Ning will tell dad, uncle, and grandpa." As he counted on his little fingers, he secretly chuckled, guessing that before he could finish counting on both hands, Yi Miao would surely hand him the telescope. Indeed, Yi Miao passed the telescope to Yi Ning, murmuring, "I truly fear you now. Humph. Even if I give it to you, you wouldn't know how to use it." Haha. Yi Ning chuckled inwardly, his chubby hands cradling the telescope as he brought it to his eyes. His heart raced with excitement. "Beautiful ladies, here I come. A bathtub. A fog-laden bathtub. Long, flowing hair cascading down, occasionally revealing a neck as white as jade." How tragic. Yi Ning thought of crashing his head against a wall. It turned out that in the brief span of those few words, Qiu Yuer had already settled into the bathtub. He tossed the telescope back to Yi Miao and pretended to be serious, saying, "Humph, so big brother has been peeking at sister while she bathes." Yi Miao panicked and quickly replied, "Good little brother, please don't tell anyone. Just say that Xiao Ning Ning will inform dad, uncle, my little ancestor. Big brother will treat you to osmanthus cake, all right? All right, I want the Jinfuji variety." From that moment on, Yi Miao's life descended into a period of misfortune. Countless nights under the full moon, Yi Ning would wake up laughing uncontrollably, haha. Of course, Yi Miao now had an additional member in his army of peepers. Those who frequently wander by the river cannot avoid getting their shoes wet. Before long, Yi Miao found himself on the blacklist of the Yitsue Tower. As for Yi Ning, he was merely a 6 or 7-year-old child. What harm could he do? Yi Miao, seeing Yi Ning expose his vulnerabilities, was not angry. Instead, he teased, "You. Just bask in your glory. Don't get too carried away. You're on the verge of breaking through your innate limitations, and the ancestral teachings can no longer bind you. How liberating it must feel, right? Haha. Don't worry, big brother will take you there, all right? Haha." Yi Ning rolled his eyes and laughed. Can someone even enter the gates of Yitsue Tower? No more talk about it. It seems someone still owes me a meal. Haha. Fine, let us go. Where does the 5th brother want to go? Guanhai Tower. I want to eat steamed silver knife fish. This fish, known for its silvery appearance and swift movements, is a renowned delicacy in Yi City, yet it is incredibly difficult to catch, making it as precious as gold. It seems that Yi Miao would have to dig deep into his pockets. He, 5th brother, has quite an appetite. All right, silver knife fish it is. However, you must share with me the secrets of the Fuhu fist later. Big brother has been stuck at the advanced martial artist level for over a year and cannot break through. No problem. Let us go. In front of Guanhai Tower, which is situated in the most bustling area of Yi City, standing 7 stories tall and exuding opulence, the atmosphere was usually vibrant with patrons. However, at this moment, it was eerily quiet. The first-floor hall was empty, likely emptied by a recent brawl. Yet, at the center table, an imposing, rough-looking man was devouring meat heartily. Clearly, that ruffian was Ying Tianqing. Beside him stood Yi Ting, her eyes glistening with tears, clad in a pure white dress that fluttered without wind, appearing even more enchanting. To Yi Ting's left, Jiang Su, resembling Yi Miao to some extent, was fuming, wielding a broken sword. Haha, the little ones from the Yi family have come again. Ing Tianqing abruptly set down his bowl and chopsticks, laughing boisterously. I wonder what reinforcements have arrived? You insolent fool. Yi Ning stepped forward, shouting, are you even a man? All you do is bully women. Do you have any guts? Oh. Ing Tianqing smirked disdainfully and said, do not forget, Yi Su is also a defeated foe of mine. You Yi family martial artists are nothing but mediocre. Yi Ning's temper flared. However, his anger did not cloud his reason. He bowed towards the shadowy counter and said, Senior Mu, my family has been humiliated. Please allow me to act recklessly and take action in Guanhai Tower. The owner behind the counter remained as indifferent as ever, replying, if you wish to fight, you must compensate for any damages to the furniture. Understood. I will comply. Turning to Ing Tianqing, he declared, since you are so oblivious to your own limitations, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. Fifth brother, stop wasting words with him. Teach him a good lesson. Indeed, fifth brother, did you not see the arrogant look on that scoundrel's face earlier? Yes, beat him. Haha. Ing Tianqing stood up. So you are the genius of the Yi family? You wish to fight me? Do you not want to know why I am teaching Yi Ting a lesson? You. Yi Ting, who had long been protected by a group of Yi family youths, was infuriated. You scoundrel, you insult Mu family's sister. And I speak a few words of justice. What's wrong with that? What? Yi Ning's fury reached a boiling point. Anyone daring to interfere with his romantic pursuits would pay the price. Tinger, where's Wanhua? The Mu family sister was driven away by that ruffian. Yi Ting pouted. Fifth brother, you must avenge Mu family sister. Dare you gamble? Yi Ning met Mu Wanhua a year ago, and they hit it off, in truth. Mu Wanhua succumbed entirely to Yi Ning's sweet words, with their elders encouraging their relationship, allowing them to interact freely. It could be said that the entire Yi city knew of the remarkable pairing between the talented youth of the Yi family and the daughter of Guanhai Tower. Now, with Ing Tianqing provoking Mu Wanhua, it was a blatant slap in Yi Ning's face, and Yi Ning could not tolerate it. Ing Tianqing, enough with the nonsense. If I don't make you pick up your teeth today, I shall not bear the surname Yi. Ing Tianqing remained unruffled, saying, hold on. We are all people of status. How can we just resort to fighting? If we are to fight, let us add some stakes. Do you dare? Yi Ning was puzzled, unsure of where his confidence stemmed from. After all, Ing Tianqing was merely an intermediate martial artist, whereas he had already crossed the threshold of innate levels. A difference of 3 tiers. Logically, Ing Tianqing should be no match for Yi Ning. However, since he was willing to wager, Yi Ning was more than willing to oblige. Speak, what shall we wager? Isn't your Yi family always coveting our auction house on West Street? Let us use that as the stake. Upon hearing this, the younger generation of the Yi family erupted in a flurry of whispers. Yi Ning calmly stated, on what basis do you represent the Ing family to wager the auction house? On this, Ing Tianqing pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket and waved it. As martial artists, the crowd quickly recognized that it was indeed the deed to the auction house. Yi Ning gasped in shock, suddenly feeling as though he had fallen into a trap. Since the Ing family dared to send Ing Tianqing with the deed to cause trouble, they must have been well prepared. Could there truly be some sinister plot at play? What do you wish to wager? I am merely a junior of the Jiang family and have nothing of significant value to wager. Yi Ning, accustomed to being a merchant, knew when to adopt a humble stance. Who says you have nothing? Ing Tianqing grinned wickedly. You possess the #1 beauty in Luoqing. How can you claim to be without assets? How about this? If you lose, you shall give me Mu Wanyu. What do you say? You. Wanyu is a person, not a commodity. How can you treat her as a wager? Why not? Just promise me. If you lose, you will avoid Mu Wanyu from then on. The younger generation of the Yi family, seeing that a mere word from Yi Ning could sway the auction, eagerly urged him to agree. Reluctantly, Yi Ning acquiesced. After agreeing, he drew his sword and prepared to engage. Hold on. A sudden change came over Ing Tianqing's expression. Today, let us change our method of combat. What do you mean? You are a perfected innate warrior, while I am merely a mid-level fighter. The disparity in our powers is too great. My punch would be like scratching your back. Here's what we shall do. I will remain still, and if you can force me back even a step within 3 moves, you win. Fine. I will shatter your egg. Just as Yi Ning agreed, Jiang Su, who had been silent, suddenly exclaimed, Fifth brother, no. This fellow possesses demonic techniques. There is a circle of golden light around him. When I struck with my sword, it was utterly ineffective, and my blade broke instead. Ing Tianqing would not allow Jiang Su to continue, moving to an open area. Enough chatter, let us begin. As he spoke, his body was enveloped in a golden glow, resembling a giant eggshell. Yining's expression changed drastically. Such a near-demonic technique could not be wielded by an ordinary warrior. Had he not visited the 5th floor of the training hall today, he too would have believed it to be demonic magic. But now, he was certain that Ing Tianqing possessed a treasure bestowed by a cultivator. Anxiety gripped his heart, yet he retorted defiantly, "Umph, watch as I shatter your egg." He circled around Ing Tianqing, searching for a flaw. Seeing Yining merely circling him, Ing Tianqing grew impatient, taunting him incessantly. In truth, Yining was correct. Ing Tianqing indeed bore a talisman granted by a Yin clan cultivator, capable of rendering him immune to attacks from ordinary innate experts. Unfortunately, this talisman had a time limitation, lasting only as long as a stick of incense. Cultivator's techniques. Yining pondered his most powerful attack, but realized he had no confidence in shattering that damned egg. Time flew by, and Ing Tianqing grew increasingly anxious, his curses becoming more vulgar. Angry C3 cuts. Yining roared, launching into action. His right palm surged like a tidal wave, unleashing a torrent of internal energy. Following closely, his left palm struck out, releasing another wave of energy. As the two energies intertwined, Yining's palms moved in unison, directing an immense force toward Ing Tianqing. Ing Tianqing's face paled. Yining's prowess was indeed extraordinary, truly deserving of his reputation as a prodigy from Yi City. However, the angry C3 cuts had significant flaws in practical combat, requiring ample time to channel the energy for a unified strike. Initially, Yining had practiced it out of sheer amusement, never expecting it would become a necessity. The glowing shell resembled a tiny boat in a furious sea, swaying perilously yet showing no signs of breaking, while Ing Tianqing remained unscathed within. Yining was well aware that breaking a cultivator's defenses would not be easy. He drew his sword again and declared, "Prepare to meet your end." Channeling his internal energy rapidly, the tip of the sword glowed faintly blue, emanating the unique aura of an innate master. At a critical moment, Yining had once again brushed against the threshold of innate mastery. "Sword light," Ing Tianqing exclaimed, "You've broken through?" Yining ignored him, executing the heavenly radiance 9 suns, causing his sword to leave behind 9 afterimages as it sped toward the glowing shell. Upon contact, Yining felt an unprecedented force rebounding against him. In an instant, his sword shattered into fragments. He gasped, blood spurting from his mouth. Fortunately, the 9 sword lights passed through the shell without obstruction. Ing Tianqing's face turned ashen with fright. He wanted to retreat, but recalled his earlier promise, frozen in place. He tightly shut his eyes, drenched in cold sweat. Yining, seated on the ground, sighed in relief. Suddenly, the white jade pendant hanging around Ing Tianqing's neck soared into the air, darting toward the 9 sword lights like a lightning bolt. With a series of cracking sounds, the pendant disintegrated into dust. Ing Tianqing laughed heartily. "My life is not meant to end here. You little brat. Do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? Show them." Yining felt the backlash from the talisman injuring his internal organs, and curiously, his internal energy became chaotic, no longer obeying his commands. In truth, this talisman was a basic metal talisman. Upon seeing it, Yining's sword, akin to a reverent descendant meeting its ancestor, chose to shatter rather than harm the talisman. This was also due to the significant disparity in their levels. Had Yining wielded a celestial sword, the talisman would have disintegrated in an instant. From the moment Yining chose to use his sword, it was destined that he would sustain injuries. Yet, if he unleashed the heavenly radiance 9 suns thrice, he might just break the talisman. After all, this talisman was the lowest tier among cultivators, immune at most to a peak innate warrior's attack, while Yining's technique equated to a combined strike from 3 initial innate experts. Regrettably, he was injured now and could not unleash the heavenly radiance 9 suns once more. Ing Tianqing cackled, releasing years of pent-up frustration. "Come on, you little brat. Aren't you quite the hotshot?" However, it could not be said that Yining's 2 strikes had no effect. The light from the eggshell had dimmed slightly, no longer shining as brilliantly as before. Struggling to rise, Yining cursed, "What are you so arrogant about? Watch me shatter your egg." Ignoring Ing Tianqing's provocations, he began to practice the tiger fist without a care. Has 5th brother lost his mind? Hurry and attack. The younger members of the Yi family clamored. Silence. Yi Miao understood the underlying mechanics and knew Yining was about to unleash his strongest strike, hastily silencing everyone. "Open your eyes and pay attention." Yining desperately suppressed his restless internal energy, slowly executing the tiger fist. After a full cycle, his internal energy finally stabilized. Like the morning sun, He gradually increased his punching speed, yet for some reason, he could not find the innate energy. As his fists flew, Yining suddenly sensed the movements coalescing into a line from the first form to the 72nd form. His mind illuminated with a clear image of the meridians within the body. So that is how it is. Realization dawned upon him, and he abruptly halted his movements. Sitting cross-legged, the onlookers were increasingly bewildered, Yi Miao included. Ying Tianqing grew frantic. The talisman's time was running out. If Yining continued to delay, once the talisman expired, he could easily end his life with a mere wave of his hand. Thinking this, he shouted, "Yining, you rascal, just admit defeat already and stop dragging this out." Immersed in the joy of his epiphany, Yining paid no heed to Ying Tianqing's cries. He carefully channeled the newly comprehended technique, feeling his immense internal energy being compressed and gradually gathering at his dantian, ultimately showing signs of liquefaction. Yining was unaware of how to respond to this change and continued operating his newfound technique. His internal energy erupted with a collapsing sound, shattering and then reorganizing. Repeating this 9 times, it finally transformed into a grain-sized droplet of liquid, quietly suspended in his dantian. Little did Yining know that his internal energy had undergone a tremendous transformation. Although this droplet was not as overwhelming as before, it was indeed genuine spiritual energy, fundamentally altering its nature. Yining slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, he realized that the entire world seemed utterly different from usual. A faint, almost imperceptible gas floated in the air, and strangely, he suddenly felt that if he could absorb that gas into his body, his power would continue to grow. Very well. Ying Tianqing, prepare to face my new attack. Yining did not rise, but slowly summoned the spiritual energy from his dantian, instantly condensing it at his fingertips into a droplet of ice-blue water, which gently floated towards Ying Tianqing. It appeared that Yining could not fully control the spiritual energy, as the blue droplet wobbled unsteadily toward the golden eggshell. To everyone's astonishment, this droplet, seemingly devoid of any power, effortlessly pierced through the eggshell and hovered before Ying Tianqing's forehead. The egg has shattered. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the diamond talisman exhausted its energy and transformed into a piece of paper drifting down from Ying Tianqing. While outsiders could not sense the terrifying power of that droplet, Ying Tianqing understood clearly that if Yining wished, that droplet could reduce him to nothingness. The land deed. All right, I will hand it over to you. Yining took the land deed with one hand and said, "You should never have delayed my brother's pursuit of women." Upon hearing this, Ying Tianqing realized Yining was serious and was frightened to the point that his legs turned weak. A tall and muscular man found himself damp between his legs, a wafting smell of urine spreading around. "Please, don't kill me." Yining was not an impulsive person. He knew he could not kill Ying Tianqing at this moment. However, a lesson was certainly in order. With this thought, the blue droplet slid downward, and with a swift motion, Ying Tianqing's arm was severed. "You are ruthless." Ying Tianqing dared not linger, clutching his bleeding stump, and fled in a disheveled state. The Yi family rejoiced and surrounded Yining. Just then, the manager of the Guanhai Tower, who had been silent, suddenly lit up with excitement and murmured, "Spiritual energy. How curious that such a young martial artist can comprehend and transform internal energy into spiritual energy. Fascinating, fascinating." Yi Miao noticed Yining's pale complexion and realized he had exhausted himself completely. "All right, let us return quickly. Fifth brother needs rest." No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous explosion erupted from the Guanhai Tower, sending stones and wood splintering everywhere. The crowd looked up to find the entire Guanhai Tower split in half, and in the air stood a man in black facing a woman in white. Surrounding them was a stark contrast, one side ablaze with roaring flames, the other a tumultuous wave of water. "A cultivator." Yining gasped. "It was a cultivator in battle. You all must go back. Quickly. Eldest brother, take them back. What about you? I will observe from a distance. Perhaps this battle will allow me to gain further insight." "All right. Be careful and keep your distance." As the crowd departed, silence enveloped the area. The manager of the Guanhai Tower wore a strange smile before vanishing. The two cultivators in the air did not attack immediately, seemingly preparing for something. When gods fight, mortals suffer. In an instant, the once bustling east street of Yi City was reduced to ruins. The man hovering in the air wore a gloomy expression and called out sharply, "Fairy Ruashi, do you truly wish to wage war in this mortal realm?" The woman's face was cold as she replied, "If you wish to fight, then I shall engage. It seems the lofty ideals of the Ice Palace are mere empty words. Do you not realize that should we clash here, The majority of Yi City's inhabitants would suffer undeserved calamity, just based on you. As the guardian of the spirit nation, I naturally possess the ability to protect the people of Yi City. Moreover, when weighed against the grand scheme of the world, these mortals are but ants, if necessary. Their sacrifice is inconsequential. Haha, I detest your hypocritical nature. If you desire the treasures in my possession, simply state your intentions without the need for pretense. This object contains power comparable to a sacred artifact. How could it fall into your hands? Enough of this chatter. If you want the treasure, prove your worth. As the gloomy man finished speaking, a 3-foot-long sword suddenly materialized in his hand, the blade engulfed in roaring flames. Upon its emergence, the fiery sword instantly transformed into a colossal fire beast, towering 8 zhang high. This beast, of unknown origin, was astonishingly large, standing there as if an entire Guanhai tower had materialized from thin air. Yi Fan watched in astonishment the moment the fire beast appeared. Everything within 100 meters around it melted under the intense heat. Even more astounding was the enchanting beauty hovering in the air, whose figure was utterly captivating. Were she in Yi Ning's world before his crossing, she would undoubtedly be deemed a goddess of seduction. With a strange roar, the fire beast opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of flames towards the stunning woman. The beautiful woman smirked disdainfully, suddenly producing a pale blue ribbon that radiated an overwhelming chill. "Go," she uttered softly, and the ribbon transformed into an extraordinarily long white water beast. This creature resembled a snake, yet was not, as it unleashed a storm of ice rain upon the fire beast. Fairy Ruaxi's abilities are remarkable, having sealed a nearly dragon transformation within a precious artifact. As the man glowed red, the fire beast seemed to grow even larger, the temperature rising as it fought fiercely against the white beast. He then conjured a delicate little tower and hurled it towards the woman. Exquisite tower of the heavens. The woman's expression changed dramatically. You possess a subsane artifact. When gods fight, mortals suffer. With a graceful movement of her delicate hand, she summoned numerous defensive barriers around her, radiant with light as talismans danced in her vicinity, creating an overwhelming aura. Despite this, she felt an undercurrent of anxiety, uncertain if she could withstand this calamity. The Ice Palace is the largest sect of the Spirit Nation and effectively its ruler, possessing sub-saint artifacts within its ranks. Unfortunately, this fairy Ruashi lacked the authority to wield such power. As the exquisite tower drew nearer, it stirred up gales around it. The beautiful woman grew increasingly apprehensive. In a moment of desperation, her thoughts surged, and the outermost layer of her best defensive artifact surged forth, emitting a blinding white light that enveloped the exquisite tower. Then, with a resounding boom, the woman detonated her artifact. It must be noted that each artifact is crafted from countless rare materials, painstakingly forged by top cultivators over years, even decades. The power of such an explosion is immense. The exquisite tower swayed in the air, as if it might fall at any moment. What is the exquisite tower? It is a subsane artifact. While it may not possess the power to obliterate the heavens or boil the seas, it is not far removed from such might. And how could that stunning woman be easily repelled? Within the tower lie 49 grand formations, each capable of annihilating an entire city. What's more, this formation, named Exquisite, possesses an extraordinary ability to ensnare cultivators. It turns out the gloomy man had his own troubles. He had come to the Spirit Nation to gather a unique refining material from the depths of the ocean, only to discover a peculiar wooden bead. Although its purpose was unknown, it contained an immense essence of what attributes spiritual energy. Overjoyed, he failed to notice that Fairy Ruashi had caught sight of him. Thus, they battled all the way to Yi City. The man was a cultivator from the Ming sect of the Fierce Nation, and with the tense relations between the Spirit Nation and the Fierce Nation, if he were to use the power of the subsane artifact to eliminate the favored Fairy Ruashi of the Ice Palace, the fragile peace between their two nations would undoubtedly shatter. Hence, he decided to take the risk of using the exquisite tower to trap her, intending to release her upon returning to the Fierce Nation. Little did he expect, the fiercely determined Fairy Ruashi would choose to self-destruct her artifact. The man's gamble of using the exquisite tower was already perilous. Under the explosion of the opponent's artifact, he suffered hidden injuries immediately. However, the arrow is knocked, and it must be released. He expelled a mouthful of vital blood, and the exquisite Luo Tian tower swelled against the wind, rapidly expanding to a colossal size, radiating golden light and ensnaring Yen Ruaxi. "Ha, Ruaxi, I shall take my leave." The man laughed heartily and turned away. When deities clash, mortals suffer. At this moment, The Luo Tian Tower soared to a height of 100 feet, boasting 49 levels, piercing the heavens. The man had barely taken a few steps when a series of explosive sounds erupted from within the tower, causing it to tremble violently. This tower was connected to the man's vital essence. Under such relentless assault, his complexion grew increasingly pale, and he was gravely injured. Little girl, have you lost your mind? Are you willing to self-destruct such a precious artifact? Fortunately, the exquisite artifacts in Yen Ruoxi's possession were few. The series of explosions earlier involved only mid-grade treasures, which did not significantly impact the man. After a few staggering steps, he hurriedly vanished into the horizon. The entire Yi city fell silent, leaving behind only a resplendent golden tower. The blue ribbon, transformed into a white python, also withdrew, darting around the tower and relentlessly striking it. Yining emerged from a cloud of dust, his face smeared and disheveled. This fierce battle had completely upended his world and solidified his resolve to become a cultivator. Nonetheless, the danger was immense. Had he not acted swiftly to evade, he would have faced far worse than mere dust. When deities clash, mortals suffer indeed. Ants. Truly insignificant as ants, he suddenly recalled the words of the cold-faced woman, stirring a profound sense of reflection within him. Even if he endured countless hardships to become an innate warrior, what would it matter? Confronted with such cultivators, he could be reduced to ashes in an instant. Moreover, his grand aspiration was to charm all the beautiful women in the world, like that stunning beauty he had just encountered. Without greater means, how could he hope to make her submit? Suddenly, Yining felt the road ahead stretched far too long, engulfed in a whirlwind of frustration. He disregarded the outcome and turned, not heading home, but toward the shores of the Jiangxi. In his childhood, he had discovered a wondrous spot by the Jiangxi, a natural cave that faced the ocean yet remained dry. Over the years, he had gradually moved some items into the cave, transforming it into a simple dwelling. Whenever troubled or bored, he would lie there, gaze at the sliver of sky peeking through, and listen to the sound of the waves crashing against the shore. Upon awakening, all his discontent would dissipate into thin air. This world was vastly different from the one he once inhabited. Whenever his thoughts were overwhelmed, he would think of this cave. In those days, a seaside villa would cost millions of dollars. Now, I can possess such a dwelling at any time, even design it myself. What a splendid life that would be. After walking for more than an hour, Yining finally arrived at the cave he had built. The cave was nestled beneath a cliff, with an entrance barely wide enough for a person. Unless one approached closely, it would remain unnoticed. Furthermore, Yining had planted several lush wisteria vines at the entrance, which thrived abundantly. Yining hummed a tune as he entered. Upon stepping inside, he immediately sensed something was amiss. His vital energy surged, quickly filling his entire being. He twitched his ears and was astonished to hear faint groans emanating from within the cave. The sound seemed to belong to someone gravely injured, desperately attempting to suppress their pain. Who? Show yourself. Yining picked up a stone and was prepared to launch it, proceeding cautiously deeper into the cave. He was intimately familiar with the arrangement of items within, and although the light was dim, he soon discerned a black figure curled up in the southern corner. Whoever you are, if you do not speak, I shall not hold back. Had it been a mere half-hour earlier, Yining would have approached recklessly. However, after witnessing the earth-shattering duel between the two cultivators, he had come to understand how minuscule the world he had previously known was, and it had instilled in him a newfound caution. The shadow stirred. Without hesitation, Yining hurled the stone swiftly. The shadow let out a muffled groan and rolled backward. Yining soon caught a faint whiff of blood. Had he been injured? He fumbled for a fire starter and lit the only oil lamp in the cave. The light burst forth, illuminating the entire cavern. To his astonishment, Yining discovered that the shadow was none other than the brooding young cultivator. He was taken aback and hurriedly jumped back. The shadow, seeing his reaction, smiled, only for blood to trickle from the corners of his mouth. Young man, do not worry. My purple mansion has shattered, and my primordial spirit is damaged. There is no chance for survival, the cultivator gasped. I never expected that I, Chen Feiping, gifted with extraordinary talent and having diligently cultivated for over 300 years, would end up in such a state. 300 years. Yining was stunned. This cultivator, named Chen Feiping, appeared to be only a few years older than himself, yet he had lived for over 3 centuries? Cultivators truly were wondrous beings. With this thought, he cautiously inquired, Were you not the one who trapped that female cultivator? How then could you be injured? You know of cultivators? Chen Feiping's expression shifted. Indeed, I trapped the fairy Ruoxi, but I paid a heavy price and was grievously wounded. To my shock, I was ambushed on my way back. That old fellow was an entire realm below me, yet he possessed a top-grade artifact and struck me down. Had it not been for the treasures of my sect, I might not have escaped to this place. Yi Ning grasped the situation. Then why are you hiding here? That old man dared to ambush me, so he must have someone backing him. If I were to continue toward the Xiaogua, the treasures in my possession would surely be seized. Thus, I chose to retreat. As for this place, I know not how you discovered it. It has a faint aura of spiritual energy, but alas, it seems to be isolated by some grand formation. I suspect it may be the abode of ancient cultivators. What a pity, what a pity. Had I arrived here in my prime, I might have encountered some fortune. Chun Feiping lamented, then coughed up more blood. In an instant, his hair began to turn gray, and his skin sagged, resembling a candle nearing its end. Senior you, young man, encountering me is also a stroke of fortune, Chun Feiping said weakly as he fumbled from his robes, producing a green, glistening pearl. Take this pearl to the Ming Valley in the Xiaogua, and I will surely repay you. Ming Valley? Yi Ning quickly analyzed in his mind. This green pearl appeared to be the treasure contested between the two cultivators. If he were to acquire it, he could expect an unforeseen reward. However, as per Chun Feiping's words, there was currently a third party of cultivators searching for this item. As a mere innate warrior, could he truly safeguard it? Treasures, though enticing, must be enjoyed with one's life intact. Yi Ning was engulfed in a sea of conflicting thoughts. Although the present situation resembled a scenario where the clam and the heron struggle, leaving the fisherman to profit, who could predict if it would soon transform into a mantis stalking a cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Seeing Yi Ning hesitate, Chun Feiping mistook it for reluctance. He focused his mind, producing a silver-white bracelet. This is my storage bracelet, containing various treasures I have collected throughout my life, as a reward for delivering this green pearl. I see you possess spiritual roots. You will undoubtedly embark on the path of cultivation, and then you will comprehend the true worth of this storage bracelet. Chun Feiping was correct. On the Qingluo Road, storage bracelets were exceedingly rare and classified as treasures, while ordinary cultivators could only utilize storage bags. Not to mention the treasures within the bracelet, the mere bracelet itself was worth a fortune. Very well, I accept. Yi Ning was never one to waver. He acted decisively. His methods resolute. Had he not been so, he could not have built a vast commercial empire within a few short years. He accepted the bracelet and the green pearl, asking, "Where's the Ming Valley, and how do I get there?" Chun Feiping's face lit up with delight as he spoke of the Minggu Valley located to the south of the Xiaogua. However, before he could finish his sentence, blood gushed from his orifices, his skin cracked, and with a horrific scream, he fell lifeless to the ground. Simultaneously, Yi Ning heard a thunderous sound emanating from the direction of Yi City, followed by a piercing phoenix cry that soared into the heavens. It dawned on him that the cold and aloof female cultivator must have broken through the Linglong Luotian Tower, inadvertently causing Chun Feiping's sudden demise. In the midst of this conflict, none could have anticipated that a mere insect in the eyes of two cultivators would reap such benefits. What a fine sword! Yi Ning marveled at the bracelet in his hand, feeling as if this entire experience were but a dream. Yet, it only solidified his resolve to become a cultivator. The allure of an extended life, extraordinary powers, and the stunning beauty of immortal women filled him with envy. He tucked the green pearl into his bosom, adorned his wrist with the bracelet, and bowed respectfully to Chun Feiping's corpse, assuring, "Rest easy, senior. I shall deliver the green pearl to Minggu Valley." After saying this, he contemplated preparing to bury Chun Feiping. "Senior, since you mentioned this place harbors spiritual energy, I shall lay you to rest within this cave." Soon, Yi Ning dug a grave deep enough for a person. As he turned to lift the body, he noticed a peculiar force coursing within it, gradually leaking out and forming a radiant long sword. Yi Ning was taken aback, quietly gripping the hilt, feeling an icy yet immensely comfortable sensation. He gently swung the sword, discovering it required no effort of true energy. At that moment, the blade's brilliance diminished, revealing a silvery sheen adorned with faint red patterns, utterly extraordinary. Yi Ning understood that this was undoubtedly a treasure of a cultivator. When he drew his own sword and lightly clashed it against the new blade, his weapon shattered into two pieces, while the new sword remained unscathed. "What a magnificent sword!" Yi Ning exclaimed. His own sword contained refined iron, already rare in the world, yet it could not withstand such a gentle impact. He gazed at Chun Feiping's body and declared, Senior, this sword must also belong to you. I shall name it the Silver Pung Sword. In my future endeavors in romance, this sword shall surely shine brightly and sweep away all obstacles. With that, he buried the body and solemnly performed 3 bows. In truth, this sword was Chun Feiping's life treasure, typically concealed within his body, nurtured by his spirit for over 3 centuries, nearing the level of a supreme treasure. Given Chun Feiping's standing in Mingo Valley, it was possible for him to refine a sub-saint weapon as his life treasure. However, he chose this sword primarily because it was sealed with the essence of a fire Chilan beast, which bore a trace of ancient divine beast blood, making it exceptionally ferocious. Such treasures containing spirit souls were exceedingly rare in the entire realm of cultivators. Yi Ning's heart raced with excitement as he lay within the cave, listening to the crashing waves outside, unable to find tranquility. Disheartened, he returned to the Yi family as dusk fell. The Yi residence was ablaze with lights and bustling with activity. As he reached the entrance, a servant called out to him, "Fifth young master, you have returned. The clan leader has been looking for you for quite some time." Yi Ning smiled slightly, replying, "I understand. You may carry on." On his way back, he noticed that the entire east street of Yi City lay in ruins, indicating that chaos must reign within his household. Indeed, upon entering the inner hall, he found it much quieter compared to the bustling outer courtyard. Yi Tai sat composedly, caressing his favorite golden bowl teapot while savoring fragrant tea. Beside him, his elder brother Yi Miao stood quietly, though his expression betrayed a hint of excitement. "Grandfather, I have returned. Good to have you back." "Fifth brother, I was terribly worried." "The explosions in East Street had me fearing," Yi Miao exclaimed, jumping up in excitement upon seeing Yi Ning. "Do not worry, elder brother. I am quite well. And I have finally broken through to become a genuine, innate martial artist." With that, Yi Ning turned to Yi Tai and inquired, "Grandfather, where have father and my 2 uncles gone?" Yi Tai smiled mysteriously, saying, "Ah, can you not guess, my child? Could it be indeed?" Yi Tai laughed heartily. "Grandfather, why are you speaking in riddles?" Yi Miao interjected. "I have been asking for ages where father and the others have gone. And why is the house in such disarray? You are too straightforward. If only you were as clever as little Ning, I would be at ease," Yi Tai teased. "Tell me, what does the destruction of East Street signify for our Yi family?" "What?" Yi Miao asked, perplexed. "Fool. Little Ning, you explain." "Certainly, grandfather," Yi Ning replied with a grin. "Elder brother, East Street was originally the territory of the Mu family from Duanlu City, and the Ying family has attempted to seize it multiple times without success. Now that East Street lies in ruins, can the Ying family resist the temptation to take advantage?" "Precisely," Yi Tai affirmed. "In this calamity, the Guanhai Tower has been utterly destroyed, and old Mu has announced his departure from Luo City, returning to Duanlu. Thus, East Street has become a land without a master, and our Yi family must seize this opportunity." Before Yi Tai could continue, he was abruptly interrupted by Yi Ning. "Grandfather, what did you say? Uncle Mu has left Luo City. What about Miss Wanyu?" Yi Tai suddenly recalled the gentle and kind-hearted Mu Wanyu, with whom he had recently contemplated proposing to Yi Ning. Remembering this, he stammered, "Well, naturally, Miss Mu has returned to Duanlu with her father. I shall go find her." Yi Ning declared. "Come back," Yi Tai shouted. "They have been gone for quite some time. Where will you go to find them?" Yi Ning stood frozen, murmuring, "What is this? What is this? Could it be that my first romance in this otherworldly journey, full of triumph in the realm of love, has ended with me being cast aside? How unfortunate. A golden opportunity, indeed, a true golden opportunity." In truth, Yi Ning had met Mu Wanyu no more than 10 times, and there was not an abundance of profound love between them. However, upon learning of her departure from Yi City, he felt a deep sorrow within his heart. This sorrow was not an overwhelming pain, but rather a subtle melancholy, lingering persistently, impossible to dispel. "Alas, foolish child," Yi Tai gently stroked his head. "That girl left you a message. She said, 'If it is meant to be, we shall meet again. If it is meant to be, we shall meet again.'" Yi Ning left the hall in a daze, heading towards his inner chamber. Yi Miao wished to stop him, but was restrained by their grandfather. Watching Yi Ning's despondent figure fade away, Yi Miao pondered, "Is this what love truly is?" As night enveloped the world, Yi Ning, no longer a mere 16-year-old youth, succumbed to slumber after a brief period of sorrow. The moon rose high, casting its light through the window. Suddenly, the green wooden bead nestled in Yi Ning's arms began to float gently into the air, hovering above him and emitting a soft glow. This pale green radiance seemed to embody boundless life force, and gradually, tender shoots sprouted from the wooden bed's edge. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100. In swift succession, the tender shoots burgeoned into flourishing branches and leaves. At this moment, if a cultivator were present, they would surely be astonished by the immense power of wood energy. Wooden furniture sprouting anew. Such power is akin to transforming death into life. If a cultivator skilled in wood techniques were to obtain this wooden bead, their cultivation speed would surpass that of ordinary individuals tenfold, 100-fold. No wonder Chen Feiping fought with his life against the female cultivator. This treasure was truly extraordinary. The wooden bead seemed to be taking a breath, twirling in the air before wobbling back into Yi Ning's embrace. Yet, he remained completely unaware of it all. Golden fingers, indeed, this is undoubtedly a golden finger. If Yi Ning were to witness all that lay before him, he would certainly exclaim in astonishment. It appears that the heavens have truly favored him, sending him to this bewildering world and bestowing upon him a golden finger. One must understand that the wood spirit qi plays a pivotal role in the cultivation of spiritual herbs, not only enhancing their quality, but also augmenting their efficacy. Of course, had Yi Ning possessed a wood spirit root, his cultivation speed could be described as monstrous. In other words, the enchanting celestial maiden was drawing ever closer. What a marvel! The deadwood comes to life. The following day, as the first light of dawn gently permeated the surroundings, Yi Ning awoke as was his habit. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by a sea of green. Stunned, he bolted upright, only to feel a jolt as his head collided against something. In that moment, Yi Ning could scarcely believe his eyes. He slowly extended his hand to pluck a leaf, inhaling its refreshing scent. It was real. Everything was indeed real. Yi Ning, who had always prided himself on his intellect, found himself at a loss for an explanation. He summoned his true energy, his hands slicing through the air with precision, severing the newly sprouted branches in swift motions, before dispersing them with a powerful palm strike. He collected the fallen branches, amassing a pile that filled half a room. What on earth was happening? Yi Ning racked his brain, convinced it was somehow linked to the extraordinary events of the previous day. He raised his hand to check the bracelet resting on his wrist, its silver sheen unchanged since yesterday. He continued to rummage through the secret compartment from last night, where the silver pung sword lay undisturbed in its place. Yi Ning then pulled out the wooden bead from his pocket. Could it be this object? The bead appeared identical to the one from yesterday, a pale green hue devoid of any patterns. As he scrutinized it under the sunlight, the vibrant green seemed to pulsate with life, captivating his attention. After examining it for a considerable time, Yi Ning found no discernible differences and prepared to put it away. Wait, Yi Ning suddenly exclaimed, staring at the wooden bead. The color is different. Yesterday, it was a vibrant green, but today it seems to have lightened and become even more translucent. Yi Ning understood that this was a treasured item contended for by cultivators, undoubtedly possessing remarkable utility. But what could it be used for? Could this small bead truly awaken tender shoots from wood that had lain dormant for years? Before he could ponder further, a shout interrupted his thoughts. Fifth brother, fifth brother. Yi Ning opened the door to find Yi Miao there. Elder brother, you're up so early? Yi Miao laughed heartily. Is this really early? Our father and the others fought all night. Against the Ying family? Indeed. However, our achievements were resplendent. We seized 70% of East Street. Only one innate warrior from the Ying family? Why would they need to fight all night? You don't understand, fifth brother. This time, the Ying family seems to have colluded with some nefarious force. Several of their disciples were entirely protected by that yellow egg, and no matter how we attacked, we couldn't break through. Eventually, our father and two uncles joined forces to barely breach it. The yellow egg? Is it similar to the yellow shell of Ying Tianqing? Yes, it's quite similar, just a slight variation in color. Yi Ning's heart sank, realizing this was a tactic of cultivators. Could it be that the Ying family had truly ingratiated themselves with a practitioner? If so, the Yi family could not afford to contend with them and might even have to relinquish the entire Yi city. Otherwise, ruin would be imminent. Disaster was approaching. What manner of beings are cultivators? The wrath of a commoner is to strike the ground with their head. The wrath of a warrior is to draw their sword. The wrath of a cultivator is to unleash bloodshed across the land. This was dire. He could not afford to linger with Yi Miao and hurriedly made his way to where his grandfather resided. Fifth brother, where are you rushing off to? Let's south go to East Street and seize another territory from the Ying family. Elder brother, don't go anywhere, stay right here. Yi Ning commanded, disregarding any semblance of decorum. At that moment, Yi Tai was leisurely seated, gently punching the air, strands of true energy swirling around him, nourishing his aging body. Grandfather, something grave has occurred. Yi Ning burst in, relaying his concerns to Yi Tai. As the head of the clan, Yi Tai was far from foolish and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He had experienced the terror of cultivators firsthand and believed it without doubt. Little Ning, your deduction is of utmost importance, Yi Tai said, his expression grave. Currently, what is crucial for our Yi family is to send you to Lianyun sect to become a lofty cultivator. At this moment, we must not allow any deviations. The Ying family, huh? They are but a troop of clowns, and I doubt the cultivator they rely on is an impressive figure. If necessary, we shall abandon Yi City. Once your cultivation is complete, we will return to settle scores with the Ying family. Grandfather, this. Do not hesitate. Come, let us pay a visit to that old scoundrel Ing Xiong and temporarily halt their advances. Thereupon, Yi Tai issued a complete cessation of hostilities with the Ying family and instructed that a formal letter of apology be prepared and sent to the Ying residence at once. The three brothers Yi Jingda were summoned back, surrounding Jiang Tai as they made their way to the Ying residence. The Ying residence lay on the outskirts of Luo City. Just then, Ing Xiong abruptly hurled his teacup to the floor in anger, exclaiming, "What audacity, old Yi Tai! He dares to send me a letter of apology. Does he wish to annihilate my Ying family? Uncle Ing, do not be anxious." A woman spoke, her voice sultry, adorned in a water-red dress, her every step exuding a captivating fragrance. Do not worry, do not worry. Ing Xiong chuckled. With Miss Yin Luan here, what have I to fear? The young woman, known as Yin Luan, was not exceptionally beautiful, yet her every smile and frown held an indescribable allure that captivated all. More astonishingly, at the tender age of 20, she had already reached the peak of innate cultivation. She smiled as she set down her teacup, saying, "Once my father emerges from seclusion, a single person shall suffice to obliterate the entire Yi family." Indeed, what Miss Yin Luan says is absolutely correct. Ing Xiong responded with a smile, his tone betraying a hint of flattery. "Uncle, how goes the search for the bayou grass that my father requires?" "Well," Ing Xiong's face darkened. "Miss Yin Luan, you may not be aware, but when the auction house was under the Ying family's control, we did find a specimen of the bayou grass you needed. However, ever since the auction house was seized by the Yi family, we have been unable to locate any more." "Humph." Yin Luan's expression suddenly shifted, her voice cold. "Useless, utterly useless. Uncle, how can your son be so inept? How can he possibly become my husband? A perfectly good auction house handed over to the Yi family. Yes, Miss Yin Luan is absolutely right. I shall certainly teach that boy a lesson." Ing Xiong nodded servilely, yet inwardly he grumbled. Was it not your own overblown boast of the indomitable talisman that fell flat? A mere third-generation youth easily shattered it. 2 old foxes and a vixen. As the two engaged in a fade of cordiality while harboring ill will, a servant rushed in to announce that the Yi family had arrived. Ing Xiong burst into laughter, unfazed as he welcomed them. Upon spotting Yi Tai and his entourage in the distance, he called out loudly, "Ah, is that not my old friend Yi Tai? What wind has blown you to my humble abode?" Though the two were embroiled in a fierce rivalry behind closed doors, their public demeanor remained cordial. After all, both families resided in the same city, and they would inevitably cross paths. Yi Tai greeted him with a smile. "Not at all, not at all. I heard that a few of my ignorant juniors offended you, so I came to offer my sincere apologies." Ing Xiong was momentarily taken aback by this statement. "This." Yi Tai clapped Ing Xiong on the shoulder, saying, "What? Do you refuse to accept my apology?" "Not at all, not at all. You are too kind, Yi Tai. A few juniors were merely having a playful spat. How could I trouble you to come in person?" The 2 old foxes engaged in this exchange, but the 3 young masters of the Yi family were incensed. Why should they apologize under such favorable circumstances? Must they bow to another's whims? Their faces turned pale with rage, their eyes ablaze. Suddenly, an alluring voice interjected inopportunely. "Uncle, since Elder Yi insists on apologizing, you might as well accept it." This remark was particularly irksome, especially coming from a woman. Upon hearing this, Yi Tai felt a surge of anger, and his expression instantly darkened. Yi Ning looked up and thought, though this woman could not be deemed beautiful, she exuded an undeniable charm that suggested she was far from virtuous. However, glancing at her ample bosom, he couldn't help but think, what a striking figure. Her impressive proportions were certainly the most remarkable he had encountered since his arrival in this world. Nevertheless, the priority was to quell his grandfather's wrath. Otherwise, provoking the cultivator could endanger his life. Yi Ning understood the importance of being adaptable, recognizing that impulsive zeal was a childish folly. With this in mind, he quickly tugged at his grandfather's sleeve, signaling him to calm down. As for this enchantress, she was merely a martial artist of the innate realm. He possessed ample means to deal with her in due time. After enduring for a while, Yi Tai let out a long sigh, declaring, "Very well. This must be my brother's prospective daughter-in-law, Missine." Yin Luan revealed a look of disdain, replying, "Indeed." Yi Ning scoffed internally at the vixen, thinking, "I shall deal with you in due course." With their exchanges reaching this point, Yi Tai had no intention of lingering. He clasped his fists and stated, "In that case, I shall take my leave. I hope the Yi and Ing families can maintain harmony and jointly safeguard Yi City. As for East Street, our Yi family will concede an additional 10%. Good." Ing Xiong laughed heartily. "Since brother Yi is so sincere, I shall not be overly polite." With that, he bid farewell. "No need to see you off, brother Yi. Travel safely." Just as Yi Tai turned to leave, a voice called out, "Hold on." The speaker was none other than Yin Luan. Yi Tai, puzzled, asked, "Missine, what is it you wish to convey?" "Elder Yi, my foolish husband lost our auction house to your grandson yesterday, and today I wish to reclaim it." Yi Tai fixed his gaze upon Yin Luan, sensing her cultivation level was undoubtedly on par with his own, and that Yi Ning would surely be no match for her. The old man, being straightforward, responded without hesitation, "No need for a contest. Yi Ning, return the land deed to Missine." "Father," the three sons protested in unison. Yet, Yi Ning had already prepared the deed, calmly offering it to Yin Luan. His expression remained serene, devoid of joy or anger. "Missine, this deed is not easily obtained. I hope you do not come to regret it." As the daughter of a cultivator, Yin Luan had never regarded martial artists with much respect. Yet, before her stood Yi Ning, whose stature was not imposing and whose tone was unremarkable, yet his demeanor was composed and elegant, evoking an inexplicable sense of trepidation within her, causing her previously firm confidence to waver. She managed to maintain a smile, softly replying, "There is no need for concern, young Master Yi." "Humph," Yi Tai interjected. "Let us go." It was not until the figures of the Yi family had vanished from the entrance that Ing Xiong came to his senses, puzzled. What is this? Has Yi Tai lost his mind? Why would he seek peace when he had the upper hand? Yin Luan's smile faded as she replied, "The Yi family is not simple, uncle. Now that the auction house has returned to us, I urge you to mobilize our entire clan to search for Bo grass. If my father can exit his seclusion soon, no matter what schemes the Yi family may concoct, they will be of no consequence." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Once her silhouette disappeared, Ing Xiong spat disdainfully, muttering, "What a cold fish, like a ghost. If it weren't for your father being a cultivator, my son would never consider marrying someone like you." Retreat is a strategic maneuver. At the Yi residence, Yi Jingda and the other two were fuming, simultaneously addressing their father. "Father, how could you?" Yi Tai felt equally unwell and, agitated by his three sons, struck the tea table with such force that it shattered, exclaiming, "Enough. All you do is practice martial arts. Why not engage your minds a little? You're not even as clever as Yi Ning. What is the matter? Does the Ing family harbor some scheme?" Yi Jingda questioned. "You all witnessed it. That woman named Yin Luan has begun brazenly aiding the Ing family," Yi Tai remarked. "Uft, I thought it was something significant. The Ing family only gained another innate martial artist. Our Yi family has 5 innate warriors, including Yi Ning. Are we really supposed to fear them?" Yi Tai sighed, internally lamenting, "Thank goodness for Yi Ning. Otherwise, our family would surely perish. That Yin Luan, I fear even the 3 of you together would struggle against her." What? The 3 had long been at the peak of the innate realm, trained in the Yi family's elite techniques, and were considered formidable even within the entire Yu kingdom. For their father to claim that 3 of them together would be no match for a single woman was astonishing. "Perhaps I have underestimated the situation," Yi Tai continued. "Yesterday, the destruction of East Street was clearly the work of a cultivator. A few swift strikes, and the entire street lay in ruins. That Yin Luan, if I am correct, is likely the daughter of a cultivator." Oh, in the morning, they had been elated, thinking they could decisively subdue the Ying family. Had it not been for little Ningxi's warning, this action could have planted the seeds for the Yi family's demise. "Father, this is merely your conjecture. What if that yin yuan is just an ordinary innate peak? Impossible. I am 90% certain there is a cultivator backing the Ying family. Do you recall the circumstances during our confrontation? Every Ying family disciple carried a talisman that, when ignited, formed a solid protective shell. Is this the means of ordinary martial artists? If there were no cultivator supporting them, I would be utterly astonished. In my view, Yin Yuan's agreement to a temporary truce likely stems from that cultivator being in seclusion, practicing some sinister technique or advancing their realm. The day that person emerges from seclusion may well herald calamity for our Yi family. Indeed, the three, roused by Yi Tai's insights, recalled the cultivator's formidable abilities, breaking into a cold sweat. So what do we do now? Retreat is a strategic maneuver. Yi Tai turned to Yi Ning, who had been silent, saying, "Little Ningzi, what do you propose?" "Yes, father, esteemed uncles, in the face of such adversity, our Yi family must refrain from contention. We should not dispute any benefits with the Ying family, and if necessary, even relinquish our own interests. I believe we should withdraw from Yi City." "Preposterous." Yi Ning's father, Yi Qiqing, exclaimed in anger, "Withdraw from Yi City? Yi City is our ancestral land. How can we simply leave?" "Retreat is a strategic maneuver," Yi Ning quietly reiterated, recalling how great leaders had won countless victories with such tactics in the past. Seeing his father about to reprimand him again, Yi Ning obediently closed his mouth. Yi Tai glared, "It is you who are the fool. What is most important to the Yi family? It is not these properties, but you, the descendants of the Yi family. Allow me to inform you that in 6 months, our Yi family will produce a cultivator. At that time, we shall robustly reclaim Yi City." "The Yi family has a cultivator?" "Indeed, it is Yi Ning." Yi Tai chuckled. "Yi Ning has acquired the Wenshan order from the 5th level of the martial arts hall and will be going to Lianyun sect to study next spring. The Ying family's cultivator is likely not of high caliber. With little Ningzi's talent, he will surpass them in no time. At that point, reclaiming Yi City or restoring our ancestral glory will be well within our grasp." The family was stunned by this revelation. Enough, no more dawdling. Following the guidance of Xiao Ningzi, we prepared to head north towards the ethereal realm, near the Lianyun sect. Time was of the essence. We must depart before the disciples of the Ying family emerge from their seclusion. You all, keep a vigilant watch on every move of the Ying family and report back constantly. Understood. If there are items to be sold, let them go. In the future, we should carry more silver on our journey. The three turned to leave. "Wait a moment," Yi Ning suddenly called out. "Uncle, you possess considerable knowledge in commerce. Could you discern what the Ying family intends to acquire upon reclaiming the auction house? The return of Yin Yuan to the auction venue must surely have its reasons. Once we uncover it, we must spare no expense to secure that item first. I suspect that the reclusive cultivators of the Ying family require it to achieve their breakthrough." Yi Jingda had always admired his nephew's wisdom, and given Yi Ning's close ties with Yi Miao, he readily agreed without hesitation. "Xiao Ning," Yi Tai interrupted Yi Ning, saying, "During this time, you should also enter seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle realm before the year ends." Indeed, Yi Ning sighed. Was retreat truly the only path left? Alas, the days of the second young master have not yet been fully lived. In Yi Ning's chamber, he sat quietly, contemplating the events of recent days. He refrained from informing his grandfather about his encounter with Chen Feiping or the contention over the wooden bead among the 3 factions of cultivators. To disclose such matters would only implicate his grandfather. It was better to conceal them alone, hidden from prying eyes. Reflecting upon the wooden bead, he recalled the morning's peculiar occurrences and deemed it necessary to conduct some experiments to ascertain whether the bead had indeed caused the withered wood to sprout anew. Without delay, Yi Ning instructed Jinju to bring him a wooden basin filled with water. Though approaching 40, Jinju had served Yi Ning with great diligence over the years, enjoying a life of comfort and maintaining her well-being. She had grown increasingly voluptuous, her skin radiant, and the fullness of her bosom was undeniable, enticing the male servants of the Yi family, who couldn't help but gawk as she passed by. "Jinju, regardless of what sounds you might hear, you must not intrude, understood?" Jinju pouted and replied, "My little ancestor, what are you up to now?" "A scientific experiment, one that requires utmost seriousness without interruption." Yi Ning raised his gaze and smiled playfully at her. "Do you understand? If not, then step aside. In my view, you ought to consider shedding some weight. Those 2 lumps are hardly modest." "Humph, if you want me to leave, then so be it." Jinju deliberately flaunted her bosom before Yi Ning and swayed her hips as she departed. Once Jinju's figure had faded from view, Yining carefully retrieved the wooden bead and placed it in the basin. Strangely, the bead made no sound upon entering the water and did not sink. Instead, it floated serenely on the surface. Yining felt a surge of excitement, his eyes wide open, unwilling to miss a moment. Indeed, shortly thereafter, the basin began to sprout branches. In an instant, vibrant green shoots reached impressive heights, gently swaying and releasing a captivating fragrance. It turned out that the basin was crafted from camphor wood. Fearing that the branches might grow too tall and break through the ceiling, Yining hastily removed the wooden bead from the basin. Once the bead was withdrawn, the branches ceased their growth immediately. Yining gazed at the room filled with branches, then at the enigmatic basin, feeling a mix of exhilaration and helplessness. He drew forth his silver pung sword and swiftly severed the branches, restoring the basin to its original state. Observing the clear water within, he suddenly noticed a subtle change in its color. It appeared faintly green. To ensure he was not mistaken, he fetched a white jade vial, filled it with water, and indeed, the liquid that had been infused with the wooden bead had turned green. What utility does this mysterious green liquid possess? Continuing his scientific endeavors, Yining sought to determine whether this liquid could rejuvenate withered wood. He discarded the numerous branches cluttering his room and instructed Jinju to bring a variety of wooden products. Jinju's eyes widened in surprise, and she laughed. "My little ancestor, are you performing a magic trick? How did so many fresh branches appear? Why ask so many questions? Just take care of it. If you won't ask, then I shan't say." Jinju swayed her hips, summoning a group of male servants who swiftly cleared the branches away. It seemed her charm was quite effective. Shortly thereafter, Jinju returned with an array of wooden items, wooden hairpins, combs, even a long whip. Yining applied the green liquid to each item, and as he had suspected, moments later, all the wooden products sprouted branches. The rosewood hairpin, the oak comb, and the whip made of a rare iron willow. By this point, Yining was unfazed. He merely wondered, if the wooden bead possessed only such abilities, then it shouldn't incite such fierce competition among cultivators. Surely, there must be something more extraordinary about it. Yining then requested Jinju to bring a small white rabbit. After administering a few drops of the green liquid, the rabbit went wild, its eyes appearing as though they were bleeding. In a moment of inattention, it bolted away, its speed rivaling that of a high-level martial artist. The outcome of this experiment sent the entire Yi family into a frenzy. Servants rushed about, declaring that a monster had appeared in the Yi household. Some recounted with great detail. It was a rabbit spirit, as large as a water buffalo, with eyes like lanterns, running faster than a leopard, injuring several people in its wake. The most exaggerated account came from Jinju, who exclaimed to everyone, "My goodness, that rabbit spirit was fearsome. Fortunate that I ran swiftly, or I would have been devoured." Yining found himself both amused and exasperated. Ultimately, this enormous rabbit was slain by a prodigious expert from the Yi family. Naturally, Yining would not dare admit that it was the product of his scientific experiment. Nevertheless, he realized that these liquids were not suitable for consumption by animals, let alone humans. Witnessing the rabbit, which typically feasted on carrots and greens, suddenly bite humans after consuming the green liquid, he understood that it would likely become delirious. Yining stored away the wooden bead, knowing that with his current knowledge, he had likely uncovered all its capabilities. Perhaps further exploration would be warranted once he became a cultivator. Thus concluded this chapter of his grand scientific experiment. As he pondered, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." The door creaked open, revealing a face filled with alarm, none other than Jinju, who had been terrified by the rabbit spirit. She entered, glancing nervously around as if expecting another strange creature to appear. "My ancestor, you don't have any monsters here, do you? Someone just delivered a wooden box for you. Set it down." Jinju hastily placed the box down and fled like the wind. Clearly, she was still quite shaken by her encounter with Yining. Yining knew well what was inside the box. Upon opening it, he discovered it was the scabbard he had commissioned for the silver pung sword. The silver pung sword was far too dazzling, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary caliber. After careful consideration, Yining resolved to pair it with a scabbard that was unremarkable. The scabbard was a muted gray, devoid of any ornate patterns or embedded gemstones. Yet its material was of the finest quality, costing him 3 years' worth of pocket money. He slid the silver pung sword into the scabbard, perfectly concealing the brilliance of the exceptional artifact. Understated luxury is precisely what he cherished most. Yining sighed deeply. organizing the wooden bead and treasured sword, ready to enter seclusion and strive for the pinnacle realm. He aimed to prepare thoroughly for his future endeavors at the Lianyan sect. Meanwhile, the vast machinery of the Yi family was operating at full tilt. Members of the family, spread across various industries in Yi City, were diligently gathering intelligence related to the Ying family. Soon, vital clues were presented before Yi Tai. Biograss? Yi Tai furrowed his brow, inquiring, what could they possibly want with biograss? Father, what is biograss? Have you heard of it? Yi Jingxing asked. I once came across a remarkable account in the ancient scriptures left behind by my ancestors, which described a particular herb. However, the biograss is exceedingly venomous. Yi Tai remarked that this grass only flourishes atop graves, and the souls interred must have suffered tremendous injustices in life, filled with resentment after death. Why is the Ying family purchasing this malevolent herb at such exorbitant prices? Do they intend to poison us all? Yi Tai shook his head and replied, no. For those at the innate level, this grass is not beyond remedy. It can be expelled using one's internal energy. The scriptures indicate that biograss is a crucial ingredient in the crafting of a certain elixir. This elixir assists practitioners in breaking through their cultivation boundaries. It seems the practitioners of the Ying family are in seclusion, striving to achieve a breakthrough. Jing Cheng discreetly informed the members of the Yi family to scour the entire city for biograss. If found, spare no expense to acquire it. As night fell, the atmosphere in Yi City grew increasingly oppressive. The conflict between the Yi and Ying families had shifted from open confrontation to covert skirmishes. Throughout this turmoil, Yi Ning remained uninvolved, as he had been sequestered in the Yi family's secret chamber for 3 months of solitary cultivation. The Yi family, being a prestigious lineage with a legacy spanning millennia, had provided Yi Ning with a cultivation chamber nestled within the heart of a mountain. In this secret chamber, Yi Ning practiced the Yi family's unique technique, water dragon art. At this moment, his internal energy reached a pivotal juncture, causing beads of sweat to cascade down his torso, while streams of true energy coursed restlessly beneath his skin, gradually cleansing his internal acupoints. In truth, a portion of Yi Ning's true energy had already transformed into spiritual power, condensed into a bead of liquid the size of a grain of rice, suspended in his dantian. During this period of seclusion, Yi Ning aimed to convert all his true energy into this wondrous spiritual power, while simultaneously absorbing the ethereal energy that lingered in the air to augment his own spiritual strength. Yet, to his dismay, what had once seemed an effortless task became an insurmountable challenge. No matter how he compressed his internal energy, it refused to solidify into liquid, instead surging wildly within him, as if threatening to rupture his meridians. After several attempts, the pain became unbearable, and he dared not push further, focusing instead on cleansing his acupoints, completing the first step towards reaching the pinnacle of innate cultivation, opening the acupoints. The pinnacle of innate cultivation involves initially connecting with innate energy, enhancing one's physique, and amplifying strength. The first step is to open the acupoints. The second step is the 9 turns. The third step is harmonization. Currently, Yi Ning was focused solely on the first step, aiming to open 108 acupoints to store true energy. On the first day, he opened 10 acupoints. On the second day, 20. On the third day, 30. On the fourth day, 40. Now, on the 5th day, Yi Ning had successfully opened a full 100 acupoints. This speed could only be described as a once-in-a-millennium talent. It is known that an ordinary innate practitioner would require at least a year to open 108 acupoints, while some might even spend a decade. In these days, Yi Ning dedicated nearly all his time to this endeavor, quenching his thirst with the spring water accumulated in the chamber and satisfying his hunger with meals delivered through mechanisms. On the 5th day, Yi Ning, with a surge of determination, effortlessly opened all 108 acupoints. As he felt the harmonious rotation of these acupoints, he was filled with a sense of power, at least double what he possessed before opening them. Yi Ning recalled his grandfather's words, deciding not to rush into the 9 turns, but instead began to study the obstinate grain of spiritual power within his dantian. It became apparent that since he last managed to control it and send it outside, it had remained stagnant, refusing to budge no matter how he circulated his energy. He attempted to connect with the spiritual power, only to find it unmoving, as if in deep meditation. Remarkably, from that small speck of spiritual power, he sensed an air of superiority. Indeed, it exuded an arrogance that seemed to look down upon him. While Yi-Ning appeared amicable, he possessed an indomitable spirit. He was determined to conquer it. In the following days, Yi-Ning chose to ignore the spiritual power and instead focused on the second step, the 9 turns. The 9 turns entail connecting the 108 acupoints through true energy and circulating them continuously 9 times. It is crucial to note that these acupoints are distributed throughout the body, making it an arduous task to connect and circulate them in unison. However, once a practitioner achieves this, their strength will experience a tremendous leap, particularly in the continuity of their true energy, creating an unbroken cycle. Historically, there have been instances in Yi City where an innate practitioner who had achieved the first turn could exhaust a novice practitioner of innate level possessing top-tier martial skills. What was the secret? It was precisely the interconnectedness of the 108 acupoints, flowing ceaselessly. Yi Ning's uncle, Yi Jingda, was a practitioner of the 5th turn, while his second uncle had reached the 9th turn. As he practiced the water dragon art, Yi Ning, through introspection, saw the 108 acupoints glowing like bright lanterns within him, emanating a vibrant allure. He discovered that he did not have to exert effort. His true energy was naturally drawn toward the acupoints, forming a cohesive whole and rapidly circulating through 3 turns. 3 turns. Yi-Ning could hardly believe it. He silently continued to circulate his true energy, and indeed, it smoothly transitioned through 3 turns. This was the remarkable benefit derived from his previous compression of a trace of spiritual power. What is spiritual power? It is the fundamental driving force behind a practitioner's extraordinary abilities. It stands in stark contrast to the meager true energy within Yi-Ning, a disparity akin to heaven and earth. Yi-Ning was elated. It appeared he had a chance to break through to the pinnacle of innate cultivation before the year's end. In the subsequent 10 days, he devoted himself entirely to communicating with his true energy and practicing the 9 turns. Finally, on the 18th day of his seclusion, Yi-Ning successfully achieved the 9 turns. At this moment, he felt 9 streams of true energy surging like rivers within him, continuously accumulating strength. Now, Yi-Ning faced the ultimate challenge: harmonization. Harmonization involves merging these 9 ceaseless streams of true energy into one, ultimately incorporating it into the dantian. Concurrently, the 108 acupoints would transform into a celestial map, enveloping the dantian, nurturing it while also serving as a protective barrier. An innate practitioner in harmonization represents the pinnacle of innate cultivation. As before, Yi-Ning accomplished the merging of the 9 streams of energy into one in just 7 days. However, when it came to incorporating it into the dantian, an unforeseen mishap occurred. During the process of merging the true energy into the dantian, it suddenly faced an assault from the lingering spiritual power within him. With a single strike, the true energy split back into 9 streams, dispersing throughout his body. Once, twice, 100 times. Each attempt met with the same outcome. Yi-Ning felt a mixture of love and resentment towards this stubborn spiritual power. Yet he was at a loss. However, after more than 100 attempts, Yi-Ning began to understand the reasons behind this. The spiritual power, having occupied the dantian for so long, regarded it as its home, adamantly refusing to allow the true energy, an outsider, to encroach. Yi-Ning realized that as long as he refrained from attempting to incorporate the true energy into the dantian, the two could coexist without conflict. Yi-Ning found himself both amused and exasperated. This did not imply that the tiny speck of spiritual power had developed its own consciousness. It was merely a natural repulsion of higher-level energy against lower-level energy. Having identified the reason for the failure to harmonize, Yi-Ning found himself unable to resolve it. Reluctantly, he resorted to practicing several top-tier martial arts passed down through the Yi family. Days passed, and as Yi-Ning estimated, the end of the year was fast approaching. Yet he had made no progress. One day, Yi-Ning once again attempted to merge his true energy into the dantian. As expected, it ended in failure, just like the previous hundreds of attempts. If in earlier days Yi-Ning had felt a conflicted affection towards the spiritual power, now he could not help but view it with disdain. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why not completely disperse this spiritual power? Since he had been able to condense it before, he could surely cultivate it again in the future. Yes, that was the plan. Though Yi-Ning could not summon the spiritual power, he had a method to expel it from his body. Sensing Yi-Ning's intent, the spiritual power seemed to shrink back, cowering in a corner of the dantian, almost appearing pitiful. Observing its retreat, Yi-Ning quickly merged the 9 streams of true energy into one. forcing it into the dantian in an instant. As the spiritual energy began to resonate, a colossal surge of true qi had transformed into his spiritual energy. Yining let out a long sigh, finally achieving unity. Immediately, 108 acupoints manifested as a celestial star map, tightly enveloping his dantian. On this map, the 108 acupoints resembled a multitude of twinkling stars, interconnected by ethereal threads, rising and falling in perpetual motion. The spiritual energy seemed to be intimidated by the celestial map, retreating into a corner, too fearful to stir. Yining rose, feeling a wave of foul odor. As dark impurities clung to his skin, he understood that this was the residue expelled from his body after reaching the pinnacle of the innate realm. By channeling his true qi, the impurities shed away, revealing skin as smooth as jade. At this moment, Yining truly comprehended the immense power of the innate pinnacle. It felt as if each pore was breathing, continuously absorbing innate energy. Strangely, through introspection, he discovered that the thread of spiritual energy within him was encased in a faint blue gas, identical to the light blue gas he had captured from the air. He realized this was what cultivators referred to as spiritual energy. He believed that the inferior spirit stone his grandfather had presented contained this very essence. During his seclusion for martial training, only 45 days had passed since Yining's retreat. He resolved to once again attempt the conversion of his true qi into spiritual energy, recalling his previous success and compressing the energy repeatedly. After 5 days of effort, he finally managed to compress a minuscule amount of spiritual energy, roughly the size of a grain of rice. He estimated that if all his true qi were to be converted into spiritual energy, his entire dantian would be filled with a liquid form. At this rate, it would take him no less than 10 years to achieve this. Yining was taken aback. Was there truly no shortcut? There must be. He understood that only by mastering the heart methods of cultivators could he smoothly convert spiritual energy. Relying solely on his own intellect was insufficient. Every heart method, even the most basic, encapsulated the relentless efforts of countless ancestors. It was no easy feat for Yining to create one from nothing. Contemplating this, he abandoned his attempt at conversion. However, the 5 days of effort were not entirely wasted, for at the very least, he could now initially wield the tiny amount of spiritual energy within his dantian. One must not underestimate even this minuscule trace of spiritual energy. While it may seem trivial to cultivators, for martial artists, it represented a formidable offensive force, impossible to defend against. Subsequently, Yining began training in a supreme martial technique bestowed upon him by his grandfather, the Frosty Sky Water Shadow. This technique, derived from the 5th level of the martial arts hall by Yi Tai, contained the essence of a cultivator's mystical abilities, making it extraordinarily powerful for martial artists. The technique was divided into 2 parts, Frosty Sky, which created an extreme cold to slow down the opponent's speed, and Water Shadow, which allowed the practitioner to move like a shadow, elusive and unpredictable. Yining contemplated further, recognizing the brilliance of this martial technique. With the enemy's speed diminished and his own increased, the interplay of these forces would surely lead to victory. After practicing, Yining discovered that when employing Frosty Sky with a hint of spiritual energy, its power multiplied. He could even condense moisture in the air into ice blocks, effectively freezing his opponent. Imagining a day when all his true qi would be converted into spiritual energy, he envisioned being capable of freezing an entire river with this technique. Subsequently, he practiced 3 sword techniques and 2 fist techniques. With his remarkable speed of learning, having many skills would not hinder him. One day, eager to test the might of his newly acquired fist technique, he unleashed a powerful punch against the wall of the secret chamber. Instantly, the entire chamber trembled as if on the verge of collapse, the wall completely destroyed, revealing the mottled rock within the mountain. Even the seemingly indestructible stone shattered into fragments. Gazing at the ruins before him, Yining was filled with confidence, firmly believing that he would be unrivaled among martial artists. Yining let out a long sigh of relief. That little fox spirit, Inwan, would surely regret it upon his emergence from seclusion. Discovering the bayou grass spring in Yi City was particularly frigid. An early snowfall blanketed the ground in white. Yi Miao and others sat in a circle, their faces filled with anxiety. "Eldest brother, what should we do?" a somewhat gaunt youth exclaimed. "The clan leader and several innate masters have all been summoned away by the Ing family under some pretext. You are the highest authority now. Make a decision." "Yes, eldest brother. Please decide quickly." The sky is darkening, and it will soon be too late, Yi Miao echoed, feeling utterly confused, wishing that fifth brother were present. Do not panic. Shortly after the snow began, the Ying family invited grandfather, father, and our two uncles to their residence for drinks. This must be a premeditated scheme. It seems they are determined to acquire the bayou grass this time. You are right, eldest brother. Last time, our uncle intercepted the bayou grass, and I heard that Xiong was furious about it. Indeed. So this time, they have detained all our innate masters, but wait, we still have fifth brother. No. Yi Miao's expression turned serious. Grandfather has long instructed that even if the sky were to fall, we must not disturb fifth brother's seclusion. A collective sigh of resignation followed, and soon they began to blame one another. The bayou grass grows in a place of evil. How could we forget such an important detail? Precisely. The former city guard was wrongfully executed, and over 200 family members were all slain. The scene was utterly tragic. I still remember how city guard Fong was bisected, his intestines spilling everywhere, red, white, yellow, utterly disgusting. I couldn't eat for 7 days after witnessing it. Enough with the gruesome tales. We must find a solution, Yi Miao interjected, knowing that their conversation would spiral out of control if he didn't intervene. However, before he could finish, a sudden loud noise erupted from the direction of the secret chamber in the back mountain. Not good, it's where fifth brother is in seclusion. We must check on him. By the time they arrived, Yining had already emerged from the secret chamber. Fifth brother, you've come out of seclusion? Yi Miao exclaimed joyfully. Surprised to see so many people greeting him, Yining replied, Yes, eldest brother, I have finally reached the pinnacle of the innate realm. He glanced at his cousins and added, However, you all. The crowd was filled with envy and joy. Fifth brother, your emergence from seclusion has truly aided us. Yi Miao quickly explained the situation regarding the bayou grass. Fifth brother, while you were in seclusion, we managed to seize 2 bayou grasses from the Ying family. This time, it all hinges on you. Rest assured, eldest brother. As long as no cultivators from the Ying family appear, no one can take the bayou grass from me. Good. Yi Miao clapped his hands in delight. The bayou grass only appears at night and must not come into contact with any metallic energy during harvesting. We must prepare now and set out tonight. Basking in moonlight, the former city guard Fong Lisan's family was buried in the southern outskirts of Luo City, in a dilapidated area teeming with a mix of people. With the Fong family completely extinguished, no one had visited the grave in years, let alone attended to the burial site. The cemetery was a chaotic tangle, overgrown with weeds, adding to its eerie atmosphere. After a brief planning session, Yining and Yi Miao entered the graveyard to retrieve the bayou grass, while the others surrounded the entire area with family retainers, ensuring no one could enter or exit. The moonlight that night was exceptionally bright, illuminating the snow-covered ground and enhancing the serene atmosphere. Yining employed the water shadow technique, moving as silently as a whisper upon the snow. Look over there, Yi Miao pointed, and indeed, Yining spotted a cluster of green herbs atop a grave. The grass had 2 slender leaves, a deep green hue that appeared somewhat desolate against the backdrop of snow. As he approached, a faint, unpleasant odor wafted toward him. It was indeed the bayou grass described in the texts. Quick, gather the grass. Yining unsheathed his silver-pink sword, standing guard. Yi Miao cautiously took out a jade shovel, carefully placing the entire bayou grass into a jade box. Let us go, we've got it. All right. As the two took a few steps, they suddenly noticed a water-red figure drifting towards them from a distance. In the blink of an eye, the figure stood before them. It was Yin Luan. She delicately adjusted her sleeves, a beguiling smile gracing her lips as she spoke. Planning to leave? It won't be that simple. Yining had anticipated Yin Luan's arrival and stepped forward, smiling as he remarked, Miss Yin Luan, the moonlight is splendid tonight. Did you come specially to enjoy it? Are you the prodigy of the Yi family? Yin Luan replied, unfazed, her laughter soft and melodic. Basking in the moonlight is indeed delightful. But you might want to hand over the bayou grass to me first, lest it spoil my mood. Ah, how gentle the moonlight is. Every movement of Yin Luan exuded an alluring grace, as if she genuinely intended to engage Yi Ning in conversation. Suddenly, her expression shifted, and she struck. What a brazen woman, Yi Ning thought, having encountered many like her before. He never showed mercy to his adversaries. Yin Luan's sleeves, long and flowing, had concealed her hands during their banter. Now, her crimson fingertips surged towards Yi Ning's chest. Though they appeared simple, her 10 fingers concealed numerous hidden techniques, forcing Yi Ning into retreat. She intended to drive him back. When he was fatigued, her concealed weapons would strike like lightning. Those would be her ultimate moves. Indeed, as Yin Luan had predicted, Yi Ning retreated. However, she was taken aback by the swiftness of his retreat, swift and without a trace. In that moment, it was Yin Luan who found herself at a disadvantage. Recognizing the peril, Yin Luan hesitated to withdraw. She understood that if she ceased her assault, the consequences would be far worse. Finally drained of strength, Yi Ning's silver rock sword flashed swiftly, aiming for her palms. Yin Luan's 10 nails split apart, producing a series of ringing sounds as they clashed with the sword, ultimately blocking the blade. Their exchange was but a fleeting moment. And not only had Yin Luan lost all advantage, but she had also destroyed her meticulously cared-for nails from the past decade. The pain was excruciating. Yet, upon seeing the sword imbued with spiritual energy in Yi Ning's hands, her expression turned to one of horror, a magical artifact. Before she could finish her thought, she hastily retreated. Seeking to escape? Yi Ning channeled his inner spiritual energy, his right hand gesturing. Frosty sky. Instantly, the temperature around them plummeted. Snow beneath their feet freezing into solid ice at a visible rate. Yin Luan fled with incredible speed, yet no swiftness could match the pace of spiritual energy. Her left arm was solidly encased in ice, shattering into fragments. Yin Luan, resolute and relentless, did not look back as she continued to retreat. The frosty sky technique had drained Yi Ning of all his spiritual energy. He knew he could no longer impede her escape and could only allow her to flee. In truth, their skirmish had lasted mere moments, yet it had been nothing short of exhilarating. A moment of carelessness could have led to grave injury at Yin Luan's hands. Meanwhile, Yin Luan had underestimated Yi Ning from the very beginning. Otherwise, she would not have suffered the loss of her arm. She carried multiple talismans, including a jade talisman refined by her father, potent enough to move mountains. Yi Ning should count himself fortunate. At that moment, Yi Miao finally grasped the situation. Fifth brother, was that a cultivator's technique you just used? Not entirely. That frosty sky water shadow technique is the pinnacle of our Yi family's martial skills, derived from my grandfather's insights gained within the 5th level of the martial arts hall. Frosty sky water shadow? Yi Miao pondered. I have seen grandfather use it, but it lacks such power. Indeed, which is why I said it is not entirely the same. If I am not mistaken, this frosty sky water shadow must have been inspired by the cultivation methods of our ancestors. Perhaps my understanding is closer to theirs, thus amplifying its potency. Fifth brother, you are extraordinary. You will surely become a cultivator and bring glory to our Yi family. However, since you have severely injured Yin Luan, will her father break through? Brother speaks wisely. We must return quickly and discuss this with grandfather. The days of the 2nd-generation scion were drawing to a close. Upon their return home, Yi Tai and others had also returned from the Ying family. Yi Tai's face was a stormy shade of pale, undoubtedly incensed by events at the Ying residence. As soon as he saw Yi Ning and Yi Miao enter, he stood up, joyfully exclaiming, "Little Ningzi, you have emerged from seclusion?" "Yes, grandfather," Yi Ning replied. "Are you now at the peak of the innate realm?" "Indeed. A genius, truly a genius. In just 2 short months, you have advanced from the initial stage to the peak. In my day, it took me 5 years." Yi Ning felt a flush of embarrassment at his grandfather's praise. "Wonderful." Yi Tai then turned to Yi Miao. "Did you obtain the Bayou grass?" Yi Miao promptly retrieved a jade box. Upon opening it, a verdant glow radiated forth. "Indeed, this is Bayou grass. However, grandfather, there are no buts. As long as we have secured the Bayou grass, any sacrifice is worth it." "Grandfather," Yi Miao exclaimed, growing anxious, "fifth brother has harmed Yin Luan." "What?" Since learning of the existence of cultivators behind the Ying family, Yi Tai had instructed his kin to avoid harming Yin Luan during confrontations, as he believed that was the last line of defense for the Ying cultivators. "Is Yin Luan severely injured?" Yi Ning smiled bitterly. "I severed her arm." Yi Tai was taken aback, then, after a moment, declared with resolve, "Let us gather our belongings and depart tonight." "Grandfather, is it truly necessary to rush?" Yi Miao queried. "We have only liquidated 60% of our family assets. Leaving now would result in significant losses. No, we must leave immediately. Quickly, notify the other clan members. As for the servants, dismiss them all." Yi Miao was about to argue when Yi Ning hastily pulled him back, saying, "Do not speak further. We must heed grandfather's wisdom. As long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood. One day, we shall return." Reluctantly, Yi Miao complied and went to prepare. Watching the bustling activity of their family, Yi Ning felt a pang of nostalgia. Since arriving in this world, he had lived as the most favored scion of the Yi family, enjoying a life of luxury. In Yi City, he could have whatever he desired, living in utmost comfort. In his previous life, he had been so busy that he forgot to savor the world and life itself, only to find himself inexplicably transported here by a tragic accident. He had once vowed that this life would be filled with grandeur, parading through the streets with a few followers, enjoying the sights, and perhaps even teasing the occasional virtuous woman. Who would have thought that the days of fleeing would come to pass? Today, having stabilized the precious pearl and rewarded her with 1,000 taels of silver, it was enough for her to live comfortably in Yi City for the rest of her days. Initially, the pearl had adamantly refused to part ways, insisting on following Yi Ning. However, a few words from him, laced with charm, scared her into hiding, clutching her bosom and disappearing without a trace. As Yi Ning gazed at her departing figure, he mused that it would likely be difficult to meet again in this lifetime, hoping she would find a good man and live well. Before he could dwell on such melancholy thoughts, Yi Tai entered the room and said, "Little Ningzi, come with grandfather. It is time to entrust you with certain matters." Yes, Yi Ning knew that what his grandfather was about to bestow upon him would surely pertain to their ancestral legacy. The disappointment of the pearl's departure faded, replaced by excitement. Observing his grandfather walking ahead, his hair now flecked with gray and his back not as erect as in his youth, Yi Ning felt a deep sense of guilt. If not for his injury to Yin Luan, his grandfather would not have to endure such a tumultuous life at his advanced age. "Grandfather, it is my fault. I should not have harmed Yin Luan." Cough, foolish child. From the moment we invited Yin Luan and her father from the Ying family, it was destined that our Yi family would face this calamity. As for how to resolve it, that rests upon you. I shall not disappoint you, grandfather. You have likely guessed it. What I am about to entrust to you is the last remnant of our family's millennia of legacy. I hope it will assist you. After exchanging a few words, they arrived at Yi Tai's chamber. Pushing open the door, Yi Tai deftly rotated a celadon vase, causing the wall to part and reveal a hidden chamber. The room was adorned with shimmering treasures, brimming with an array of gold and silver jewels. However, Yi Tai paid no heed to these mundane trinkets. Instead, he kicked aside several items, clearing a space on the floor and meticulously searching inch by inch. At last, he felt a particular spot and pressed down firmly. Suddenly, the entire chamber trembled and plummeted downwards with a resounding crash. Following in his grandfather's footsteps, they were met with the sight of a profound cave, its walls encrusted with luminous pearls that emitted a faint glow, illuminating their path. After a brief passage of time, they arrived at a grand golden door. Yi Tai produced the clan leader's insignia and placed it into the door's hollow, which creaked open. A faintly musty odor wafted towards them. It had been 30 long years. The vault's door had opened once more. Yi Tai sighed, stepping inside first. The vault was not expansive, nor were its contents numerous, yet everything was meticulously arranged. Yi Ning was taken aback. He sensed a dense aura of spiritual energy permeating the vault, so potent that it unsettled the spiritual force within him. It became evident that any family with a heritage spanning millennia should not be trifled with. Once they unleashed their true power, the result was nothing short of terrifying. "Treasure. Here I come," Yi Tai exclaimed as he retrieved a redwood box from the center. Upon opening it, he revealed a scroll. "Xiao Ningzi, this is the Chronicles of Cultivators." Yi Ning took the scroll, feeling the faint spiritual energy swirling around it. No wonder it remained uncorrupted after a millennium. He pondered that it might contain secrets on transforming true energy into spiritual force, and he eagerly began to peruse its contents. The scroll was not lengthy, and its organization was clear. The first section documented the fundamental knowledge of cultivators, detailing their realms and the major sects. The second section illustrated various medicinal herbs, complete with vivid images that appeared almost lifelike, as if they could leap off the page. The final section cataloged the bizarre and grotesque beasts scattered across the Qing Luo continent. Flipping to the last page, Yi Ning found no information he sought, feeling a slight twinge of disappointment. "Enraptured, are we?" Yi Tai chuckled. "Keep it. This book shall belong to you from now on." "Thank you, grandfather." Yi Ning understood the value of this tome. While it might be commonplace for cultivators, for martial artists, it was profoundly esoteric, containing knowledge previously unheard of. Yi Tai then produced a jade box and opened it to reveal 3 spiritual stones. "These are the last 3 spiritual stones of our Yi family. and they are yours as well. It is said that this is the currency among cultivators. He sighed. In the secular world, our Yi family is wealthy beyond measure. Yet upon entering the realm of cultivators, we can only offer you these 3 stones. At that moment, Yi Ning comprehended why the vault was so rich in spiritual energy. The spiritual stones stored here for a millennium had accumulated an immense quantity of energy, making it exceptionally potent. Elated, he accepted the stones. This was his second encounter with spiritual stones, yet the sensation was entirely different. He could distinctly feel the abundant spiritual energy swirling around the stones, even feeling an urge to absorb them into his being. According to the scroll, he quickly discerned that the 3 stones he held were all of inferior quality, corresponding to the attributes of gold, wood, and water. The spiritual force within him manifested a pale blue hue, harmonizing with the water stone, suggesting he could utilize it effectively. Next, Yitai handed Yi Ning 4 talismans, a wooden sword, a silk armor, an ancient jade, and the golden lin sword. The 4 talismans included the swift movement talisman, solidification talisman, strength talisman, and invisibility talisman. Yar, these talismans will be your greatest safeguard against the pursuit of the Ji family cultivators. For nearly a millennium, even in times of great hardship, we have refrained from using them. However, this time is different. I can see hope and a future for the Yi family. Once you become a cultivator, such talismans will be abundant. Yes, grandfather. As for the wooden sword, Yitai admitted he did not know its purpose. He had only heard from ancestors that it once radiated a brilliant blue light, which faded over time to its current form. Yi Ning, awestruck by the treasures before him, spiritual stones, talismans, a sword, and armor, feigned surprise while inwardly reveling in his fortune. Treasure, here I come. Suppressing his excitement, Yi Ning examined the wooden sword closely. He discovered it was merely an ordinary wooden sword, no longer than 3 inches, and crucially, it emitted not a trace of spiritual energy. He tucked it away with a mysterious wooden bead. This silk armor is a remarkable treasure, impervious to blades and immune to fire. Yitai proclaimed, "Here, put it on." Without allowing Yi Ning to refuse, he removed his robe and carefully helped Yi Ning don the silk armor. Strangely enough, despite its seemingly small size, it fit Yi Ning perfectly. This ancient jade was obtained by the 23rd clan leader from the 5th level of the martial arts hall. For many years, the clan has been unable to ascertain its purpose. However, I am certain it is related to cultivators. Keep it close. Yitai instructed before handing over the golden lin sword, a family heirloom acquired by the 10th clan leader. Renowned for its ability to cut through gold and jade with unparalleled sharpness, Yi Ning sensed a faint spiritual energy emanating from the sword and joyfully accepted it. He thought to himself that since he already possessed the silver pung sword, he would gift this golden lin sword to his elder brother. All right, let us depart. The vault is now empty. No, grandfather, Yi Ning replied with a radiant smile. There are still treasures within the vault. What? Grandfather, take a moment to feel. The vault is suffused with rich spiritual energy. Meditating here is worth tenfold the effort outside. Spiritual energy? Yitai frowned, feeling nothing. Time was of the essence. They could not afford to waste it here meditating. However, as a decisive clan leader, he relented. Very well, you may meditate here for 1 hour. I shall arrange for the clan members and return promptly to escort you away. Understanding the value of time, Yi Ning immediately sat cross-legged, absorbing the spiritual energy within the vault. Normally, capturing the ambient spiritual energy was exceedingly difficult, often yielding only a trickle after an hour. Yet now, the spiritual force within him spun like a vortex, generating immense attraction and fervently drawing in the energy. Yi Ning was overwhelmed with excitement, hastening the flow of his internal energy. Upon inspection, he clearly observed that what had once been a mere speck of spiritual energy was visibly expanding, rapidly growing to the size of a fist. Soon, however, he found he could no longer absorb any more spiritual energy. He opened his eyes to see his grandfather anxiously pacing within the vault, while the spiritual energy had suddenly vanished. In a panic, he inspected his core and found the spiritual energy within his dantian flowing quietly like a small stream. Good lad, you have finally awakened, Yitai sighed with relief. Let us depart. You are the last one remaining. Yes, grandfather. Before long, they traversed the hidden passage and emerged onto the surface. The Yi family, usually bustling with activity, was eerily quiet, devoid of any servants or maids. Following his grandfather, Yi Ning soon arrived at an inconspicuous side entrance, where a dark carriage awaited silently. Upon boarding the carriage, he discovered 2 familiar figures inside. His father, Yi Jingqing, and his elder brother, Yi Miao. Let us depart, Yi Tai commanded. The coachman flicked the reins, and the carriage sped northward. It was only at this moment that Yi Ning spoke up. Grandfather, where are uncle and second uncle? Xiao Ningzi. You are still young, Yi Tai chuckled. Your uncle has taken a group of clan members south, while your second uncle has led another group west. They were merely a smokescreen. The paramount concern was ensuring your safe arrival at Lianyun sect. But, does that not place uncle and the others in grave danger? Not at all. The Ying family has only 2 innate experts, and Yin Luan is already injured and will not make a move. As for that mysterious practitioner, his target is undoubtedly you. Hence, our journey is the most perilous. Yet, how can grandfather be certain that the practitioner is pursuing us? Xiao Ning. One must never underestimate the capabilities of a practitioner. Though grandfather is unaware of their methods, that practitioner will certainly catch up to us. Yu Miao interjected suddenly, fifth brother. Do not worry. Grandfather is astute and will not err. A month ago, grandfather sent all the women of the household to Gaofeng Wang City. They are undoubtedly waiting for father now. Indeed, Yu Ning. Yu Jingqing, who had been silent, suddenly spoke up. Regardless, we must ensure that you and Miao escape this calamity, even if it costs me my life. After traversing a new identity, Yi Ning did not share a profound bond with his father. Yet, hearing his words stirred something within him, and he replied, Father, please do not say such things. Mother is still waiting for you in Gaofeng Wang City. The mother Yi Ning referred to was not the biological mother of this body, but a concubine married to Yi Jingqing later. His biological mother had perished during a revenge attack when she shielded Yi Jingqing from a fatal blow. This unresolved mystery had severed ties with Yi Ning's maternal grandfather. The following year, Yi Jingqing met the concubine and resolutely took her as his wife. In truth, Yi Ning did not harbor disdain for that woman. He simply did not know how to interact with her. He believed it was natural for a successful man to have multiple wives, as long as he treated them with sincerity. After all, what hero does not adore beauty? Yi Jingqing sighed and ceased speaking. The others fell silent, leaning on one another as they gradually succumbed to sleep. As night deepened, the carriage traveled tirelessly, covering over 500 miles. How absurd. The old man driving the carriage is an expert? When Yi Ning awoke, a beam of sunlight filtered through the curtain of the carriage. He leaped down and discovered they had arrived at Jiaoshui City. This city, connected to Yi City, was significantly larger, constituting one of the vital strongholds of the Yu country. Yi Ning surveyed his surroundings, witnessing bustling pedestrians and a plethora of shops, indeed more vibrant than Yi City. Fifth young master. A voice called from behind, and upon turning, he recognized the driver as the old man Qin, who was responsible for cleaning at Ye's residence. Grandfather Qin, why are you driving the carriage? Yi Ning had always sensed something extraordinary about the old caretaker, and now he realized he was indeed a peak innate warrior, likely concealing his prowess through some secret method. How unfortunate. Do all experts enjoy putting on a fayade? Much like the monk sweeping the floor in demigods and semi-devils, or this very old Qin before him. Haha. I've lived off the Yi family for half a lifetime. It is time to repay the favor, old Qin said. Fifth young master, during our journey ahead, refrain from dismounting the carriage to avoid revealing any flaws to prying eyes. I will oversee all provisions to prevent detection. At that moment, Yi Ning noticed that the carriage's exterior had been altered, adorned with luminous pearls at each corner, exuding an air of extravagance. Understanding the underlying intention, he promptly complied and returned to the carriage. The others awoke, and Yi Tai remarked, a day has passed. If we continue at this pace, we shall reach the Lianyun Mountains in no more than 15 days, and you will then be safe. Yi Tai glanced at Yi Miao and then at Yi Ning. Speaking somberly, grandfather has a foreboding feeling. This time, it may be difficult to evade this calamity. The future of the Yi family relies on you two brothers. Yi Ning, upon entering Lianyun sect, devote yourself to cultivation and strive to reach the level of our ancestors. Then annihilate the Ying family to avenge our plight. Yi Miao, you may not have the opportunity to join the celestial gates, but there is still a place for you in the secular world. Near the Lianyun Mountains lies Luoyan Town. Currently devoid of any dominating forces, in the future, the Yi family shall expand from this town. I believe it will not be long before you turn this small town into a city akin to Yi City. Seeing grandfather's serious demeanor, seemingly resolved to face death, Yi Ning hurriedly declared, do not worry, grandfather. Yi Ning swears, in this life, I shall live and die with my elder brother, never to part. Should I break this vow, may heaven and earth conspire against me. After declaring his oath, a wave of sorrow washed over him. grandfather ultimately favored his eldest grandson more. Had it not been for his exceptional talent, he might have ended up like his cousins, boarding the carriage heading westward to become mere cannon fodder. Indeed, Yu Miao bore a striking resemblance to grandfather, exuding magnificence. Though he had yet to achieve innate mastery, he was cherished. In contrast, Yining resembled his mother. Of average height and fair complexion, seemingly out of place in the martial lineage of the Yi family. However, he bore no resentment. He could perceive grandfather's affection for him and the sacrifices made by the Yi family on his behalf. Yi Miao's cheeks flushed as he reassured, "Grandfather, you will be fine. Fifth brother is remarkably talented and has already touched upon the threshold of cultivation. We will not come to harm. Enough. Let us proceed. Today should be safe." Even if the Ying family's practitioner were audacious enough, he would not dare to commit murder openly in Zhaoshui City. Indeed, Zhaoshui was not to be compared with Luocheng, for it was safeguarded by formidable practitioners. Any practitioner bold enough to slaughter innocents would surely face retribution. The carriage moved steadily through the streets without pausing, traversing from the southern to the northern gates by dusk. Beyond the city lay a series of verdant mountains, and the most treacherous leg of their journey awaited Yining. It appeared that Yi Tai's expectations were unfounded. They had traveled for 5 consecutive days, passing through 2 cities without encountering any pursuers. Yi Miao's initial tension gradually dissipated, and he chuckled, "Grandfather, perhaps you were overly anxious? The Ying family has no practitioners at all." Yi Tai, though puzzled, remained confident in his judgment and trusted that danger would soon present itself. Ahead lay a perilous path, known to martial artists as Sunset Road, Hero's Tomb. Sunset Road, Hero's Tomb? Indeed. The one responding was the driver, Old Qin. "If time permitted, I would rather die than traverse this Sunset Road." Yining became intrigued. "Is it truly so extraordinary? Grandfather Qin, is this Sunset Road a dead end?" "Terrifying, utterly terrifying. That was 50 years ago. At that time, I was as small as you, adventuring with my master and brothers, gaining some worldly experience. When we entered Sunset Road, we were all in high spirits, about 17 or 18 of us. Yet, on that brief 10-mile stretch, I was the only one to emerge alive." Old Qin seemed lost in that memory, falling silent. What could have been so horrifying? Was it the practitioners at fault? No, absolutely not the practitioners. Old Qin shook his head vehemently. "Practitioners do not attack mortals unprovoked. Fifth young master, please do not inquire further." The path grew increasingly rugged, flanked by overgrown weeds and scattered with oddly shaped stone pillars. Suddenly, Yining felt a surge of alertness, gripping the hilt of his silver-punk sword tightly. A sharp scream escaped from Old Qin. Yining burst through the curtain of the carriage, and the sight before him left him astonished. The road ahead had vanished, replaced by an exceptionally muddy swamp. Fortunately, Old Qin's driving skills were remarkable. Otherwise, the carriage would have plunged into the mire. At that moment, Yining sensed a gaze locking onto him, rendering him breathless. "Who goes there? Show yourself." "Ha ha." The arrogant laughter drew near, gradually encircling them from all directions. "You rat-like descendants of the Yi family dare to harm my daughter. Do you think I, the shadow of the abyss, can be trifled with?" Yi Tai leaped from the carriage, exclaiming, "Hurry, abandon the carriage and flee. Yinmi is still 100 miles away." However, the path ahead was a swamp. "The swamp is an illusion, a trick to ensnare us," Yi Tai declared, leading the charge into the mire. Indeed, the treacherous mud did not swallow him. Rather, as he landed, it transformed into solid ground. Employing the water shadow technique, he swiftly grasped Yi Miao's hand and darted forward like a flash of lightning, the others trailing closely behind. "You cannot escape," Yinmi's voice thundered, resonating like a storm within their hearts. The sheer force of his voice threatened to shatter the resolve of the Yi family. In this dire moment, Yi Tai demonstrated the calm composure of a clan leader facing adversity. As he sprinted, he plotted their next course. "Yinmi's speed surpasses ours tenfold, and he can lock onto us from afar. It is only a matter of time before he catches up. Once he does, Brother Qin, you shall hold the rear while we continue forward." "Understood, Brother Yi. After this parting, our reunion may be difficult. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to stall Yinmi for half an hour." "Thank you." Yi Tai refrained from excessive expressions of gratitude. Yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears as he clutched Yi Miao's hand, trembling with emotion. Brother Qin, however, came to a halt, sitting cross-legged to gather his energy, silently awaiting Yinmi's arrival. He aimed to maintain his optimum state. Even a moment's delay could prove beneficial. Yining glanced back, and in that instant, He perceived the once disheveled old man glowing with a newfound brilliance. He felt a surge of emotion, wishing to weep. Brother Qin's ancestry boasted of cultivators, and he possessed a treasure that, if utilized to its fullest extent, could indeed delay Enmi for a significant period, perhaps even inflicting some harm upon him. Jing Cheng. Remember, should Brother Qin fall, you will be next. No matter what, you must hold out for another half hour. Do not worry, Father, I understand. Father. Yi Ning was profoundly moved, realizing the depth of such noble affection in this world. What immense courage and love it required. His call of father was heartfelt, imbued with respect and gratitude for the man before him. Yu Jingcheng suddenly extended a hand, gently ruffling Yu Ning's hair. Little Ning, I have wronged you and your mother too much over the years. Allow me to repay that debt this time. Father, if you can survive this ordeal, you must protect her. Yu Ning understood who his father meant and nodded fervently, suppressing his tears. As Enmi's voice drew nearer, the confrontation with Brother Qin commenced. Yu Ning could not discern the specifics, only vaguely hearing Brother Qin's furious shouts. He resisted the urge to look back, gritting his teeth as he pressed onward. Jingcheng, prepare yourself. Yes, Father. Yi Jingcheng's tone was calm, as if he were embarking on a rendezvous with a beloved rather than facing death. Father. Yi Ning could no longer hold back his tears, halting to embrace his father tightly. Yi Jingcheng patted his shoulder, saying, from now on, you must rely on yourself. Be cautious and avoid conflicts with others. Yi Ning never anticipated that his once formidable father would leave him with such words. His father cared for him, even from afar, even without uttering a syllable. Ah! Yi Ning cried out, unleashing the full potential of the water shadow technique, transforming into several fleeting silhouettes as he surged forward. A dead end, no way to escape? The sky darkened swiftly. Yi Miao awoke, finding herself on Yi Ning's back as he raced forward, the surroundings eerily vacant. Fifth brother. Where are grandfather and the others? Yi Ning had run for a full 4 hours without pausing. At her inquiry, he was momentarily startled, stumbling to the ground. Fifth brother. What is wrong? Are you all right? Having seemingly exhausted every ounce of his strength, Yi Ning collapsed, unwilling to move any longer. Yu Miao rushed to support him, and upon touching him, she gasped in shock. His robe was completely drenched, as if he had emerged from water. Yi Miao hastily retrieved her water pouch and forced a few large gulps down his throat. Gradually, Yi Ning regained his composure. He sprang to his feet, mustering his strength. We must go. Enmi is closing in. As he took a step, he stumbled again, falling. I'll carry you. Understanding her brother's nature, Yi Miao did not press for details, hoisting him onto her back and moving forward. Though she was merely a high-level warrior, her speed was still remarkable. After another 2 hours, they caught sight of a vast city, likely Tianxiang City. It was around daybreak, the gates still closed. Yet many beggars were gathered at the foot of the walls, sleeping in clusters. Yi Miao realized they could not enter, hastily seeking a concealed spot to set Yu Ning down. After 4 consecutive hours of frantic running, she had reached her limit. Let us rest for a moment. Once dawn breaks, we will be safe within the city. She spoke to herself, then turned to Yi Ning, only to be taken aback. His eyes were wide open, glinting in the darkness. Fifth brother, do not scare me. What is wrong? Brother, grandfather, and father, they have all perished. Yi Ning's voice was devoid of emotion, yet it carried an unbearable sorrow. What? Impossible. What happened to you? Is there truly a ghost on Muyang Road? There is nothing. It was Enmi. Enmi killed grandfather and father. Enmi. Yi Miao ground her teeth, her hands clenching tightly, veins bulging. I will not let him escape. After a long silence, Yi Ning regained his composure. He looked at his elder brother, whose eyes were bloodshot, and said, do not worry. We will eventually deal with him. But for now, the foremost priority is to evade Enmi's pursuit. Yi Miao had always placed unwavering faith in Yi Ning's intellect. Seeing him return to form, she felt relieved. Fifth brother, you must have a plan, right? Yi Ning forced a bitter smile. So-called wisdom crumbles before absolute power. The strength of cultivators is overwhelming. The moment Enmi stepped onto Muyang Road, the malevolent forces within must have terrified him into hiding. What can I possibly do? We can only take it one step at a time. We are indeed in dire straits. However, at least we will be safe tomorrow. Within Tianxiang City, cultivators dare not act recklessly. Yi Miao was left speechless. Not far away, the sun slowly rose, dispelling the darkness from the land. Renting a cultivator as a bodyguard, Tianxiang City, though not as grand as Zhoushui City, boasted a superior geographical position, serving as a haven for countless merchants and adventurers. Tianxiang City was built along the ever-flowing Ming River, which served as its natural moat. Additionally, it was the last supply station before entering the realm of the ethereal, where numerous adventurers gathered to prepare supplies and sell their acquired treasures. The ethereal realm is the most mysterious territory within the Ghost Nation. Legend has it that the name of the Ghost Nation is derived from this very place. No one knows its origins, nor its true size, nor the treasures buried within. In short, the ethereal realm is a paradise for the brave, attracting countless martial artists and cultivators each year. Naturally, wealth and opportunity come hand in hand with danger, as the realm is filled with myriad ferocious beasts, unpredictable weather, and enigmatic traps and formations. Yet, those who emerge from the ethereal realm do so with bountiful rewards. Thus, Tianxiang City has become the optimal location for them to sell their gains. The most renowned auction house, Tianji Pavilion, is situated within this unassuming city. To Yining, none of this held any significance. He was not foolish enough to trespass into the realm of the unknown. What truly mattered was that this city, Tianxiang, bore another title, the City of Cultivators. Yes, the City of Cultivators. Yining recognized that opportunity had arrived. Since ancient times, wealth could compel even the most elusive spirits. If the Ying family could enlist cultivators to confront him, why couldn't he do the same? The Shilai Inn, a century-old establishment. Yining luxuriated in a refreshing bath and had the attendant procure a brand new robe of fine silk for him, with his hair neatly tied back. After a few adjustments, he appeared akin to the scion of a wealthy family. Yu Miao looked at him, frowning, and said, "Fifth brother, what are you doing? Instead of hastening our escape, you're dressing so meticulously. Look at you, it's rather effeminate." Yining ignored him, methodically fastening a golden belt adorned with an embroidered dragon at his waist, the clasp set with a pearl the size of his thumb. Once he was ready, he spoke, "Eldest brother, we shall not flee. Why? Are we to disregard grandfather and the other's sacrifice?" Yi Miao's brow furrowed. "We're not fleeing because we have found hope. From today onward, we shall boldly venture towards the Lianyun mountain range." Yi Miao gazed at the mysterious smile on Yining's face, even more bewildered. "Boldly? How do you propose we do that? Can you contend with that shadowy figure?" "I cannot, but someone can." Yi Miao grew increasingly anxious. Yet he had always trusted Yi Ning's intellect, confident that he had a plan in mind. "Speak quickly, fifth brother, don't keep me in suspense. I'm on edge. Do you know the alternate name for Tianxiang City? The City of Cultivators." "The City of Cultivators?" "Indeed. There are numerous cultivators in Tianxiang, and many of them are reckless adventurers willing to risk their lives for treasures. As long as we offer a high enough price, there will surely be someone willing to protect us." Hiring cultivators for protection? Yi Miao was taken aback. This seemed exceedingly difficult. In his eyes, cultivators were lofty beings, capable of commanding the elements. How could they be persuaded to offer their protection? He felt an even deeper admiration for his clever fifth brother. Yining produced a folding fan from an unknown source, snapped it open with a flourish, and smiled, "Eldest brother, rest here. I shall return shortly." Upon exiting the inn, Yining was suddenly struck by a feeling of being in another world. Observing the bustling crowd on the streets filled him with nostalgia. It was indeed a vast expanse. He wandered aimlessly, not actively seeking cultivators, until he reached a street corner where he unexpectedly intercepted a seemingly carefree ruffian. Yining had been watching this thug for quite some time. Within a mere half hour, he had pilfered 5 wallets and extorted numerous protection fees, exactly the sort of individual Yining needed. After giving the ruffian a few instructions and generously rewarding him with a hefty gold ingot, Yining turned back toward the Shilai Inn. Moments later, a rumor began to circulate through a significant portion of Tianxiang City. A young noble from the Gaofeng royal capital sought to hire powerful cultivators as personal bodyguards, and the remuneration was said to be exceedingly generous. The adventurers within the city stirred with excitement, flocking to the Shilai Inn. Inside the inn, Yi Miao was far less composed than Yining. Upon seeing Yining return alone, he anxiously inquired, "Fifth brother, where are the cultivators? Did you fail to hire anyone?" "Haha, eldest brother, you shall see shortly." After a brief interval, the innkeeper rushed in, looking at Yining with urgency. "Young master, there's a throng of cultivators outside seeking you." Yining snapped his fan shut and replied, "Please, show them in." They were accommodated in a modest courtyard. While not spacious, it was certainly ample. To Yining's surprise, when the cultivators arrived, he found the courtyard filled to capacity. Gazing at the sea of figures, he mused that indeed, this was the City of Cultivators, a place where such beings were plentiful. Yu Miao rejoiced, realizing his fifth brother truly had a way with matters. Esteemed guests, I hail from the royal city and wish to avoid losing my guards here. I am in search of a protector. Who among you would be willing? A particularly scruffy individual spoke up with a sneer. Since we're here, we certainly wish to take on this task. But what is your offer in spirit stones? Yining deliberately adopted a frosty demeanor. What? Are you afraid I cannot afford your fee? Or is it that you lack the ability to earn it? Yining's striking features, accentuated by his ornate attire, lent him an air of nobility that commanded respect. I am a mid-level spiritualist. Protecting a mere mortal should be a trivial matter. The voice of the speaker grew sharper, as if it could pierce through one's very soul. Yet, among the crowd stood a peak innate warrior, who dared to masquerade as a cultivator. You should leave at once. With that, a pressure radiated from him, accompanied by an ominous rumble from above. Moments later, most of the attendees fled, leaving only a bald monk and a youth of about 15 or 16 years. Such audacity to scare away all my potential protectors. Yining was unfazed and chastised the man, while others play the fool to deceive. You managed to bewilder an entire crowd. The individual, noticing Yining's demeanor, assumed he was well-versed in the ways of cultivators and softened his tone. Young master hails from a prestigious family. Surely you understand that quality prevails over quantity. I alone am sufficient for this task. Alms for the poor. The monk, who had been standing quietly in the corner, stepped forward with palms together and inquired, what is the offered spirit stone price? I too wish to partake. Yining's heart sank. He had little in the way of spirit stones. Otherwise, this hiring would not be a matter of mere stones. Not spirit stones. The silent youth chimed in with a melodious and gentle voice. Could it be some other treasure? Upon hearing the youth's voice, Yining was taken aback. Could this lad be the fabled androgynous beauty? He couldn't help but scrutinize the boy anew, noting his delicate features. Brows like willow leaves, and eyes like pools of ink. Most striking were his cherry-red lips, akin to ripe cherries. As Yining's gaze drifted downward, he suddenly realized the youth lacked an Adam's apple, and his well-developed pectorals were extraordinary. Oh, Yining's imagination began to run wild. If the youth were to shed his disguise, he would undoubtedly reveal an enchanting beauty. He could almost envision the scene where the layers of bindings fell away, revealing a stunning visage, stirring thoughts of allure. What are you staring at? The boy's ears flushed crimson as he spoke in a deliberately coarse manner. Keep looking, and I shall gouge out your eyes. Are there spirit stones or other treasures or not? Yining snapped back to reality, replying, I possess many spirit stones, but alas, they are all contained within the storage bracelet of my guards. The mention of the storage bracelet startled the three present, who silently speculated about Yining's status. It is known that within the entire realm of Yogu, the number of storage bracelets is scarce, certainly not exceeding 100. To equip a guard with such an item implies that he is a scion of a prominent family from the royal city. Yining intended to incite their curiosity, pausing momentarily before adding, however, I do possess a vial of mysterious spiritual liquid bestowed by my esteemed master. This liquid, as your reward for protecting me, must surely suffice. With that, he produced a white jade bottle, within which was the spring water infused with mysterious wooden beads. As soon as the cap was lifted, the expressions of the three changed dramatically. The youth gasped, such pure with spiritual energy. Yining nodded, confirming his assumption. Indeed, this vial of mysterious liquid contained an abundance of with spiritual energy. However, he could only absorb water spiritual energy. This vial of spiritual energy, when utilized for cultivation, can save you at least a year of effort. That day, Yining and the other three did not depart from the Shilai Inn. The inn was enveloped in an eerie silence, devoid of any movement. Suddenly, Yi Miao's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he exclaimed, Fifth brother, I just saw a shadow from the attic. It seemed to be Inmo. Inmo? Yining frowned slightly. Impossible, it cannot be him. Grandfather told me before he left that he had a way to delay Inmo for 2 days. However, what if? There is no what if. Yining asserted firmly. Even if that shadow were indeed Inmo, we have 2 cultivators for protection. What is there to fear? True, Yi Miao replied. What do you think that Gong Yu is refining? How long will it take? If it delays the opening of Lin Yun's sect, it would be disastrous. Yining smiled at his usually unthinking elder brother, saying, she has recently acquired a mysterious spiritual liquid that can enhance the power of her treasures. Why wouldn't she hurry to refine them? You needn't worry. Gong Yu has assured me that a maximum of 7 days will suffice. In the meantime, you should intensify your training and strive to reach the innate stage. Then, Yi Ning elaborated on the essence of the tiger's subduing fist to Yi Miao. Although Yi Miao was somewhat boorish, he was not dull in martial arts. Under Yi Ning's guidance, he displayed a look of joy, seemingly grasping the key points. Go ahead. Yi Ning encouraged with a smile. Break through with confidence. You have Hou Jiao to protect you. In the following days, the small courtyard of the Shalayan took on an air of mystery. The innkeeper would unconsciously tread lightly as he approached. For nearly everyone in the establishment knew that a noble from the royal city resided there, accompanied by formidable and skilled guards. Yi Ning played the role of a wealthy young master well, generously bestowing rewards, whether in the form of gold ingots or precious jewels. One day, Yi Ning summoned the most renowned performer in Tianxiang City, leisurely enjoying the melodies. Suddenly, a chilling, sinister laugh reached his ears. Humph, you family brat, you have some prowess. Having hired 2 cultivators as guards, do you think this will allow you to escape calamity? Dream on. Startled, Yi Ning dropped the teacup he held, causing it to shatter on the floor. The performer, having been startled as well, hesitated mid-verse, not knowing whether to continue singing. Yi Ning waved his hand repeatedly, and the performer, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly retreated. Beside him, Hou Jiao had already sensed a ripple of spiritual energy in the air and shouted, Old Ein. There's no need for pretense. If you have the courage, come out. With a resounding laugh, a figure emerged at the courtyard entrance. First, the head appeared, followed by the neck gradually revealing itself. As the formation master observed Yin Mo's gradual emergence, Hou Jiao remained unfazed. Trivial skills, he scoffed. However, after studying Yin Mo for a moment, his expression suddenly shifted. You have broken through? Indeed, it seems you have an eye for talent. Seeing Hou Jiao's expression, Yi Ning grew concerned that he might flee in fear and quickly interjected, Yin Mo, do you dare to make a move against me in Tianxiang City? Ignoring him, Yin Mo addressed Hou Jiao. Since you are willing to play the hero, I shall generously provide you with a killing knife. Listen well, young spiritual practitioner. Daring to take a stand for others, be careful lest you pay with your life. I will be waiting for you at the Ming Shui. With that, his figure vanished in a flash. Yi Ning, observing the still astonished Hou Jiao, let out a cold snort. It dawned on him that cultivators were no different from ordinary people, fearing the strong and bullying the weak. This was the first time Yi Ning realized that cultivators were not extraordinary. They were human and had their flaws. With this thought, he laughed. What? Are you afraid? Even if he is broken through, he is merely at the mid-stage of the spiritual practitioner realm, just like you. What is there to fear? You do not understand. You do not understand? Hou Jiao stammered. Old Yin's cultivation method is rather unique. It was obtained from the Ming sect of the Shaogue Kingdom, rendering him unbeatable among those of the same level. Had he not broken through, I could still contend with him, but now that our realms are equal, I am certainly no match for him. Isn't Gong Yu assisting you? He, a mere early-stage spiritual practitioner, what help can he offer? Just as he finished speaking, the door to Gong Yu's closed room swung open, and Gong Yu emerged with a grim expression, saying, Is that so? Since you fear, Ho Ling practitioner, you might as well hand over the spiritual liquid and leave. As for Inamo, I alone can handle him. You, arrogant, unaware of your own limitations. Yi Ning, adept at reading expressions, noted that Gong Yu appeared composed, unlike someone who spoke boastfully. He was aware that numerous cases existed of martial artists challenging opponents above their level. Perhaps Gong Yu truly possessed some hidden skills capable of restraining Inamo. Let us not quarrel. Since Gong Yu's treasure has been refined, we should prepare to depart. Hold on. Since Ho Ling practitioner does not believe me, I shall demonstrate a bit of my prowess to avoid any potential sabotage. After Gong Yu spoke, he focused his mind, and 9 glowing wooden needles appeared around him. The needles darted about, swiftly forming a mysterious array aimed at Hou Jiao. Yi Ning, unaware of the significance, could only hear the sounds of explosions. Realizing that Gong Yu was indeed exceptional. Is that you? Hou Jiao exclaimed, I did not recognize the mountain. Please show mercy. In preparations for battle, Yi Ning turned to call for Yi Miao. No need to bring that servant along, Gong Yu said coldly. In the event of combat with Yin Mo, I can only protect one person. Yi Ning's expression changed. No, he is not just a servant. He is a named disciple of my master. In fact, he entered the sect before me, making him my senior brother. Gong Yu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately agreed to bring Yi Miao along. He had previously assessed Yi Miao and found that he possessed both water and wind spiritual roots, a rare talent for a third-rate sect. However, could Yi Ning's master truly have someone of such caliber as a named disciple? He shook his head, dismissing the thought. The four of them strode confidently through Tianxiang City. Ho Jiao lamented as he purchased various talismans, tears streaming down his face. What a loss! What a loss! Had I known Inemo had broken through, I would never have made this deal. Not long after setting out, they arrived at the renowned Mingshui of the Qing Luo continent. Mingshui stretches westward from the 10,000-mile marsh, flowing through the Zhongyu grasslands and eastward into the vast Chang Sea, effectively traversing the entire continent. No one knows the source of Mingshui, as no one can cross the 10,000-mile marsh, not even cultivators. It is said that over 1,000 years ago, a young sage led 10 great sect leaders in an attempt to traverse the 10,000-mile marsh. At that time, the entire Qing Luo continent was abuzz with excitement, and many cultivators gathered near the marsh, awaiting their glorious return. Yet, after a full decade, only that young sage emerged, battered and bruised. While none of the 10 great sect leaders survived, that was a grand master, a cultivator only a step away from becoming a sage. Though unable to tread on the sun and moon or pluck stars from the sky, they could overturn mountains and seas with every gesture. Later, the young sage finally divulged a sliver of information. The end of the river Ming was connected to the legendary domain of ghosts. Thereupon, the young sage built a hermitage near the 10,000-mile marsh, preventing any cultivator from entering. At that moment, Yi Ning and his companions faced the seemingly boundless river Ming. Gazing upon its tranquil surface, yet sensing its immense power, Yi Ning was filled with awe, once again humbled by the grandeur of the Creator. Even cultivators had to look up in reverence at the natural might of the river Ming. Gong Yu frowned slightly and inquired, "Is spiritual perception restricted?" Indeed. Above the river Ming, a cultivator's spiritual sense is diminished by half. So, if Yinmi had prepared an ambush above the river, we would have been caught off guard? Precisely. Gong Yu smirked frostily. Fortunately, he is unaware of my treasure. With a wave of her hand, a magnificent, jewel-encrusted ship silently materialized upon the river Ming. The ship, crafted from an unknown material, was entirely golden, with 3 lavishly adorned decks. Strangely, the faint mist that usually hovered over the river was now pushed back 10 zhang by the radiant vessel. This ship, although this Emberwood Radiance ship was not particularly fast, it boasted incredible defenses, comparable to a mid-grade magical artifact, rendering it impervious to even Yinmi's attacks. Emberwood, Ho Jiao exclaimed in astonishment. He suddenly realized that this young man must be a disciple from a first-rate sect, out on a training expedition. Emberwood was a rare tree that grew in extremely hot regions, containing not only a rich concentration of wood spiritual energy but also strands of pure fire spiritual energy. In the Azure Canopy continent, the 5 elements both generated and overcame each other, with fire overcoming wood, making it incredibly difficult to find trees in high-temperature areas. However, Emberwood thrived only in such environments, growing more luxuriantly the higher the temperature. Its value was second only to the ember zilk that grew in the heart of magma. Emberwood was exceedingly scarce on the Azure Canopy continent. Yet, this Emberwood Radiance ship was crafted from an entire Emberwood tree. Heavens, how many years must that Emberwood have grown? At least a millennium. What are we waiting for? Let's board the ship. Gong Yu smiled charmingly, oblivious to the alluring demeanor that betrayed her feminine nature. Fierce battle won with each rising and falling roar. The heavenly fall extinction array grew increasingly erratic, as if the entire sky were collapsing, shattering into countless fragments. And crashing down. Below, raging flames erupted, burning uncontrollably, and rifts in the void spread in all directions, exuding an aura of annihilation. Cracks echoed as the eternal profound arc groaned under the immense pressure. Lung Yao cried out in agony, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Her face was ashen, and the celestial energy within her body was in complete disarray, surging wildly. The Tao of Destruction was among the most formidable in combat, and Jiao Yin's mastery of it had already reached the major completion stage. Amplified by the Heavenly Vault Colossus, its power rivaled that of a perfected Tao embodiment realm cultivator. Even with the array's destructive force partially offset by Yining's Tao of life and death and partially absorbed by the eternal profound arc, it was still too much for Lung Yao, who had only comprehended a minor completion of the Tao. Fortunately, Lung Yao had comprehended the Tao of water, one of the 5 elements. Though weaker in offense, it excelled in endurance and possessed some healing abilities. Otherwise, she would have been unable to protect her fellow disciples within the eternal profound Arkansas. The roars grew more frequent, and the Tao of Destruction crashed upon the eternal profound arc like water poured into boiling oil. Long Yao dared not be careless and immediately summoned a perfectly round white pearl, which emanated layers of mist, completely enveloping the eternal profound arc and even helping Yi Ning alleviate some of the pressure. This unremarkable white pearl was actually a 9th-grade immortal artifact. The Mirage Sky Pearl, crafted from the eyes of a mirage beast, dispelled illusions and sought life within death. The pearl intertwined with the Tao Source Sacred Lotus, pushing the eternal profound arc's defensive power to its limit as it carved a path through the void. Sensing the danger, the Heavenly Vault Colossus opened its maw, and the Tao of Destruction transformed into a mountain-sized cleaver, crashing down upon the eternal profound arc and saw. This strike, imbued with the full power of the Heavenly Fall Extinction Array and the Colossus's countless years of cultivation, was comparable to the divine punishment of a godly artifact. Yi Ning and Lung Xian paled simultaneously. If the Tao Source Sacred Lotus was a support-type artifact, then this mountain cleaver was the epitome of brutal attack. Yi Ning exclaimed, "Elder Lung, we can no longer hold back. This is a battle of life and death." "Indeed." Lung Xian nodded, adding, "Sect Leader Yi, assist me." With that, she summoned a blood-red flying sword, which pierced through the void and met the mountain cleaver head-on. Countless strands of the Tao of Fire swirled around the sword, resembling chains of order, incomparably sharp. An eye for an eye. Lung Xian had comprehended the Tao of Fire, one of the 5 elements, known for its fierce and domineering attacks. Under the augmentation of the Tao Source Sacred Lotus, it showed signs of reaching the major completion stage. Though small, the fire sword had the potential to pierce through the mountain cleaver. "Good." Yi Ning roared and took out the God-sealing brush, uttering the 9 secret syllables of Taoism one by one, like thunder and lightning, continuously bombarding the mountain cleaver. The Tao of Destiny was indeed profound and unparalleled. Before the might of destiny, even the major completion Tao of Destruction could not prevail, its radiance dimming as it gradually dissipated into nothingness. The mountain cleaver, reduced to 1/10 of its original size, was no match for the fully powered fire sword. It was struck away upon contact, and the fire sword, carrying its remaining force, pierced the Heavenly Vault Colossus. "Hit!" Lung Xian cried out in delight, but her expression quickly changed from joy to astonishment, then to fear and helplessness. The 9th-grade immortal artifact had only drawn a few droplets of blood, without even breaking the skin. The beast was as large as a hill, and its hide was at least 10 feet thick. Even if the Heavenly Vault Colossus stood still and allowed them to stab it with 9th-grade immortal artifacts, they would barely scratch it. How could they possibly fight this fierce battle? Too, the Heavenly Vault Colossus was utterly enraged. It moved its enormous body and charged straight toward the eternal profound arc like a falling star. Overwhelming. The people inside the ark felt as if the sky were collapsing, leaving them nowhere to hide. Lung Yao pushed the Tao of water to its limit, creating wave after wave to obstruct the Heavenly Vault Colossus's advance. The others also unleashed their powers, with Taos intertwining and immortal artifacts flashing. The Heavenly Vault Colossus roared and split the enormous water wall, enduring the attacks of dozens of immortal artifacts, and slammed into the bow of the eternal profound arc. The eternal profound arc tilted downward, standing on its end. Yi Ning stumbled, narrowly avoiding the Heavenly Vault Colossus's toes, and the cycle of life and death he was controlling shook violently, nearly collapsing. The Mirage Sky Pearl was struck directly, turning into dust under the Heavenly Vault Colossus's toes. A 9th-grade immortal artifact, so easily destroyed. Lung Xian's face was pale, and blood streamed from the corners of her mouth, indicating that she was severely injured. Although the Mirage Sky Pearl was not her natal treasure, she had nurtured it for centuries, and its destruction directly affected her spiritual sense. "Be careful." Despite her injuries, she shouted, "This beast's strength is comparable to a grand immortal. We cannot fight it head-on." Yi Ning also became serious. He had underestimated the beast. "Fight!" Yi Ning roared and turned to Wu Yexing, Starry 7 Arts, Bind, Sacred, Lock. Wu Yexing dared not delay, forming hand seals and drawing upon the power of the stars from the void, transforming it into 4 golden chains to bind the Heavenly Vault Colossus's limbs. The 4 golden chains seemed insignificant but were incredibly heavy, comparable to the power of the 4 realms. Though the colossal beast of the heavens possesses immense strength, it remains ensnared by the constraints of the 4 realms. In a moment of desperation, its 4 limbs sank deeply into the mire, and it let out a heart-wrenching howl to the sky. Regrettably, for Wu Yexing, maintaining the 4 golden chains proved exceedingly difficult. With his 5th-rank true immortal cultivation, he could sustain it for but a breath. Yet, That single breath was precisely what Yi Ning required. The Xiantian treasure, the annihilation sword. A flash of emerald light surged forth, cleaving directly toward the beast's head. Crack! The annihilation sword penetrated Zhang deep, halting only after wreaking havoc upon the life essence of the celestial creature, consuming its millennia of lifespan in mere moments. At that juncture, the beast's struggles intensified, causing the golden chains to burst apart into countless shimmering fragments. Seeing that he could no longer maintain control, Wu Yexin called out, "Starlight, holy radiance." Instantly, the fragmented light swarmed towards Yi Ning, transforming into boundless spiritual power, replenishing his immense expenditure from fully activating the Xiantian treasure. As Yi Ning felt the surging spiritual energy within him, he silently marveled at the formidable nature of the Starlight's 7 methods, when wielded skillfully. It was akin to a complete revival of vitality and energy. The celestial beast displayed signs of fear, retreating rather than advancing. Drawing back towards the center of the destruction array, Yi Ning's strike had already threatened its existence. Just 2 more blows would suffice to deplete its lifespan, leading to its demise here. The onlookers on the island of Moon Lake were left dumbfounded. They had not anticipated that Yi Ning and Wu Yexin could achieve such glorious results. Shui Lan, lost amidst the crowd, felt a surge of emotions. He had grown stronger. Even a blow of this magnitude would compel a grand immortal to momentarily retreat. The Xiantian treasure. Long Xian was momentarily taken aback before stating, "I have heard whispers of it. To think that Sect Master Yi possesses such a fully offensive Xiantian treasure. In comparison, the eternal Xian boat is akin to a firefly beside the bright moon. But the annihilation sword was not solely for offense." Yi Ning refrained from elaborating, merely replying, "Elder Long, you flatter me. This sword embodies the essence of life, perfectly countering this beast. Otherwise, whether it would be of any use remains uncertain." In this final struggle, Yi Ning was already awestruck by the terrifying scene. At this moment, Gong Yu also dared not underestimate the situation, pouring her spiritual energy into the Flamewood Radiance vessel without reservation. Alas, though this vessel was a mid-grade treasure, it could only defend, lacking offensive capability. As they sped through the blood rain, Gong Yu's face turned pale as she lamented, "Young Master Yi, this heavenly blood demon palm, though merely a mid-grade treasure, combined with the Yinfu's blood transformation technique, possesses power rivaling that of a high-grade treasure." The heavenly blood demon palm? Yes. This malevolent treasure had once incited a massacre in the Ghost Nation, only to be destroyed by the Ice Palace's master. It was a mystery how it had resurfaced. This treasure required the essence of 81 female cultivators and the fusion of the malevolent bloodstone from the extreme Yin region, demanding the blood sacrifice of over 1,000 innate warriors to succeed. Truly insidious. After a frantic chase, the exterior of the Flamewood Radiance vessel was in tatters, its golden glow seemingly on the verge of shattering, threatening to dissolve within the blood rain at any moment. Fortunately, they had finally caught sight of the shore. Gong Yu spat out a mouthful of her life essence, and instantly, the vessel surged forward with renewed vigor. In the blink of an eye, they broke free from the blood rain and rushed towards the opposite bank of the Mingshui. Attempting to flee? It shan't be so simple. Gong Yu struck several hand seals towards the vessel, exclaiming, "Yi Ning, this treasure will carry you northward swiftly for an hour. I shall hold off Yinfu. Afterward, life and death are fated, and my actions shall honor the vial of spiritual liquid you provided." Very well. Yi Ning understood that what Gong Yu was doing at this moment was quite commendable. In this transaction, she had not only failed to profit, but had also lost a mid-grade treasure, incurring a significant loss. Yet, Gong Yu did not seem to mind, resolutely honoring her pledge to escort them. Yi Ning reevaluated this somewhat wild girl and vowed to remember this bond. Gong Yu leapt from the Flamewood Radiance vessel, thrusting 9 wooden needles that transformed into towering trees, bracing against the enormous blood palm. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the vessel sped northward, appearing as a streak of flowing fire in the distance. Yi Ning glanced back, witnessing the dark night sky alight with crimson and pale green flashes, clashing and producing a cacophony of sound. Uncertain of who might prevail, he nonetheless felt an instinctive belief that Gong Yu would surely escape this calamity. He turned to Yi Miao, saying, "Elder brother, remember Gong Yu. She is our savior." Yi Miao, known for his straightforward nature, felt tears welling in his eyes. He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed. And there is Ho Jiao, though not a virtuous man, he perished because of us." Yes, we owe so many, Yi Ning reflected quietly. realizing that this was precisely why he must strive to live even better. A brief respite an hour later, the Flamewood Radiance vessel gradually came to a halt, ejecting Yi Ning and Yi Miao. Subsequently, the vessel lost its luster, transforming into a palm-sized wooden carving. Yi Ning hurriedly picked it up, noting slight cracks on its surface. Yet the spiritual energy contained within was undeniably potent, truly a mid-grade treasure. Yi Miao surveyed their surroundings, where verdant foliage thrived and distant mountains loomed, accompanied by the faint roars of wild beasts. He turned to Yi Ning, inquiring, "Fifth brother, where are we?" The vessel had flown northward at such speed for an hour, covering a distance that would take us 2 days on horseback. I surmise we have entered the Mingshan mountain range. Mingshan. Though Yi Miao had spent his life in Luocheng, he had heard many tales from adventurers, and at this moment, he was astonished, exclaiming, "Isn't the deepest part of Mingshan the fabled realm of the yin and yang? Goodness, how did this wretched vessel bring us here?" Before he could continue his grumbling, Yi Ning swiftly covered his mouth and pushed him into a nearby thicket. Yi Miao turned back to see Yi Ning frowning slightly, signaling for silence. His heart raced. Could it be that Infu was pursuing them? He strained to listen, but apart from the wind and the chirping of insects, there was nothing to be heard. The surroundings were eerily silent. The night felt like an enormous beast looming over them. As the wind rustled, they could see the pale gray stones littered across the ground, varying in size and interspersed among the vegetation, undoubtedly bearing the weight of a millennium. Yi Miao remained vigilant, and after a brief interval, he finally heard faint sounds approaching from half a li to the south. It seemed to be footsteps, unsteady and unhurried, as if searching for something. Yi Miao's heart raced. Could it be that his extraordinary fifth brother had sensed the footsteps long before? That would be quite remarkable. Gradually, the figure drew near. Now mere dozens of zhang from their concealed location. Yi Ning and Yi Miao held their breath, striving to quiet their heartbeats. The figure donned a black robe, appearing to be around 50 years of age from the back. After searching for a moment, the figure murmured, "Strange. Quite strange. I clearly saw that light descending in this direction. How could there be nothing here?" Yi Ning suddenly understood. This individual had seen the glow of the Flamewood Radiance vessel and rushed over, hoping to seize a rare treasure. He quickly assessed the man's strength. The vessel had flown due to the spiritual energy infused by Gongyu, leaving the man far behind, indicating that the black-robed figure's power was considerably inferior to Gongyu's. At a distance of 10 li, the man's breath was already detectable, suggesting he was not a cultivator. In no time, Yi Ning concluded that the black-robed man was merely a peak innate warrior. With a sense of relief, he felt at ease. The moment of his initial kill had passed. Just then, Yi Ning could no longer suppress a sound. This noise, imperceptible to ordinary ears, resonated in Yi Ning's ears like a thunderclap. Who? The black-robed man, alert and vigilant, swiftly drew a long sword from his waist. Yi Ning realized he had been exposed. He restrained Yi Miao, who was about to leap out, and slowly stepped out of the bushes, declaring, "It is I." The figure in the black robe, upon seeing a boy of about 15 or 16, visibly relaxed and asked, "Young one, have you been here all along? Did you witness anything peculiar?" "Peculiar?" Yi Ning feigned innocence, responding, "Are you referring to a beam of golden light?" "Yes, yes," the black-robed man exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. "Do you know where it fell?" Yi Ning casually pointed ahead, saying, "Just over there." The man, overjoyed, turned to advance. However, Yi Ning, well-versed in human nature, doubted that the man would let him go under these circumstances. Sure enough, although the black-robed figure appeared to be moving forward, his right shoulder trembled involuntarily. A clear sign of impending attack. Just as anticipated, a faint smirk graced Yu Ning's lips as he waved his right hand and commanded, "Frosty sky." Instantly, a chilling aura enveloped the black-robed man, rendering his limbs frigid and obstructing his meridians. Without hesitation, Yi Ning drew the silver-punked sword, swiftly cleaving the now sluggish figure into 4 pieces. In that fleeting moment, Yi Ning noticed the black-robed man's right hand resting on the hilt of his sword, ready to draw it at any moment. His demise was justified. "Fifth brother, you killed him?" Such individuals, driven by greed upon seeing treasure, would not hesitate to take a life. If I spared him, he would surely attempt to kill us. Moreover, he dared pursue the Flamewood bright ship, indicating he was prepared for danger. Yi Ning's resolve was unwavering. Despite it being his first kill in this world, he showed no mercy. He mused, "My inaugural kill, and it is bestowed upon such a vile stranger. Surely, it should be a notable figure." Without delay, he urged, "We must flee quickly. We cannot enter this Ming mountain." We will circumvent it and enter the Lianyun mountain range via Moonly City. Yi Miao observed Yi Ning's pale complexion and felt a chill. Was this truly his most beloved fifth brother? Yet, the Qingluo continent was a harsh world, and he would soon comprehend the righteousness of Yi Ning's actions. Who are you? Yi Ning, having just emerged from the brink of death, grew increasingly cautious and called out loudly. Yi Miao, witnessing his brother's sudden self-dialogue, asked, "Fifth brother, what is wrong?" Yi Ning chose not to answer his elder brother, but instead focused internally as the mysterious voice echoed once more. "You need not speak. Merely think, and we can converse." "Who are you? Where are you?" Yi Ning steadied himself. Having observed the various methods of cultivators, he gradually became more accepting of the extraordinary. That voice replied with a hint of sorrow. "I am now a weapon spirit, residing within your so-called silver pung sword." "Weapon spirit? What is that? Is it a ghost?" The voice chuckled lightly. I forgot. You are merely a novice cultivator, unfamiliar with such concepts. Let me clarify. Any treasure possessing a weapon spirit, regardless of its initial level, will one day evolve into a sacred artifact." "Sacred artifact?" Cough. "Never mind. You are not merely uninformed." The voice continued. "The treasures used by cultivators are categorized from low to high as magical tools, precious tools, sacred artifacts, and divine artifacts, alongside the ancient transcendental artifacts that have existed since time immemorial." Yi Ning's heart leaped with joy. "So, does that mean my silver pung sword could one day become a sacred artifact?" "Humph." The voice seemed irked. "What silver pung sword? Our Lin clan and the Tianpeng clan are sworn enemies. How dare you refer to this Lin sword as the silver pung sword?" After a brief pause, the voice added, I recall now. You little brat are honoring that Chen Feiping. At least you are somewhat loyal. However, what is Chen Feiping? I have no interest in conversing with him." Yi Ning hesitated, skeptical of the weapon spirit's claims. Who is Chen Feiping? "The most outstanding disciple of the Ming sect, possessing the quasi-sacred artifact, the Linglong Luotian Tower. If the weapon spirit disdainfully ignored him, what reason did it have to engage with him?" "Little brat, do not overthink it." The weapon spirit chuckled. "With your meager spiritual power, you are not even worthy of my breath. Our conversation primarily stems from the sword at your waist." The spirit's voice trembled, hinting at excitement. "Is that sword the legendary Golden Lin sword?" "Indeed, the Golden Lin sword. By the ancestors' grace, the Golden Lin sword has finally reappeared in the world." The weapon spirit's voice rose in pitch, filled with elation. "The Golden Lin sword seals our Lin clan's ancestors. One of the 6 divine beasts existing since the ancient era, the Golden Qilin. Divine creation or human creation?" Yi Ning was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this world contained the auspicious beast of legend from his homeland. In shock, he exclaimed, "Qilin?" "Yes. The 6 primordial divine beasts, the Golden Qilin, the Azure Sky Pong, the Purple-Winged Dragon, the Vermilion Bird, the Black Tortoise, and..." At this juncture, the weapon spirit's voice fell to a whisper, as if uttering the name was a profound disrespect. "And the steed of the creator deity, the yak." Creator deity? Is there truly a creator deity? Although Yi Ning was gradually accepting the realities of cultivation, he still found it hard to believe that this world was crafted by a deity, divine creation or human creation. Based on his deductions, that so-called deity was likely an exceptionally powerful cultivator. Indeed, 180 million years ago, when the Qingluo continent did not yet exist, the creator deity journeyed with my ancestors, the 6 divine beasts, to establish the Qingluo continent. Following that was an era of over 100 million years known as the Ancient Era. During such times, our 6 divine beast families were the most powerful, each occupying one of the 6 major regions of the Qingluo continent. Eventually, the creator deity fashioned humanity based on their own visage, leading to their gradual rise, resulting in a multitude of cultivators, some of whom could even rival our ancestors, were ensued and lasted for over 1,000 years. After this protracted conflict, aside from the yak being taken by the creator deity, the remaining 5 divine beasts were sealed. The weapon spirit recounted. Humans then ruled the entire Qingluo continent. However, their insatiable greed, treachery, and malice soon led to the dissolution of their alliance, resulting in the 24 clans warring amongst themselves. This conflict persisted for another 2,000 years, known in your historical records as the pre-warring states era. This was the first time Yi Ning had heard such tales, and he was inwardly astonished. So, the entire Qingluo continent was indeed a divine creation. How formidable must the creator deity have been? Moreover, the chronicles of these divine phenomena were documented in this world, lending them considerable credibility. Subsequently, the Yak, under the creator deity's command, quelled the chaos among the 24 clans, leading to the rise of an unremarkable youth who founded the Decay Empire. The weapon spirit continued, "You are aware of the events that followed. The Decay Empire thrived for over 4,000 years, only to be supplanted by the Deqing Empire a little over a millennium ago. However, the end of the Deqing Empire is also imminent. A chaotic era indeed. An era of turmoil for humanity is precisely the flourishing time for our 6 divine beast families. Therefore, young one, I must entrust you with a task, to nurture the Lin clan's young master." "Entrust me?" Yi Ning was astonished. "I am merely a hapless lad being hunted. What can I possibly do for you?" Hee. The weapon spirit chuckled. "The reason I have divulged so much, even revealing secrets passed down through my bloodline, is to gain your promise." "Promise? What promise?" "To take good care of our Lin clan's young master." "The Lin clan's young master?" Yi Ning quickly grasped the implication, exclaiming, "You mean that little white creature?" He turned to find the small white beast joyfully rolling about in Yi Miao's arms. The weapon spirit seemed momentarily stunned, and after a moment, it laughed. "Oh, I see. In that case, it would be just as well for your elder brother to care for the young master. Rest assured, typically, the young master can ascend to the 9th tier, and may even become a 10th tier divine beast. For your elder brother, this is a significant advantage. All you need to do is ensure the continuation of our Lin clan during the impending human conflict. Do you truly believe in me?" "Indeed, I do. Although I can only discern the water spirit root within you, since the golden Lin sword has chosen you, I must place my faith in you. Alas, the holy ancestor has fallen into slumber, and I am unable to communicate with him." Yi Ning gazed at the small white beast, which lay languidly on Yi Miao's shoulder like a lazy dog, devoid of any semblance of the dignity befitting a divine beast. With a resigned smile, he solemnly declared, "Very well, I promise you. As long as I, Yi Ning, exist, the Lin clan shall undoubtedly endure on the Qing Luo continent." "Excellent." The spirit of the weapon laughs heartily. "I shall return to the silver Peng sword. No, let us rename it the silver Lin sword. Henceforth, the silver Peng sword shall be known as the silver Lin sword, for the Tian Peng clan is indeed our greatest rival. Indeed, the holy ancestor is sealed within the golden Lin sword, and residing here is not a disgrace. Haha, fear not, young one. I shall seal the sword's spirit energy. Those beneath my cultivation will absolutely remain unaware that it is a supreme treasure." Yi Ning quickly interjected, "Wait, don't leave just yet. Do you know how to exit this forest? Follow this red light." The silver Lin sword flickered, emitting a palm-sized beam of red light that swiftly transformed into a firebird, gracefully leading the way. "Elder brother, let us go. Bring along Xiaobai." "Xiaobai?" "Yes, that little white beast." Upon hearing this, the Lin clan's young master was incensed. How dare this mortal refer to him as a beast, and even attempt to alter his name? Thus, he bared his teeth at Yi Ning. Unfazed, Yi Ning smacked him lightly. The young Xiaobai, frightened, hid in Yi Miao's embrace, peeking out with one curious eye. Thus, a burly man cradled a charming little beast, grinning as he followed closely behind Yi Ning. Upon realizing the direction, Yi Ning comprehended how much detour they had taken. In a mere hour, they had traversed out of the Ming mountain forest. Yi Ning took out a map, scrutinizing it carefully before choosing a shortcut toward Yuli City. Along this path, the vegetation was sparse, and the sun climbed higher. Though it was early spring, they felt fatigued from the heat. Suddenly, the little white beast in Yi Miao's arms squeaked joyfully, as though filled with delight. Following Xiaobai's gaze, Yi Ning spotted a pink paper dove fluttering toward them. Moments later, the pink dove alighted upon Yi Ning's shoulder. In that instant, Yi Ning had a premonition that the owner of the pink dove must be Gong Yu, who pretended to be a man while possessing a delicate beauty. Indeed, as he unfolded the paper dove, a letter from Gong Yu was found. The writing was elegant, and the tone urgent. "Young Master Yi, I fought with Mi, and we were both gravely injured. I am now returning to the sect to recuperate. I believe Mi cannot pursue. Take care on your journey, and may we meet again by fate. Additionally, the treasure ship has been sent to your location for you to retrieve later." Though the words were few, Yi Ning read the letter repeatedly, finally exhaling a long sigh of relief. Yu Miao also caught sight of the letter's content and exclaimed, "Fifth brother, does this mean we are safe?" But Xiaobai was intrigued by the letter, snatching it with a paw as if pondering how to make it fly. "Indeed, we should be safe," Yi Ning replied with a smile, But we must not be complacent. Should Enmi, despite his injuries, pursue us, he still possesses many means to suppress his wounds. Yes, the methods of cultivators are elusive. We must remain vigilant. Let us proceed. We should reach Yuli City by evening. Once we enter the city, it will be manageable. Yuli City, also known as the City of Moonlight, is renowned for its gentle folk. We shall replenish our supplies there before setting out. Merely 10 miles beyond the city lies Lianyun Town. Once we reach Lianyun Town, we shall be truly safe. Indeed, reaching Lianyun Town will be a relief. Yi Miao mused. I never imagined we would traverse most of the Yu Kingdom. Yuli City is adjacent to the Yu Kingdom? Yuli City is separated from the Yu Kingdom by the Lianyun mountain range. It is said that beyond the mountains lies the Dreamfall Land, where the Creator God descended, a sacred place in the hearts of all cultivators. In that moment, Yu Miao's eyes sparkled with aspiration. If, during their time in Luo City, he knew nothing of cultivators, now his desire to become one was certainly equal to that of Yi Ning. One day, I shall embark on the path to the sacred land. Yuli City, under the night sky, appeared to welcome darkness sooner than other cities. The moonlight enveloped the city like a delicate veil, casting a warm glow over its beauty. The moonbeams danced upon the camphor trees within the city, resembling playful spirits. Despite the dim lights, the streets bustled with people, each adorned with gentle smiles. Remarkably, a vast majority of the pedestrians were women, clad in attire slightly more revealing than those from the south, their faces veiled, revealing only pairs of bright eyes like black gemstones. Upon entering the city, Yi Miao began to feel uneasy. Fifth brother, look at them. Yi Ning had already noticed how the women on the streets were playfully offering various silk scarves to Yi Miao, blushing as they danced around him. Soon, a large dance troupe formed around them. Yi Ning speculated that this was likely a customary courting method employed by the women of this city. What a tragedy! Why were these enchanting maidens so enamored with the burly figure of his elder brother? Was he not handsome enough? Or did women in this world have a peculiar aesthetic, favoring the robust? Alas, with my level of charm, would I not be perceived as an ugly man in their eyes? The pursuit of romance seemed perilous. Not far off, an older gentleman, perhaps in his 50s, looked on with envy, his gaze tinged with nostalgia. Observing Yi Miao's unease, he chuckled, parting the crowd of women, and exclaimed, "Ha, ladies of Yuli City, please spare these two outsiders. Old Gu, how is it you again? This time, the young lad is indeed tall and robust. I shall not let this opportunity pass." The women chimed in unison, laughter ringing like pearls cascading onto jade plates. "You all." Old Gu laughed. "Disperse now, lest you frighten the handsome young men from afar." After several attempts to persuade them, the women finally dispersed. Yi Ning regained his composure amidst the throng of cosmetics and clasped his hands in greeting. "Old Gu, what was that all about just now? You must be new to Yuli City, yes? There exists a custom here. If a woman fancies a man, she may present a silk scarf she has woven herself on a moonlit night, tucking it into his embrace. If the man reciprocates her affections, he retains the scarf. If not, he returns it. Look." Old Gu pointed to the colorful scarves in Yi Miao's arms. Yi Ning's earlier guesses were confirmed. He could not help but laugh heartily at the sight of Yi Miao's flushed face, and even Xiao Bai, perched on Yi Miao's shoulder, joined in the laughter for the first time. After a moment, Yi Ning grumbled, "Why don't I have any scarves?" Yi Miao grew even more flustered, awkwardly pulling out the scarves from his embrace, unsure of how to deal with them. Old Gu chuckled, "Young man, you are still quite young, 15 or 16 perhaps? When you reach his age, I assure you, you will be too intimidated to walk the streets of Yuli City." Haha. At this moment, Old Gu seemed particularly animated, as if transported back 30 years to his youth. "Come now, let us share a drink." Yuli City is renowned for its fine wine and beautiful women. Yi Ning thought it fortuitous to replenish themselves in Yuli City, and with Old Gu as their guide, it would be much easier. Thus, the three of them leisurely strolled into a tavern across the street. The mysterious talisman shop, the inconspicuous talisman shop, located deep within a narrow street, was about to close as Yu Ning stepped inside. "Excuse me, do you sell talismans here?" he inquired. The shopkeeper, an elderly man with thinning white hair and a gaunt face, turned around, his expression shifting to one of surprise. "Oh, you're at the transformation stage?" The old man quickly regained his composure and said, "Please come in, young guest. I offer a variety of talismans here, each possessing remarkable power, capable of vanquishing demons and dispelling evil." As he spoke, he illuminated the room, revealing a counter laden with talismans that faintly radiated spiritual energy. Take your time to choose, young guest. The talismans here are unique in the entire Moonly City, with no other branches. If you don't purchase them, you are sure to regret it. Perhaps due to the scarcity of customers, the shopkeeper was particularly loquacious, incessantly promoting his wares. At that moment, Yi Ning experienced both surprise and delight. He could distinctly sense the swirling spiritual energy emanating from the talismans, feeling the latent power within them. However, he felt a sense of helplessness, realizing that their potency was limited. As Uncle Gu had said, they could at most match a full-force strike from a peak innate warrior. He soon came to terms with it, acknowledging that if these talismans were truly capable of confronting cultivators, they would be beyond the reach of mere gold coins. Have you made your choice, young guest? The shopkeeper asked. Yi Ning shook his head, lamenting, what a pity. Though numerous, their power is insufficient. I'll take 10,000 attack-type talismans. 10,000? The shopkeeper's face broke into a beaming smile, eagerly flattering Yi Ning. What discerning eyes and courage you possess. The talismans in the shop cost 10 gold coins each, a hefty price indeed. In the Shadow Realm, 10 gold coins would suffice for a common person's living expenses for an entire year. Acquiring 10,000 meant a staggering sum of 100,000 gold coins. Yi Ning had brought along a third of the Yi family's millennium-long accumulation, amounting to a fortune of over 1 million. Thus, spending 100,000 at once was still within his means. Moreover, with his life hanging in the balance, what use was wealth? The shopkeeper gratefully packaged the talismans for Yi Ning, even gifting him an additional talisman, which he claimed held extraordinary power. Upon examining it, Yi Ning noted that the paper was aged, the vermilion ink faded, and, amusingly, he sensed not a hint of spiritual energy. Nonetheless, the shopkeeper insisted that this talisman was extraordinary and capable of injuring cultivators. Yi Ning could only accept it with a wry smile, tucking it away. As he and Yi Miao exited the shop, the shopkeeper's smile vanished, his brows furrowing as he muttered to himself, such a swift duo. Alas, how unfortunate. The eerie town Yi Ning and his companion hastily left the city, passing through Lianyun town and entering the Lianyun mountain range, with Lianyun sect within sight. The thought filled Yi Ning with excitement, for he understood that given the opportunity, he would undoubtedly excel beyond all others. The night was deep, a solitary moon casting its ethereal glow upon the silvery city. A gentle breeze caressed their cheeks, carrying a hint of chill. Beneath their feet lay a path of fine cobblestones. Moonly City was exceptionally affluent, boasting 4 such roads connecting various cities. Just ahead, Lianyun town came into view, appearing as a shadowy beast lurking in the night. Little White had fallen asleep, resting on Yu Miao's shoulder, snoring rhythmically. Strangely, no matter how fast Yu Miao ran, Little White remained steadied, as if the enormity of the world paled in comparison to its slumber. Brother, Lianyun town is just ahead. Grandfather once mentioned that no forces have intervened here. It's a peaceful town where our Yi family can settle down. Indeed, fifth brother, Yu Miao replied with a smile. The environment is quite pleasant, with the Lianyun mountain range at our back and facing Moonly City. However, the lingering threat of Mu is a concern. Fear not. Once we enter the Lianyun sect tomorrow, I will request our elders to address this issue, Yi Ning assured. Now, let us take a rest in town. We shall venture into the mountains at dawn. Agreed. Just as Yi Miao took a step forward, Little White suddenly jolted awake, squealing and clawing at him. Brother, be cautious, Yi Ning exclaimed. Little White is a descendant of divine beasts. Its senses for danger surpass ours. Could there be peril within the town? Upon hearing this, Little White nodded vigorously, as if wholeheartedly supporting Yi Ning's words. Yu Miao was taken aback. Let us proceed with caution, regardless of what malevolent creatures lie ahead. We must forge through, Yu Ning declared resolutely. He then distributed some talismans to Yi Miao for protection. As they approached Lianyun town, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped them. Despite being merely a town, its proximity to Moonly City had rendered it quite prosperous, comparable in size to half of Luo City. Yet, at that moment, the town was devoid of any light, shrouded instead in chilling moonlight. What further raised their suspicions was the eerie silence that enveloped the town. Could it be that there is no one here? The lingering shadows of Yi Ning stealthily entered, advancing along the central street of the town. Gradually, he discovered something amiss. A thin, unnoticeable mist lingered throughout, rapidly thickening and exuding a foul stench. Quickly, Yi Ning urged, realizing an ambush awaited them. He had underestimated Mu's resolve to kill him. The mist thickened to an inky blackness, releasing an extremely nauseating odor. Yi Ning immediately held his breath. pulling Yi Miao toward the town's center. "Hold your breath. The mist is toxic," he whispered urgently into Yi Miao's ear. Unfortunately, it was too late. Yi Miao's complexion turned ashen, his eyes bloodshot, indicating he had inhaled the poisonous gas. Strangely, a red glow enveloped Little White, isolating it from the mist. Yining, in a panic, channeled some spiritual energy to stabilize Yi Miao's vital points. The mist, as dark as ink, engulfed them. Yining groped his way, vaguely sensing they had reached the town square. As the mist continued to spread, gradually enveloping the entire town in a shroud of darkness, Yining, filled with rage, hurled talismans into the air as if they were worthless. Instantly, explosions erupted, forcing the mist to recede. Soon, Yining realized that fire-based talismans, such as the explosive and fire serpent talismans, were particularly effective against the black mist, with some flames even wrapping around it, crackling ominously. Carrying Yi Miao on his back, he forged a path through the town, making his way toward the outskirts. Yi family brat, impressive skills, purchasing so many talismans. A low, resonant voice echoed from the darkness. Yining recognized that the speaker was indeed Inmu, and judging by the weakness in his voice, he was evidently injured. "You should tend to your wounds instead of seeking death here," he taunted. "Aha! Seek death. Do you think a mere innate warrior like you could threaten me? Have the courage to face me in battle." Yining found Inmu's reluctance to show himself unusual, prompting him to provoke him further. "You are unworthy. First, play with my bone puppets." With that, Inmu fell silent, and the swirling black mist began to dissipate. However, Yining's heart grew heavier as he heard rustling sounds from all directions, unveiling a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. Groups of white skeletal figures emerged, some still clinging to scraps of flesh, shedding pieces with each step. The battle of talismans against bone puppets. Yining had heard tales among cultivators about certain sects specializing in corpse cultivation, capable of creating zombies comparable to cultivators. However, witnessing skeletal figures being directly commanded to battle was a first for him. The bone puppets glimmered with a ghastly white light, their eerie presence amplified by Inmu's haunting wails, rendering the atmosphere even more terrifying. Yining felt his heart racing to the brink of cessation. His hands slick with sweat as he gripped the hilt of his sword. Closer. 10 feet, 5 feet, 3 feet. At last, the first skeletal figure leapt forward, its fingers sharp as blades, aiming for Yining. Without hesitation, Yining gritted his teeth and raised his silver scale sword, slicing through the skeletal fingers as if they were mere tofu. Yet, the skeleton felt no pain. Its forearm suddenly swung up, sending a gust of wind crashing against Yining's shoulder. The force of this strike was comparable to that of an early-stage innate practitioner, and while Yining could withstand it, it revealed the skeleton's formidable strength. A single early-stage innate practitioner was not fearsome. What was truly terrifying was that there were nearly 10,000 skeletons surrounding Yining. Furthermore, he noticed at the back a skeleton towering 2 heads taller than the others. A dark green figure. A foul stench emanated from it, dripping with an unknown liquid that corroded the bluestone ground into deep pits with each drop. Had Yining been an ordinary peak innate warrior, he would have undoubtedly met his demise under such circumstances. However, within him flowed a stream of spiritual energy, and he possessed nearly 10,000 talismans, refusing to surrender easily. Frosty sky water shadow. He moved with the swiftness of the wind, akin to a nimble fish, darting through the web of attacks formed by the multitude of skeletons. Bang, bang, bang. The pale skeletons shattered under the onslaught of the silver scale sword, disintegrating into fine powder that filled the air. The skeletons, undeterred by death, surged forward in waves, quickly piling up a thick layer of white bone fragments beneath Yining's feet, resembling a heavy snowfall from a distance. As he surveyed the relentless swarm of skeletons, Yining's countenance paled. The spiritual energy within him had dwindled significantly. Relying solely on his robust true energy to operate Frosty Sky had yielded minimal results, merely slowing the advance of the skeletons. Faced with the unceasing emergence of more skeletons, Yining felt a sense of helplessness. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to employ the talismans he carried. Each talisman used diminished his greatest means of dealing with Inmu. At this moment, utilizing them against the skeletons felt wasteful. Explosive talisman, flame talisman, ice talisman. Various talismans were hurled around, and explosions erupted continuously, each talisman capable of sending several skeletons flying, momentarily halting the assault. Little White was formidable, cawing eerily. Mi's maniacal laughter echoed from an unseen corner. Ye family brat, you possess quite a number of talismans. Do you have any idea how many skeletons surround you? Haha. There are as many as the population of Lianyun Town. In an instant, Yining comprehended why Lianyun Town was so eerily quiet. This Mi had become utterly deranged. Old ghost, have you lost your mind? Most of the Lianyun sect's disciples and their families reside in Lianyun Town. Aren't you afraid of their retribution? Humph, Lianyun sect? Merely a second-rate sect. They wouldn't dare to confront me over a few insignificant mortals. As he spoke, he suddenly broke into a fit of violent coughing, as though he were about to expel his very lungs. Ha ha, old ghost, it seems you've sustained quite the injury. Mi snorted coldly and vanished once more. The talismans in Yining's possession had diminished significantly, yet the skeletons were also gradually fewer. Suddenly, Little White let out a shrill cry from behind. Yining turned to see Little White hopping around Meow, emitting fierce cries. He hurriedly stepped back, only to find Meow lying on the ground, his complexion darkening. Black, foul liquid oozing from his mouth, indicating deep poisoning. Brother, Yining channeled his spiritual energy to examine Meow's internal condition, discovering that multiple toxins had begun infiltrating his heart, entangling with the lingering spiritual energy he had left behind. With no antidotes on hand, he had no choice but to force all his spiritual energy into Meow's body, layer upon layer shielding his heart. For now, buying time was all he could do. Little White, sensing the urgency, let out a mournful cry and leapt forth. Originally no larger than a domestic cat, Little White inhaled deeply, suddenly expanding to the size of a room, its soft white form transforming into iron-like toughness. Little White charged into the throng of skeletons, clawing and kicking, its immense strength easily shredding the bones apart. Soon, it cleared a path. Little White pushed through, escaped the town. Yining hoisted his brother onto his back and followed closely behind Little White. Hidden in the shadows, Mi was dumbfounded. He witnessed the dark green skeleton, comparable to a mid-stage spiritual practitioner, disintegrate under Little White's strike, leaving him utterly astonished. A fifth-tier demon beast. Moreover, a newborn. Otherwise, its power would be even greater. Heavens! Where did these two find a newly born fifth-tier demon beast? To pursue or not to pursue? If he pursued, he risked the jaws of the beast. If he did not, he would be nurturing a tiger that would eventually turn on him. Once Yining grew stronger, he would undoubtedly seek revenge. At that moment, Mi harbored an intense hatred for Gongyu. Were it not for his injuries, dealing with those two and their beast would be a simple task. However, he had been renowned for many years, and with a decisive mindset, he gritted his teeth and followed stealthily, preparing to seize an opportunity to ambush. After stepping out for errands, I will continue updating 5 chapters tonight. Qingzhu spirit fruit when the sun had risen, casting brilliant light upon the forest. The Lianyun mountain range lacked the towering ancient trees of the Ming mountain forest, nor did it have the overgrown thickets that could drown a person. Instead, not far away stood a tree in full bloom, its faint fragrance wafting through the air. The mountains were dotted with fruit trees bearing various unknown fruits, and a vast grove of purple bamboo swayed gracefully in the morning light. Truly, this place, being near the Lianyun sect, boasted fresh air and abundant spiritual energy. Yet, Yining had no inclination to admire any of it. His brother Meow was on the brink of death, his face as dark as ink, the foul liquid leaking from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes growing increasingly thick. He understood that the only way to save Meow was to swiftly locate the entrance to the Lianyun sect. He darted through the mountains like a blind cat for nearly an hour, seeing not a single person, only a few docile small animals. A captivating novel. He leaned against a mountain wall, gasping for breath when Meow suddenly awakened, as if returning from the brink of death. Fifth brother, I'm not dead. No, not dead. Yining could barely speak before tears streamed down his face. Fifth brother, don't cry. It doesn't matter if big brother dies. As long as you are alive, the Yi family will have hope, won't it? Looking at Meow's darkened face, Yining felt that at this moment. It was the most beautiful moment in his beloved brother's life. Big brother, I will definitely save you. Meow opened his mouth to say something, but grimaced, spitting out a mouthful of blood that was red mixed with black. Big brother. Little White also screeched, clamping onto Yining's clothing and pulling him forward. Yining, feeling annoyed, kicked it away. Little White, however, remained undeterred, still tugging at his clothes. Suddenly, a lightning bolt seemed to flash through Yining's mind. Most demon beasts lived in deep forests and could always find herbs to consume after being injured or poisoned. Could it be that Little White had discovered something? With this thought, he hurriedly followed Little White, racing forward. Before long, they arrived at a barren mountain devoid of life. A scorching and desolate valley. Without hesitation, Little White charged right in. At the end of the valley was a cave glowing with firelight. Little White halted, repeatedly calling out to Yi Ning as if trying to prevent him from entering. Yi Ning nodded vigorously, gently placing Yi Miao on the ground, waiting patiently. In an instant, Little White's figure vanished into the cave. Silence. After what felt like an eternity, a thunderous roar erupted from within the cave, its sound seemingly containing boundless power, shaking the entire valley and cracking it open to a width of 10 feet. Inside the cave, fist-sized stones fell like fiery rain, forcing Yi Ning to quickly dodge while cradling his brother. Soon after, a somewhat childish cry pierced the sky. It was Little White. Yi Ning was overjoyed. Then, the valley returned to tranquility. Qingzhu's spirit fruit too, but Yi Ning was unaware that this earth-shattering roar had startled the entire Lianyan sect. An elderly man with graying hair and a stern visage exclaimed, "Is that the wretched beast?" As her voice faded, she transformed into a streak of light and flew away. Another elder clad in luxurious garments chuckled, stating, "After all these years, Sister Rong's temper remains as fiery as ever. Mu, you should go assist her. The fire unicorn in the valley must have reached the 7th tier by now, and Sister Rong stands no chance." Understood. Mu, somewhat dull-witted and reticent, turned and soared into the air. Alas, what a troublesome season this is. Mo, who had been shadowing Yi Ning, was momentarily stunned by the outcry. His dantian, already damaged, now showed signs of cracking under the sudden disturbance. Startled, Mo could no longer pursue Yi Ning. He hastily swallowed several medicinal pills and sat down to stabilize himself. Yi Ning stood at the cave's entrance, rooted to the spot. After a brief moment, Xiaobai dashed out from within. Its pure white fur was charred in large patches, still emitting wisps of blue smoke, looking utterly disheveled. Yi Ning felt a pang of sorrow upon seeing it, and quickly employed the frost sky body technique to help cool it down. For reasons unknown, Xiaobai had always kept its distance from Yi Ning, yet at that moment, it did not shy away but instead extended its paws towards him. In its fluffy white claws lay 2 spirit fruits. One was emerald green, the other a deep crimson, seemingly translucent, allowing a clear view of the pulsing flesh within, which took on various forms: a visage of the Buddha, a cherubic face, a stunning maiden. Yi Ning realized the spirit fruits contained boundless spiritual energy, an overwhelming force he had never encountered before. Merely inhaling their fragrance rejuvenated him, erasing the fatigue from a night of combat and replenishing his internal spiritual power, even allowing it to grow slightly. He understood that these were the life-saving treasures Xiaobai had sought for Yi Miao. Although Yi Ning recognized that consuming one of these spirit fruits would greatly benefit his future cultivation, he hesitated not for a moment. He accepted the fruit and placed it in Yi Miao's mouth. Yi Ning may not have been considered a good person, but he could never prioritize his own gain over his brother's life. Strangely, although the spirit fruit was quite sizable, it melted instantly upon entering Yi Miao's mouth, transforming into a torrent of pure spiritual energy that surged into his being. Instantly, the black poison was expelled, and his complexion fluctuated between shades of blue and red. Yi Ning was not concerned about the efficacy of the spirit fruit or any adverse reactions from consuming it. Upon first sight, he had sensed that while the spirit fruit was imbued with astonishing spiritual energy, it was remarkably gentle, posing no risk of explosive demise. At last, Yi Miao awakened. He seemed transformed, radiating an air of heroism. Previously, Yi Miao had been tall with remarkably symmetrical features, though they were rather ordinary and unremarkable. Now he appeared to glow, akin to a finely polished jade, inviting affection. Yet, the most profound change was not merely physical. Yi Ning could not articulate it, but he felt that the 2 spirit fruits would bring about a monumental transformation in his brother's life. A mix of joy and melancholy welled within him. But he bore no regrets, never any regrets. "Let us go, brother," Yi Ning said with a smile. "The thunderous noise we just made must have drawn the attention of the people from Lianyan sect. As long as we encounter them, we shall be safe." Indeed, as they emerged from the valley, they encountered Mo, who had relentlessly pursued them in recent days. At that moment, Mo appeared pallid and disheveled, his garments tattered and worn. He spoke not a word, but advanced step by step towards Yi Ning and his brother. "Brother, you go ahead," Yi Ning exclaimed. producing the Celestial Inquiry token and handing it to Yi Miao. Take the token to find the Lianyan sect and return to rescue me. Strangely, Yu Tai could not grasp the Celestial Inquiry token, yet Yu Miao took it with ease. The token glimmered vibrantly in his hand, as if alive. Yu Ning was startled, realizing his brother possessed spiritual roots. Quickly go, take Xiaobai with you. Without further ado, he hurled dozens of talismans at Imo. Imo summoned a shield that spun around him, providing impenetrable protection. The talismans struck the shield, sparking briefly before disintegrating into ash on the ground. Ha ha, foolish child. Imo taunted, seemingly reveling in the chase, taking his time as he observed Yu Ning throwing the talismans. This shield is a superior treasure. Do you think your worthless talismans can breach it? Unperturbed, Yu Ning produced nearly 100 talismans, throwing them all at once. Boom. Imo's laughter echoed, his shield remaining unscathed while Yu Ning was pushed back several feet by the explosive force. He realized these talismans were ineffective against Imo. Fortunately, he had bought enough time for Yi Miao to distance himself, and with any luck, he may have already encountered someone from the Lianyan sect. Seeing Imo closing in, flames igniting in his hands, Yu Ning refused to surrender. He grasped 4 talismans gifted by his grandfather, preparing to use them. These 4 talismans had remained untouched, whether facing toxic mists or skeletal foes. The ancestral talismans appeared far superior to the ones he had purchased, infused with abundant spiritual energy. Imo raised his hand, sending the green flames eerily toward Yi Ning. Solid talismans. Yi Ning's surroundings erupted in golden light, instantly extinguishing the green fire. This talisman possesses the power of a mid-stage spirit practitioner barrier. Imo remarked, perplexed. Yet Yi Ning sensed an opportunity and crushed another talisman imbued with divine power, unleashing an overwhelming force he had never experienced. Unable to contain himself, he let out a roar, swinging his sword and igniting a blaze. Mid-stage spirit practitioner strength? Yu Ning thought with delight. So this is the power of a cultivator? Truly formidable. With the heavenly mist water sword in his right hand, he unleashed a net-like attack toward Imo. In his left, he activated Frost Sky, conjuring icicles that shot forth toward Imo. The reason Imo's shield had protected him was due to its speed, yet now Yu Ning's 2 attacks were nearly simultaneous, forcing Imo to choose one to defend against while the other would have to be endured with his spiritual barrier. He chose to defend against the icicles. Bang, bang, bang. The shield bore several white marks. Before he could lament the damage, he was astonished to see Yi Ning's seemingly mundane iron sword slice through his spiritual barrier and pierce his left shoulder. Yi Ning was elated. The sword's momentum drove downward, and Imo could no longer afford to be reckless, vanishing from sight and reappearing several feet away. Teleportation? Yu Ning was astonished. He knew that teleportation was a special technique mastered only by sect cultivators. Imo remained silent, inwardly lamenting his own oversight. This Yi family lad was indeed talented. The sword he wielded was a treasure. Regrettably, due to his carelessness, he had been compelled to use teleportation. His teleportation was not a natural ability, but derived from a peculiar artifact known as the 7-Feather Pendant. The 7-Feather Pendant could be deemed a transcendent ancient spirit artifact, allowing for 7 instances of teleportation. Such artifacts, crafted by ancient cultivators, are generally not amenable to fusion with the body. However, the ancient cultivators had all perished over 80 million years ago, and the ancient spirit artifacts that had survived intact were often truly capable of incredible feats. Nevertheless, Imo's luck in acquiring the 7-Feather Pendant was somewhat of a double-edged sword. Even so, to practitioners below the sect level, it remained a coveted treasure. 7 uses of teleportation, exaggerating slightly, could be likened to gaining 7 additional lives. Yi Ning understood that the talismans had a limited duration, and he readied himself for action once more. Imo did not engage him directly, either evading with his agile movements or bracing against his inferior shield. Yi Ning had not anticipated that merely 2 talismans could vanquish Imo. His intention mirrored Imo's, to buy time. As long as there was ample time, Yi Miao would surely find assistance. Thus, in the desolate mouth of the valley, the 2 engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. Yi Miao's plight unfolded. Yi Miao was lost. In the expanse between the mountains, Yi Miao wandered for nearly half an hour, only to sorrowfully realize that he was lost. In recent days, he had been enveloped in tension and anxiety, and now, with Yi Ning bestowing upon him a flicker of hope, his heart swelled with excitement. The Qingzhu Lingua had alleviated his poison and even enhanced his constitution. However, It could not compensate for the exhaustion wrought by the tumult of his emotions. Breathless, he mechanically pressed onward. At last, he stumbled upon a familiar path, a desolate valley. A bitter smile graced Yi Miao's lips as he understood that after all this wandering, he had returned to where he began. Yet, he found no trace of Yi Ning, aside from a pool of fresh blood and a few scraps of fabric. Nothing else remained. Clutching his head with both hands, he sank to the ground in despair. Fifth brother, the words escaped his throat like a strangled cry. Laden with heart-wrenching pain, as he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness, he faintly perceived a figure descending from the horizon. That figure was none other than Sister Rong from the Lianyun sect, the fourth elder, Rong Shunlin. When the demonic beasts roared within the cave, she had been roused and hastened to the valley with utmost urgency. The Lianyun sect was aware of a seventh-tier demonic beast residing in this valley, yet they bore no intention of subjugating it. Firstly, a seventh-tier beast possessed strength comparable to that of an early-stage venerable, making it a formidable foe. Secondly, having the beast remain here served to deter outsiders from prying into the sect's affairs. However, to neglect the beast did not equate to tolerating its unruliness. The resounding roars made it evident that the beast had been provoked. Upon her arrival, Rong Shenlin found not only a bottomless chasm but also the unconscious young man and a small white creature bouncing about nearby. Sensing a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the young man, she approached for a closer inspection. The small white creature, protective of its master, bared its teeth, attempting to intimidate Rong Shenlin. But what was Rong Shenlin's caliber? As a fourth elder of the Lianyun sect, with mid-level venerable cultivation, she had no reason to fear a mere fifth-tier beast. In truth, her temperament was typically fiery. In normal circumstances, she would have turned away without a second thought. Yet, the spiritual energy radiating from the youth bore a striking resemblance to that of the Lianyun sect, and the little beast piqued her interest. A question token? Rong Shenlin gasped in shock. After over 300 years of cultivation, it was her first encounter with the fabled question token issued by the Lianyun sect. Moreover, she was certain this token was genuine. Throughout its 3 millennia of existence, the Lianyun sect had only issued 8 question tokens. Now, one had inexplicably appeared in this desolate valley. How could she not be astonished? A blunder of monumental proportions. Rong Shenlin mistakenly assumed that the owner of the question token was Yi Miao. At that moment, she resolved to intervene. Lowering herself, she meticulously examined Yi Miao's condition, finding no grave injuries, which alleviated her worries. Gradually channeling a few strands of spiritual energy, Rong Shenlin's expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Ha ha ha, for spiritual roots. My heavens, the heavens favor Lianyun. What? For spiritual roots. Mu Shidi had also arrived, and upon hearing Rong Shenlin's laughter, a semblance of expression emerged on his otherwise withered face. Mu Qingyun, the third elder of the Lianyun sect, specialized in wood-based techniques and possessed early-stage venerable cultivation. He seized Yi Miao's left hand, examining it closely. After a moment, a blossoming smile spread across his gaunt visage as he exclaimed, "Indeed, indeed. For spiritual roots, water, wood, fire, and the rare wind spiritual root. Splendid. And I can sense that his water spiritual root's aptitude is at least 40. Rong Shenlin, elated, scooped Yi Miao into her arms, declaring, "Third senior brother, I discovered this lad first, so do not lay claim." Very well, Mu Qingyun, familiar with his little junior sister's temperament, chose not to dispute her. Regardless, they needed to bring him back to the sect and revive him first. Do you need to say it? As she spoke, Rong Shenlin soared toward the direction of the Lianyun sect. The little white creature, anxious, sprinted after her. Although it lacked the ability to fly, it kept pace with her remarkably well. Mu Qingyun shook his head and said, "Protectors should come along." Understanding his words, the little white creature hopped onto Mu Qingyun's magical artifact, a green wooden ruler that flew with the swiftness of lightning, yet steadiness akin to a mountain. In a matter of moments, they arrived at the gates of the Lianyun sect. Rong Shenlin burst into the residence of the sect leader, Lian Huapeek, exclaiming as she flew, "Sect leader, joyous news, joyous news." The sect leader, the elderly gentleman clad in fine garments, Jin Xiaoyong, was already roused from his slumber. "Fourth junior sister, why can't you be quiet for once?" Sect leader, look, Rong Shenlin said, tossing Yi Miao forward. Although the gesture appeared forceful, he landed lightly and safely. Jin Xiaoyong was taken aback. When had this little junior sister learned to handle things so gently? Sect leader, I have found a genius with 4 spiritual roots. Moreover, he possesses a question token from our Lianyun sect. Rong Shenlin spoke rapidly. This lad must be taken under my wing. Do not let second senior brother snatch him away. What? A question token? You say the owner of the token possesses 4 spiritual roots? Jin Zhaoyang could no longer maintain his composure, rising in shock. What did 4 spiritual roots signify? Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, a practitioner with 4 spiritual roots was destined to become a great sect leader. In this age devoid of saints, a great sect leader was the pinnacle of power, standing atop the Qigluo continent. How could Jin Zhaoyang not be astonished? If the Lianyun sect were to have a great sect leader, it would undoubtedly ascend to become the most formidable sect in the entire Yu Kingdom and even the Qingluo continent. Yisntihe waking. Haha, sect leader. So you can be impatient too? Rong Shenlin chuckled. Do not worry. He is merely fatigued and has fallen into slumber. After a while of rest, he will surely awaken. Jin Zhaoyang sighed, retrieving a crystal-clear yet colorless stone from his storage bag. He gently placed the stone upon Yi Miao's forehead, and after a moment, it radiated a blue light reminiscent of the sky, followed by the emergence of blue petals. 1, 2. A total of 40. Indeed, it is true. The water spiritual root's aptitude is 40. Unbeknownst to them, Mu Qingyan had also arrived. The little white creature leapt to Yi Miao's side. A 5th-tier demonic beast? Jin Zhaoyang cast a glance at the little creature before refocusing on the stone. Moments later, the stone transformed into a green luminescence, exuding a warmth that seemed to harbor boundless life force. Following this, 21 green petals unfurled from the stone. Next, the stone burst forth with a fiery red brilliance, startling the little white creature into a leap backward. Once the brilliance faded, 20 red petals remained on the stone. Finally, the stone shifted to a gray-white hue, trembling as if it were about to ascend. Eventually, it settled, revealing 19 gray-white petals. The 100 petals artfully coalesced into a rotating blossom of 4 colors. Jin Zhaoyang and the others were left utterly dumbfounded. After a prolonged silence, Rong Shenlin exclaimed, "My goodness, it is indeed as I suspected. 4 spiritual roots. Water spiritual root. Aptitude 40. Wood spiritual root. Aptitude 21. Fire spiritual root. Aptitude 20. And a mutated wind spiritual root. Aptitude 19. The total spiritual aptitude reaches an astounding 100. Mu Qingyun." His expression darkened, remarked, "Little junior sister, this lad's water spiritual root aptitude is the highest at 40. He may not be suited for you to teach." Jin Zhaoyang, as if emerging from a daze, added, "Indeed, little junior sister, perhaps we should let second brother take him." Rong Shenlin's expression soured. "Humph, after all these years. You all only know how to assist that old ghost. Although I primarily cultivate fire techniques, I possess excellent water techniques as well. I will not lose out on this. Well, sect leader, no matter your reasoning, this lad is mine. Little junior sister." Just as Jin Zhaoyang was about to persuade her, a gentle voice floated in. "Sect master, I am fated to have no connection with this child. Let it be." Upon hearing this voice, Rong Shenlin seemed to be struck. Yelling frantically, "Shui Longming, you bastard, if you have the guts, never show your face to me again." In this state, she hardly resembled a revered master. However, to Jin Zhaoyang's eyes, it was an indescribable sorrow. Mu Qingyun shook his head repeatedly. 200 years ago, who did not know that Lianyun sect produced a genius woman? Rong Shenlin. In just a century, she had ascended to the ranks of the revered. Moreover, who could forget that the most beautiful woman in the Yu Kingdom was also this talented cultivator? Heaven's will, Jin Zhaoyang sighed. "Little junior sister, please bring this child back to Furong Peak. Take good care of him. The future of Lianyun sect rests upon his shoulders." Rong Shenlin wiped her face and smiled. "I must have embarrassed the sect master. I will certainly dedicate myself to nurturing a great master." With that, she picked up Yi Miao and flew towards Furong Peak. Upon seeing this, Xiaobai, having been forgotten, anxiously bit onto Rong Shenlin's skirt corner, refusing to let go. Jin Zhaoyang chuckled. "This beast seems to have some significance. Little junior sister, take it along." The trio made their way to Furong Peak. Mu Qingyun shook his head and turned to leave. Jin Zhaoyang stopped him. "Third junior brother, your character is honest and kind. After all these years, you have yet to find a disciple you favor. Rest assured, this time the gate is wide open for selection. You may choose first." "Thank you, sect master," Mu Qingyun replied. "I am already satisfied with a disciple like Zhang Xiang." Indeed, although saying Zhang Xiang only possessed 3 spiritual roots, she was remarkably intelligent and had made significant progress in recent years, albeit a bit unruly. The two exchanged a few words before ultimately falling silent. Mu Qingyan turned back towards his Zizhu peak. Yuning's predicament. The blazing sun hung high in the sky. Though it was early spring, the Lianyan mountains felt uncomfortably warm. Yuning's robe was soaked through, strands of his black hair clung together, obscuring his bright eyes. He had been entangled with Yinmi for a full hour. The effects of the solid talismans and force talismans had long since worn off. He activated the movement talisman, darting about the entire Lianyun mountain range. At this moment, Yinmi felt quite helpless. His internal injuries were worsening, and several times, when he forced his spiritual energy to circulate, he experienced backlash. He understood that if he did not heal quickly, it might affect his future advancement. Yet, the boy before him was as slippery as an oil-coated rat, making him hard to catch. Yining was even more exasperated. He had used all his tricks, yet he still could not shake off Yining's temperament. Tempered by treacherous business battles in the past, had become calm. Yet now, forced into such a dire situation, he was filled with a kind of fury. Disregarding face and employing any ruthless tactic he could muster. With the movement talisman activated, Yining's speed matched that of the injured Yinmi. He walked along, suddenly turning to hurl a dozen talismans. Although those talismans could not break through Yinmi's precious shield, they compelled him to constantly operate the artifact, depleting the dwindling spiritual energy within him. Though the shield consumed little energy, over an hour, it became a considerable burden for Yinmi. The more he chased, the more alarmed he became. This boy was terrifying. If he matured, it would be a significant problem. Suddenly, he noticed that the fleeing Yining had vanished. The disappearance was so abrupt, with no warning or trace of spiritual fluctuations, as if blown away by the wind. Yinmi expanded his spiritual awareness, carefully scanning the area within a mile. His spiritual awareness was not particularly advanced, but within this mountain range, it could cover about a mile. Within this range, even the flutter of a bird's wings would be accurately detected. Yining had finally activated the last ancestral talisman, the invisibility talisman. He stood still, not daring to move a muscle. Any movement would create a sound of air breaking, and even the slightest noise could lead a cultivator directly to his location. He could only wait, hoping that Yinmi would lose patience and leave, allowing him to find a place to hide. As expected, Yinmi paused, seemingly searching for something. A full tea time passed, and Yinmi chuckled, muttering to himself, "Leaf family boy, you've got guts." Prolonged use of spiritual awareness had given him a splitting headache. Yining saw that Yinmi had finally left and wanted to exhale a long sigh of relief. But he feared making a noise, stifling himself. Moments later, Yinmi returned. He found the area still empty and ultimately vanished into thin air. Yining thought to himself, "Old fox, indeed an old fox." Time trickled by, and as Yining relaxed, the talisman's effect faded, and his figure slowly became visible again. He stretched his numb limbs, preparing to leave when suddenly, a gray shadow swooped down from the sky. "Haha, kid, let's see where you run this time." Yining's face showed surprise. This time, he was truly at the end of his rope. Suddenly, he recalled a talisman gifted by the talisman shop owner, his last line of defense. He pulled out the dim talisman, gripping it tightly in his hand, standing high at the cliff's edge. In that moment, he was no longer the desperate boy fleeing in panic. His calm demeanor was replaced by an innate pride. He was the talented son of the Yi family in Yi City, destined to soar freely in the realm of cultivators. Yinmi was taken aback. Little lowly, Yi Miao was overjoyed and hurriedly recounted the situation to her master. "So, you and fifth brother parted ways in that desolate valley? Master, please." Rong Shanlin shook her head. "There is no time. A pekanade against a mid-level spiritualist will likely end in one blow. It has been nearly 3 hours since you parted. There is no way to make it in time." "No, master, it won't happen. Fifth brother is always clever. He will surely find a way. Besides, the old ghosting me is seriously injured, and a dying camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if he is severely injured, dealing with an innate martial artist is merely a matter of moments. Unless his dantian is severely damaged." Upon hearing this, Yi Miao's face turned pale, his voice quivering. "Master, please check. If fifth brother is dead, I will never live alone." "You." Rong Shanlin turned, noticing Xiao Linger carrying the freshly cooked porridge, standing there adorably, and hurriedly said, "Drink the porridge first. I will go take a look." "Thank you, master." "Thank you, master." As Rong Shanlin left, Xiao Lingo quietly set down the bowl, sticking out her tongue. "Junior brother, you are so bold to speak back to the master." "Yi Miao." Upon seeing her, recognized the little girl from earlier and smiled. Little sister, Master is very nice. Xiao Linger thought to herself, Master truly dotes on you. If it were anyone else, Master wouldn't bother explaining so much. Junior brother, you mustn't call me little sister. You should call me senior sister, understand? Senior sister? Yi Miao, relieved that Master had gone to rescue Yi Ning, became more at ease. You look so young. Humph. Xiao Linger pouted. I've been in the sect for 50 years. Am I still young? Yi Miao secretly clicked his tongue, realizing that cultivators truly could not be judged by ordinary standards. He took a sip of porridge and found it fragrant, sweet, yet not cloying, with a refreshing sensation coursing through his body. This porridge, how marvelous! Xiao Linger observed her junior brother, who had a robust exterior but a straightforward and honest personality, feeling a bit pleased and said, This porridge is made from third-grade spiritual grains, and I added over 10 kinds of spiritual fruits. Of course, it tastes delicious. This spiritual porridge, even Master usually wouldn't indulge in. Yet she had me make it for you. Master is truly biased. Yi Miao felt warmth in his heart. Upon meeting Rong Shanlen, his impression of her was not good, but it had now greatly improved. He shook his head, wondering what he was thinking. Fifth brother was still uncertain whether he could escape danger. Sister, do you believe Master can save fifth brother? As long as your fifth brother is still alive, Master will undoubtedly be able to rescue him. But Yin Mi is quite formidable. It is said that he possesses mid-level spirit master cultivation. What? Little Linger chuckled. A mid-level spirit master is impressive? In the realm of cultivators, spirit masters are mere cannon fodder. Our master, in contrast, is a mid-level revered one, a top-tier expert in the entire Yu nation. Humph, even I, your sister, could easily handle that Yin Mi. The last part of her statement came out somewhat forced, her voice barely audible, but fortunately, Yi Miao did not catch her words. In truth, although she was a disciple of Rong Shanlen, she did not receive the same affection from their master as did the senior sister. She mused inwardly. Though I may not be able to deal with Yin Mi, senior sister Ling Peiran, with her peak spirit master cultivation, could certainly handle her with ease. Unbeknownst to Yi Miao, he was filled with joy at the thought that such a fragile-looking young woman could confront Yin Mi. On the precipice, Yi Ning stood against the wind. Though he appeared disheveled, his garments mostly torn, an indescribable aura emanated from him, instilling fear in those who gazed upon him. He glared at Yin Mi and exclaimed, Yin Mi, grant me another 6 months, and crushing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yin Mi scoffed, fully aware of the potential this young man possessed, and thought, how could I allow a tiger to return to the mountain? Gritting his teeth, he summoned a surge of spirit energy from the increasingly apparent fissures within his dantian, invoking the blood demon palm. The palm expanded in the wind, transforming into a small mountain, unleashing a storm of blood and fury upon Yi Ning. At that moment, Yin Mi was gravely injured, causing the palm's power to diminish significantly. It was evidently not as overwhelming as when he faced Gong Yu. However, for the diminutive Yi Ning, it still loomed as a colossal threat. The immense wind from the attack sliced through him like a knife, rendering his eyes unable to open. Without a moment's thought, he hurled a faint talisman from his hand. He recalled the words of the mysterious talisman shopkeeper, treating the dim talisman as his last lifeline. To Yi Ning's astonishment, in an instant, the talisman transformed into a purple spear, entwined with strands of terrifying purple lightning, hurtling towards the immense blood palm. By its momentum, it seemed to rival the 7 Treasures Linglong Tower, an artifact of semi-holy status that Yi Ning had once witnessed. A holy artifact? This is bad, Yin Mi exclaimed in shock, realizing this young man had hidden treasures. The Yi family was indeed renowned for their rich heritage and cultivation, possessing many valuable items. In mere moments, the purple spear pierced through the blood palm, aiming directly at Yin Mi concurrently. The deafening thunderclaps erupted, shattering the mid-grade treasure, the blood demon palm, into fragments. The tremendous backlash sent Yi Ning reeling, blood flowing from his mouth as he collapsed nearby, unconscious and unaware of his fate. Meanwhile, Rong Shanlen, who had been searching the Lianyun mountain range, was startled by the continuous thunderous sounds. By the time she arrived, she witnessed Yin Mi utilizing the 7-feather pendant, teleporting away from the purple spear. Teleportation? A sect master? However, the purple spear remained tightly locked onto Yin Mi, showing no signs of dissipating, and it sped through his body. A holy artifact, the sky-cleaving purple spear. Rong Shanlen gasped in horror. Yin Mi glanced at the unconscious Yi Ning nearby, his face twisted in a mix of extreme reluctance and despair. After struggling a few times, he finally succumbed to death. Then, a purple light burst forth from his body, darting into Yi Ning's embrace, transforming into a somewhat tattered talisman. In pursuit of trivial gains, Yi had meticulously plotted to kill Yi Ning, only to meet his own demise in the end. If he had shown mercy and spared Yi Ning, would he have ended up abandoned in the wilderness? In truth, with his talents and treasures, he may have ascended to the rank of revered one day. Rong Shanlin paid little heed to the departure of such a minor character. Instead, she shook her head and muttered to herself, "This person only possesses spirit master cultivation. How could he teleport? Could it be a treasure?" She rummaged through the storage bag on Mi's corpse, finding a considerable number of spirit stones, which, while impressive, held little value to her. Some spirit herbs were merely inconsequential items, rendering the entire storage bag practically worthless. After several searches, Rong Shanlin discovered the 7-feather pendant hanging around Mi's neck. A celestial ancient spirit artifact? Rong Shanlin examined the jade pendant in her hand, lamenting, "What a pity. Though it possesses teleportation abilities, its uses are limited, and it now only has 3 opportunities left. However, it would serve well to protect Meower." She glanced at the distant Yi Ning, pondering, could this youth be Meower's 5th brother? That talisman he possesses is quite extraordinary. It seems to have sealed the power of the holy artifact within, but alas, its energy appears to be waning. Rong Shanlin initially believed that beneath such a dense barrage of lightning, Yi Ning was surely doomed, but upon approaching, she discovered he still had a faint pulse. Curious. After a careful examination, she realized, it is the life-protecting golden jade. Such a precious item wasted on this boy. Indeed, the unknown ancient jade that Yi Ning possessed, the heirloom of the 23rd generation of the Yi family, obtained from the 5th level of the martial arts hall, had shattered, leaving only the solitary red string used for suspension fluttering aimlessly. Very well, out of consideration for Meower, I shall save your life. With that, Rong Shanlin grasped his hand, channeling a surge of spirit energy, seemingly checking his spiritual roots. Her expression shifted between surprise and regret, leaving the outcome uncertain. Ultimately, she summoned her flying artifact and swiftly carried Yi Ning toward the Lianyun sect, bypassing the Furong Peak and depositing him at the Yanzhen Peak, where the outer disciples congregated. After a brief explanation, Rong Shanlin departed. Within the Lianyun sect, most peaks were named after flowers and plants, but Yanzhen Peak was an exception. The name itself indicated that the sect wished for these outer disciples to always remember the sect's benevolence and to remain ever grateful. Yi Ning, completely oblivious to these events, felt as though he had fallen into a blissful dream from which he did not wish to awaken. At Yanzhen Peak, seeing the usually exalted 4th elder suddenly arrive, Wutong was beside himself with excitement, immediately rushing forward to flatter him. Any casual gift from the 4th elder would be a treasure in Wutong's eyes. Unfortunately, Rong Shanlin said not a word and simply dropped off the bloodied, unconscious youth. Wutong stood agape, unable to close his mouth, staring blankly at the fading silhouette of the 4th elder. Shortly after, a man hurried over, likely disturbed by Rong Shanlin's arrival. Wutong wore a bitter expression, pleading, "Master Yao, what should we do about that young man?" The man was Yao Kuei, the peak master of Yanzhen Peak. As a single spiritual root cultivator who had reached the mid-level of spirit master, he had realized he could progress no further and sought a position to manage Yanzhen Peak. Observing the diligent disciples, he chuckled inwardly. With a single spiritual root, one is destined to remain stagnant. Why bother with profound techniques? Better to be like me, the master of a peak, commanding respect, secure, and able to reap some benefits. Seeing Wutong's trepidation, he feigned authority and asked, Did the 4th elder give any special instructions regarding that youth? Special instructions? Wutong frowned slightly, pretending to ponder. Not particularly. The 4th elder simply instructed us to take good care of him. Yao Kuei felt a headache coming on. In a peak like Yanzhen, where spiritual energy was scarce, it was rare for an elder to show concern, especially one as temperamental as the 4th elder. He couldn't ascertain the relationship between the young man and the 4th elder. Very well, let us ensure he is well fed and sheltered for now. However, no one is permitted to speak with him. You all know the 4th elder's temper. If anything goes awry. Yes, understood, Wutong replied, knowing full well what to do. He hurriedly retreated, winding through the corridors until he reached a modest tiled room. Old Master Wu, you have arrived. A tall, slender figure cautiously stepped out of the room. So, how's the boy? Still asleep. I fear he may not recover. Should we summon a physician? What a fuss. If he were truly beyond help, would the fourth elder entrust him to us? Yes, yes. Listen, Master Yao has commanded us to provide the utmost care for this young man, but we must not engage him in conversation. The tall, slender figure paused, then replied. Understood. We shall ensure he does not go hungry. Betrayal? Yi Miao seemed to drift into a long dream. Oscillating between his homeland of Huaxia and the memories of his childhood in the Qingluo continent, he envisioned his gentle mother, adorning his hair and stitching a moon-white robe for him. Such dreams were exquisite, so enchanting that he wished never to awaken. Time slipped by, and eventually, he opened his eyes to find himself in a modest room, furnished with a wooden bed and crude window frames. Fortunately, brilliant sunlight streamed in, casting warmth upon his bedding. He recalled the moments before his unconsciousness, the talisman in his hand transforming into a radiant purple spear, followed by the vanishing of his bloodied palm, and then darkness enveloping him. At this moment, Yining's heart brimmed with exhilaration. He realized he had been saved. He was free. What could compare to life and liberty? He sprang to his feet, only to feel as if his bones had shattered, every muscle aching, his skin charred and blackened. Upon examining his dantian, he found much of his spiritual energy had withered, like a stream reduced to a trickle, feeble and on the verge of collapse. He understood that this injury was grave. Fortunately, his spiritual energy was of the water element, inherently possessing healing properties. With proper rest, he was confident it could return to its former state. The door creaked open, and the tall, slender figure entered with food. Brother, Yining inquired, where is this place? The figure hesitated, remembering Wu Tong's instructions, and abruptly stopped speaking. Noticing the silence, Yining smiled wryly and accepted the meal. The figure turned to leave. The food was indeed good, with fish and meat, yet Yining found it tasteless. What about my brother? Is he well? Did he send someone to rescue me? Why hasn't he appeared? Thus, Yining resided at Yang'an Peak. Strangely, none of the people around him wished to engage with him, as if he were tainted. Yet, he noticed that his quarters were furnished with the finest provisions available. The once astute Yining found himself bewildered. Nevertheless, he soon learned that he was at the Yang'an Peak of the Lianyun sect, and he became aware of the sect's grandest event. The fourth elder had taken on an exceptional disciple, and a grand ceremony was to be held in a month. Yining was not one to meddle. He was calm and wise, fully aware of his situation. However, upon hearing the name of the fourth elder's remarkable disciple, he fell into silence. Brother, Yining's heart felt bitter. He understood that Yi Miao's transformation into a genius cultivator was likely linked to the two spiritual fruits he had consumed. Despite this, Yining felt no regret. Even if given a second chance, he would still offer the fruits to his gravely injured brother. Yet, an ache lingered in his heart. Was betrayal truly so easy? What of Grandpa's sacrifice? What of my own plight? Brother, if you truly value the Xianxing order, why not ask me directly? I would never refuse you. Yining spent an entire day and night alone on the back mountain, observing the rise and fall of the sun and moon, watching nameless flowers wither. Eventually, he returned quietly. His life meant for enjoyment. Wu Tong noticed that the boy brought by the fourth elder seemed transformed. Upon arrival, he had been charred black, but now his complexion was as fair as a maiden's. More importantly, it was not merely his skin that had changed, his entire demeanor had shifted. Initially, he had been gentle and amiable, often smiling. Now, though still polite, there was an aloofness that kept others at bay, a chilling formality that dissuaded approach. Most notably, he had grown eerily silent. Days passed, and the fourth elder appeared to have forgotten about Yining, no longer inquiring about him. Wu Tong's attitude also shifted. It was unacceptable to allow an outsider to live in idleness. Do you wish to stay here? Yes. Then you must work. Fetch water, chop wood, till the fields, and plant spiritual grains. There is much to do. Yining's daily task was to fill 10 large water jars. Do not underestimate this labor. Fetching water from the waterfall's deep pool was the most arduous job at Yang'an Peak. Each day, he made nearly 1,000 trips to fill the jars. The water was drawn from a 10-mile round trip to the waterfall's basin. Many believed that this delicate-looking young master would cry out for help after a day. But to their astonishment, after over 10 days, Yining continued to rise early to fetch water, filling the jars within 2 hours. During these days, Yining's heart found tranquility, as if he had gained insight into the world's vicissitudes. Outer disciples fawned over inner disciples, who in turn catered to their mentors, creating a constant spectacle within the Lianyun sect. Yet, Yining remained quietly immersed in his duties. He had long since reconciled with his brother's betrayal. What was wrong with this life? At least he was alive, whole, and far removed from the peril of being hunted. Regardless of circumstances, life should be embraced, not lamented. Let us practice diligently and pursue our desires. Occasionally, upon completing his tasks early, he would practice beneath the waterfall, discovering the abundance of spiritual energy within the waters. Within days, the withered energy within him surged like a flowing river. His frost sky water shadow had transformed, allowing him to freeze the ground beneath him. Floating upon the deep waters, he reveled in this buoyancy. The ice beneath his feet felt like an extension of himself, imparting warmth. In one such moment of levity, Yining encountered an ethereal figure, a man of breathtaking beauty unlike anything he had ever seen. Even the renowned beauty of the Korean entertainment industry paled in comparison. Clad entirely in pure white, even the ribbon binding his hair was a radiant white. He stood serenely upon the water's surface, without any visible fluctuation of spiritual energy. Yet it seemed as if the waters themselves obeyed him, encircling him in reverence. Who was this being? Yining swore he had never witnessed such beauty in his life, beauty that transcended mere features or form, exuding a gentle aura that evoked both joy and melancholy. Was he a celestial being descended to earth? Compared to him, Yining felt his own presence to be trivial, crude, and laughable. His face flushed with embarrassment. The man did not mock him. Instead, with a flick of his hand, he summoned a translucent ribbon of water from the pond, which danced gracefully in his grasp. In an instant, it morphed into a water serpent, seaweed, and even a fiery bird. He smiled gently at Yining and said, "If your heart holds water, you shall comprehend the essence of water. Do you understand?" Yining felt a vague comprehension, as if entranced. The man continued, "Are you a disciple of the Lianyan sect?" "Not yet. However, after the sect's grand examination, I shall surely become one." The man scrutinized Yining closely, his expression one of surprise. "Such a unique talent. I believe you will succeed in the examination." "Thank you, senior." For reasons unknown, the mysterious beauty gazed intently at Yining before asking, "After the grand examination, would you consider becoming my disciple?" Yining found himself at a loss for words. Although the man before him appeared impressive and demonstrated remarkable water manipulation skills, Yining was unable to ascertain his true level of cultivation. In Yining's view, a master must have a distinguished disciple. If one were to enter the realm of cultivation, it was essential to seek a formidable mentor. Setting aside the notion of imparting wisdom, it would be advantageous to have the support of a powerful figure. Noticing Yining's hesitation, the man chuckled and remarked, "I fear that in this entire sect, I am the only one willing to accept you as a disciple. If you are inclined, come to Ice Orchid Peak." Upon finishing his words, the man suddenly transformed, flowing forward like water. As Yining observed the stunning figure preparing to depart in a mysterious manner, he felt a surge of urgency and called out, "Senior, may I be so bold as to inquire why you pursue immortality?" Although the man had distanced himself, upon hearing Yining's question, he reappeared before him. "Interesting," he mused. "Why do I cultivate immortality? For 3 centuries, I have never pondered this." As if the act of continuous practice were a natural obligation. "Senior, please allow me to speak freely. During my time at Yang'an Peak, I have learned much and come to understand even more. If one's ultimate cultivation level is predetermined by the heavens, based on the number of spiritual roots bestowed upon you, then why must we strive so fervently, even if one possesses a single spiritual root and exerts 1,000-fold effort? It pales in comparison to those with dual roots. Is this not fundamentally unjust?" The man, unperturbed, calmly replied, "This world holds no inherent fairness." Yining felt no disappointment. He understood better than anyone that absolute fairness was a myth. After a brief contemplation, he raised his head and asked, "Senior, is the pursuit of immortality an act of defiance against the heavens?" "Indeed." The man laughed heartily. Yining, with a hint of melancholy, responded, "In my view, all practitioners in Qinglu act in accordance with the will of the heavens." The man's expression shifted, as if he were struck by an internal realization. "What do you mean by that? If the heavens grant you 3 spiritual roots, you ascend to the rank of a respected elder. If 4, you become a revered leader. Is that not in harmony with the heavens?" Yining continued, "If that is the case, then regardless of my number of spiritual roots, I shall become a saint." Standing at the pinnacle of this continent, the man seemed to ponder Yining's words for a long while before sighing. "Well said. However, in nearly 10,000 years of recorded history, no practitioner has ever transcended the limitations of their spiritual roots. Unless, of course, You can consume a rare spiritual herb that enhances them. Alas, the spiritual energy of this world is becoming increasingly scarce, even if such miraculous herbs existed. They are likely in dwindling supply. With that, the man drifted away, leaving Yi Ning with a parting phrase. Young one, remember to seek me. Ice Orchid Peak is where the waters shimmer. Watching the man's vanishing figure, Yi Ning murmured to himself, why do I pursue immortality? Perhaps to live better. Shortly thereafter, a spring rain fell upon Yang'an Peak. When the skies cleared, an unusual rainbow arched gracefully over the mountains, which the outer disciples interpreted as an auspicious omen. Yi Ning kept his head bowed, remaining silent. The scenery of the Lianyun Mountains was breathtaking in spring. The peaks were veiled in vibrant, multicolored clouds, reminiscent of light radiating from the depths of the seas. One day, while fetching water, Yi Ning accidentally stained his white robe with a green mark from an unknown plant. As a perfectionist Virgo, he could not tolerate such blemishes on his attire. Surrounded by towering mountains and a pristine lake that shimmered like fine jade, he decided to jump into the water to wash both his robe and himself. With a splash, Yi Ning gleefully sang to himself. In a matter of moments, he stripped off his clothes and tossed them onto a large stone by the shore. What bliss! He exclaimed. This water rivals the finest hot springs in Huaxia. If only two beautiful maidens could come and massage my legs and shoulders, it would be perfect. Before he could finish his thought, a brilliant white light flickered at the center of the lake, leaving Yi Ning momentarily stunned, questioning his own eyesight. He had visited this area countless times and encountered only one breathtakingly beautiful man before. Yet now, he distinctly saw a figure of unparalleled perfection emerging from the water. Long, dark hair floated like seaweed in the azure depths. The delicate curves of her form were both inviting and enchanting. Her soft skin glistened with droplets of water, and her slender waist was reminiscent of a serpent, devoid of any excess. At the mysterious center of her being lay a natural allure, tantalizingly visible through the mist. Yi Ning's jaw nearly dropped, and he found himself drooling uncontrollably. To his dismay, his own excitement was undeniable, rising like a spear. The figure seemed to sense the disturbance and turned in alarm, revealing an adorably innocent face as she instinctively shielded her modesty. What a precious little girl! Yi Ning chuckled. But she quickly regained her composure, attempting to cover herself with both hands, standing awkwardly in the water. Yi Ning bent down, covering himself with his hands, and playfully shouted, "Ah, this is inappropriate. Don't come any closer. Rogue! Scoundrel!" The little girl fumed, summoning thick mist to conceal herself, angrily retorting, "You little brat, how dare you be here?" Before she awaited a response, she unleashed a water arrow aimed directly at Yi Ning's heart. Such a fiery little girl, Yi Ning thought as he narrowly dodged the powerful attack using his frost sky water shadow technique. Seeing her preparing to strike again, he boldly lowered his hands, brandishing his own spear as he charged toward the center of the lake. The little girl let out a shriek and fled in panic. "Rogue, I will not let you escape." Yi Ning laughed, diving deep into the water. After a while, he finally calmed down, allowing himself to sink beneath the surface. The lake was tranquil once more, and a voice rose with the wind, singing a mountain song, harmonizing the melody. The incident with the little girl soon faded from Yi Ning's mind. To his surprise, she did not seek him out afterward. Whether he felt regret or relief was difficult to articulate. Time passed swiftly, and in 5 days, the sect's grand examination would take place, a day Yi Ning had eagerly anticipated, destined for him to shine brightly. On the day of preparation, after filling his water vat, Yi Ning resumed refining his true energy. During his stay at Yang'an Peak, he had successfully refined a portion of his energy, and now, the spiritual force within his dantian flowed like a cascading waterfall, endlessly surging and breathing in spiritual energy to amplify his strength. Just as he exited the water room, he spotted a suspicious figure peering around furtively. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Yi Ning inquired. The figure jumped in surprise, as if startled. "What business is it of yours to know who I am? Be off, and do not delay me." Upon closer observation, Yi Ning noted that though the figure's demeanor was somewhat brazen, his features were quite handsome, adorned in a flowing blue robe with an air of nonchalance. However, his previous sneaky appearance left a poor impression on Yi Ning, prompting him to demand, "Who exactly are you? Speak." The figure paused, realizing that he had visited Yang'an Peak countless times, where everyone had showered him with praise. Now, encountering a novice like Yi Ning, he saw an opportunity to alter his long-standing reputation within the Lianyun sect. He adjusted his robe and offered a slight bow. I am Sang Zhangxiang of Purple Bamboo Peak. May I inquire your esteemed name, junior brother? Upon hearing Purple Bamboo Peak, Yining froze in astonishment. During his days on Yangyan Peak, he had long since comprehended the various factions within the Lianyun sect. Among the third-generation disciples, stood out prominently Yi Wuxing from Qinglian Peak, Li Shang, Lung Peiran from Furong Peak, and the final one, Sang Zhangxiang from Zizhu Peak. It was rumored that, a century later, the most likely candidate to succeed the sect leader would be one of these four. Yining never imagined that Sang Zhangxiang would turn out to be the cheeky rascal standing before him. What was even more peculiar was that this senior brother Sang truly embodied the rumors. His skin was remarkably dark. The contrast made his eyes appear even more radiant, especially as he grinned widely, revealing teeth as white as the silver moon. Are you Sang Xiaohong? Yining exclaimed, inadvertently calling out the nickname that everyone used for Sang Zhangxiang. Startled, he quickly stepped back. Sang Zhangxiang's face flushed with embarrassment, and surprisingly, his dark complexion seemed to take on a hint of red. Sang Xiaohong it is, but my darkness is not my fault, he pouted, expressing his resignation. Hand over the treasures. Yining chuckled. This Sang Zhangxiang was nothing like the demonic figure described in tales. He was not at all fearsome, but rather quite endearing. Reminiscent of his youngest cousin. Senior brother Sang, what brings you here? Isn't it a delightful place? Sang Zhangxiang brushed off the dust from the hem of his robe and remarked, the mountains are green, and the waters are beautiful. What else more? I was astonished to find a ring of purple spirit water mulberry growing around this water house. Quite strange indeed. He shook his head and, after a moment of self-reflection, asked, Junior brother, you've talked for quite a while, yet you haven't introduced yourself. Feeling a bit awkward, Yining replied, I am Yining from Luoqing. Currently, I have not yet joined the Lianyun sect. Noticing the surprise on Sang Zhangxiang's face, he quickly added, however, after the sect's grand examination, I will definitely join. You are Yi Miao's fifth brother? I see. Of course I know. Your elder brother was rescued by my master and the little master ant together. They even competed to take him as a disciple, rushing to the sect leader for it. My wooden-headed master is useless and afraid of little master ant, haha. Sang Zhangxiang suddenly burst into laughter, seemingly recalling something amusing. Yining observed and confirmed the rumors. This senior brother Sang was indeed capricious, with a ruthless disposition. It was said that he had killed a disciple in a fit of rage and had even refined their soul. It seemed true. He decided he should keep his distance from him in the future. After enough laughter, Sang Zhangxiang began to circle around Yining, intrigued. Wait a minute. You must have treasures on you. Show them to your senior brother. Treasures? No, absolutely not. How could that be? Yining stammered. Sang Zhangxiang scratched his head and teased. Don't worry. Even if you really have treasures, I wouldn't snatch them from you. Yining was momentarily stunned. If he did possess anything of value, it would only be the silver scale sword, which he wasn't carrying at the moment. I truly don't have anything. Sang Zhangxiang's expression shifted. You're lying to me? If there are no treasures, how could purple spirit water mulberry grow around this water house? Ah, Yining finally realized that it must be due to the mysterious wooden bead in his possession. When he fetched water last time, the bead had accidentally slipped into the water jar. Although he retrieved it swiftly, the jar had sprouted in an instant. He hadn't paid it much mind at the time and carelessly tossed the tender shoots outside, only to find they had taken root and flourished. Little Ningzi, Sang Zhangxiang beamed. Do you wish to pass the sect examination? If so, your senior brother has a way to assist you. Yining felt a shiver run down his spine at his enthusiastic tone and quickly replied, Yes. I would greatly appreciate your help, senior brother. All right then. Tell me how this purple spirit water mulberry came to be here. This is a 6th grade spiritual wood. How could it possibly grow in this place? Well, Yining lamented. Senior brother, I truly do not know. Sang Zhangxiang pondered for a moment and replied, It's fine, no rush. However, I still need to inform you about the examination. I would hate for you to be too foolish and fail, as that would reflect poorly on me. The sect examination is merely a game devised by the elders out of boredom. They claim it tests perseverance, but without spiritual roots, what good is perseverance? He shook his head, seemingly frustrated, and continued, Do you know about the Tongtian blade? It's the tallest mountain in the Lianyun mountain range. While it lacks spiritual energy, its height is indeed daunting. It is said that the winds at the peak can disperse a sage's protective aura. The temperatures there are unbearably low, with snow that never melts year-round. Indeed, it is a marvel of celestial craftsmanship to have such a towering mountain. Yining gasped, realizing he had underestimated the difficulty of the examination. Seeing Yining's astonishment, Sang Zhangxiang quickly reassured him, "But don't worry, generally speaking. As long as you can reach halfway up the mountain, you will pass. So, do you have confidence?" "Yes. I have been observing you with the purple spirit water mulberry. Your character has not gone unnoticed, quite commendable. You possess perseverance, and even more rare, a forgiving heart. I heard that Miao's inquiry order originally belonged to you?" "Yes." Yining hesitated but eventually nodded. While a forgiving heart is indeed virtuous, excessive leniency can lead to weakness. Consider this. Why do we live? It is to stand atop this continent, free and unfettered, able to do as we please, unassailable and revered by all as if one were a deity. These words ignited a spark within Yining's heart. Freedom and a life akin to that of an immortal. This was what he ought to pursue, what he must pursue. Only by becoming stronger could he protect himself and those he cherished. His expression turned sheepish, reflecting on his recent hesitations and the long-vanished fervor within him. Senior brother Sang, you are right. Sang Zhangxiang remarked, I can see that your cultivation has begun to transform into spiritual energy, but your techniques seem askew. Have you not made any progress? Transforming into spiritual energy? Yes, it means converting all the true energy within you into spiritual power. Yining's heart leaped with joy at these words. For days he had struggled without a good teacher, working tirelessly yet achieving no progress. He quickly inquired, Yes. I have been unable to make any headway. I beg you, senior brother, for guidance. Instead of directly answering his question, Sang Zhangxiang detailed the 3 essential steps of spiritual cultivation. Building spiritual energy, this is the most critical threshold for a warrior to become a cultivator. It consists of 3 stages: transformation of energy, fusion of energy, and induction of energy. Many first-rate sects have alchemists capable of crafting spiritual building pills, which can allow exceptionally talented disciples to complete all 3 steps with a single pill and ascend to the initial stage of spiritual practitioners. Although Lianyan sect is not a first-rate sect, it has a legacy spanning thousands of years and possesses a few spiritual building pills. Yu Miao received such favorable treatment. For ordinary individuals, completing these 3 steps typically requires around 3 years. Transformation of energy involves converting all true energy into spiritual power. Fusion of energy entails infusing spiritual power into every pore of the body, purifying and refining the essence to enhance one's physique. Induction of energy is the preliminary attempt to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, augmenting one's own spiritual power. After building spiritual energy, one officially enters the ranks of cultivators, enjoying a lifespan of 200 years, capable of soaring through the skies with the aid of treasures. Upon hearing Sang Zhangxiang's explanation, Yining suddenly gained great clarity. It turned out that his long-term practice had inadvertently intertwined the steps of transformation, fusion, and induction. It was sheer luck that he had not gone astray. Even more astonishing was that despite lacking any spiritual cultivation technique, he had managed to forcibly convert a significant portion of his spiritual power, which was truly rare. Sang Zhangxiang, upon learning that Yining had forcibly converted his spiritual energy, widened his eyes in disbelief and affectionately ruffled Yining's hair, saying, Little guy, you truly are fortunate. In just a few months, you have managed to transform a substantial portion of your spiritual power. Your aptitude is exceedingly high, likely exceeding 50. Allow me to present you with a technique. Though it may not be of the highest caliber, it is a rare water-based spirit cultivation method, a token of our newfound acquaintance. Thank you, senior brother. As Sang Zhangxiang spoke, he retrieved a blue jade slip from his storage pouch. This is a high-quality water-based spirit cultivation technique. He took it. Yining received it with great delight. After holding it for a while, however, he appeared quite embarrassed and said, Senior brother, how do I read this jade slip? You. Sang Zhangxiang erupted in laughter. You don't know how to read a jade slip? Haha. After sharing a hearty laugh, he demonstrated. Simply place the jade slip on your forehead and channel your spirit sense into it to acquire the information contained within. Spirit sense? What is that? Sang Zhangxiang was momentarily speechless. This delicate-looking young lad seemed utterly oblivious to the ways of cultivation. Do you know about inner vision? The unique power you use during inner vision is your spirit sense. Yining, of course, was familiar with inner vision. Otherwise, how would he know that the spiritual energy within his dantian flowed like a waterfall? He slowly placed the jade slip against his forehead, attempting to locate his spirit sense. Indeed, a peculiar force gradually entered the jade slip. Soon, The information within unfolded before his eyes like an overwhelming tide. Startled, he trembled, causing the jade slip to slip from his grasp and fall to the ground. Sang Zhangxiang wore a mischievous grin. How does it feel? Surprised, are we? Ha ha. I experienced the same thing the first time. Yi Ning, feeling helpless, realized that although this senior brother was generous, he also had a playful nature. All right, take your time to study it. Remember to care for the purple spirit water sangha wood. When they all mature into a deep purple, be sure to inform me at the purple bamboo peak. I must take my leave now. Watching Sang Zhangxiang's departing figure, Yi Ning was overwhelmed with excitement. He finally possessed a cultivation technique for the first time. As he meticulously pondered the water dragon's chant, he was filled with emotion. A high-grade mental method could indeed accelerate his cultivation speed significantly. His previous clumsy attempts to forcefully compress spiritual energy now seemed utterly foolish. Following the water dragon's chant for cultivation would enhance his speed by at least 100-fold. This was the advantage of having support from a sect. He mused, if this is a high-quality technique, how rapid would progress be with an exceptional one? For the first time, a desire blossomed within Yi Ning, a thirst for techniques. Even for elixirs. Back in Yi City, he was the prodigy of the Yi family, never lacking in various martial skills. Now, everything had changed, and he understood that he must strive for everything on his own. In the following days, he filled 10 barrels with water each morning and devoted himself entirely to practicing the water dragon's chant in the afternoons. In the span of just one day, he transformed all the remaining true energy within him into spiritual energy. Suddenly, it felt as though he had broken free from heavy shackles. His entire being felt invigorated. Remarkably, the spiritual energy within him coiled like an elusive water dragon, swirling within his dantian. The water dragon's chant truly deserved its status as a high-quality technique. The spiritual energy converted from true energy was exceptionally pure. Even more remarkable, there was a faint draconic aura that, while not enhancing the power of the spiritual energy, significantly improved the quality of the water's spiritual energy. Little did Yi Ning know that the reason the water dragon's chant was merely classified as a high-quality technique was due to its extreme difficulty in cultivation. It was said that even geniuses would require at least a year to master it, while ordinary individuals might take a decade. Life is precious for a genius. Spending a year on spirit cultivation seemed a waste compared to a single spirit cultivation pill. Ordinary people would be even less inclined. In truth, the water dragon's chant held immense power, especially the faint draconic aura it contained, which, once accumulated to a certain degree, could greatly enhance the potency of water-based techniques, even giving rise to the water god thunder. Yi Ning, of course, was unaware of these nuances. After achieving spirit transformation, he smoothly progressed into spirit fusion. One day, after completing his training, he was preparing to retire for the night when he suddenly felt a jade slip in his pocket, instantly banishing his drowsiness. It was the miraculous jade slip he had obtained from the 5th level of the martial arts hall in Yi City. Previously, he had overlooked it, not knowing how to examine it. But now, feeling it in his grasp, his heart raced with anticipation, hoping it contained another exceptional technique. The jade slip was a pale gray, appearing even somewhat shabby compared to the one Sang Zhangxiang had gifted him. Yet Yi Ning dared not underestimate it. He cautiously held it in his hand, slowly placing it against his forehead while gently releasing his spirit sense. Instantly, the jade slip emitted 5 beams of light: yellow, green, blue, red, and brown. Then, Yi Ning beheld a wondrous 5-sided mirror. Within the jade slip, the 5-sided mirror was held by a figure clad in white. Seemingly imbued with boundless power, the images it radiated stirring Yi Ning's innermost being. In the vision, the white-clad individual wielded the 5-sided mirror, unleashing a torrential blaze that instantly evaporated a lake spanning approximately 1,000 miles. Next, the 5-sided mirror summoned tumultuous waves that engulfed a mountain range. Sword energy shot forth, cleaving the sky, creating rifts that howled with a chilling wind. With a mere flip of the mirror, a desolate wasteland transformed into a lush forest in an instant. With another flip, towering mountains erupted from the earth, soon reaching the clouds. The figure in white remained expressionless, as if all this were merely a matter of course. Finally, with a flick of his hand, the 5-sided mirror continued to enlarge, filling the entire scene. He slowly uttered a phrase, transforming into a wisp of azure smoke, and vanished. The 5-sided mirror of celestial artifacts, to be obtained by those with fate. Yi Ning stood dumbfounded. a celestial artifact. According to the tales of cultivators, this was a treasure wielded by beings transcending sages, immortals. He continued to peruse the contents. As it turned out, the mysterious jade slip did not contain the celestial artifact itself, but merely recorded the method of crafting the five-sided mirror and the various rare materials required. Yi Ning felt disheartened to discover that successfully forging the celestial artifact five-sided mirror necessitated at least the initial cultivation of a sage, and the materials required were all exceedingly rare. What a futile endeavor! Yi Ning lamented, for there were no sages left in this continent. What purpose did this jade slip serve? He felt an urge to discard it, yet after a moment of hesitation, he finally steeled himself to continue reading. To his surprise, with each line he read, his joy grew, prompting him to leap in excitement. It was rare for his typically calm demeanor to exhibit such exuberance. The final section of the jade slip described a simplified method for crafting the five-sided mirror. Although the resulting artifact would no longer be a celestial one, its power would be considerably diminished. Nevertheless, depending on the materials used, one could forge artifacts suitable for different levels of cultivators, all surpassing the quality of exceptional artifacts. For instance, one could create superior artifacts, exceptional treasures, or exceptional holy artifacts, all of which could be deemed as masterpieces. Yi Ning was overjoyed, thinking to himself that after spirit cultivation, he would first forge a masterpiece artifact five-sided mirror, and later, as he advanced, he could forge treasures and holy artifacts. This way, he would no longer have to worry about artifacts. In truth, Yi Ning was overly optimistic. He failed to realize that even for crafting an artifact, the materials required for the five-sided mirror were ones he had never heard of, belonging to the top tier of materials within the entire cultivation realm. As he contemplated the figure in White's awe-inspiring feats, he felt a surge of excitement that made it difficult to sleep, as if he would soon reach such a realm. This continued until he finally drifted into a hazy slumber around the fourth watch of the night. Afterward, Yi Ning suppressed his excitement and devoted himself to refining the water dragon's chant. For him, the ultimate goal was to successfully pass the sect's grand examination and become an inner disciple of the Lianyun sect. On the eve of the grand examination, Sang Zhangxiang approached Yi Ning with a playful demeanor. He presented Yi Ning with a flame sun pill, reputed to ward off the bitter cold, enabling even an ordinary person to ascend to the midsection of the towering Tongtian blade. Yi Ning expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and his admiration for this prominent disciple of the Lianyun sect grew. However, he resolutely decided not to consume the flame sun pill until the most critical moment. Suddenly, he recalled the method of forging the five-sided mirror, a celestial artifact, recorded in his jade slip, and seized this rare opportunity to inquire, "Senior brother Sang, are you skilled in artifact forging? Forging artifacts?" Sang Zhangxiang hesitated for a moment before replying, "I am not. Artifact forging often delays one's cultivation time. Typically, only those unable to advance would delve into such studies." Oh. Yi Ning felt a tinge of disappointment. Moreover, only a sage can engage in artifact forging. One must meticulously temper materials using the Dan fire generated from their dantian, combined with appropriate forging techniques, to ultimately create a magical treasure. In the Qingluo continent, artifact masters are exceedingly rare, yet each one is immensely valuable and sought after by various sections. Given their scarcity, why do you not pursue this craft? Me? I am merely at the late stage of spiritual cultivation. What need do I have to learn artifact forging? Besides, it is hardly the most efficient path to power, so I see no reason to pursue it. Sang Zhangxiang seemed to have just grasped the concept and added, "Oh, why the sudden inquiry? Is it related to your treasure?" "I surmise it concerns what type materials." "Not at all. I was merely asking out of curiosity." Yi Ning quickly deflected, saying, "Senior brother Sang, have you noticed the purple spirit water mulberry? It has grown remarkably well." Upon arriving, Sang Zhangxiang observed that the growth of the purple spirit water mulberry surpassed mere descriptions of vigor. Its rate of growth exceeded even his expectations. He mused that he would likely gather the necessary materials well before the month's end. Indeed, it is impressive. Much of this can be attributed to your continuous practice of the water dragon chant. The spiritual energy within this water chamber is nearly on par with that of second master uncle's Ice Orchid Peak. Oh, how has your practice of the water dragon chant progressed? If you successfully transform the spirit, the coldness of Tongtian blade will pose no challenge. In response, I have commenced the process of spirit fusion. Sang Zhangxiang was taken aback. The speed of Yi Ning's progress astounded him. to achieve spirit transformation in such a short span, especially with the arduous water dragon chant, was indeed remarkable. He thought to himself that he had truly found the right person, and it would not be long before he could depart from the distasteful Lianyun mountain range. Excellent. It seems the grand examination tomorrow will be a mere formality for you. Thank you for your kind words, senior brother. After Sang Zhangxiang carefully inspected the purple spirit water mulberry and repeatedly reminded Yuning to take good care of it, he finally took his leave. On the morning of the grand examination, the weather was overcast, casting a particularly oppressive atmosphere. The largest square of Lianyun's sect was teeming with youths who had traveled from various regions of the Yu Kingdom, with Yining among them. In contrast to the excited and astonished faces surrounding him, Yining appeared remarkably composed. He was already well informed of the examination's content from Sang Zhangxiang. The first test would assess one's spiritual roots, followed by the challenge of ascending the Tongtian blade. The arena was brimming with participants for the grand examination of the sect. Yet an eerie silence enveloped the square as everyone held their breath in anticipation of the arrival of the sect leader and elders of the Lianyun sect. After approximately half an hour, a sudden roar of a demonic beast reverberated from the horizon, followed by a thunderous sound that echoed like rolling thunder. Soon, the crowd witnessed a colossal beast, resembling a small mountain, charging towards them. Yining's heart raced at the sight of such a gigantic creature. The crowd erupted into chaos, with screams and cries merging into a cacophony. Silence. This is the guardian spirit beast, Luyan, nurtured by our sect. It poses no threat to you all, a voice, belonging to an inner disciple, rang out. Though soft, it reached the ears of everyone in the square with clarity. As predicted, moments later, the spirit beast Luyan gracefully descended onto the square, carrying 8 individuals on its back, their garments billowing in the wind, appearing ethereal like celestial beings. Among them, Yining recognized 2 figures, one being his elder brother, Yi Miao. At that moment, Yi Miao donned a purple robe, a privilege reserved for the sect's most favored disciples. He stood tall and robust, his striking features causing the female disciples nearby to flush with admiration. The other was Sang Zhangxiang, who, despite being in the presence of esteemed seniors, maintained a nonchalant demeanor, leaning casually against the beast. The remaining figures on Liu Yan's back included the sect leader, Jin Zhaohua, the 3rd elder, Mu Qingyun, the 4th elder, Rong Shenlin, as well as the most distinguished disciples of Lianyun's sect, Yi Wuxing, Li Shang, and Lung Peiran. Yi Wuxing, though of unremarkable appearance, with his eyes cast down, was not particularly captivating. However, within a century of joining Lianyun's sect, he had already attained mid-stage sage cultivation, undeniably the foremost among the 3rd-generation disciples. Li Shang, small in stature with gaunt cheeks resembling a curved blade, was at the initial stage of sage cultivation. His piercing gaze sent a chill through the hearts of everyone present. Lung Peiran possessed a breathtaking beauty, not one that could topple kingdoms or bewitch souls, but rather an enchanting allure that left one in awe. Remarkably, she bore a gentle smile that felt like a warm spring breeze, stirring a peculiar sensation within Yining's heart, reminiscent of his first encounter with Mu Wanyu, but imbued with an even deeper yearning. As he gazed at Yu Miao standing beside Lang Peiran, a wave of resentment surged within him. This was all meant to be his. It was his. Celestial couple. A celestial couple indeed, lamented the chubby boy beside him, at an inopportune moment. Yining clenched his fists tightly, silently pleading, "Brother, will you not offer me even a word of explanation?" At that moment, Jin Zhaohua and the others had dismounted from the spirit beast and ascended to the elevated platform erected in the square. Yi Wuxing and his companions stood quietly behind them. After a brief pause, Yi Wuxing stepped forward and proclaimed loudly, "Esteemed participants, the grand examination of Lianyun's sect commences now. The first test will be to assess the spirit roots. Anyone lacking spirit roots must withdraw from the examination." His voice was robust and resonant, yet devoid of any emotion. Mirroring his expression, a young child beside Yining turned pale at the announcement, trembling with fear. "Xiaowan, do not worry. Just follow the instructions given by the esteemed one, and you will surely be able to join Lianyun's sect," reassured the father. "Yes, father." The test was straightforward. Each participant was to place their hands upon a large stone erected in the square. As long as they emitted light, they were deemed to possess spirit roots. Despite the overwhelming number of participants, amounting to tens of thousands, the testing proceeded swiftly, resulting in a lively atmosphere filled with both tears and laughter. In the grand test of the sect, Jin Zhaohua shook his head in dismay as he observed the proceedings, remarking to his junior disciples, "Alas, the qualifications of this year's disciples are markedly inferior compared to 5 years ago. Is it possible that the lineage of Lianyun's sect is truly on the verge of decline?" However, standing behind Mu Qingyun, Sang Zhongxiang interjected, "Master, why the urgency? Is there not still Brother Yi? He is a genius seldom seen in a century." Jin Zhaohua smiled with relief. Yi Miao, quick to express humility, replied, "Not at all. I still have much to learn from Brother Sang." Sang Zhongxiang, seemingly harboring a particular disdain for Yi Miao, retorted without turning his head, "I dare not claim such skills. Yet, Master, I have discovered a disciple on Yangyan Peak with remarkable potential. He has neither practiced any techniques nor consumed any spirit cultivation pills, nor rare elixirs like the Qingzhu spirit fruit, yet he has successfully completed the transformation into a spiritual being." It was revealed that shortly after Yi Miao awakened, Rong Shenlin had meticulously examined his spiritual roots and discovered that his wood and fire roots were of a postnatal nature, classified as pseudo-spiritual roots. Upon further inquiries, it was found that Yi Miao had indeed consumed the Qingzhu spirit fruit, a rare elixir thought to be extinct on the Qingluo continent. On the continent, a practitioner with a single spiritual root could still progress, but they would need to seek out celestial herbs corresponding to the 5 elements to cultivate the appropriate pseudo-spiritual roots. However, such herbs are notoriously elusive. It is said that over a millennium ago, these herbs vanished from the continent, with only sporadic appearances in the legendary Ghost Domain, the Dreamfall Grounds, and the 3 islands overseas. Without exception, the herbs that have surfaced carry astronomical prices, often surpassing even those of top-grade sacred artifacts. Another flaw of pseudo-spiritual roots generated from these herbs is that each consumption of the herb diminishes spiritual potential by half. The Qingzhu spirit fruit that Yi Miao consumed was an exception. It bore 2 fruits, each augmenting 2 types of roots. Consequently, his wood and fire roots boasted spiritual potentials of 21 and 20, respectively, which is approximately half that of a water spiritual root. Upon hearing this, Rong Shenlin was filled with profound regret. If such an elixir had been given to her most cherished female disciple, Lung Peiran, she could have had the opportunity to nurture a sage. After all, Lung Peiran possessed genuine 3 spiritual roots. Nevertheless, Yi Miao garnered Rong Shenlin's attention, who promptly requested a spirit cultivation pill from the sect leader for him. Intrigued by Sang Zhongxiang's words, Jin Zhaohua inquired, "Oh, who is this individual?" Sang Zhongxiang glanced at Yi Miao and replied in a mocking tone, "Who else could it be? It's Brother Ye's 5th brother, Yi Ning." Upon hearing this, Yi Miao's face flushed crimson, and he lowered his head. Rong Shenlin, known for her protective nature and fiery temper, exclaimed loudly, "Sang Zhongxiang, what do you mean by that? I have scrutinized Yi Ning closely. He possesses merely a single water attribute spiritual root. What merit is there in that?" Jin Zhaohua, upon hearing Rong Shenlin's remarks, lost interest. Yet, unperturbed by her ire, Sang Zhongxiang softly countered, "What of a single spiritual root? Wasn't Sage Xianhang himself a practitioner of a single spiritual root?" The sage Xianhang referenced was the recently deceased imperial master of the former Deqing Empire and the last sage of the Qingluo continent, originally a single spiritual root practitioner. He had, through a fortuitous encounter, consumed a celestial herb that enabled him to cultivate 5 spiritual roots, each belonging to different elements, rapidly ascending to the sage realm. It was indeed through his singular prowess that he upheld the Deqing Empire for 3 millennia. Following his passing, Feng Jitian, the leader of the Yugwa sect, was the first to stir unrest, leading to Yugwa's secession from the Deqing Empire. Thus, in Yugwa, Sage Xianhang is a taboo subject. Despite his status as a great sage, Rong Shenlin, incensed, declared, "Impudent. 3rd senior brother, is this how you train your disciples?" In the grand examination of the sect, Mu Qingyun held a deep affection for this disciple. Though he was somewhat mischievous, his essence was inherently good, and he had never resorted to harsh words. At that moment, slightly agitated by his junior sister's nonsensical remark, he retorted, "Did Xiang'er speak incorrectly? As cultivators, what matters most is not the number of spirit roots, be it 4 or 5, but one's character." Jin Zhaohua intervened, "Let us refrain from further disputes. The test is nearing its midpoint, and thus far, only 104 single spirit root candidates have emerged. Are you not anxious?" "What?" Rong Shenlin exclaimed, "This year, there are not even any with 2 spirit roots?" Regardless of their musings, The examination proceeded methodically. Soon, Yi Wuxing, responsible for the testing, delivered the joyous news. 3 candidates with dual spirit roots had been identified. As the number of individuals before him dwindled, Yi Ning felt a surge of tension. He was certain he possessed a water spirit root, yet was uncertain if he bore any other attributes. If not, he pondered how he would confront such a reality. The child standing ahead of him appeared nearly faint, drenched in perspiration. Yi Ning smiled reassuringly. Do not worry. Whether or not you possess spirit roots is innate. Worrying serves no purpose. The child, with a flushed face and bright teeth, drew courage from Yi Ning's words and replied, Thank you, Brother Yi. I will surely succeed. Your name is Xiaowan. Yes, I am Han Wan. What an intriguing name. Where do you hail from? I was born at dusk, and my father bestowed this name upon me. I am from Yuli City. And you, brother? Me? Yi Ning paused. I am from Luo City. Those 2 characters now seemed like a distant memory. Han Wan's father, noticing their amiable exchange and Yi Ning's gentle features, interjected, Young man, our Xiaowan has always been timid. Once he joins Lianyun's sect, I hope you will take good care of him. Uncle, you are too kind. It would be my pleasure. After a brief conversation, it was finally Han Wan's turn. Trembling, he approached the testing stone, visibly anxious. Yi Wuxing maintained his impassive demeanor, gesturing for Han Wan to place his hands upon the colossal rock. Perhaps startled, Han Wan's eyes brimmed with tears as he hesitated, taking steps back, unwilling to advance. Xiaowan, do not be afraid. Follow what this big brother says, Yi Ning urged, stepping forward to offer comfort. Only after some encouragement did Han Wan gently place his hands on the stone. Instantaneously, the stone emitted a thunderous roar, releasing 3 beams of light. The entire square erupted in excitement. Jin Zhaohua descended from the main platform, exclaiming, 3 spirit roots. Metal, wood, earth, excellent, excellent. Upon examining the stone further, he laughed joyously. A genius indeed. The metal spirit root has a potential of 80, the wood spirit root 68, and astonishingly, the earth spirit root reaches 84. Ha ha. Within 50 years, our Lianyun sect shall gain yet another esteemed master. Tears still glistened on Han Wan's face, as he was bewildered by the old man's exuberant laughter. Yi Ning reassured him, Xiaowan, you have succeeded. You will surely join Lianyun's sect. Is it truly so? Han Wan's tears transformed into a radiant smile as he exclaimed, Brother Yi, you will succeed too. Indeed. Jin Zhaohua observed Han Wan with increasing delight. After a moment, he waved his sleeve and declared, All right. Let us continue with the testing. Yi Ning stepped forward, anxiously placing his hands upon the colossal rock. Yet, at that moment, another individual felt even more tension than he did, Yi Miao. He firmly believed that his younger brother was a prodigy, and despite having utilized the asking immortal token, he was confident that his brother would still garner the favor of the sect leader or elders, becoming a direct disciple. Otherwise, he could not fathom how he would face Yi Ning. The colossal stone gradually emanated a shade of blue, which expanded continuously until the entire rock was enveloped in a deep azure hue. Originally dark and lackluster, it now resembled the most resplendent sapphire, dazzling in its brilliance. This radiant blue light persisted, unlike others who, upon withdrawing their hands from the stone, witnessed the luminescence fade away. On the main platform, the expressions of the onlookers varied. Jin Zhaohua stood up, her face a mask of astonishment. What an impressive spiritual aptitude. Sang Zhangxiang wore a look of sudden understanding. No wonder the cultivation of the water dragon chant went so smoothly, such a high level of water affinity. Yet, Yi Miao was utterly exhilarated. His younger brother was the genius of the Yi family, destined to shine forever. After a considerable pause, Yi Wuxing called out in a voice tinged with emotion, Tester, Yi Ning, possesses a single water affinity spiritual root, full spiritual capacity, 100. Yi Ning stood frozen. A single spiritual root. Truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Would he forever be destined to be merely a minor spiritual practitioner? After a long while, he finally regained his composure and bowed before departing. Jin Zhaohua regarded the youth and remarked to her third junior disciple, What a pity, what a pity. If this young man had been born a millennium ago, during the era of abundant, extraordinary spiritual herbs, he would surely have shone brightly. Full spiritual capacity, indeed, is a rare occurrence in a millennium. The rarity of full spiritual capacity not only lies in the cultivation speed being several times that of others, but also in the absence of barriers to training. This means that any technique, no matter how arduous, can be practiced effortlessly by one with full spiritual capacity. Thus, it has long been said in the realm of cultivators that those with full spiritual roots are invincible among their peers. Mu Qingyun, with a face as wooden as his name suggested, also displayed a look of regret. Indeed, such a shame. Only a top-tier sect like the Ice Realm Palace could afford to nurture him. Humph, even the Ice Realm Palace might lack the 4 distinct types of celestial herbs. Before long, tens of thousands had completed their tests. This time, there were merely over 300 individuals with spiritual roots, among whom only 2 possessed 3 spiritual roots, Han Wan and a girl named Tang Yun. Over 40 had 2 spiritual roots. The remainder were single-rooted. Soon, those who did not pass were sent away, leaving just over 300 standing at the center of the plaza. At this moment, the vastness of the square became increasingly apparent, with the 300 individuals appearing like ants, occupying less than 1% of the space. Dear junior disciples, Yi Wuxing announced, having passed this test, you shall all become new disciples of our Lianyun sect. The next test, the ascent of the heavenly blade, will assess your character and perseverance. Those who perform exceptionally will have the opportunity to become direct disciples of the 4 great elders or even the sect leader. After a half-hour break, they would commence the mountain climb. As Yi Wuxing's words fell, the crowd erupted in excitement. Becoming a direct disciple was indeed the dream of every Lianyun sect disciple, and they began speculating about the challenges of the heavenly blade. Yining pulled the dazed Han Wan closer and said, Xiao Wan, stay close to me during the climb. All right, Brother Yi, Han Wan replied with a shy smile. However, after a moment, her smile faded as she asked, Brother Yi, will I be able to visit my father again? Just moments ago, after passing her test, her father had been sent down the mountain. Of course you will. Once you achieve success in your cultivation, you will certainly be able to see your father again. Half an hour later, the crowd was transported by a ship-shaped magical artifact to the foot of the Tongtian blade. Many expressed their sentiments, while Yining gently caressed the flame-wood bright ship nestled in his embrace, reflecting on the somewhat willful, cross-dressing Gongyu. He wondered whether her injuries had improved. Yining was clear about his debts. He would eventually repay Gongyu for what he owed her. This exquisite artifact, named the Floating Cloud Boat, was crafted from a colossal tree that thrived amidst the clouds. It was lightweight and agile, capable of carrying up to 1,000 individuals, and its speed rivaled that of a late-stage Sage's flying sword. Remarkably, this vessel could transform into clouds at high altitudes, evading spiritual detection. As the treasured possession of the Lianyun sect, the floating cloud boat had repeatedly saved the sect from impending disasters. Yet, at this moment, beneath the towering Tongtian blade, the boat appeared insignificantly small, akin to an ant before a colossal beast. Han Wan, timid by nature, was visibly pale with fear, clutching Yining's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Brother Yi, how can we possibly climb such a high mountain? Yining was momentarily taken aback, despite his mental preparation. He was still overwhelmed by the perilous height of the Tongtian blade. Nevertheless, he calmly reassured her, Don't be afraid, Xiao Wan. I am here. The second test was organized by Yi Wuxing, who commanded the crowd to charge up the mountain. Jin Zhaohua and 2 elders, however, entered the nearest pavilion. An array had already been set up on the Tongtian blade, allowing them to observe the events on the mountain quite clearly from within the pavilion. Yining and his companions climbed at a slow pace and were soon surpassed by the majority. Brother Yi, shouldn't we hurry? They have already reached ahead. No rush. Xiao Wan, this mountain is called Tongtian for its height and blade for its peril. If we exhaust our vital energy at the outset, how shall we reach the summit? Moreover, as we ascend, fierce winds will begin to blow, and temperatures will gradually drop. By the time we reach the mid-mountain, it may be nearly impossible to proceed. Are you saying we might not reach the summit? That would be dreadful. The summit? I fear even the sect leader would be exhausted by a trip to the top. For us, reaching halfway up the mountain would be quite an accomplishment. The two engaged in conversation for a while, but after about half a tea session, the fierce winds began to whip around them, stinging their skin and rendering them speechless. Although Han Wan was timid, her foundational skills were solid. She appeared younger than Yining, yet had already attained the pinnacle of innate martial prowess. Such winds were manageable for her. Yining had already begun to harmonize his spirit, making the winds trivial. Suddenly, someone was toppled by the wind, rolling down the mountain path. The inner sect disciples following closely rushed down to provide aid. With every 10 zhang they climbed, another individual succumbed to the wind. Inside the pavilion, Jin Zhaohua's face was ashen, while Rong Shanlin wore a scowl of anger. What a bunch of useless fools. Only this high. And already over 200 have rolled down. Senior brother, do not fret. Most of those who fell are single spiritual root practitioners. Look, both Han Wan and that girl surnamed Tang are still holding on. Look quickly, the fastest among them has already entered the ice zone. Indeed, the first to step into the ice zone were none other than Yi Ning and Han Wan. In the midst of the sect examination, Yi Ning and Han Wan supported each other as they climbed upward with great effort. Yi, brother Yi, the temperature has suddenly dropped, Han Wan shivered. Her words cut short by a cough as the biting wind assailed her. With a surge of spiritual energy, Yi Ning conjured an ethereal ice dragon to shield them. Do not speak. Climb with all your might. Let us strive to ascend as high as we can, he urged, handing her a Yinong pill. Take this, and you shall not fear the cold. Trusting him implicitly, Han Wan swallowed the pill without hesitation. Instantly, a fiery dragon surged within her, banishing the chill and encircling her body with a faint red glow that repelled the surrounding frost. Their ascent was laborious. Often they would take one step forward and pause for two. Han Wan's palms were raw and bleeding, the crimson droplets freezing almost instantly, perhaps due to the extreme cold. She seemed oblivious to the pain, mustering all her strength to continue. Yi Ning's spiritual energy dwindled rapidly, and he struggled to fend off the relentless icy winds. At that moment, of the 300 participants, only 3 remained. A small crimson figure trailed closely behind them. It was Tang Yun. Moreover, her pace quickened, as if she were racing forward with reckless abandon. Soon, she surpassed Yu Ning, steadily advancing towards the mountainside. With barely a thread of spiritual energy left to protect his heart, Yi Ning relied solely on his willpower to persist. Observing Tang Yun's frantic effort, he was struck with awe. Her determination transcended mere persistence. It was a dogged resolve to reach her goal, even at the cost of her last breath. Perhaps sensing his gaze, Tang Yun glanced back at him, her eyes radiating an unsettling chill, starkly contrasting with her previously gentle demeanor. What harrowing ordeal had she endured to acquire such an all-seeing gaze? Such a person could either ascend to divinity or descend into darkness. Yi Ning resolved to avoid any contact with her in the future. After what felt like an eternity, Han Wan finally gasped, "Brother Yi, I can't climb anymore. You should go on without me." "No, I shall carry you," Yi Ning replied resolutely, hoisting her onto his back and continuing onward. His hands, elbows, and knees were bloodied. Yet he pressed on, for as long as his heart yearned to ascend, even if it meant shattering his bones, it was worth it. He contemplated surrender. But the image of Yi Miao, his brother, standing so gallantly beside the cold Tang Peiran, ignited a fire within him, a flame of envy. What was this? Yi Ning thought he discerned a glimmer of pity in Yi Miao's gaze. How could he, who had coveted his own immortal decree, now feign compassion? Even if he were to fail to enter the Lianyun sect and cultivate immortality, he did not require any ludicrous charity. The recollection of it all kindled a fierce blaze in his heart, jealousy. When they reached the mountainside, they were surprised to find Sect Master Jin Zhaohua waiting for them with a beaming smile. "No need to climb further. You are all outstanding disciples of the Lianyun sect." Yi Ning opened his mouth to speak, but fell unconscious before uttering a word. Upon awakening the following day, Yi Ning found himself being cared for by an outer sect disciple who was visibly envious. As soon as he saw Yi Ning stir, the disciple exclaimed, "Brother Yi, the sect master has instructed that you proceed to Qinglian Peak immediately upon waking." Yi Ning, having fainted from exhaustion, felt rejuvenated after his slumber. Even sensing a slight increase in his spiritual energy, he donned a long robe and stepped outside, where an inner sect disciple awaited him. "Brother Yi, you have finally awakened. Allow me to escort you to Qinglian Peak." "Thank you, brother." "Not at all. You shall surely become a direct disciple. I look forward to your guidance." Riding on a magical device, they arrived at Qinglian Peak after a brief journey. The inner disciple did not linger, promptly departing. Upon entering the grand hall, Yi Ning found Han Wan and Tang Yun engaged in friendly conversation with several elders. Yi Miao trailed behind Rong Shenlin, wearing a dazed expression. Jin Zhaohua, impressed by Yi Ning's resilience and care for his fellow disciples, greeted him. "Yi Ning, did you rest well?" "Yes, all is well, Sect Master." "Excellent. Elders, since Yi Ning has arrived, let us discuss matters at hand." Turning to Yi Ning, Jin Zhaohua continued, "You ranked 3rd in the sect examination. Your rewards will be given shortly. As one of the top 3, you possess the privilege of selecting your master." Before Jin Zhaohua could finish, Tang Yun's icy voice interrupted. "Sect Master, I wish to take the 4th elder as my master." Rong Shenlin beamed with delight. Tang Yun's tenacity and her status as a three-spirit root practitioner promised great potential for hardship. And you, Hanwan? I. Hanwan hesitated, glancing pitifully at Yi Ning. Brother Yi, whichever immortal you choose as your master, I will follow. This declaration caused the expressions of Jin Zhaohua and the others to shift dramatically. What talent did Yi Ning possess? A single spirit root. Though he had abundant spiritual potential, he would be fortunate to reach the late stages of cultivation. Who would wish to take him as a disciple? Jin Zhaohua had already decided to assign a second-generation disciple to him, perhaps compensating him with some spiritual stones. Yi Ning, despite his youth, was not oblivious to the ways of the world. He understood the change in the faces around him. A bitter smile crept across his face. Single spirit root, truly a waste. His thoughts turned to the white-robed figure he had encountered on the water's surface. Igniting a fierce determination within him, he would not accept fate's decree. He would defy the heavens and reshape his destiny. Seeing Hanwan's hopeful expression, he thought, given her timid nature, she might be bullied on another peak. It would be wiser for her to take the fourth elder as her master, where she would have protection from Sang Zhangxiang. Smiling, he said, Little Wan, brother has other plans. You should listen and take the fourth elder as your master, all right? Why doesn't brother take the fourth elder as his master? Yi Ning chuckled bitterly. That's because brother is too foolish. The elders do not want me. The humiliation of today would surely be repaid in kind in the future. For reasons unknown, upon seeing his fifth brother's defeated expression, Yi Miao felt a stab of anguish in his heart. Suddenly, he knelt before Rong Shunlin, pleading, Master, please take my fifth brother as your disciple. I beg you. Rong Shunlin's face contorted with discomfort. Get up. Take him as a disciple? I cannot afford such disgrace. She shot a withering glance at Yi Ning, scolding. Some should know their place. That the Lianyun sect accepts you is already a miracle. To aspire to be a direct disciple is sheer folly. This statement pierced Yi Ning's heart like a dagger. Clenching his fists, he dug his nails into his flesh, blood flowing freely. He vowed that the humiliation he suffered today would be repaid tenfold. Observing his elder brother kneeling before Rong Shunlin, he felt a tumult of emotions. Perhaps his brother was not as treacherous as he had imagined. He too must have his own burdens. However, gazing upon Rong Shunlin's aged and unseemly visage, a surge of indescribable rage welled up within him, prompting him to declare, no need for the elder's concern. Yi Ning has a distinguished master of his own. Oh, a distinguished master? I wonder which member of the Lianyun sect would be willing to take this single spirit root waste as a disciple. Truly blind. Yi Miao wished to protest but ultimately held his tongue. The grand hall fell into a profound silence. Jin Zhaohua wished to say a few words to ease the atmosphere, yet felt it unseemly to create a rift over a mere single-rooted cultivator. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside the hall. Elder Four, are you referring to me? Yi, the young lad, was reminded of the elder's earlier words, after entering. Come directly to my Binglan Peak. I shall take you as my disciple. Shui Hongming and Rong Shunlin, upon hearing this, appeared almost frantic, shouting, Come out, come out. Shui Hongming remarked, Your temper remains as foul as ever, Elder Four. I shall take this lad as my personal disciple. Do not neglect his treatment within the sect, or else humph. As soon as the words fell, a gentle force enveloped Yi Ning, gradually causing his figure to vanish from the grand hall. Jin Zhaohua sighed in resignation. Alas, the second junior brother still cannot untangle his heart's knots. Junior sister, there is no need for anger. Too much time has passed. Rong Shunlin stood dumbfounded, silent. Only Han Wan, in confusion, asked, Where has brother Yi gone? Mu Qingyun, feeling sympathy for the boy with a wood spirit root of 68, expressed gratitude for Yi Ning's earlier remarks, saying, Han Wan, do not worry. Yi Ning has been taken by Elder Tu. Would you like to be my disciple? I will follow brother Yi. Moved by the child's obedient nature, Jin Zhaohua contemplated taking him as a disciple and inquired, Have you not reconsidered? He then turned to Mu Qingyun, stating, Third junior brother. This child possesses an impressive gold spirit root of 80. It would be a tremendous loss if he does not cultivate the gold technique with me. Mu Qingyun understood the sect leader's intentions, but had already lost the chance to take Yi Miao as a disciple and was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Do not worry, sect leader. Although my junior brother primarily cultivates wood techniques, he has considerable knowledge of gold as well. Furthermore, 50 years ago, while exploring the Dreamfall region, I discovered a hidden cave containing an exceptional gold technique, perfectly suited for Xiao Wan's cultivation. Jin Zhaohua's heart sank. Indeed, third junior brother's thoughts ran deep, managing to conceal the discovery of such a mysterious cave for 50 years. However, having reached this point, he refrained from saying more and gestured for them to disperse. 3 days later, at the Nashong Mountain Inn, Bai Shinjun sat cross-legged, having remained silent for 3 days and nights. Bai Qian and others grew anxious but did not dare to interrupt him, especially the 3 He clan deities, who were tasked by He Shinjun to eliminate Yining. Yet, they had lingered here for 3 days without knowing who was within the formation. The situation felt increasingly peculiar. They sensed there must be some underlying scheme. Suddenly, Bai Shinjun raised an eyebrow and stood, declaring, "The person within the formation has vanished. It is a trap. All Master." One of the He clan deities stepped forward, saying, "We have just received word from our clan. 2 thieves have appeared at the edge of Yu Prefecture. The ancestor has dispatched nearby forces to encircle them. Should we depart immediately?" The ancestor he referred to was He Shinjun, a renowned peak deity. Bai Shinjun realized he had fallen into Yining's trap, feeling irate that this individual dared to add fuel to the fire, which further annoyed him. Preposterous. Does a mere celestial monarch expect our entire sect to mobilize for his extermination? A bunch of useless fools. Yes, disciples are terrified. Bai Shinjun continued. Where are those 2 rascals currently located? The Twilight Holy Hall could be considered the overlord of Yu Prefecture, commanding various factions within. A single command would have myriad cultivators responding. The Lu clan, situated at the edge of Yu Prefecture, was a first-tier faction. Its clan leader had personally set out to intercept the 2 thieves. Lu clan. Bai Zhen shook his head, saying, although the Lu clan has a long-standing heritage, it has now diminished to a first-tier level, yet they still possess several profound treasures. Lu Ming, the clan leader, has remained at the minor deity stage for nearly 1,000 years, ranking among the top in his tier. With his intervention, I believe he can at least hinder them. Hinder them? Bai Qian exclaimed, "Master, does that mean Lu Ming cannot defeat the Yi family thieves?" Bai Shinjun shook his head. "It is difficult. The Lu clan is facing calamity this time." Everyone fell silent. Bai Zhen continued, "This place is sealed. Let us return swiftly to Yu Prefecture." At the border of Yu Prefecture, Yining retracted the Lianine sword, gazing at a corpse before him. "Their speed is astonishing." Han remarked, "Fortunately, it was a minor deity who came. In his carelessness, we were able to slay him together. However, in my humble opinion, the road ahead will not be easy. The deities are certainly not limited to this level of strength." Yining, puzzled, replied, "I often hear talk of deities and have encountered many. Yet I do not understand what it truly takes to enter this realm. What distinguishes the deity realm from the celestial monarch realm?" Han explained, "A deity is a grand cultivator who has attained a certain level of understanding of the Tao." "Is it the same as your Jinhai?" Yining inquired. "My Jinhai was cultivated in my past life. After reincarnation, I can only exhibit a fraction of its power through artifacts. The true form is far beyond this small display." Yining, intrigued, asked, "Han, please tell me more." Han began. "The celestial monarch cultivates an understanding of the heavenly Tao, which exists at a cognitive level. Once this understanding reaches perfection, a seed will condense within the body. Upon successful condensation, one enters the initial stage. In other words, a deity must be proficient in at least one technique. The magnitude of that technique's power is related to their comprehension of the heavenly Tao. Returning late, I shall stay up late to write another chapter." Sect benefits. Yining did not linger long at Ice Orchid Peak, as the frigid temperatures there constantly drained his spiritual energy. He resolved to return to the water chamber for residence, intending to venture to Ice Orchid Peak only after successfully establishing his spiritual foundation. Wutong was taken aback by Yining's return, meticulously reflecting on whether he had offended him in any way. Secretly relieved that his previous actions had not been overly egregious, merely requiring Yining to fetch water for a month. As soon as Yining stepped into the water chamber, Wutong hurried over, showering him with a plethora of flattering words. Only after confirming that Yining was not there to cause him trouble did he return, albeit with a sense of trepidation. Naturally, Yining was no longer required to draw water. Another unfortunate soul was assigned the task. Time passed slowly, and Yining resided in the water chamber for a full 15 days. During this period, Wutong personally arranged water and food, attending to Yining's every need with great care. Observing Wutong's diligence, Yining reluctantly rewarded him with a low-grade spirit stone. Wutong beamed with delight, ensuring that the meals became increasingly exquisite. Yining possessed only 3 low-grade spirit stones, and parting with one caused him a pang of regret. However, he realized that there was still a lengthy period to spend at Lianyun's sect, and as an inner disciple, it was essential to occasionally forge connections with fellow disciples, even without forming factions. Spirit stones, Yining mused, pondering how he might amass a fortune of them. He was aware that selling the silver lens sword would certainly yield a substantial number of spirit stones, enough to sustain him throughout his spiritual practitioner phase. Yet, he was resolute in his decision never to part with that sword. The mere thought of it reminded him of Xiao Bai, the clever beast, and he wondered where it might be at present. Overall, Yining was quite satisfied with these 15 days. After successfully completing the integration of his spiritual essence, he found that his internal spiritual energy had become more obedient and increasingly agile to manage. As for attracting spiritual energy, even at the pinnacle of an innate martial artist, he had dared to absorb the water's spiritual energy from the air, and now it was even less of a challenge. In summary, he felt invigorated and exceptionally well. While tending to the purple spirit water mulberry trees, he noticed that one of them was beginning to display a faint purple glow, indicating it was nearing maturity. The process of tending to them was quite simple. A sprinkle of the mysterious spiritual liquid, soaked with wooden beads, was all that was required. Little Ningzi, you are truly diligent. Well done, his senior brother praised, tossing him a piece of candy as he was engrossed in his task. Brother sang, why are you here again? Shouldn't you be cultivating? Yining responded, not needing to turn around to know that it was Sang Zhongxiang who had arrived. Among the disciples of Lianyun's sect, most maintained a serious demeanor, while only Sang Zhongxiang indulged in peculiar pursuits. Indeed, the purple spirit water mulberry is thriving rapidly. In no more than 7 days, they will all be ripe, he exclaimed, laughing heartily. After a prolonged bout of laughter, he regarded Yining with curiosity and asked, why are you still residing at Yang'an Peak? Haven't you established a cave dwelling? Even if you lack a cave, you could stay at Ice Orchid Peak. Who would have thought that the second elder would take you as a disciple? Ice Orchid Peak is far too cold. I plan to move there only after I successfully establish my spiritual foundation. Cave dwelling? What cave dwelling? I was unaware of such a thing, Yining replied. Humph, Sang Zhongxiang scoffed. Indeed, each inner disciple has the right to establish a cave dwelling and can choose any location within the Lianyun mountain range. Those second-generation disciples must be envious of you and failed to inform you about selecting a cave. Any location? Yining's heart soared with joy. This was excellent news. He had many treasures that lacked a proper place for storage, having carried them with him all this while. If he could truly establish a cave dwelling that belonged entirely to him, it would be magnificent. While it is said that you can choose freely, over the past several millennia, the more desirable peaks within the Lianyun mountain range have been claimed. Rather than attempting to carve out our own, it would be better to select from the cave dwellings left behind by our predecessors, Sang Zhongxiang explained, taking Yining by the arm. Come, I will take you to choose. Humph, they must also have withheld your sect benefits. Sect benefits? Yining realized how little he knew about Lianyun's sect. Sect benefits, certainly. Each direct disciple receives substantial benefits from the sect every month. Otherwise, why would they strive so hard to become direct disciples? The 5 low-grade spirit stones distributed each month are indeed tangible rewards. Spirit stones? How splendid. Sang Zhongxiang possesses a treasure in the form of an unfinished fan, which, despite its incomplete state, rivals high-grade magical artifacts in quality and boasts a commendable speed during flight. Soon, they arrived at the Hongguang Hall on Qinglei Peak. The Hongguang Hall is responsible for distributing the sect's benefits to its disciples and announcing various tasks, wielding considerable authority, and is overseen by the second-generation disciple, Rong Kehua. This individual is notoriously sharp-tongued and often withholds benefits from disciples. However, this is the first time he has dared to withhold benefits from a direct disciple. He is the cousin of Rong Shenlin and has always closely followed the directives of Elder Rong Shenlin. Uncle Rong. Sang Zhongxiang elongated the name, as if to remind him not to overstep his boundaries. Ah, is that not young disciple Sang? What brings you to Hongguang Hall? What else could it be? I have come to collect my benefits from Uncle Rong. Benefits? Rong Kehua's expression soured, and he retorted angrily. This bunch of scoundrels truly can't get anything right. I had already instructed them to deliver young disciple Sang's benefits directly to him. Do not feign ignorance, Uncle Rong. You must surely recognize the individual behind me. He is a newly accepted direct disciple of the second master. It has been half a month, yet we have seen no sign of the sect's benefits. This is outrageous. Hurry and present them. Although Rong Kahua possesses sage-level cultivation, he dared not act too brazenly in front of Sang Zhangxiang, who was merely one realm below him. Reluctantly, he handed over the benefits in a lump sum. Next time, ensure they are delivered to Binglan Peak on time. Humph. Or await the second master to reprimand you. Sang Zhangxiang declared sternly. Can direct disciples freely establish their own caves? Yes, indeed, he replied. Here, take this jade slip. Rong Kahua, with a downcast expression, handed him a jade slip, stating, the areas marked in red within the jade slip indicate vacant spots available for residents. Should disciple ye establish a new cave, be sure to report it here. Understood, Sang Zhangxiang replied impatiently. What about the formation? Formation? What formation? Do not think me ignorant. When a newly accepted direct disciple establishes a cave, the sect provides a mountain-protecting formation free of charge. Rong Kawa's face contorted with distress. The Thousand Moonchain Formation. Each component is a mid-grade magical artifact, capable of withstanding a full-force attack from a sage once set up. Sang Zhangxiang took the items with satisfaction. Are you now pleased, my esteemed young master? Let us depart swiftly. Sang Zhangxiang laughed heartily and escorted Yuning back to Yang'an Peak. Upon entering the water room, Yuning wasted no time and eagerly began to sift through the sect's benefits. The storage bag before him was unremarkable in gray, yet it emanated a faint spiritual glow. Despite containing numerous items, it felt remarkably light, almost as if it were weightless. Yuning hesitated. Is this really a storage bag? How do I extract everything within? Yes, this is indeed a storage bag, and it is one newly forged, yet to be recognized by a master. Once you perform the master recognition ritual, you will be able to access its contents. It is quite simple, akin to reading a jade slip. With a mere thought, the items within will materialize at your designated location. And how does one perform this ritual? You, truly a novice, Sang Zhangxiang scoffed at his ignorance, yet ultimately provided a thorough explanation. The ritual consists of spiritual and blood offerings. Generally, less significant items undergo spiritual offerings. Envelop the storage bag with your spiritual energy and continuously refine it until a mysterious bond forms between the two. As for blood offerings, those are far more complex and are reserved for exceptionally important treasures. You should study the jade slip for that. For now, focus on refining the storage bag. After Sang Zhangxiang's explanation, Yining finally grasped the concept and decided to give it a try. Following Sang Zhangxiang's instructions, he gradually refined the storage bag. The process proved to be far smoother than anticipated, and soon he completed the ritual. He felt a mystical connection forming between the storage bag and his mind, allowing him to clearly perceive the items inside. Yining marveled at this phenomenon. During his time in Huaxia, not only had he made remarkable achievements in chemistry, but he also possessed profound knowledge of physics, particularly in spatial physics. Years ago, he had contemplated the notion of independent spaces, only to dismiss them one by one. Now, the storage bag serendipitously validated his earlier theories, despite being beyond the realm of explanation by contemporary science. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. This world had strayed far from the domain of science. I did it, Yining exclaimed, and with a mere thought, all the items surged forth from the bag, startling him in the process. Not bad. It seems the sect treats you well, Sang Zhangxiang remarked, surveying the items on the stone table. This cold moon sword is of the water attribute, a mid-grade magical artifact that you can wield once refined. The clothing is the same old set, but it qualifies as a mid-grade artifact as well. Additionally, there are 5 low-grade spirit stones, not too shabby. As Yining gazed at the cold moon sword, he could distinctly sense the abundant water spiritual energy enveloping the blade, a true treasure. Once refined, he too would be able to soar through the skies like Sang Zhangxiang. The robe was purple, identical to the one Yi Miao Miao had donned previously, presumably the standard attire for direct disciples of Lianyan sect. It felt incredibly soft, shimmering with a gentle flowing purple light, truly aesthetically pleasing. Yet, it was the spirit stones that delighted Yuning the most, with these 5. He now possessed a total of 7 low-grade spirit stones. Suddenly, he recalled the storage bracelet on his wrist and inquired, Sang brother, have you ever encountered a storage bracelet? Is it used in the same manner as a storage bag? A storage bracelet? Sang Zhangxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. Now, that is a fine item. Even the most basic storage bracelets possess spaces hundreds of times larger than those of storage bags. They are exceedingly rare. My master possesses one, reputedly the only one within Lianyan sect. As for its usage, it is similar to that of a storage bag. Essentially, All magical artifacts can be utilized post-refinement, unless they are of a special nature requiring specific techniques. Yining's heart surged with joy. He was certain that Chen Feiping's storage bracelet would bring him delightful surprises. Who is Chen Feiping? One of the most significant second-generation disciples of the Shaoguoming Zone. His status is akin to that of Rong Shenlin in Lianyun sect. Surely, his collection contains exquisite items. Seeing the dazed expression on Yining's face, Sang Zhongxiang assumed he was captivated by the allure of the storage bracelet and quickly interjected. Forget about those ethereal treasures for now. It would be best to seek out a cave. Staying on Yang'an Peak is not ideal. Am I not to reside on Binglan Peak? Do you really fancy that place? It would freeze you to death. While you could meditate there for a year or so, over time, even a ghost would find it unbearable, Sang Zhongxiang jested. Of course, your master might manage it. Very well. Which location shall I choose? Oh, right. Do you reside on Zizhu Peak? Are you with Han Wan? As for me, I only spend half my time on Zizhu Peak. I generally stay in my own cave. As for Han Wan, that lad has become quite favored. His master is personally instructing him, and he likely will not emerge until he breaks through to the initial stage of a spirit practitioner. Regarding your cave, I just reviewed the Jade Slip, and indeed, there are no particularly favorable locations. Treasure Mouse Sang Zhongxiang handed him the Jade Slip. Take a look. This peak has good spiritual energy, though it is rather unattractive, barren, and devoid of beauty. Plus its geographical location is poor, being too far from Zizhu Peak. That one seems promising, adjacent to Zizhu Peak, albeit lacking in spiritual energy. After a lengthy selection process, Sang Zhongxiang found nothing appealing. In truth, Yining was not overly selective. To him, any peak would be preferable to his current residence on Yang'an Peak. However, Sang Zhongxiang was quite particular. Yining, not wishing to dampen his enthusiasm, offered occasional affirmations. After a while, Sang Zhongxiang suddenly smacked his forehead, exclaiming, I've got it. Let us establish our own cave. Yes, it will surely be enjoyable. Establish our own? Did you not say that there are no good places left? Silly, Xiaoning. My senior brother possesses treasures. He will surely find you an exceptional location. What treasure? Sang Zhongxiang said, pointing to something in his arms. As if in response, a furry head emerged from his embrace, two sparkling eyes gazing at Yining. Upon seeing it, Yining erupted in laughter, exclaiming, Senior brother, is this your spirit beast? It truly resembles you. Having spent considerable time with Sang Zhongxiang, Yining's negative impression of him gradually faded, and he occasionally learned to joke around. Resemble? Sang Zhongxiang raised the spirit beast high. It was a silver mouse. After scrutinizing it for a while, he remarked, it indeed bears some resemblance. Though it is whiter than I am. The diminutive silver mouse nodded vigorously, as if in agreement. What kind of spirit beast is this? Yining stifled his laughter for a moment. You mustn't speak of this to others. This spirit beast is precious. Even my master is unaware of its existence. If others find out, it would be troublesome. The thought of my treasure being borrowed constantly vexes me. Rest assured, senior brother, I will certainly keep it a secret. But what tier of demon beast is it? What is its purpose? Treasure hunting, of course. What else could it be used for? Although this little one is merely a second-tier demon beast, its sense of smell is exceptionally keen. With it leading the way, we are bound to find a mountain peak rich in spiritual energy. All right, let us proceed. As if comprehending human speech, the mouse immediately took the lead, darting ahead like a bolt of lightning. They traversed and paused along the way, wandering for quite some time without leaving the vicinity of Yang'an Peak. Yining could not help but laugh, saying, Senior brother, you must be deceiving me. Can this little creature truly locate spiritual veins? Haraha. As if aware of Yining's mockery, the mouse began to squeak in protest, refusing to take another step forward. Sang Zhongxiang, caught between laughter and tears, hastily comforted it, even producing a spirit stone. Upon witnessing the mouse devour the stone with fervor, Yining's eyes nearly sparkled with astonishment. It eats spirit stones? Indeed. What is so strange about that? The mouse nodded repeatedly, seemingly agreeing with its master. After satisfying its hunger, it resumed its search under Sang Zhongxiang's guidance. In the 100-Flower Valley, they followed the treasure-finding mouse, scaling mountains and valleys for an hour before finally halting. Yining looked up in disbelief. They had arrived at Qinglian Peak. Is this the treasure it found? Sang Zhongxiang's face flushed crimson, yet he defended his precious spirit beast, exclaiming, This is indeed the place. Is this not the area with the richest spiritual energy in the Lianyun mountain range? Yes, Yes, Yining chuckled helplessly. But this is the mountain peak of the sect leader. Do you expect me to take it over? Haha, that certainly cannot happen. He patted the treasure-finding mouse, laughing. Let us find another location. After some time, the mouse led them to a valley entrance, peering curiously inside but hesitating to step further. Sang Zhangxiang again encouraged his spirit beast, saying, You foolish creature, why have you returned here? What is this place? This location is quite mysterious. There must be treasures within. However, the sect leader has commanded that no one may enter. Otherwise, they will be expelled from the sect. Yining closed his eyes, gently inhaling the fragrant air. The valley must be filled with blooming flowers. It truly smells delightful. Indeed, we call this place. Sang Zhangxiang stole a glance at Yining, a mischievous smile gracing his lips. However, there are many rare materials within. The sect leader once retrieved a 7-heart lotus from here, a primary ingredient for crafting high-grade elixirs, 9th-tier alchemical materials. If that is the case, why is there no one guarding it? Guarding? There is an ancient formation inside, immensely powerful. When activated, it thunders with lightning. The sect leader once ventured in for exploration, retrieving a 7-heart lotus but sustaining severe injuries, lying incapacitated for half a year. According to the sect leader, he defeated a 7th-tier demon beast to obtain that lotus. That beast is equivalent to a human cultivator at the initial stage of the venerable realm. Furthermore, demon beasts possess naturally formidable physiques and astonishing combat abilities. Cultivators of the same tier often find themselves outmatched. Despite the sect leader being at the peak of the venerable realm and defeating the 7th-tier beast, he was still gravely wounded, highlighting the danger within. Consequently, the sect leader decreed that no disciple may enter without permission, and those who do will bear the consequences. Later, a mid-level sage disciple, doubting the danger, sneaked in and was instantly obliterated by the formation. His primordial spirit was utterly destroyed. Since then, no one has dared to enter recklessly. Such a pity. What a pity. The sect leader and several elders still venture in once a year, returning each time with remarkable gains. Yining felt a surge of excitement. How wonderful it would be to enter and seek treasures. As if sensing Yining's thoughts, Sang Zhangxiang grinned. So are you tempted? Do you wish to enter? Yining shook his head, replying, Am I not aware of my own strength? Wouldn't entering be tantamount to seeking death? Sang Zhangxiang smiled mysteriously. Haha, once you reach the pinnacle of the spiritual realm, we will venture inside together. I know a way to sneak in. Although it carries some risk, we can easily obtain treasures. While the high-grade spiritual herbs in this valley are enticing, they do not warrant the risk. However, there is one treasure that would greatly benefit both of us. You inquired about artifact crafting previously, right? Aside from fire attribute sages or those above, there is another method. What method? Yining was excited. Possessing the method for crafting celestial artifacts, yet being unable to do so, was incredibly frustrating. It involves acquiring a type of exotic fire. Sang Zhangxiang explained. As far as I know, there exists a type of exotic fire in this valley, known as Xinglian Burning Heart Fire. It is considered high quality among exotic fires. If we can subdue it, even as spirit cultivators, we could craft artifacts. Moreover, this exotic fire is powerful enough to melt high-grade crafting materials. Should you reach the Sage Realm, even the legendary Tier 10 materials would liquefy under the might of the Xinglian Burning Heart Fire. Yining exclaimed in excitement. That is wonderful. I will strive to reach the pinnacle of the spiritual realm as soon as possible. Indeed, let us depart from here and prioritize finding spiritual veins. The treasure-finding mouse resumed its diligent sniffing, indeed uncovering several faint spiritual veins. Unfortunately, the locations were too remote, swiftly dismissed by Sang Zhangxiang. As the sun began to set, they finally arrived at a desolate area. The mountain before them was not particularly high, entirely barren of trees or flowers, appearing gray and desolate from a distance. Yet it held a serene tranquility. The treasure-finding mouse discovered a spiritual vein halfway up the mountain. Though the spiritual energy was not abundant, it was sufficient for Yining's use. What was more fortunate was that the mountain's geographical location was quite favorable, situated centrally between Ice Orchid Peak and Purple Bamboo Peak. The two decided to establish a cave dwelling there. For cultivators, creating a cave dwelling was exceedingly simple. In truth, it involved direct brute force. Though Sang Zhangxiang's semi-finished fan was merely a high-quality magical artifact, in his hands, it was wielded with impressive finesse. With a wave of his hand, he opened a large cave measuring 10 zhang in circumference at the mountainside. He had cultivated the 3 attributes of gold, wood, and earth to the peak of the spiritual realm. And at this moment, with a flick of his hand, the cave was furnished with stone tables, stone beds, stone stools, and other necessities. Before long, a modest cave dwelling began to take shape. Sang Zhangxiang appeared carefree, yet his attention to detail was remarkable. He even carved auspicious clouds on the cave's entrance, stone pillars, and stone chairs, lending an ethereal quality to the space. Gazing at the cave dwelling before him, Yuning felt warmth in his heart. This would be his home. The mountain is devoid of trees, for it lacks any soil. This, however, poses no challenge for Sang Zhangxiang, who possesses the same earth attribute. He quietly channels his inner energy, and soon, dust from the air begins to settle, transforming the mountain peak with patches of fertile soil. All right, Ningzi, in the future, plant some spiritual seeds, and this mountain will look much more appealing, he suggests. You possess a water spirit root. You might as well learn cloud summoning and rain techniques. Whether you plant spiritual grains or medicinal herbs, it will be far easier for you than for cultivators of other attributes. Yi Ning, observing Sang Zhangxiang's diligent efforts, is filled with gratitude. Thank you so much. Senior brother Sang, if I were to establish a cave dwelling, it would likely take me 10 days to half a month. It was merely a trivial task. Sang Zhangxiang replies with a smile. However, Ningzi, once you achieve mastery in your cultivation, do remember to assist your senior brother in nurturing medicinal herbs. Water nourishes wood, and cultivators of the water attribute have an exceptional talent for growing medicinal plants. That is certainly true. Senior brother, should we consider relocating those purple spirit water mulberry trees from Yang'an Peak? No. Please do not touch them. If they perish, it would bring me great sorrow. Those are purple spirit water mulberry trees. Though they are merely 5th grade spiritual wood, they are on the brink of extinction and cannot be found anywhere on the continent. Rest assured, nothing will happen. Please hurry and bring them over, Yining encourages. Sang Zhangxiang, though skeptical, ultimately takes flight on his magical artifact. Before long, he returns, tossing the severed purple spirit water mulberry branches before Yining. With a crooked smile, he remarks, "You said nothing would happen, yet look, they're all wilted." Typically, immature spiritual wood and herbs wither quickly once harvested. Yining chuckles as he picks up the branches, walking toward a nearby flat area of the mountain. He arranges the severed limbs meticulously in the earth, approximately 7 or 8 zhang square, totaling around 200 to 300 branches. Then, he invokes the water dragon chant, and a translucent, colorless dragon form materializes behind him. With a mighty breath, a torrential rain pours down. Within this rain, Yining has subtly infused a mysterious spiritual liquid, causing the previously listless purple spirit water mulberry trees to spring back to life. Remarkable. This water dragon chant is indeed powerful. It is noteworthy that ordinary purple spirit water mulberry trees are only as thick as a bowl and reach just over a zhang in height when mature, growing merely an inch each year thereafter. Legends speak of a solitary island in the depths of the Changxi where a 100 zhang tall purple spirit water mulberry tree was once seen, a tree that had grown for a millennium. Such a tree would transcend the 5th grade classification, having undergone evolution due to the accumulation of spiritual energy over 1,000 years, potentially reaching 8th or even 9th grade. Its wood as hard as gold, rivaling the strength of top-tier treasures without refinement. Should a master craftsman refine it, the chances of it becoming a sacred artifact would be considerable. A sacred artifact, even of the lowest grade, is often regarded as a prized possession of a large sect, imbued with auspicious qualities. Yining, upon receiving Sang Zhangxiang's commendation, smiles and replies, "I must also thank you for the mental cultivation method you provided. The water dragon chant indeed possesses extraordinary effects. I have now completed the foundation of my spirit and have truly become a cultivator. Indeed, you are truly a prodigious talent." Ningzi, Sang Zhangxiang exclaims, clapping in delight. Even mastering the notoriously difficult water dragon chant with such ease is commendable. Yining offers a wry smile. "I am no genius. Please do not jest, senior brother." Sang Zhangxiang, with sincerity, counters, "Ningzi, I am not jesting. In ancient times, the most prestigious sects on the Qi-Luo continent recruited disciples based solely on spiritual potential, disregarding the type of spirit root. In that era, prodigies and treasures were abundant, and elixirs that enhanced spirit roots were commonplace for those sections. Had you been born in that age, you would likely have ascended to the rank of an immortal lord within a century. But that is mere speculation, since Qi-Luo continent has been forsaken by the divine. Resources for cultivation have become increasingly scarce. Even if there are elixirs that can enhance spirit roots, they are reserved for those with 4 spirit roots, not for someone with a singular root like you. Allow me to assist you in establishing a protective array for the mountain. This will ensure its safety. Indeed, Yi Ning replies, feeling a tinge of helplessness but swearing silently not to give up. When the sect distributes welfare, isn't there a set of 1,000 moon linking arrays? The 1,000 moon linking array comprises 7 array flags. Sang Zhongxiang places 6 auxiliary flags at the 6 corners of the mountain peak, while the main flag is embedded above the spiritual vein. This way, the array can harness the spiritual energy from the vein, enhancing its power while reducing its consumption. As the moon rises, casting a gentle glow atop the mountain, Sang Zhongxiang performs the final hand gesture. The entire mountain trembles, radiating beams of moonlight that spread outward. Though these beams appear beautiful, they conceal immense spiritual power, capable of slicing through any intruder with ease. Ningzi, once you refine the main array flag, you will be able to perceive the changes within this array and control it to ensnare any adversaries. While the overall offensive power of the 1,000 moon linking array may be somewhat weaker, it compensates with its dense attacks, each layer ensnaring the next, making it difficult to defend against. In the future, when you acquire suitable materials, you might even upgrade it to a mid-grade treasure, enabling it to protect not just this mountain, but even a third-rate sect. Thank you, senior brother. Why be so polite? Sang Zhongxiang replies, I must take my leave now. Your place is rather impoverished. There's not even a cup of tea to offer. It will take at least 10 or 100 years before it resembles the splendor of Zizhu Peak. Yes, senior brother. As Sang Zhongxiang takes a few steps away, he turns back, saying, when the purple spirit water mulberry trees mature, remember to inform me. Of course. As Sang Zhongxiang's silhouette fades into the horizon, Yi Ning returns to his cave dwelling, where a significant surprise awaits him. Unexpected gains, Yi Ning has numerous tasks ahead of him. After wandering for some time, he finally possesses a cave dwelling of his own, where he can meticulously organize the treasures he has acquired. However, what he eagerly anticipates most is refining the storage bracelet he has worn on his wrist. The mere thought of the bracelet's previous owner sends a thrill of excitement coursing through him. That was the lifetime collection of a revered cultivator. Yi Ning opts for the spiritual refining method, channeling layers of spiritual energy that wash over the storage bracelet like waves sifting through sand. This process continues for 2 full hours before he completes the refinement. Exhaling a long sigh of relief, he impresses his spiritual mark upon the bracelet, making it his own from that moment forward. Remembering the intensity of the refining process, he breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that such a small storage bracelet had drained all his spiritual energy. Had he not been quick-witted enough to retrieve a water spirit stone to replenish his energy, he would have suffered a backlash. Nevertheless, as he gazes at the radiant bracelet in his hand, a satisfied smile graces his face. After the refinement, he clearly senses the bracelet's functionality. With a mere thought, the bracelet adheres snugly to his wrist, vanishing from sight. Comparatively, the space within the storage bracelet is immense. Whereas the storage bags provided by the sect measure merely 10 zhang square, his bracelet spans 100 li, an expanse beyond measure. The contrast between the two is like that of a firefly against the full moon. The inner surface of the bracelet bears the inscription Flowing Splendor, likely its name. Upon reflection, it is indeed aptly titled. The bracelet's luster is subtle, reminiscent of drifting clouds in the sky, worthy of the name Flowing Splendor. What truly takes his breath away, however, are the treasures contained within the bracelet. Countless refining materials are piled high, resembling small mountains. Among these materials, Yi Ning can recognize only about 1/10. The sole book he had perused concerning the myriad treasures of the cultivation realm was Tales of the Cultivators. Within its pages were merely commonplace materials. How could Qin Feiping regard them as precious and choose to hoard them within the Flowing Splendor? On the other hand, an array of radiant spirit stones piled up like a resplendent river, causing Yi Ning to drool. A cursory scan of his spiritual sense revealed over 1,000 superior-grade spirit stones and certainly more than 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones. As for the inferior-grade stones, he had not even attempted to count them, and he even discovered a premium-grade spirit stone, shimmering with the essence of water. In the entire cultivation realm, superior-grade spirit stones were relatively easy to acquire, while premium-grade stones were exceedingly rare, their value sufficient to purchase a formidable treasure. With a mere thought, the premium-grade spirit stone materialized in his hand. Coincidentally, it was a water spirit stone, The moment it appeared, the spiritual energy within the cave surged, elevating its richness to an entirely new level. Yi Ning was convinced that just a trace of this spiritual energy would replenish all the power within him. The rarity and expense of premium-grade spirit stones stemmed not only from the purity and magnitude of the spiritual energy they contained, but also from their non-disposable nature, capable of gradually absorbing surrounding spiritual energy to replenish their own losses. In other words, as long as a premium-grade spirit stone remained intact, it would eventually restore itself to its original form. Of course, this process would take a considerable amount of time. Beyond materials and spirit stones, little remained within the flowing splendor. Disappointingly, Yi Ning found that within the storage bracelet of a venerable figure, there was not a single magical artifact. He murmured to himself, even a low-grade treasure would suffice. He recalled the exquisite Linglong Luotian tower he had seen that day. How wonderful it would be if it still resided within the bracelet. That was an artifact of sub-saint level. Despite the abundance of items in the flowing splendor, none could be exchanged for such a treasure. Shaking his head, he chided himself for being overly greedy. However, a white jade box within the bracelet caught Yi Ning's attention. With a flicker of thought, the box appeared in his hand. The jade box felt icy to the touch, almost causing him to drop it. As he slowly opened it, he discovered a dark, shriveled sphere inside. What could this be? Upon closer inspection, he could faintly discern a trace of spiritual energy emanating from it. Could it possibly be a seed of some mysterious herb? The newly constructed cave was nestled within the mountain's belly, with a relatively spacious flat area at the entrance. According to Sang Zhangxiang, when time allowed, he could construct pavilions and towers on this land for receiving guests or for daily living. Yi Ning had already identified a prime spot on this flatland, intending to develop it into his own medicinal garden. The area was modest, only about 20 rectangles in length, yet the ground exhibited a rare purple hue, indicative of extraordinary purple soil. Even more remarkable was its proximity to a spiritual vein, brimming with spiritual energy. Yi Ning gingerly cradled the dark sphere, murmuring, "Please, gather some energy. You are the first medicinal material of my garden and must sprout." After planting it, he immediately poured a portion of mysterious spiritual liquid over it, silently urging it to sprout quickly. However, disappointment washed over him as half an hour passed without any change in the ground. Had he misjudged? Was this dark sphere not a seed of some mysterious herb? After waiting a while longer with no sign of movement, he pondered that perhaps it required more time. Not wishing to linger, he returned to the cave, as there were numerous magical artifacts awaiting his refinement. Inside the cave, Yi Ning's stone table was adorned with numerous treasures he had recently acquired. The Han Yu sword and Ziyun robe, both mid-grade magical artifacts, were the most suitable for him at present. He needed to refine them, so he could finally avoid combat without protection. The Yinlin sword, a mid-grade fire attribute artifact, contained a sealed 7th-tier fire Qilin beast, but alas, it was beyond his current capabilities, so he would not refine it. The Jinlin sword, a family heirloom, appeared to be of a higher tier than the Yinlin sword based on its name, yet it lacked spiritual energy, likely damaged. So he placed it in the bracelet for safekeeping. The wooden small sword, a gift from his grandfather, caught Yi Ning's attention. Upon seeing it, he noticed its transformation. When his grandfather had given it to him, it had been dark gray and dull. Now, however, the small sword radiated a charming green light, and astonishingly, it was brimming with spiritual energy, its power comparable to the Han Yu sword distributed by the sect. It was known that even though Lin Yun's sect was not the pinnacle of sects within the Yu Kingdom, it held a place among the top tier. Only the direct disciples of such a formidable sect could possess mid-grade magical artifacts like the Han Yu sword as a benefit. For a rogue cultivator, reaching the later stages of spiritual cultivation was an absolute prerequisite for such treasures. Yet, the wooden small sword from the Yi family exhibited power on par with mid-grade magical artifacts, which was truly astonishing. Moreover, it was evident that the wooden small sword had yet to return to its peak state, suggesting it possessed a rank far superior to that of an ordinary artifact. At that moment, 4 faint characters faintly flickered along the hilt. Qing Ning Heart Sword. He wondered in silence how this wooden small sword had managed to restore itself. Regrettably, it appeared to be of wood attribute, and should he wield it, its power would undoubtedly diminish. He decided to keep it for now. The enigmatic wooden pearl's new function, the Yin Mu Guang Ming ship, a mid-grade defensive artifact belonging to Gong Yu, had suffered slight damage. The small ship in his hand emanated a dim light. Fortunately, like the wooden small sword, It seemed to have recovered significantly, with no visible cracks remaining. Though it lacked spiritual energy, this artifact could not be refined, as it bore the imprint of Gong Yu's spiritual energy, and he was not yet capable of erasing it. Moreover, this artifact was destined to be returned to Gong Yu. The Lai Tian Ziguang spear, a gift from the owner of the Lingfu shop in Yuli City, made Yining realize that the seemingly kind shopkeeper was undoubtedly a master of extraordinary skill. Yining had once consulted his master. This seemingly ancient talisman contained the full power strike of the sacred artifact, the Lai Tian Ziguang spear, which was exceedingly rare. Alas, the talisman's usage was limited, and Yining's could be used only once more. Nevertheless, this talisman served as a crucial life-saving measure for him. He believed that once he invoked this talisman, any cultivator below the sect leader would surely flee in fear. The jade slip contained the crafting method for the celestial artifact, the five-pointed mirror. Initially, he had no confidence in crafting a magical artifact-level five-pointed mirror due to the expensive materials and his lack of refining skills. However, after hearing Sang Zhangxiang's discourse on it, he regained confidence. As for the materials, the bracelet was piled high, and he was certain he could find the 5 elemental materials required for the magical artifact's five-pointed mirror. Lastly, there was the mysterious green wooden pearl. The green pearl, as before, contained a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, yet none of it spilled forth. To the naked eye, it appeared as an exquisitely smooth green gem. However, Yining understood that among all his treasures, the green pearl was undoubtedly the most valuable. Suddenly, he recalled that the wooden small sword had always been kept alongside the green pearl. Could its restoration of spiritual energy be connected to the pearl? Yining was puzzled as to why the severely damaged wooden small sword and the Yanmu Guangming ship were slowly recovering. Could it truly be the influence of the mysterious wooden pearl? After pondering for a moment, he could not arrive at a conclusion. He believed that if his hypothesis was correct, the value of the mysterious wooden pearl would increase even further. If this were indeed the case, then the functions he had deduced for the green pearl would include 3 aspects: promoting the rooting and sprouting of various wood attribute plants, enhancing the spiritual power of wood attribute cultivators, and increasing the potency of wood attribute magical artifacts, as well as repairing them. Each of these abilities was enough to drive cultivators across the realm into a frenzy. As for the silk armor, it was not a magical artifact of cultivators, but merely a mundane piece of defensive armor. After organizing everything, Yining began to refine the Hanyu sword and the Ziyun robe. These 2 mid-grade magical artifacts were quickly refined. He carefully examined them. The Hanyu sword was inscribed with 3 formations: swift, sharp, and chilling. The Ziyun robe bore 2 simple formations: solid and purifying. The efficacy of these formations was evident from their names. To his delight, the enchantment of the rune array, which was imbued with a chilling essence, bore a resemblance to the frosty water shadow technique he had been practicing, both creating a prison of ice around the adversary. Subsequently, he endeavored to refine a mysterious wooden bead. After a considerable duration, he set the bead aside. The good news was that the bead was indeed capable of refinement. The unfortunate news was that, with his current spiritual power, completing the refinement could take an astonishing 10,000 years. Maintaining his composure, he collected the various items on the stone table into the flowing brilliance of his aura. As he emerged from the cave, a beam of sunlight cascaded over the peak, reminiscent of a resplendent brocade. Morning had arrived, and Yining, having organized treasures throughout the night, felt no fatigue. He resolved to journey to the Ice Orchid Peak's Langyuan Pavilion in search of a suitable cultivation technique. Upon entering the Langyuan Pavilion, Yining immersed himself in the study of a plethora of scrolls housed within. Many of these texts filled the gaps in his foundational knowledge of cultivation. The outer chamber primarily contained basic spells, elucidating several common techniques employed by cultivators, such as the application of spiritual awareness, the refinement of magical artifacts, object manipulation, the creation of jade slips, and the replication of such slips. Though elementary, the explanations were profoundly insightful, yielding substantial benefits for Yining. Moreover, there were some jade slips detailing common knowledge among cultivators, including the territorial influence of various sects in the Ghost Realm, taboos on the Qingluo continent, and widely circulated anecdotes among practitioners. Before long, Yining discovered a jade slip he desperately needed, a comprehensive compendium of refining materials and alchemical ingredients. With this newfound knowledge, he could identify the majority of the materials within his flowing brilliance bracelet. Even more gratifying was his revelation from an ancient jade slip regarding the classification of cultivation manuals. He learned that these manuals are primarily divided into two categories: mental cultivation and combat techniques. The mental cultivation dictates the practitioner's advancement speed, while combat techniques serve as methods of offense and defense. In essence, one could only cultivate one mental technique corresponding to their spiritual root, whereas combat techniques were abundant and beneficial. These manuals are further categorized into 4 grades: inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional, with a strict hierarchical structure. However, this does not imply that superior mental techniques are inherently superior to medium ones. The key lies in selecting the technique that best suits oneself. The grading of mental techniques is quite intricate, resulting from a combination of cultivation difficulty, advancement speed, and other factors. Some techniques, while capable of accumulating spiritual energy remarkably, may take centuries to master, placing them within the superior category. Ultimately, Yining copied the object manipulation technique, the compendium of refining materials, the compendium of alchemical ingredients, and water-based auxiliary techniques such as cloud summoning and rainfall. Upon returning to his cave, he planned to practice diligently. The inner chamber was significantly more spacious, containing far fewer jade slips and books. A solitary shelf housed a dozen jade slips, each emanating a faint bluish glow. Yining did not underestimate their worth, knowing that each slip's value surpassed all the texts in the outer chamber. For the first time, he felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards his master. In truth, the fourth elder and the others imparted mental techniques step by step, unlike Swirling, who had laid all his treasures bare for his disciples to choose from. Had Yining realized this, his gratitude towards his master would have undoubtedly deepened. There were a total of 12 jade slips, 5 mental techniques, and 7 combat techniques. Beneath each jade slip lay a note crafted from the hide of a magical beast, detailing the merits and demerits of each technique. The soft wave technique, a superior mental technique, boasts the advantage of increasing the advancement probability by 10%, yet its power is somewhat lacking. The 1,000-layer formula, an exceptional mental technique, is easy to cultivate and enhances the advancement probability by 30%, but its power is average. The ice orchid heart seal technique, a superior combat technique, is characterized by robust and enduring spiritual power with astonishing strength, also increasing the advancement probability by 30%, albeit with a degree of difficulty in cultivation. Upon reading this, Yining realized that his master practiced the ice orchid heart seal technique, explaining the peak's nomenclature. The final jade slip, the illusionary dispersal technique, bore an unspecified grade. With unknown advantages and significant cultivation difficulties, no one had succeeded in mastering it within the Lianyun sect for a staggering 1,500 years. At the bottom of the note was a line in small print, detailing the insights of past elders regarding this technique. Like a mirror flower, like water moon, like a fleeting shadow, it is the void, it is the capture of the void, it is the illusionary dispersal. Yining unhesitatingly set aside the first 2 mental techniques, viewing their limited power as inconsequential for his full spiritual aptitude. However, he found himself torn between the ice orchid heart seal technique and the illusionary dispersal technique. Choosing the former would undoubtedly yield tremendous power, as exemplified by his master, Swirling. Yet, the allure of the illusionary dispersal technique was irresistible. The fact that no one had succeeded in mastering it for a millennium and a half spoke volumes of its difficulty, while promising unparalleled potency should one succeed. When confronted with the choice, Yining felt a sense of indecision. He recalled his master's words, "I suggest that when selecting a mental technique, consider those of the greatest difficulty and slowest cultivation. Perhaps you may discover a surprise." This one certainly qualified as challenging. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to undertake the cultivation. The jade slip, tinged with a grayish hue, was not dark, but rather a profound depth that could ensnare one's consciousness. As he held the slip, its coolness brushed against his forehead, and a torrent of information surged into his mind. His expression oscillated between joy and concern, and after a lengthy period, he finally set the slip down, murmuring to himself, "Truly formidable. It is no wonder so many predecessors failed to cultivate it. The mind behind this technique is undoubtedly a genius." In truth, it was more than just a mental technique. It came with corresponding combat techniques, which significantly enhanced its superiority over others. Comprising 13 tiers, it theoretically equipped Yining for cultivation up to the early saint realm, rendering it a highly comprehensive cultivation manual. Many exceptional mental techniques only documented up to the sect master level, with the path to the saint realm having been lost for various reasons. This was yet another aspect in which it surpassed the other techniques. While the advantages were numerous, its drawbacks were equally apparent. As noted on the slip, extremely difficult to cultivate. After perusing the jade slip, Yining couldn't help but smile wryly. Extremely difficult barely scratched the surface. For an average individual, it could be deemed entirely impossible to master. There was a notion of 9 cycles, necessitating that each tier be cultivated 9 times before ascending to the next. This meant that one would need to invest 9 times the effort of others. How precious is the life of a cultivator? A spirit practitioner has a lifespan of 200 years, and for a genius, transitioning from the early to late spirit practitioner stage typically takes at least 30 years. Breaking into the early sage stage often requires another decade. While this technique demands 9-fold the time, 360 years, by then, the practitioner would have long since faded into oblivion. This represents the most formidable obstacle in cultivation, a lack of time. Yet, Yining was eager to try. As a rare talent with full spiritual potential, his cultivation speed was already 6 to 7 times that of a genius like Yimiao. Furthermore, the seamless nature of his full spiritual aptitude would save him considerable time in deciphering the mental technique. He estimated that he could reach the late spirit practitioner stage within 50 years. At just 16 years of age. What did 50 years signify in the span of over 200 years of life? Moreover, the correlation between effort and reward is direct. The 9 cycles of the mental technique imply that his spiritual power would be 9-fold that of others. What does this mean? Invincibility among peers. He could even battle above his level. After perusing the vast array of jade slips in the outer chamber, Yining grasped that the spiritual power of practitioners at various stages is measured in crystals. Generally speaking, a late spirit practitioner possesses 100 crystals. A late sage practitioner has 1,000 crystals. A late sect master boasts 10,000 crystals, while a sage's spiritual power is quantified in the millions. Upon cultivation, Yining would possess 900 crystals of spiritual power at the late spirit practitioner stage, allowing him to directly contend with late sage practitioners. As his cultivation approached that of a sage, his spiritual power would continue to multiply. Alright, this is the choice for Yining. A single spiritual route left no room for retreat. Wealth has arrived. Yining initially intended to replicate a jade slip to take back to the cave for meticulous study. However, after several attempts, he found himself unsuccessful. He speculated that the jade slip in his hand might indeed be the legendary ancient jade slip, possessing an irreplicable essence. Regrettably, he could only bring back the original. As for the cultivation methods, he had not chosen any further. The techniques detailed in the accompanying records of the illusory dissipation technique were surely sufficient for his needs. Upon exiting the Langyuan pavilion, Yining realized that he had unknowingly spent an entire day within, and night had fallen deep. Lacking mastery over the art of object manipulation and the technique of flying, he could only return to his newly constructed cave dwelling step by step. Fortunately, a thick mist enveloped the mountains, and the moonlight dimly illuminated the sparse stars, rendering the scenery quite enchanting. As he ambled along the mountain path, a gentle breeze caressed his white robe, and Yining experienced an unprecedented tranquility. Gripping the jade slip in his hand, the heaviness in his heart gradually lifted, replaced by an exhilarating excitement amidst the serene atmosphere. Before the cave, just as Yining was about to enter, a sudden flash of red light from a newly established medicinal garden caught his eye. His heart leaped with joy. What could it be? Could it be that the black, spherical seeds he had sown yesterday had finally germinated? Indeed, a tiny green sprout emerged from the purple soil, surrounded by a pulsating glow reminiscent of flames. Strangely, this fiery luminescence was enveloped in a thin veil of mist. Around the diminutive green shoot wafted faint traces of both water and fire spiritual energy. A dual attribute spirit herb. Could it be the long-extinct Kueli tree? Yining exclaimed in astonishment, hastily retrieving the jade slip that contained a comprehensive list of alchemical materials. Upon careful examination, he confirmed that it matched the records precisely. It was indeed the 6th-grade spiritwood Kueli tree, which had been lost for nearly a millennium. Truly, as a venerable cultivator, Chen Feiping had gathered an impressive array of treasures. Unbeknownst to Yining, Chen Feiping had no knowledge of what this mysterious seed truly was. He had expended countless efforts attempting to nurture it, only to meet with failure. Had it not been for Yining's possession of the enigmatic spirit liquid, the seed would never have sprouted. The kueli tree was not a miraculous spirit herb. Even if used in alchemy, it would yield at most a top-grade human spirit pill. However, for cultivators, having a kueli tree could significantly save spirit stones and cultivation time. The leaves of the kueli tree could be brewed into the finest spirit tea, which was attribute-free and could enhance the spiritual power of cultivators of any attribute, making it the most esteemed spirit tea served to distinguished guests by various sects a millennium ago. The kueli fruits produced by the tree were also rare, known for their mild medicinal properties, available in blue and red varieties, capable of greatly enhancing water and fire spiritual power. Most remarkably, unlike other spirit herbs that required centuries to mature, the kueli tree matured in just a year, producing new leaves and yielding 2 kueli fruits annually. Strangely, most of the kueli fruits contain no seeds, which perhaps contributed to the extinction of the kueli tree. I've struck it rich, I've struck it rich, Yi Ning murmured to himself. This was undoubtedly a treasure coveted by all. Even the sect leader would be tempted. If he entertained guests with kueli spirit tea, how much prestige would that bring to the sect leader? Yi Ning believed that with the kueli tree, given his exceptional spiritual aptitude, he could shorten the time required to reach the late stage of spirit practitioner by another 10 years. That day and night passed with a mix of excitement and anxiety, and all he wished for was to lie down on the stone bed and enjoy a good sleep. However, he was filled with such exhilaration that sleep eluded him. As Yi Ning drifted into a hazy slumber, he was suddenly jolted awake by shouts from outside the mountain. Fifth brother, are you there?" Recognizing the voice of Yi Miao, Yi Ning turned over and continued to sleep. It had been some time since their days of fleeing, and during this period, the 2 brothers had not met. Yi Ning thought it was better not to see each other to avoid any awkwardness. "Fifth brother, are you there?" Yi Miao called several times, and seeing that there was no response, he helplessly added, "Fifth brother, I know you must be inside. If you don't come out, I shall enter." Yi Ning had activated the 1,000-moon spiral array before his nap, and should Yi Miao force his way in, he would surely be harmed, even risking his life. With a long sigh, Yi Ning said, "Ahem, you can come in." With a flick of his thoughts, the 1,000-moon spiral array activated, creating a passage that directly brought Yi Miao to the loft before the cave dwelling. His heart became a whirlwind of confusion, unsure how to face Yi Miao. There was no resentment, yet the intimacy of the past had vanished. After a moment, he opened the cave and stepped into the loft. As Yi Ning approached, Yi Miao's heart was also filled with myriad thoughts. Throughout their escape, Yi Ning had saved him multiple times, even confronting perilous situations alone to seek help from the Lianyun sect with the asking Immortal order. Yet how had he repaid his 5th brother? Benefiting from the Qingzhu spirit fruit and utilizing the asking Immortal order, he had not mentioned these matters. Subsequently, during the sect's major examination and apprenticeship, Yi Ning faced numerous hardships, while he had been unable to offer any assistance. What made him feel worse was that while Yi Ning suffered on Yang'an Peak, he was refining the foundation establishment pills at Furong Peak. When Yi Ning's sect benefits were withheld, he was well aware yet powerless to act. The more Yi Miao thought, the more guilty he felt. He understood that the misunderstandings between them had deepened, and resolving them would require more than mere words. "Fifth brother, This was their first meeting since their separation during the escape. Nearly 2 months had passed. Yi Ning's expression remained calm as he softly replied, "No need to say anything. It's enough that we are alive. Regardless, the Yi family will rely on you in the future." "No, 5th brother, that Qingzhu spirit fruit should have belonged to you. It's all my fault. I was useless and fell victim to poison. What is the point of saying these things now? Let us not blame anyone. It is fate. One day you will become a great sect master, but can you promise me one thing?" "What is it?" "Once you have achieved success in your cultivation, you must find our second uncle and protect the descendants of the Yi family for 1,000 years. Even without you saying it, I would do that. In that case, you may leave. In the future, if there is nothing important, do not come here. Your master will be displeased." "5th brother." Yi Miao's expression became awkward as he fumbled for a moment before producing several spirit stones, saying, "5th brother, these 8 low-grade spirit stones are all of the water attribute, perfectly suited for your use." Yi Ning smiled faintly. Did he lack spirit stones? This smile, however, struck Yi Miao as a profound irony. How could the favors Yi Ning had bestowed upon him be offset by merely a few spirit stones? "5th brother, although these spirit stones are limited, they are all I possess of the water attribute. Please accept them." "No need, I am not lacking." Yi Miao naturally did not believe his words. Even as a direct disciple, Yining received only 5 low-grade spirit stones monthly, and the water attribute stones were even scarcer. How could he possibly not be in need? Glancing at the solitary 8 spirit stones on the stone table, Yi Miao suddenly felt quite embarrassed. The encounter with Xiaobai after a long pause. To break the awkwardness, Yining inquired, "What about Xiaobai?" "This." Yi Miao stammered for a while before smiling. "Xiaobai is doing well. You need not worry." Suddenly remembering the cruel records about sect training spirit beasts from the Jade Slip, Yining became anxious and exclaimed, "Did you send Xiaobai to Elder Rome? Do you know what it means to train Xiaobai as a guardian spirit beast?" "This." "The master likes Xiaobai. What can I, as a disciple, do?" "Haha, what a master." Although Xiaobai is not particularly fond of him, he is especially concerned about that clever little creature. Yining replied coldly, "To even seize a disciple's belongings, your precious master is truly remarkable." "Fifth brother, my master treats me well. You must not speak of her that way." "Humph." Yining snorted coldly, summoning the silver scale sword from the flowing splendor, which landed in his hand, channeling a bit of spiritual power into it. The sword emitted a dazzling red glow, and the unique pressure of a mid-grade treasure gradually radiated outward. Yi Miao, caught off guard, was forced to retreat several steps by this overwhelming force. As Yi Miao was taken aback, a brush emanating a faint azure glow appeared in his hand. Yining sneered and said, "Do you think I intend to take action?" "Would I?" Yi Miao's face flushed, and the radiance of the artifact in his hand diminished. Though he did not stow it away, "It appears your master treats you quite well, granting you a superior artifact right after your spiritual foundation was established." Yining sheathed the silver-scaled sword in his possession and tossed it to Yi Miao, saying, "This silver-scaled sword is a mid-grade treasure, containing the essence of a 7th-tier fire unicorn beast. Its worth is certainly known to your master. Take it back and use it to exchange for Xiaobai." "Mid-grade treasure?" Yi Miao was momentarily stunned. "How did you acquire such a valuable artifact?" "That is not for you to know. Without this silver-scaled sword, do you think Xiaobai would accompany us? It takes at least 100 years for Xiaobai to reach the 7th tier. While this sword grants its wielder the power of a 7th-tier beast, your master will surely understand the significance of this." Yi Miao's thoughts raced. Could it be that fifth brother possesses such a treasure, passed down from grandfather? Do not dwell on it. This silver-scaled sword is certainly not a family heirloom of the Yi clan. Although Yining is unworthy, he would never stoop to gifting a family treasure to them. "Fifth brother, your fortune has led you to this artifact. However, will you truly use it to retrieve Xiaobai?" "Yes." Suddenly, a voice resonated within Yining's mind. It was the voice of the sealed 7th-tier fire unicorn beast. "Young Master Yi, I thank you for considering the young master. If the young master becomes the guardian spirit beast, I would not rest in peace. Rest assured, I will communicate with him, ensuring he follows you from now on. Provided you grant him freedom and joy. Fear not, I shall treat Xiaobai as a friend. Then I can rest easy." Thus, Yining severed all ties with the silver-scaled sword. In truth, even without the matter of Xiaobai, he would have bestowed the silver-scaled sword upon Yi Miao. Lacking a fire spirit root, the sword was of no use to him, while Yi Miao could wield it. With a sigh, Yi Miao replied, "Very well. I shall make the exchange. As for whether my master will agree, that is beyond my control. Your master will certainly agree. The power of the silver-scaled sword rivals that of a supreme treasure. To my knowledge, only a handful of cultivators within the entire Lianyun sect possess supreme artifacts. Is it not possible to retrieve a mere pet? I will do my utmost." Yi Miao said, "I will return immediately and notify you as soon as I have news." Yining manipulated the 1,000 moonchain array to create a path. "Fifth brother, upon my return, I may need to enter seclusion. For no less than 5 years, and no more than 10. You take care. Fear not, brother." Watching Yi Miao's figure vanish beyond the array, Yining lowered his head helplessly. After a while, a sound transmission talisman from Yi Miao arrived, instructing him to go to Furong Peak to retrieve Xiaobai. Yining chuckled coldly to himself. This fourth elder has always viewed him unfavorably. Things are unlikely to be simple. Furong Peak was far more imposing than Yining's humble mountain, adorned with pavilions, flowing streams, and an array of spiritual herbs and flowers, creating an ethereal atmosphere. A multitude of disciples resided within Furong Peak, and as soon as Yining arrived at the base, he was intercepted. After a long wait, a woman in a pale purple dress approached, exuding a chilling aura. Yining surmised she was Tang Yun, the new disciple of the fourth elder. Indeed, it was she, now radiating an air of unapproachable authority. Her beauty rivaled that of Lung Peiran, perhaps even surpassing it, Yet Yining had long resolved to avoid her, finding her demeanor rather ordinary now. Yining? Tang Jr.'s sister? Tang Yin scoffed, feeling an inexplicable aversion towards this man who seemed so unfazed in her presence despite being merely a single spirit root. Follow me. The master is waiting for you. Thank you, junior sister. The title of junior sister irked Tang Yun further, but she had no choice. Yining's master was her master's second senior brother. Thus she had to address her accordingly. Silence enveloped them as they walked for a time, until a melodious voice halted them. Are you the younger brother from Binglan Peak? Junior sister, you may rest. I will take over from here. The owner of the voice, with an exquisitely gentle visage, stood before them, none other than the senior sister of Furong Peak, Lung Peiran. Yes, senior sister. Tang Yun's tone remained devoid of emotion as she turned and departed. Lung Peiran smiled, reassuring Yining. Do not fear. The master summoned you not to reprimand. Gazing at her warm smile, Yining's heart raced, and after a moment, he bowed respectfully. Thank you for your concern, senior sister. Internally, he was ecstatic. She was undoubtedly a beauty. Up close, Lung Peiran's features were exquisitely refined. Her complexion fair and flawless, radiating a serene beauty that evoked an instinctive sense of closeness. Remembering her kind words, he thought, fear not, beautiful one. I welcome your calls to me, even daily. Prior to this encounter, he had thoroughly studied the sect's rules. As a direct disciple, he enjoyed many privileges, such that no elder could arbitrarily determine his fate. Otherwise, how could he risk his safety at the hands of others? Come, follow me. With a gentle smile, Lung Peiran led the way, her presence lively and radiant, resembling a sprite. Yining observed her graceful figure and curvaceous form, feeling an overwhelming urge rising within him. Yet, he constantly suppressed it. Calm, calm. The disparity between him and Lung Peiran was immense. This was not the opportune time for romantic pursuits. Finally, Lung Peiran halted before a door. After opening it, she ushered Yining inside. Rong Shunlin sat with a stern expression on a zetan chair, her eyes closed. Upon sensing their entrance, she did not open her eyes but coldly commanded, Peiran, you may leave. Once Lung Peiran exited, the door slammed shut, and the lights within the room flickered on. Moments later, Rong Shunlin finally spoke. You are Yining? Had it not been for my intervention, you would have perished in the wilderness. Yining had always believed that the fourth elder had saved him, yet upon learning of the power of the split sky purple spear, he realized he could have escaped even without her help. Nevertheless, he expressed gratitude to the fourth elder for bringing him back to Lian Yun's sect. Thus, he replied respectfully, I am grateful for your assistance, senior aunt. Otherwise, I would never have reached Yang'an Peak. Hearing this, Rong Shunlin's expression shifted, her eyes snapping open, piercing Yining with a gaze filled with the authority of a revered figure, capable of overwhelming lower-tier cultivators. Yining felt a suffocating wave of spiritual energy envelop him, momentarily rendering him immobile. Good. You possess remarkable courage. Rong Shunlin's words sounded ambiguous, leaving Yining uncertain if they were praise or sarcasm. You wish to exchange a mid-grade treasure for a fifth-tier beast with a trace of ancient divine bloodline? Senior aunt, you are mistaken. Xiaobai is indeed a possession of the Yi family. There is no question of an exchange. Furthermore, while the silver-scaled sword is merely a mid-grade treasure, it seals the essence of a seventh-tier fire unicorn beast, its power on par with that of a supreme treasure. The fire unicorn beast also bears the bloodline of the ancient divine Qilin. I trust you understand the gravity of this matter. Oh, Rong Shunlin hesitated, clearly intrigued by the silver-scaled sword, yet unwilling to trade with someone she had once dismissed as insignificant. Is this mid-grade treasure truly so formidable? Indeed. If the young master were willing to invest resources and infuse the silver-scale sword with starfire iron, then reforge it, it would undoubtedly become an exceptional treasure, its power rivaling that of semi-sacred artifacts. Rong Shunlin, being astute, was well aware of this. Starfire iron may sound simple, but do you know its price? A piece the size of a fingernail is valued at 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. To reforge this treasure, one would need at least a piece the size of a fist. Do you think it is worth it? Although Yining had learned the names and forms of various rare materials from the compendium of refining materials, he was oblivious to their prices. Hearing Rong Shunlin's words, he was astounded. He had thought that after acquiring Chun Faping's storage bracelet, he had become a wealthy man. But now he realized that cultivating immortality was exceedingly costly, and his entire fortune could scarcely purchase a small amount of starfire iron. In truth, Yi Ning was underestimating himself. Starfire iron is a rare refining material from beyond the heavens, imbued with both gold and fire attributes, making it essential for forging exceptional treasures and even semi-sacred artifacts. Its price is exorbitantly high. Such celestial materials are typically considered only by cultivators of at least sect leader status. An ordinary cultivator possessing even a low-grade treasure would be considered fortunate. Now, according to the young master's intent, how might I comprehend Xiaobai? I have heard that you possess a wondrous green spirit liquid. Rong Shanlin squinted and proposed, how about this? If you provide me with 10 or 8 bottles, I shall return Xiaobai to you. The mysterious spirit liquid. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning was infuriated. The existence of this liquid was his greatest secret and the most formidable barrier to his success in the realm of cultivation. Until now, only his elder brother Yi Miao was aware of it. He had anticipated that he would fail to keep this secret, revealing it to Rong Shanlin. Observing her smiling demeanor, Yi Ning secretly lamented that she was not the hot-tempered tigress he had imagined, but rather a cunning old fox. He understood that reasoning with her would be futile. He would have to resort to some unscrupulous tactics to reclaim Xiaobai. He had studied the sect rules. As a direct disciple, as long as he did not commit heinous acts of rebellion against his master or harm his fellow disciples, no elder had the right to punish him. As he pondered this, Yi Ning resolutely declared, "Young master, I have no spirit liquid, not a single bottle. That is a treasure passed down through generations of the Yi family, with only 2 bottles in total, and they have all been used. I implore you to return Xiaobai. Otherwise, I shall have no choice but to seek an audience with the sect leader." Audacious. Rong Shanlin was incensed to see a mere novice disciple daring to threaten her. Her face turning livid with rage. "You dare? Why would I not dare?" Yi Ning smirked. "Not only will I seek the sect leader for an explanation, but I will also ensure that the entire Lianyun sect knows that the 4th elder covets the treasures of younger disciples. You, Rong Shanlin, of such a distinguished standing, was reduced to being called a petty figure by Yi Ning, leaving her speechless with fury. By returning Xiaobai to me, not only can you obtain the silver scale sword, comparable to a premium treasure, but you will also have a favor owed to you. What is not to gain? Should this escalate, Xiaobai will still return, while you, will end up with nothing." Bold. Rong Shanlin, feeling both angered and humiliated, her face flushed crimson, pointed her hands, and 2 crimson flames surged forth, ensnaring Yi Ning and threatening to obliterate him on the spot. Tsing Peiran, aware of her master's fiery temperament, had been vigilantly observing the situation within the room. The commotion had escalated, and she hurriedly burst through the door, exclaiming, "Master, you mustn't." Yi Ning was equally astonished, not expecting Rong Shanlin to act so swiftly. Though she had not employed any magical treasures, she left no room for escape. The 2 flames, akin to red dragons, twisted and writhed, ready to incinerate Yi Ning to ashes. His expression shifted dramatically, and with a thought, the cold moon sword manifested to protect him, activating the frosty cold array. In conjunction with the frost sky water shadow technique, he conjured a myriad of ice shards to counter the fiery dragons. Boom! As the cold moon sword met the fiery dragons, it gradually melted, severing its connection with Yi Ning, ultimately vanishing into nothingness. The shards of ice, under the oppressive heat, evaporated into the ether. Facing the ensuing backlash, Yi Ning felt utterly helpless, thinking he was about to perish at the hands of this old witch. At that moment, a translucent, pale blue shield rose before him, timely blocking the fire dragons. Yet, how formidable was the furious strike of a mid-tier venerable. The pale blue shield cracked with fine fissures, and then a warm, jade-like body collided into Yi Ning's embrace. Tsing Peiran. Blood trickled from her lips as she cried out, "Master, please don't." Yi Ning stood frozen, his mind exploding with chaos, still able to perceive the faint fragrance and warmth emanating from her. Upon realizing that she nearly harmed her beloved disciple, Rong Shanlin hastily redirected the fire dragons away, resulting in half of the grand hall being uprooted in a cloud of dust. "Master, you cannot kill Yishidi." Tsing Peiran struggled to rise and approached Rong Shanlin. "Master, Yishidi is the direct disciple of Second Master. Even if he has committed some offense against you, you cannot take his life." If Second Master, having been in the sect for over 100 years, Tsing Peiran had some knowledge of the enmity between Rong Shanlin and Shui Longming. She understood that if her master killed Yi Ning today, the conflict with Shui Longming would likely remain unresolved for eternity. Do not mention Shui Longming to me. Rong Shanlin, gazing at her injured disciple, felt both anger and pain. However, after this disturbance, she had calmed down somewhat and addressed Yi Ning. Now be gone. Seeing that she neither returned Xiaobai nor mentioned the silver scale sword, Yi Ning also grew obstinate. I beseech you, young master, to return Xiaobai. Sung Peiran, usually gentle, displayed an anxious expression, nudging Yi Ning. You must leave. Nanny, a sibling romance? Yi Ning's disposition was typically one who would yield to gentleness rather than hardness. In this situation, he remained calm and stated, Master, I left word with my master before coming here. Today, you must either kill me or return Xiaobai. His words were both courageous and cunning. Thus, unless Rong Shanlin was truly willing to kill him, there was only one way to return Xiaobai. Very well, very well. Rong Shanlin laughed heartily. Shui Longming, you have taken in an excellent disciple. Yi Ning realized that after this uproar, his conflict with Furong Peak had been firmly established. However, he felt no regret. Setting aside the fact that Xiaobai had saved Yu Miao's life by stealing the Qingzhu spirit fruit, he would never regret his promise to the spirit of the silver scale sword. A man may shed blood or even die, but he must uphold his vows. That is his bottom line. Please, master, grant me this. Rong Shanlin waved her hand, and a pure white figure rolled out. Xiaobai. Upon seeing this, Yi Ning rushed forward. Xiaobai appeared considerably weakened, seemingly lacking the strength to even open its eyes, its once radiant white fur now dull and lifeless. As Yi Ning's hand brushed against Xiaobai's ear, suddenly, a dazzling golden net materialized around Xiaobai, binding it tightly. Haha, this is the low-grade treasure heavenly silkworm golden net. If you possess the capability, then refine it. And Xiaobai shall be free. Now be gone. She then turned to Sung Peiran and instructed, send word throughout the Lianyun sect. Whoever dares to assist Yi Ning in refining this treasure shall be my enemy. Yi Ning's expression darkened, his contempt for this young master growing. After surrendering Xiaobai, she still sought to make things difficult, lacking any semblance of elderly grace. He slowly cradled Xiaobai, a cold smile forming on his lips. I shall remember everything that transpired today. I, Yi Ning, vow to reclaim this humiliation double in the future. Humph, I await your return. Without looking back, Yi Ning strode towards the exit. Sung Peiran hurried after him. Yi Shidi, allow me to escort you down the mountain. Yi Ning was at a loss as to how to confront her, his heart a tumult of emotions. He recalled their first meeting, where she exuded an air of superiority, yet possessed a gentle warmth akin to a spring breeze. He thought of the moment just past, when she had stepped forward to shield him from a fatal blow. Ultimately, only two words lingered on his lips, senior sister. Let us depart. The pair slowly made their way down the mountain. By now, noon was approaching, the radiant sunlight illuminating the tips of Long Peiran's hair. Following her, Yi Ning saw only a slender silhouette against the light, accompanied by the faint glow emitted from her hairpin. Long Peiran walked at a leisurely pace, and as the wind blew, the hem of her skirt occasionally brushed against Yi Ning's hand. He refrained from speaking, fearing to disrupt this beautiful moment, and continued to walk forward. Junior brother, shall we sit here for a while? Oh. They settled upon a rocky outcrop in silence. Yi Ning, though not daring to consider himself a master of romance, possessed ample experience and was determined not to let such a delightful scene go to waste, nor allow the atmosphere to become too subdued. After a while, he chuckled. Thank you, senior sister, for your protection. I am at a loss for how to repay you, but I can only offer myself in return. Such cheek. Though Long Peiran playfully rebuked him, there was no trace of anger in her tone. This was a small test from Yi Ning, and it bore fruit. His heart leaped with excitement as he laughed. Haha, senior sister, you misunderstand. What I mean is, from this moment forth, my life belongs to you, through fire and water. Just say the word, and I will charge forth without hesitation. Long Peiran chuckled. You are quite the rascal, so unlike second master. I wonder why he chose you as his disciple. Nanny, a romance between siblings? This statement left Yi Ning utterly deflated. Clearly, in Long Peiran's eyes, he was merely a child. It was no wonder, as she had reached the late stages of spiritual cultivation, having practiced for many years, though she appeared youthful and beautiful. Her true age was likely nearing a century. Wasn't Yi Ning just a mere child in spirit? Nanny, Yi Ning had to confront the harsh reality. Could it be that a grand romance awaited him? In the realm of cultivation, the concept of age held little weight. Compared to the millennia that cultivators often lived, even a century was considered youthful. Yi Ning paused for a moment, contemplating that this world was indeed peculiar, and who knows, Perhaps he might even pursue a beautiful serpent in the future. Playing the role of Su Xian wouldn't be so bad. Across from the rocky outcrop stood a small tea pavilion nestled at the mountain's base, adorned with glistening pillars and tables. With great effort, Yanang managed to maintain his composure. Yet, as he gazed at Lang Perrin's serene demeanor, his heart raced inexplicably. In a moment of hazy reverie, he could have sworn that the beautiful woman before him had transformed into the little girl he had encountered by the water. Instantly, his breath quickened. Though he knew that Lang Perrin was certainly not that girl, the aura emanating from her chest made it evident that they were not one and the same. At that moment, he found himself unable to look at Lang Perrin, his gaze fixated on the little white creature instead. Junior brother, do not worry about the little white one. I will speak with Master upon my return and persuade her to retract the heavenly silkworm golden net. No need. I can refine it myself. For some reason, before Lang Perrin, Yanang refused to show any weakness. Lang Perrin smiled. Though the heavenly silkworm golden net is merely a low-grade treasure, it bears Master's spiritual imprint. To completely refine it, you will need at least a year. By then, the little white one will have long been subdued by Master. Moreover, as the heavenly silkworm golden net is an earth-type treasure which constrains water, your refining time will likely exceed a year. Yanang inquired. Isn't it a gold-type treasure? It is not. Many cultivators mistakenly believe it to be a gold-type treasure and often fall victim to its trap due to misjudgment. This heavenly silkworm golden net was crafted using silk from a 7th-tier earth silkworm, making it a rare enemy-capturing treasure. Just now, Master destroyed one of your medium-grade artifacts. She surely feels some regret. Rather than seeing this as an imposition, it would be more accurate to say she is gifting you this heavenly silkworm golden net. With second Master's cultivation, he could erase Master's imprint in half an hour, and if you were to refine it again, it would take at most 7 days. Yanang listened, both amused and exasperated. My master is in seclusion and has no time at the moment. Nevertheless, he did not feel entirely disheartened. It was advantageous that the heavenly silkworm golden net was of the earth attribute. As what overcomes earth, he believed that with the aid of the mysterious spiritual liquid, he would undoubtedly succeed in refining this treasure. At that time, not only would the little white one be freed, but he would also acquire a rare artifact. Hearing this, Lang Perrin hurried to reassure him. Do not worry. I will plead with Master. She will not make things difficult for you. No need. I have my own methods. Thank you, senior sister. With a long sigh, Lang Perrin remarked, Master and second Master have always had a contentious relationship. I had initially hoped to mediate and help them reconcile, but it appears that was merely my wishful thinking. Enough. You should go. I will see you off here. With that, she rose and began her ascent up the mountain. For reasons unknown, as Yanang watched her solitary figure, an inexplicable sadness welled up in his heart. He picked up the little white one and murmured to himself, let us depart as well. Little white one, we are going home. Refining the heavenly silkworm golden net within the cave, Yanang's expression remained calm, yet his heart was tumultuous. As he attempted to channel some spiritual energy, an overwhelming surge of earth-type energy burst forth, scattering his own energy in an instant. Earth overcomes water. Indeed, the heavenly silkworm golden net, being a low-grade earth-type treasure, was imbued with Master's powerful earth spiritual imprint, making it far from easy to refine. However, Yanang felt no trepidation. Blessed with extraordinary gifts from the heavens, what was there to fear? He smiled faintly, confidently retrieving a bottle of mysterious spiritual liquid from his storage bracelet. Ever since he had grasped some of its uses, Yanang had made it a habit to carry a few bottles with him for emergencies. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 drops. The heavenly silkworm golden net remained unresponsive until nearly half a bottle of the liquid had been poured down. Suddenly, a burst of azure light erupted, as if establishing a camp amidst the golden glow, consuming everything around it. Yanang rejoiced as he poured the remaining liquid from the bottle, and the azure light intensified, sweeping away the golden glow like a tempest. Although Master's earth's spiritual power was formidable, it lacked the support of its owner and soon faltered. Taking advantage of this momentum, Yanang encased the entire heavenly silkworm golden net with his own spiritual energy enveloping the liquid. Ordinarily, it would take Yanang at least 7 days to completely refine a low-grade earth-type treasure, but with the assistance of the mysterious spiritual liquid, he pressed forward with ease, completing the refinement in just over half an hour, leaving his own spiritual mark upon it. He carefully sensed the changes within the heavenly silkworm golden net. Indeed, it was worthy of being a low-grade treasure, its spiritual energy far surpassing that of the cold moon sword, and it contained 9 formations: concealment, shape-shifting, disturbing spirit, blocking sun, transformation, foundation solidification, void breaking, earth escape, and illusion. Consequently, this treasure became the ultimate artifact for ambush and entrapment. Whether through concealment, shape-shifting, or earth escape, it provided excellent opportunities for ambush, while disturbing spirit and blocking sun could catch opponents off guard. Most remarkably, the void-breaking formation, known for its stringent requirements for refining materials, was exceedingly rare throughout the cultivation world. Many quasi-holy artifacts and holy artifacts lack this function, yet a mere low-grade treasure possessed a void-breaking formation. In essence, this formation could uncover cultivators hiding in any space. Whether tearing through space or instantaneously fleeing, none could evade the search of this formation. Instantaneous movement is a hallmark of venerable cultivators, a means of preserving their lives even when besieged by sages. Tearing through space is a technique of sect leaders, allowing them to evade for a brief moment. Thus, the probability of defeating an opponent in a duel among cultivators of the same level is exceedingly low. However, if one possesses the void-breaking array, the situation would undergo a dramatic reversal. This illustrates the power and rarity of the void-breaking technique. Yi Ning was overjoyed, feeling that he had struck gold this time. With a flick of his mind, he summoned the celestial silkworm golden thread, which instantly transformed into a golden line that coiled around his right index finger. The secrets of the 5 sects of Lianyun were now in his grasp. Little White, having gained its freedom, joyfully performed 2 somersaults before approaching Yi Ning, playfully nudging his feet and appearing particularly well-behaved. Delighted by its demeanor, Yi Ning swiftly prepared a small room for it in his cave dwelling. After being trapped for days, Little White was utterly exhausted and soon fell asleep on the stone bed Yi Ning had constructed. Yi Ning intended to enter seclusion, but there were many preparations to be made beforehand. He needed to arrange for food and drink during his retreat, clean the cave, tend to the spiritual wood, and ensure he had sufficient spirit stones and medicinal pills, all requiring meticulous planning. While in Yu City, these concerns had never troubled him. But now he found himself at a loss as to where to begin. After some contemplation, he resolved to consult Sang Zhangxiang. At Zizhu Peak, Sang Zhangxiang welcomed Yi Ning with a smile, inquiring, "What brings you here today? Could it be that the purple spirit water mulberry has matured? You could have simply sent me a message instead of coming in person." "No, the purple spirit water mulberry still needs a few more days. I have other matters to discuss. Speak freely. I am certain I can assist you. I am preparing to enter seclusion, yet there are still many tasks left undone, so." Yi Ning detailed his concerns one by one. Sang Zhangxiang burst into hearty laughter, saying, "I thought it was something significant. This is quite simple. Go to Yangyan Peak and find an outer sect disciple to manage the cleaning of your entire mountain. They will be more than willing. As for the other necessities, you can purchase them at Lianyun Square." Outer sect disciples? Will they really agree to this? Why wouldn't they? Just look at us at Zizhu Peak. There are over 100 outer sect disciples handling various daily chores. We need to seize every moment to cultivate, leaving no time for trivial matters. The outer sect disciples have no spiritual roots or possess exceedingly low talents. Just offer them some small rewards, and they will be satisfied. Very well. Brother Sang, what exactly is Lianyun Square? Is it specifically established for our Lianyun sect? Sang Zhangxiang widened his eyes, exclaiming, "You truly are a novice cultivator, unaware of this. Did you think the Lianyun mountain range was exclusively inhabited by our Lianyun sect? Isn't it? 1,000 years ago it was. But that is no longer the case. Back then, Lianyun sect was a top-tier sect in the entire Yu Kingdom and even across the Qigluo continent, with saints overseeing it and as many as 9 sect leaders, not to mention hundreds of revered ones. However, for reasons unknown, the Lianyun sect suddenly fragmented 1,000 years ago, devolving into 5 mid-tier sects and sinking into the realm of second-tier sects in Yu Kingdom. Alas, the status of Lianyun sect was quickly supplanted by Binglang Palace. 5 sects? Yes. Outsiders refer to us as the 5 sects of Lianyun. Lianyun Square is jointly established by these 5 sects, specifically for the disciples to shop and exchange treasures. Sang Zhangxiang chuckled, "Little Ning, what do you wish to purchase? Brother is rather impoverished and cannot assist you with spirit stones. How could I possibly use your spirit stones? I wish to acquire some medicinal pills that could expedite my cultivation progress. allowing me to reach the later stages of spirit mastery sooner and help you obtain exotic fire. I wonder if the square has any? Indeed, the square has everything. The only fear is that you might lack spirit stones for purchasing. There are numerous medicinal pills suitable for water-type cultivators, such as the water sun pill, mustard green pill, and chrysanthemum pill. All are available. As he spoke, Sang Zhangxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if the pills were right before him. Come, it's been a while since I visited the square. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains. Sang Zhangxiang donned the sect's attire, a flowing purple robe that gave him an ethereal air. Observing Yi Ning, who was lost in thought, he remarked, "Those vendors in the square are quite cunning. Once they see this outfit, they won't dare to act recklessly." Humph, among the 5 sects of Lianyun, our Lianyun sect remains the strongest. With that, he focused his mind, and the not yet formed fan soared into the air, carrying Yi Ning toward the square. In midair, Yi Ning softly commented, "Brother, this fan is rather shabby. Can't you replace it?" The fan quivered, performing several somersaults in the air before continuing to glide forward. Lianyun Square was not far from Lianyun sect. After approximately 2 hours of flight, they entered a small valley. Sang Zhangxiang released several waves of spiritual energy, revealing a pathway that seemed to lead to a bustling world. Yi Ning was astonished. This square is concealed? What if cultivators cannot find it? Surely, business would be affected. Only a novice like you would be unable to find it. The entrance to the square has special spiritual fluctuations. As long as you perform the correct hand gesture, you can enter. Of course, some hidden squares require unique gestures, such as those from the demon sect or other nations. Just take your time to learn, little Ning. There is still a long way to go. Upon entering, the entrance slowly closed behind them. It felt as though they had stepped into another realm. Although it was termed a square, its scale rivaled that of Luo City, complete with inns and taverns. Sang Zhangxiang, familiar with the layout, quickly led Yi Ning to a prominent establishment in Lianyun Square. The establishment was the tallest in the entire street, resplendent and imposing. Sang Zhangxiang explained, "This is the shop established by our Lianyun sect, indeed the largest in the entire square." As they reached the entrance, a staff member promptly approached, smiling. "Are the 2 esteemed brothers from the sect? How may I assist you today?" Sang Zhangxiang replied with a grin, "Please summon Manager Tong. Inform him that an old acquaintance from Zizhu Peak wishes to see him." The staff member hesitated for a moment before smiling and asking them to wait. Moments later, the sound of jingling bells came from behind the curtain, a subtle yet resonant sound that seemed to penetrate Yi Ning's soul, conjuring the image of a captivating beauty in his mind. Before him appeared a pair of exquisitely delicate, fair hands framed by emerald green curtains, enhancing their allure, followed by a radiant face. Her eyes, though not exceptionally bright, sparkled with a watery luster, and her lips, though not overly plump, brimmed with mirth. Finally, she wore a flowing water-green gown, cinched tightly at the waist, reminiscent of a slender water snake. At her appearance, Lianyun Square seemed to brighten, suffused with the essence of spring. "Brother Sang, you remembered to visit me?" she said, smiling sweetly, her expression intoxicating. Her voice, though not melodious, possessed a sweetness that made one long to forsake everything just to hear it daily. What an intriguing woman, Yi Ning mused inwardly. Her features were not classically perfect, yet together they radiated a captivating brilliance. "Miss Lvy, it has been quite some time," Sang Zhangxiang replied, maintaining his casual demeanor. "Have you acquired any rare treasures recently?" "Ahem." Lvy sighed lightly. "You only think of coming here to shop?" Sang Zhangxiang appeared somewhat embarrassed, but after a moment, he added, "Miss Lvy, my second master has recently accepted a disciple, and I brought him here for a tour." "Oh." Lvy lowered her gaze, seemingly filled with melancholy. "Feel free to browse. I want to accompany you, but I'll give you an 80 discount." Upon hearing this, Sang Zhangxiang quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Miss Lvy." He then took Yi Ning's hand and hurriedly left as if fleeing from a ghost. Lianyun Square was quite expansive, approximately 100 feet on each side and 5 stories high, with an array of treasures available that left Yi Ning dazzled. Sang Zhangxiang refrained from interrupting him, only occasionally offering insights on various items and their prices. After exploring the ground floor without finding anything particularly remarkable, they ascended to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor specialized in various jade slips, and since meeting Gong Yu, Yi Ning had developed a keen interest in array masters and began to pay attention to jade slips that recorded various formations. After perusing numerous jade slips in the Langyuan Pavilion, Yining gained a deeper understanding of the significance of formations. Indeed, every formidable magical artifact is inscribed with countless intricate formations, which are essentially miniature versions of grand formations. In the Qingluo continent, every master-level formation master is also an artifact refiner, and conversely, every master-level artifact refiner is inseparable from the formation master. As they contemplated their purchases of formation jade slips, the shop assistant, noticing their prolonged indecision, eagerly inquired, "Esteemed brothers, what type of jade slips do you require? Allow me to introduce them to you." Yining responded, "Do you possess any jade slips pertaining to formations?" "Indeed, we do." The assistant led them to a counter, stating, "Formation jade slips are in high demand. We have only a few left. Please take your time to select." Indeed, there were but a handful of jade slips remaining, approximately 10, each emanating a faint glow of various colors. Yining examined each one, his expression oscillating between joy and concern. The slips provided the names and uses of the formations but lacked detailed content. Only upon payment of spirit stones would the shopkeeper relinquish the originals. Ultimately, Yining selected 3 slips: the Gathering Spirit Formation, the Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation, and the Concealing Spirit Formation, all of which he urgently required. The Gathering Spirit Formation is remarkably simple, yet exceedingly practical, distinguished by its complete composition of spirit stones arranged in a particular sequence and with various attribute combinations, capable of sustaining an increased concentration of spiritual energy within the formation. Yining lacked nothing but spirit stones. If he were to set up the Gathering Spirit Formation in his cave abode, it would significantly enhance his cultivation speed, potentially saving him a decade of arduous training. In this manner, he could cultivate the illusory destruction technique to its 3rd level in merely 30 years. With the aid of various elixirs, he believed this timeline could be further shortened. The Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation is a large-scale defensive formation commonly employed by many smaller sects as a protective barrier. The materials required for this formation are substantial, with 81 formation flags being necessary. However, its power is certainly satisfactory to Yining, as the jade slip indicated that this formation could withstand the full force of an initial stage Venerable's 10 strikes. The exorbitant cost was inconsequential to Yining, as he could gather most of the materials from his storage bracelet. The Concealing Spirit Formation, a small formation designed for hiding spiritual energy and detecting spiritual awareness, was also among his selections. Yining possessed many items that would incite envy among cultivators, such as mysterious wooden beads and the Kuei tree, all of which needed to be concealed. "How much for these 3 jade slips?" Yining inquired. The assistant hesitated, explaining, "The Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation has been in the store for some time. It's not that the formation is poor, but smaller sects usually have their own protective formations and thus don't often require such formations. Are you certain you wish to purchase all 3? "Of course," Yining affirmed. "Very well," the assistant replied with enthusiasm. "As fellow disciples, I can offer the 3 jade slips for a total of 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Upon hearing this, Sang Zhongxiang exclaimed, "Are you jesting? Such ordinary jade slips priced at 1,000 low-grade spirit stones?" The Gathering and Concealing Spirit Formations are the most basic formations available in the sect's library. As for the Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation, only a novice like Junior Brother Jiang would be inclined to purchase it. The assistant's face flushed as he retorted, "Brother Sang, you jest. While the sect library does have them, access requires contributions to the sect, which is far less convenient than purchasing them for personal study. How about this? Given the high cost of the Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation, why not just purchase the Gathering and Concealing Spirit Formations for 300 low-grade spirit stones?" Yining, unfamiliar with the pricing, asked, "Is the Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation not worthwhile? If set up, what would the approximate cost be?" The assistant stammered, "Around 100,000 low-grade spirit stones." 100,000? Very well, I will take all 3 jade slips. Here are 800 spirit stones. The lady mentioned a discount of 20. The assistant was taken aback, astonished that this apparent novice possessed such a substantial sum of spirit stones, evidently favored by the mysterious second elder of the sect. After a moment's contemplation, he resolutely stated, "Are you truly in need of the Thousand Clouds Canopy Formation? To be candid, we have a complete set of formation flags available." "Really? That is splendid." The assistant led them to a secret chamber on the 2nd floor. Sang Zhongxiang was equally astonished, pondering how Yining could possess such a fortune in spirit stones. Surely, he didn't think she'd cover his expenses. Quickly, she transmitted a message, Little Ningxi. Do you really have that many spirit stones? If not, we're in trouble. Such a significant transaction will undoubtedly draw Green E's attention, and she is not one to be trifled with. Yining smiled gently and nodded in response. Shortly after, Green E entered, bearing a tray covered with a red cloth that failed to conceal the potent spiritual energy emanating from it. Leaning against the door, she remarked, I didn't expect this junior brother to be so extravagant. Impressive, indeed. With that, she stepped forward, presenting the tray to Yining. Upon unveiling the red cloth, a dazzling light burst forth, accompanied by swirling white clouds that enveloped the entire chamber in an ethereal mist. What a treasure! Truly worthy of the Thousand Clouds Canopy's name. Yining marveled, inspecting each formation flag, discerning that they were crafted from top-tier materials and inscribed with numerous formations. Each flag was at least a low-grade magical artifact, nearing the quality of a mid-grade one. No wonder the 81 flags combined could withstand a venerable S-might. How much spirit stones does this set of formations require? Yining inquired. Greenie smiled and replied, to be frank, this formation was once tainted by demonic energy, causing its rank to diminish. I can offer it to you for 80,000 low-grade spirit stones. The formation's power exceeded Yining's expectations, and he felt the price was acceptable. Moreover, his storage was brimming with low-grade spirit stones. 80,000 was a trivial amount. Deal. Wait. Sang Zhangxiang interjected, Miss Greenie. It seems you've forgotten to offer us a discount. Greenie cast a deeply sorrowful glance at him, causing Yining to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Yet Sang Zhangxiang remained unperturbed, grinning unabashedly. Brother Sang, could you not grant this humble girl a bit of leeway? 81 low-grade magical artifacts for merely 80,000 spirit stones is exceedingly generous. Sang Zhangxiang remained silent, merely gazing at her, chuckling persistently. Greenie gritted her teeth and declared, fine, 70,000. But it cannot go any lower. Yining, noticing her flushed cheeks, quickly agreed. All right, 70,000 it is. With that, he waved his hand, causing spirit stones to cascade like a crystalline dragon, piling up in the corner of the chamber. Miss Green E, please do count them. Everyone was awestruck by the sparkling spirit stones. Yining glanced at the mound of low-grade spirit stones, which appeared to be merely a small corner missing, suggesting a staggering quantity of several hundred million. Young brother, your swift decision is appreciated. I need to count them, Greenie said, placing the spirit stones into her storage bag. Yining also stored the formation flags in his bracelet. After a brief moment, he inquired, Miss, do you have any elixirs available? What elixirs does young brother require? Yining, lacking knowledge on elixirs, recalled his earlier inquiries with Sang Zhangxiang and replied, a few each of Kuei water elixir, mustard blue elixir, and Goji chrysanthemum elixir, please. Certainly, Green E promptly responded, instructing the assistant to fetch the elixirs. Are you preparing for seclusion? Indeed, he replied. The 3 types of spirit elixirs you requested are all low-grade human spirit elixirs, suitable for spiritual practitioners, priced at 10 low-grade spirit stones each. This time, Sang Zhangxiang remained silent. Green E's pricing was fair. Very well, I shall take 10,000 of each. What? Sang Zhangxiang exclaimed. Do you think elixirs are candy? Do you really need that many for seclusion? Besides, 30,000 elixirs would cost 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Where will you procure such a sum? Have you robbed the second elder? Yining, oblivious to the value of spirit stones and elixirs, could only stammer in response. During my secluded training, which I anticipate will last approximately 1 year, I intend to consume around 100 pills daily, totaling over 30,000. Goodness. Sang Zhangxiang was both amused and exasperated, exclaiming, Xiaoningzi, while the properties of these pills are mild, surely you cannot consume them in such excess. The maximum should be 10 per day, any more than that, and you would be unable to absorb the spiritual energy contained within. Embarrassed, Yining replied, let us follow my senior brother's advice and purchase 4,000. With a casual wave of his hand, he summoned a long chain of crystal-like pills. Moments later, the store attendant returned with 40 bottles of pills, just right. Yining's actions prompted Sang Zhangxiang to shake his head in disbelief, muttering, what a waste. Xiaoningzi, you possess exceptional spiritual talent, and your cultivation speed surpasses others. There is no need for such pills. Do you intend to reach the late stage of a spiritual practitioner within a year? Huh. Yining could only smile wryly, stating, "I practice the illusory dissolution technique." Upon hearing this, Sang Zhangxiang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard much about this extraordinary technique and never expected Yining to have chosen it. "What can I say? May you find your own fortune. Rest assured, I am confident." "Excellent. I shall eagerly observe the power of this legendary technique." After collecting the pills, Yining turned to the attendant, Greenie, and inquired, "Miss, do you have any rare herb or tree seeds available for purchase? I wish to enrich my medicinal garden." With a radiant smile, Greenie replied, "Indeed, we have such seeds, classified as rare items, located on the 5th floor. Would you two care to accompany me?" As she led them to the top floor, they entered a modest space lined with numerous counters, each clearly labeled with the names and properties of various seeds. Yining was struck by the diversity of herb seeds, all brimming with spiritual energy, ranging from sizes as large as a stone plate to as small as mustard seeds. Greenie introduced each item, yet Yining found little interest. She remained unperturbed, continuing to recommend with a sweet, mellifluous voice. Eventually, Yining halted before a seed radiating a myriad of colors. "This is the seed of the 5-element grass. Are you interested, young sir?" Yining picked up the jade slip beside the seed, which detailed the grass's effects and relevant information. The 5-element grass blooms with 5-colored flowers and bears 5-colored fruits. It is a 6th-grade medicinal material, capable of producing supreme human spirit pills, and can also be consumed directly, providing effects equivalent to a top-grade human spirit pill. Its advantages include a short growth cycle, with each plant flowering and fruiting within a month, yielding 12 harvests annually for up to 10 years. However, its germination rate is notoriously low. It is said that only one seed in every 100,000 will sprout. "How many seeds do you have in stock?" Yining inquired. "The 5-element grass is quite rare. We have just over 100 seeds available. However, if you successfully cultivate them, you could harvest 5 fruits each month. The golden elemental fruit is particularly valuable, an essential material for concocting the breaking sage pill, worth its weight in gold." Upon hearing this, Sang Zhangxiang chuckled, "Miss Greenie, you certainly have a sense of humor. Cultivating the 5-element grass? Many top-tier sects would hesitate to attempt such a feat. How could Xiao Ningzi possibly succeed? Let us move on and not purchase it." Yet Yining disregarded his advice, turning to Greenie and asking, "Does each 5-element fruit contain a seed?" "Indeed. They all do." "That is excellent." Yining sighed in relief and said, "Then I shall buy one, just to test my luck." Deep down, he was confident that with the aid of mysterious spiritual liquid, any medicinal seed would likely sprout. Greenie initially hoped for a significant sale, but felt slightly disappointed upon hearing his words. Nevertheless, as the manager of such a vast establishment, her social skills were exceptional, and she quickly responded, "Since you are fond of it, let's skip the purchase. I shall gift you a seed." Yining accepted the 5-element grass seed graciously. Subsequently, he purchased some common 2nd and 3rd-grade spiritual flowers and herbs, ensuring his medicinal garden would soon take shape. Additionally, he spent 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones on a small segment of an unknown withered branch. Although green, he had encountered countless items. She had never seen a branch like this one. However, the rich spiritual energy it contained indicated it was at least 8th-grade refining material, surpassing Sang Zhangxiang's long-desired purple spiritual water mulberry by 3 grades. Upon exiting the Lianyan workshop, Yining felt a sense of relief, eager to return and commence his secluded training. Witnessing Yining's expenditure of over 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones in such a short time, Sang Zhangxiang was left aghast, envying him for having a wealthy master. Yining merely chuckled and refrained from explaining the origin of the spiritual stones, stating he would let Sang Zhangxiang collect the purple spiritual water mulberry himself once it matured. After bidding farewell to Sang Zhangxiang, Yining ventured alone into the Yang'an Peak. The scenery of Yang'an Peak remained unchanged, yet to Yining, it felt like a world apart. He strolled along the mountain path, clad in a purple robe that drew envious and respectful glances from passing outer disciples. Ignoring them, Yining directly sought out the peak's master, Yao Kuei. Unlike before, Yao Kuei was all diligence, bowing and scraping to greet him. Yining, calm and composed, took a seat at the elevated position, sipping spiritual tea, and said with a smile, "Peak Master Yao, I have come to select an outer disciple. Might you assist me in this matter?" "Brother Yi, you flatter me. It is our honor to serve a direct disciple," Yao Kuei said with an ingratiating smile. What type do you prefer? A gentle maid or a refined young lady? A beauty of unparalleled grace or one with a kind heart? Yining's face flushed as he realized Yao Kuei misunderstood his intentions. While there were indeed some attractive outer disciples, most lacked spiritual roots, making them incomparable to the likes of Lung Peiran. The bodies of cultivators, nourished daily by spiritual energy, were exquisitely smooth and flawless. He clarified, Peak Master Yao, you have misunderstood. I seek a disciple to assist in caring for my cave dwelling and medicinal garden during my seclusion. I require someone diligent, honest, and preferably knowledgeable in herbalism. After a moment of contemplation, Yao Kuei replied, there is indeed such a person. However, he is male and rather simple-minded, which may cause some trouble for you. That is acceptable, as long as he is honest and hardworking. Very well, I shall summon him. Yining felt delighted, though his peak was not large. Tending to everything would be laborious, and a typical young woman might not suffice. As they chatted idly, Yao Kuei, being quite perceptive, managed to amuse Yining, who laughed heartily, and in a moment of goodwill, Yao Kuei gifted him a vial of pills. Shortly after, a tall, somewhat dull-looking young man entered the hall. Standing awkwardly in the center, unsure of what to say, Yining found his honest demeanor somewhat pleasing. He was not keen on bringing a potential thief home. Are you dazed? Yao Kuei scolded. This is Brother Yi from Binglan Peak. Do not fail to greet him. Outer disciple Guho pays his respects to Brother Yi. The young man said slowly, his deep voice and awkward posture betraying his discomfort. Good. Yining smiled and asked, your name is Guho? Would you be willing to come to my peak? Aye. Guho remained in a daze, prompting Yao Kuei to grow impatient. What are you dawdling for? Such a wonderful opportunity, and you do not express your gratitude to Brother Yi. For outer disciples, being chosen by a direct disciple to assist in managing a cave and medicinal herbs was indeed a significant honor. There was a regulation in Lianyun sect that outer disciples could only reside on Yang'an Peak for 10 years if they did not advance to inner disciples within that time. They would be expelled from the Lianyun mountain range and forced to make their way in the secular world. Despite this, Guho still appeared somewhat dazed, showing little excitement, and stiffly thanked Yining. Thank you, Brother Yi. Fearing Yining might be displeased, Yao Kuei quickly intervened. Guho is simply this way. I hope you will not take offense. He was previously a herbal apprentice, with some knowledge of common spiritual herbs, and should meet your requirements. Yining grew increasingly fond of his choice, yet he harbored concerns about bringing back someone with a silver tongue, fearing they would be difficult to manage. In this regard, he expressed his gratitude to Master Yao. You may keep the waist token of Guho, and I shall arrange for him to acquire the status of an inner disciple. With that, he led Guho towards the cave dwelling. Although Yining's pace was neither fast nor slow, he remained silent throughout their journey. An hour later, they paused at the foot of the mountain. Yining turned his head to observe Guho, who was drenched in sweat, his rough face flushed, and his long robe nearly wringing wet. Despite this, he did not complain and continued to follow closely with gritted teeth. Yining mused silently that Guho was indeed honest and earnest. He conjured several spiritual seals, and immediately a passage revealed itself within the thousand-moon array, allowing them to enter slowly. Shortly thereafter, they arrived before a flourishing grove of purple spirit water mulberry trees. Yining examined them carefully and estimated that they would ripen in a couple of days. Noticing the grove, he couldn't help but emit a low gasp of surprise. Before long, they reached the front of a multi-layered pavilion on the mountainside. Yining looked around and felt a sense of discomfort. After a moment's reflection, he smacked his forehead, finally remembering that none of the buildings on the mountain bore names, which made them hard to recall. He glanced at the silently standing Guho and asked, Can you read? Can you write? Yes, Guho replied. Good. Yining continued, later. Carve a few plaques. Guest hall to be hung here. Evening glow pavilion over there. Yes, the one facing the setting sun on the west. Luminous herb garden over there, where the purple soil lies. Additionally, at the foot of the mountain, erect a stone tablet inscribed with purple mulberry peak. In the blink of an eye, Yining had named several locations on the mountain. Understood. Guho responded, though he was uncertain if he could remember them all. In Yining's view, this could also be seen as a test for him. On our way up the mountain, we passed through a grove of spiritual trees. Do you know what kind they are? Yining inquired. Purple spirit water mulberry. A fifth-grade spiritual tree with both water and wood attributes. Thrives in cold conditions and is commonly found in the depths of the Jianghai. It can be refined into high-quality treasures, Guho answered, speaking as if reciting from memory. Indeed, that is correct. How do you know all this? Yining asked. I was initially an herb gatherer. While foraging, I fell into a cave and accidentally obtained a book that recorded various plants, Guho explained. Excellent. Yining did not inquire further about the book. Instead, he produced a peculiar dry twig he had purchased from the market and asked, Do you recognize this? Guho, being introverted and socially awkward, often felt marginalized. Although he did not particularly care about coming to Purple Mulberry Peak, upon seeing the abundance of purple spirit water mulberry trees, his perspective shifted. It seemed this younger man, perhaps even younger than himself, possessed considerable skill, as Yining exhibited no interest in the book he had fortuitously acquired. Guho felt a sincere acceptance of him. He scrutinized the dry twig for a long time, but ultimately could not identify it. Not disappointed, Yining stored the twig in his bracelet, saying, Perhaps once it sprouts, you will recognize it. Well then, my affairs on this mountain are quite simple, and your tasks will be rather easy. I require a year of seclusion, during which you must ensure my meals and maintain the numerous pavilions, as well as tend to the spiritual trees and herbs. Can you manage that? Yes, Guho assured. Rest assured, if you do well, I shall not treat you poorly. Yining patted him on the shoulder. Go rest in the west wing for now. Tomorrow, I will show you the herb garden. He felt quite satisfied with Guho. However, he had more pressing matters to attend to, the arrangement of the Thousand Clouds Concealment Array. Drawing from his experience observing the arrangement of the Thousand Moon Array and the detailed instructions within the Jade Slip, Yining proceeded methodically, as it was not overly complicated. Soon, the 81 array flags were placed in sequence around Purple Mulberry Peak. When the final flag was set, clouds of white began to rush in, enveloping the peak and generating powerful winds that whipped through the air with astonishing force. From a distance, Purple Mulberry Peak transformed into a milky expanse, with layers of clouds cascading over it, emanating an imposing presence. This spectacle soon attracted the attention of various elders and disciples from Linyun sect, who hastily made their way toward the peak to discern what was unfolding. Yining, taken by surprise at the dramatic transformation of the array, felt a surge of joy. His spiritual stones had not been spent in vain. As the crowd reached the foot of Purple Mulberry Peak, they found it increasingly difficult to advance. The layers of white clouds appeared tenuous, yet entering their midst exerted an overwhelming pressure, forcing them to retreat. The third-generation disciples were left dumbfounded. This mountain had been an uninhabited wasteland, devoid of spiritual energy, so how could such a massive array suddenly emerge? Among the second-generation disciples, many had reached the sage realm and attempted to attack with their treasures, only to find their efforts utterly futile. However, the likes of Rong Shenlin and others did not appear. With their cultivation levels, a mere sweep of their spiritual senses would reveal Yining's handiwork. Seeing that the crowd had not dispersed, but rather seemed to discover some celestial abode, Yining transmitted a message. Fellow disciples, Yining, the direct disciple of the Ice Orchid Peak, greets you. This mountain is named Purple Mulberry, and it serves as my seclusion place. I kindly request all fellow disciples to depart swiftly. As his words fell, the crowd erupted in murmurs. Who is Yining? The second elder has taken him as a direct disciple? How astonishing! What an impressive display! Today, Purple Mulberry Peak is destined to gain renown within Linyun sect. Indeed, indeed. This array is no less formidable than our sect's protective mountain array. TCH, your perspective is rather limited. While this array is strong, it pales in comparison to our sect's protective array. Yining, I remember now. Isn't he the so-called wasteful genius? Wasteful genius? Yes, the one with a single spiritual root and minimal aptitude. However, his brother is a rare four-root cultivator, taken as a disciple by the fourth elder. Indeed, just a waste. Even if he stirs up a storm, what difference does it make? He might reach the pinnacle of the spirit realm at best. I could crush him with a single hand. Senior brother is mighty. They laughed. Stop flattering. Save your energy for the true master. Yi Wuxing, another chimed in. That one is the real genius. Indeed. As the crowd chatted animatedly, they eventually dispersed. Yining finally found peace. After setting up the array, he felt a profound connection with the 81 flags and had a clear grasp of everything within Purple Mulberry Peak. The purple spirit water mulberry trees thrived. The Kueli trees had grown another half-inch. Little White remained in slumber, while Guho stood in the west wing, lost in thought. Yining smiled contentedly. Next, he meticulously sowed the various spiritual herb seeds he had purchased in the herb garden. This time, he did not sprinkle any mysterious spiritual liquid, but instead used rainwater rich in spiritual energy. As for the five-element grass, he planted it beside the Kwili tree, carefully applying the mysterious liquid. The high-grade twig, however, he chose not to process immediately, contemplating whether to refine it into a treasure or cultivate it. After managing everything, he called for Gu Ho. Gu Ho, how many years have you been at Linyan's sect? 9 years. If it weren't for you, senior brother, I would have to leave Yong'an Peak next year. Very well. From now on, you shall remain at Purple Mulberry Peak. As long as I, Yuning, am here, you shall undoubtedly benefit. What was your spiritual attribute during the initial assessment? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Gu Ho's otherwise expressionless face as he replied, Ice attribute. Single spiritual root, aptitude, level 1. What? Yi Ning exclaimed, astonished to discover someone even more unfortunate than himself. An aptitude level of 1 meant his cultivation speed would be dozens of times slower than that of ordinary cultivators. Do not despair. Since the continent possesses treasures that can enhance spiritual roots, it surely also harbors items that can improve spiritual aptitude. The website is refreshingly clean with minimal advertisements, and I have grown fond of it. Moreover, spiritual resources are not static. Consuming elixirs can indeed enhance one's physique. I am grateful for your assistance, and I have grown accustomed to it. Rest assured, once I emerge from my seclusion, I shall lend you my aid, Yi Ning declared. His words were imbued with a mix of nostalgia and empathy, yet they echoed a heartfelt promise. Now, I shall prepare for my retreat. You are aware of the general matters, but there are certain specifics I need to remind you of. Follow me to the medicinal garden. The garden was no longer barren. Invigorated by the abundant spiritual rain, numerous second and third grade spiritual herbs began to sprout, their delicate green hues appearing particularly charming. Yi Ning spoke earnestly. You are familiar with this sunflower tree, I presume? Gu Ho nodded vigorously, his face alight with excitement. The value of the sunflower tree is self-evident. While I am in seclusion, you must ensure it receives ample moisture and harvest mature leaves to dry into spiritual tea. Understood. Additionally, here, Yi Ning drew a circle in the soil. I've planted a 5-yuan grass, which will undoubtedly take root and flourish. Each month, you must carefully collect 5 5-yuan fruits and deliver the water yuan fruit to my retreat. As for the other 4, keep them safe within this jade box. Yi Ning handed him a jade box and, after a moment's thought, also presented a storage bag issued by their sect. The spiritual consciousness on the bag has been erased. You may refine it yourself. Inside, you will find seeds of second-grade spiritual grains. Cultivate a plot specifically for them. Regular consumption of these grains will gradually improve your physique. Thank you, senior brother. Although storage bags are common, they are not easily accessible to outer disciples. There is also a 5th-grade spiritual beast within the peak. It will find its own sustenance, so do not provoke it. Subsequently, Yi Ning bestowed upon Gu Ho a token for safe passage into Zisong Peak and instructed him to notify senior brother Sang Zhangxiang from Zizhu Peak when the purple spiritual water mulberry matures. Finally, he left him several hundred spiritual stones for purchasing food. Thus, Yi Ning granted Gu Ho significant authority, not out of trust alone, but because he believed he had given Gu Ho hope. As long as Gu Ho was not foolish, he would not act recklessly. More importantly, this was a test for Gu Ho. If he succeeded, Yi Ning would treat him as a friend. The secret chamber was constructed atop a small spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy. After setting up the gathering formation, the chamber became suffused with spiritual energy, nearly liquid in density, cleansing his body with each breath. Yi Ning felt elated. The situation was even better than he had anticipated. Within a year, he would undoubtedly master the first layer of the illusory destruction technique. The consumption was astonishing. After preparing everything, Yi Ning officially commenced his retreat. Initially, he focused all his energy on cultivating the illusory destruction technique. With the dual effects of the gathering formation and 3 types of low-grade human spiritual pills, he completed the first transformation of the first layer within just a month. His dantian had formed a void, with the flowing water spiritual power resembling a river. Yi Ning estimated his spiritual power to be at least 40 crystals. In the Qing Luo continent, a crystal is a unit of measurement for the spiritual power within a cultivator. Typically, early-stage spiritualists possess 30 crystals, mid-stage 60, late-stage 90, and peak-stage 100 crystals. The sage corresponds to the spiritualist, with each realm being 10-fold stronger. The revered is 100-fold stronger than the sage, and the sect master 1,000-fold stronger than the revered. As for the saint, their power transcends measurement by crystals. Naturally, each cultivator's actual spiritual power usually exceeds theoretical estimates. as everyone possesses their own unique opportunities or secrets. Having just completed the first transformation of the first layer of the illusory destruction technique, Yi Ning's power reached 40 crystals. This was partly due to the unique method of the illusory destruction technique, but also owing to his previous cultivation of the water dragon chant during the spirit foundation stage. At this moment, he not only possessed greater spiritual power than ordinary cultivators, but also harbored traces of the sunflower water god Thunder's might, subtly imbued with the essence of the dragon clan. The results were remarkable, yet the consumption was even more astonishing. In just a month, Yi Ning expended a staggering 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It could be said that he set up the gathering formation daily. Watching the mountain of spiritual stones within the flowing bracelet gradually diminish, Yi Ning felt no regret. What was the loss of stones? As long as his cultivation improved, he would find a way to earn more. Feeling the surge of spiritual power within him, Yi Ning was elated. However, he paused his cultivation of the illusory destruction technique. Such intense training would strain his meridians, risking injury. Instead, he practiced the object control technique, as its proficiency not only influenced combat strategies, but also affected flight speed and skill. A cultivator adept in this technique could control multiple treasures with minimal spiritual energy expenditure. Historical records tell of a revered cultivator who, wielding nearly 100 high-grade treasures simultaneously, defeated a great sect master, an extraordinary feat indeed. Of course, reaching such a level required not only mastery of the object control technique, but also an extraordinarily powerful spiritual consciousness. Otherwise, how could one multitask so effectively? Yi Ning's practice became habitual. Everything that could be moved within the secret chamber was manipulated by him. Consequently, his progress was evident. He found it increasingly easier to control spiritual power, even able to simulate various small animals with remarkable vivacity. Furthermore, he dabbled in the accompanying techniques of the illusory destruction technique, many of which brought him considerable satisfaction. Upon reaching the 13th layer, he could cultivate a peerless technique known as the illusory destruction seal. Under its influence, all things transform, and the world can change from ocean to mulberry field. Under the destruction seal, heaven and earth collapse, returning to nothingness. The images of the accompanying techniques within the jade slip left Yi Ning profoundly shaken, surpassing even his earlier encounter with the five-pointed celestial artifact. Regrettably, he could only lament his own limitations. His aptitude would allow him to reach at most the third layer of the illusory destruction technique. To his surprise, on a day designated for sustenance, he discovered a fragrant spiritual fruit, abundant in spiritual energy. Indeed, after a month, the 5-yuan grass had borne its 5-yuan fruits. This cycle continued. Yi Ning alternated his cultivation of various techniques. The secret chamber door remained tightly shut, gradually accumulating dust, save for Gu Ho, who diligently delivered sustenance through a hidden passage each day. One day, Gu Ho approached with a basket of food, ready to deliver it to the secret chamber. He did not need to enter the dwelling. Placing the food on the pre-prepared small teleportation array would instantly transport it to Yi Ning. Just as Gu Ho was about to depart, the entire dwelling shook violently, accompanied by a series of thunderous roars. Alarmed, he thought, has something gone awry during Yi Ning's retreat? Before he could ponder further, a long howl emanated from within the dwelling, and the once dusty door burst open with a resounding crash. Yi Ning emerged, looking invigorated. In the span of a year, he had successfully completed the 9 transformations of the first layer of the illusory destruction technique, achieving a genuine early-stage spiritualist cultivation and poised to break through to the second layer of the illusory destruction technique, stepping into the mid-stage. His internal spiritual power soared to 360 crystals. This was the result of the combined effects of the water dragon chant and the illusory destruction technique, surpassing the power of ordinary late-stage spiritualists by more than threefold. It is worth noting that even early-stage sages possess spiritual power around 300 crystals. Stepping through the door and inhaling the fresh air, Yi Ning felt a profound sense of change. He glanced at Gu Ho, who stood in awe, and felt a deep satisfaction. Throughout the year, Yi Ning had observed Gu Ho's actions and held a high regard for his character. Gu Ho, you have done well. I shall not treat you unfairly. Yi Ning smiled. Now that you have successfully established your spirit foundation, as long as you select a suitable technique. Once you complete the first city, you will enter the early stage of spiritualists. Rest assured, the techniques are in my possession. Gu Ho looked at the spirited youth before him, once again grateful for his choice. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the powerful and surging spiritual energy emanating from Yining, a magnitude of strength he had only witnessed among a select few direct disciples and second-generation disciples. "Thank you, Senior Brother Yi." He then succinctly recounted the events that had transpired over the past year on Zisong Peak. Upon hearing that several second-generation disciples had cast their eyes on the purple spirit water mulberry, a chill of anger surged within Yining. Guho was taken aback, realizing that with Yining's elevated cultivation, his temperament had also changed. He was no longer as affable as before, now imbued with a touch of murderous intent. However, Guho did not resent this newfound fierceness. Rather, he felt a sense of delight. With someone like Yining as a leader, he would undoubtedly not suffer significant losses. Yet if he did not learn to assert his interests, his own prospects would remain limited. Although Guho was honest and loyal, he harbored considerable ambition. Do they truly believe that Zisong Peak is easy to bully? Next time they come, we shall leave no one behind. Guho nodded repeatedly, then relayed two shocking pieces of news to Yining. Yining's expression shifted rapidly as he pondered momentarily and remarked, "The news of the Grand Elder's emergence is indeed favorable for us. While unifying the 5 sects will undoubtedly involve fierce battles, it presents an opportunity for us to hone our skills. Moreover, as a direct disciple, the sect will not abandon us unless we are faced with life and death situations." Yining's confidence stemmed not from his status as a direct disciple, but from his faith in his master. No matter how exceptional the Grand Elder's cultivation techniques might be, could they truly contend with his master's arcane arts? Precisely, Guho chuckled. Once war breaks out, the prices of our 2nd and 3rd grade spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden will skyrocket. Senior Brother possesses remarkable foresight. The herbs you have purchased are essential for crafting healing potions. Yining felt a slight embarrassment. He had no knowledge of pharmacology and had merely made random purchases. As for the rumor that the Xiong Kingdom's cultivators intended to invade, he believed it to be an exaggeration, if not entirely unfounded. From his perusal of the Jade Slips, intercultivator warfare often spans centuries, and without adequate preparation, the Xiong Kingdom would not dare to initiate such a conflict. The imperial saint, Xin Heng, had passed away only 2 years prior. 2 years was insufficient to prepare for a century-long war. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant. A national war is inevitable, likely occurring within the next 5 years. As Guho listened to his detailed analysis, he was filled with admiration. He then presented Yining with all his gains from the past year. Yining examined the 5-element fruit. Indeed, it was a 5th-grade herb, brimming with abundant, yet gentle elemental spiritual energy. Each fruit was comparable to a premium human spirit pill, equivalent to 100 Sunwata pills. Particularly, the 12 golden 5-element fruits gleamed with a radiant luster, exuding potent spiritual energy. If refined into a supreme human spirit pill, all sage cultivators would go wild for it. Yining reveled inwardly. For this past year, he had consumed 12 water element fruits, yielding 12 seeds of the 5-element grass. If he were to plant them all in the medicinal garden, he could harvest 65 5-element fruits each month. In the future, even if he consumed 1 water element fruit daily, he could swiftly reach the peak of the spiritual practitioner realm without any rigorous training. Suddenly, a wild notion took root in his mind, selling 5-element fruits to amass a fortune in spirit stones, enabling him to purchase rare materials that could enhance his spiritual roots. Thus, he could ascend to the rank of a sect leader or even a saint. He suppressed his elation and closely examined a small pouch of Koeli spiritual tea. The leaves had been meticulously cleaned, each one translucent and exuding a faint verdant glow. Merely inhaling its aroma was invigorating and refreshing. What an exquisite tea! If paired with spiritually infused spring water, it would be even better. Upon hearing this, Guho chuckled innocently. Senior Brother Yi, I haven't mentioned it yet, but I discovered a cold spring on the back mountain. Oh, this news brings me joy, Yining replied. While hot springs were common, their high temperatures often made it difficult to retain spiritual energy for extended periods. However, cold springs were different. Although they were somewhat chilly, they typically contained some spiritual energy. Let us go at once. Before long, Guho led Yining to the cold spring. After a single glance, Yining was convinced that the spring harbored rich spiritual energy. This spring emerged from the depths of the earth, passing through the only small spiritual vein within Zisong Peak. It would be strange if it did not contain spiritual energy. The spring water was simply sealed, likely by Guho's own efforts. Ning regarded him with approval and casually waved his hand, breaking the seal. Instantly, a rush of frigid air met him. Ning inhaled deeply, feeling rejuvenated. This cold spring is truly a boon for the Koeli tree. I shall construct a well here, naming it Koeli Well. Naturally, the construction of the well was merely a fade. The true intention was to set up an array to protect the cold spring. With that, he took out a jade bottle, drew in a sizable amount of spring water, and returned contentedly. He then conversed with Gu Ho about the sex developments over the past year, who had made breakthroughs, who had faced setbacks, who had encountered fortuitous encounters, and who had unfortunately perished in battle. Although Gu Ho appeared simple-hearted, he was quite the gossip, fully aware of the happenings within the sect. He even knew the details regarding the suitors of the two beautiful women from Furong Peak. For some reason, upon hearing that Long Peiran had dozens of admirers, Ning felt an inexplicable irritation. As they conversed, they were unaware that night had fallen. Noticing Gu Ho beginning to yawn, Ning decided to end their discussion and instructed, "Tomorrow, I shall host a banquet for senior brother Sang Zhangxiang from Zizhu Peak. Please prepare a few exquisite dishes." Certainly. The newly planted spiritual grains have matured. This time, it is a third-grade spiritual grain that not only tastes delightful, but also strengthens the bones. As for the side dishes, during your closed-door training, I cultivated an acre of spiritual field and grew some fresh third-grade vegetables. If senior brother enjoys meat, I can roast a deer, as Xiaobai has not had a meal in some time. Excellent. Gu Ho was indeed considerate and meticulous, alleviating much of Ning's burdens. The next day, Ning deactivated the Qianyun shielding array, revealing the verdant peaks, signifying his emergence from seclusion. Not long after, a beam of spiritual light flashed as Sang Zhangxiang arrived boisterously at the foot of the mountain. Ning noticed him immediately and hurriedly sent a message, inviting him to the guest hall. Gu Ho had already prepared the table and chairs in advance, standing respectfully behind Ning. Sang Zhangxiang sauntered in, grinning. "Little Ningzi, you've emerged from seclusion? You sent me a message so late yesterday. Did you disturb your elder brother's slumber?" Though it sounded like a complaint, Ning knew he was eager for him to emerge sooner. "Senior brother Sang, you have finally arrived. It has been a year. How have you been?" "How could I not be well? I'm nearly driven mad by the two from Qinglian Peak." Ning chuckled heartily, instructing Gu Ho to prepare lunch. And he conversed with Sang Zhangxiang. With Sang's intelligence, breaking through to the sage realm would be a trivial matter. There was no need to stoop to their level. Besides, he sensed that Sang's spiritual power was at least 400 crystals, undoubtedly suppressed intentionally, reluctant to advance. Lowering his voice, Ning inquired, "Could it be related to the of Baihua Valley?" Sang Zhangxiang was taken aback, sending a sweep of spiritual awareness towards Ning, only to discover that their spiritual power was nearly on par. You are at the peak of the spiritual practitioner realm?" "Senior brother is jesting. I am merely in the early stages of the spiritual practitioner realm. To possess nearly 400 crystals at the early stage? Could it be related to the illusionary disappearance technique?" Indeed, Ning did not conceal it, smiling as he replied, "Upon mastering the illusionary disappearance technique, the spiritual power at each stage will be 9 times that of cultivators at the same level. Of course, the drawback is evident. It requires 9 times the time to cultivate. For ordinary individuals, such a duration is utterly fantastical, as cultivators do not possess such long lifespans. However, for someone like me, endowed with abundant spiritual roots, this method is perfectly suited." Upon hearing this, Sang Zhangxiang felt a sense of relief, thankful that this individual possessed a singular spiritual root. Had he been endowed with the same triple spiritual roots as himself, it is likely he would have cultivated to a level capable of contending with the sages. Ning, noticing his daze, promptly reminded him, "Senior brother, you haven't mentioned why you were suppressing your cultivation. Is it not for the of the 100 Flowers Valley?" Sang Zhangxiang did not deceive him and candidly replied, "Indeed. The entire Lianyun mountain range is a remnant of an ancient celestial abode, gradually transforming into its current form over time. However, within the Lianyun mountain range, there are undoubtedly multiple forbidden zones akin to the 100 Flowers Valley. All crucial locations of the ancient celestial abode, their restrictive formations still potent. I surmise that the 100 Flowers Valley is merely one of the medicinal gardens within this vast ancient celestial estate, housing spiritual herbs of at least 6th grade or higher." "An ancient celestial abode's medicinal garden? Are you certain?" Ning inquired. "Affirmative. I have heard my master mention it. It cannot be erroneous," Sang Zhangxiang confirmed. Such vital places must have formidable protective arrays. How can we possibly gain entry? Yining queried. Indeed, the protective array of the 100 Flowers Valley is exceedingly powerful. The sect leader, my master, and the fourth elder once attempted to breach it together, but alas, they failed. Sang Zhangxiang's expression turned anxious as he continued. However, the Grand Elder mentioned upon exiting seclusion that he intends to further explore the 100 Flowers Valley. I fear that by then, we may be left out. Humph. They have orchestrated countless plans, yet they did not account for the fact that the protective array of the 100 Flowers Valley, while formidable, poses no threat to spiritual practitioners. What? Yining could hardly believe his ears. It poses no danger to spiritual practitioners? Indeed. I suspect that the one who set the array did so intentionally to facilitate his servants in tending to the spiritual herbs. If that is the case, why do you not venture in yourself to obtain the? Do you think acquiring is so simple? Each type of is guarded by a corresponding beast. And within the 100 Flowers Valley is the Qinglian Burning Heart Fire, which ranks 7th on the Qingluo list. Its guardian beast is the 8th tier demonic beast, the fiery flame Binturong. An 8th tier beast? Yining exclaimed, are you out of your mind? An 8th tier demonic beast is far beyond our capabilities. Under normal circumstances, we would not be able to contend with an 8th tier beast. However, the situation in the 100 Flowers Valley is unique. The fiery flame Binturong is constrained by the formation. The strength it can exhibit is limited to the realm of the practitioners entering the valley. In other words, if we enter, the fiery flame Binturong will only be able to unleash the power of a 3rd tier beast, whereas the sect leader and the others would face a true 8th tier beast. Are you certain? Absolutely. Over the years, I have frequently entered, and I am quite familiar with that fiery flame Binturong. Although it can only exert 3rd tier power, it is no less formidable than an ordinary 4th tier beast. Its fireballs are comparable in might to those of Xiaobai. The two of us should be capable of subduing it. Just think, not only could we obtain the, but we could also acquire the body and inner core of an 8th tier beast, along with crystal stones. What is not to love? The prospect is indeed enticing. But the thought of Xiaobai's white flame sends a chill down my spine. Well, do we not need to prepare? Prepare? Even if we cannot win, we can surely escape. That fiery flame Binturong is quite slow, akin to a pig. All right. Yining clapped his hands and declared, then we shall act tonight. It is the perfect opportunity to test the might of the illusory dispersal technique. Subsequently, Yining brewed a cup of Kueli spirit tea and handed it to Sang Zhangxiang, who praised it exuberantly, expressing a desire to relocate to Zisong Peak to enjoy tea daily. When Yining presented him with 2 wood elemental fruits, 2 gold elemental fruits, and 2 earth elemental fruits, Sang Zhangxiang's jaw dropped in astonishment. It was not that Yining was unwilling to provide him with 5 more elemental fruits. Rather, he feared that offering too many might overwhelm him. After a prolonged silence, Sang Zhangxiang stammered, You mean your 5 elemental grass has sprouted? Of course. Otherwise, where would these elemental fruits come from? Sang Zhangxiang seized the 6 spiritual fruits without hesitation, chuckling. You really have a celestial destiny. From now on, I shall stick with you. After a delightful exchange, they were informed by Gu Ho that it was time for lunch, and they indulged in a meal together. Sang Zhangxiang was so animated during the meal, praising Gu Ho's culinary skills, declaring that Yining had struck gold. In the afternoon, they meticulously checked the magical tools and elixirs necessary for their nocturnal endeavor, practicing their coordination. Although Sang Zhangxiang's fan had been enhanced with purple spirit water and mulberry wood as its ribs, it remained a half-finished product without a fan surface. Nevertheless, its grade had ascended to that of a low-grade treasure. When Yining revealed the celestial silkworm gold silk bag, Sang Zhangxiang's eyes glistened with desire. Xiaoningzi, using an earth attribute treasure is such a waste. Why not give it to me? I will compensate you with 2 low-grade water attribute treasures. What do you need this for? Don't you already have that shabby fan? You are unaware, are you? A cultivator's choice of magical treasures must align with their own attributes to unleash their utmost potential. You are of the water attribute. Utilizing this treasure would be a grave waste. That is silk spun from a 7th tier demonic beast, if I employed it to craft a fan surface. This carefree fan would undoubtedly become a mid-grade treasure. Yining recognized the validity of Sang Zhangxiang's argument and quickly replied, very well. After we acquire thee, I shall gift you this treasure. Senior brother, you now owe me a favor. I expect a larger share of the fiery flame Binturong's body. Sang Zhangxiang replied sheepishly, agreed. At this moment, he felt quite conflicted. He was resolute in obtaining it, yet the body of the fiery flame Binturong seemed trivial by comparison. However, if Yi Ning were to discover that there was parasitic upon the burning heart Qinglian, a rare treasure capable of generating fire spiritual roots, would he not contest with him? Was it right to deceive him into helping procure the? Initially, he had merely intended to utilize Yi Ning, yet after a year of companionship, he had come to regard this young lad as a dear friend. Perhaps it would be best to wait. At worst, following the acquisition of he could offer Yi Ning more benefits. The entire medicinal garden's herbs could be his. That would certainly be worth as much as the Qinglian burning heart fire. Night fell. With the moon obscured and the winds howling, two beams of light silently descended upon the entrance of the 100 Flowers Valley, belonging to none other than Yi Ning and his companion. The 100 Flowers Valley appeared unchanged from a year prior, its air perfumed with floral essence under the moonlight. Sang Zhongxiang glanced at the slightly anxious Yi Ning and reassured him, "There is no need for concern. It is quite safe inside, and treasures abound. Once we obtain we need not worry about anything else. We shall harvest all the spiritual herbs." What if the sect discovers this? Yi Ning pondered. Why worry? Hasn't he, the sect leader, always proclaimed that celestial materials and treasures belong to those with fate? We are indeed those fortunate souls. Let us proceed. With that, Sang Zhongxiang stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the 100 Flowers Valley. Yi Ning observed in amazement as Sang Zhongxiang's form seemed to meld into the air, gradually vanishing. Not daring to lag behind, Yi Ning followed suit. The moment he stepped across, an overwhelming gust of wind surged forth, as if attempting to tear his body apart. Sweeping past him in waves, gritting his teeth, he endured what felt like an eternity within the fleeting instant. When the gust subsided, he glanced at Sang Zhongxiang, who appeared equally disheveled, and chided, "This is what you call safe." Before Sang Zhongxiang could respond, Yi Ning was rendered speechless by the breathtaking scenery before him. Contrary to his expectations, the 100 Flowers Valley was not the confined space he had perceived from outside. It felt as if they had entered another realm, teeming with spiritual herbs and suffused with potent spiritual energy. Strangely, this place was not shrouded in darkness, but rather bathed in daylight, with the sun shining brightly overhead. This. Sang Zhongxiang laughed heartily. "Are you startled? I felt the same on my first visit. I suspect that the entrance to the 100 Flowers Valley is equipped with a teleportation gate, and when spiritual practitioners pass through, they trigger the formation that transports them inside. However, practitioners of a higher realm do not enjoy such privileges. They must forcibly tear a rift in space to slip in. Enough of the sights. Let us hurry and seek the." After speaking, Sang Zhongxiang disregarded the abundant spiritual herbs beneath her feet and ventured deeper into the forest. Yi Ning, taken aback, observed that over 90% of these herbs were of the 6th grade, while the remainder included exceedingly rare 7th, 8th, and even some 9th grade spiritual herbs. As they ventured further, the number of spiritual herbs diminished, but the variety of towering trees of exceptionally high grades increased. Sang Zhongxiang sighed as she walked, lamenting, "What a pity. This place is rich in spiritual wood, and while one might find 8th grade specimens, they are invariably tainted by necrotic energy, rendering them suitable only for crafting demonic artifacts." Necrotic energy? Yi Ning scrutinized his surroundings and indeed noticed faint black threads coiling around each tree. He felt a sense of regret and inquired, "Is there no way to dispel this necrotic energy?" "There is a method, but we are unable to execute it," Sang Zhongxiang explained. "If a wood-based practitioner were to nurture the wood with pure spiritual energy for several months, the cursed necrotic energy could be expelled." Pure wood spiritual energy? Yi Ning suddenly recalled the mysterious wooden bead and speculated that the elixir derived from it might have the potential to dispel necrotic energy. He then asked, "Are there any 9th grade spiritual woods here?" "Certainly," Sang Zhongxiang replied. "What? Are you unwilling? Do you wish to take some back?" "Indeed, such opportunities are rare. Since we are here, we cannot leave empty-handed. After acquiring we shall return to procure some 9th grade spiritual wood." Upon receiving Sang Zhongxiang's affirmative response, Yi Ning's heart soared with joy. What does 9th grade spiritual wood signify? Unrefined. It possesses strength comparable to a quasi-sacred artifact, and if refined properly, it might even be transformed into a sacred artifact. Flame-wielding ferret? Yi Ning cautiously inquired, as he faced the legendary 8th-tier beast, feeling an overwhelming need for caution. Sang Zhongxiang, however, paled and stammered, It is the flame-wielding ferret, but it has evolved. The flame-wielding ferret before us is a 9th-tier beast." She knew they were in grave trouble. Although this ninth-tier beast was constrained by the formation and could not unleash its true power, it was still equivalent to a fourth-tier beast, a veritable king among its kind. Surely, even a sage practitioner would avoid this beast. The flame-wielding ferret was astonishingly large. Though Yi Ning was unaware of its origins, he recognized its formidable nature. Sang Zhangxiang, however, understood the true power of the flame-wielding ferret. As one of the 24 demonic beasts of the primordial era, it had demonstrated extraordinary combat prowess during the divine war a millennium ago, clashing fiercely with the 6 divine beasts, resulting in a stalemate before being sealed by the creator god. This flame-wielding ferret, while not the original from the primordial era, was undoubtedly its descendant. The beast surveyed the surrounding herd of creatures with satisfaction, its immense maw opening wide, consuming a significant portion of the beasts. Curiously, the herd showed no inclination to escape, as if they had come solely to serve as its meal. "Let us go," Sang Zhangxiang suddenly commanded, snapping Yi Ning from his reverie. Though this creature is affected by the formation and can only exert fourth-tier strength, it is far beyond our capability to confront. We must flee. The two retreated cautiously, afraid to run at full speed for fear of attracting the attention of the flame-wielding ferret. Yet, the creature had already detected their presence, bellowing, "Insignificant humans, daring to disturb my meal?" Though the ninth-tier beast had yet to fully transform, it could already speak, possessing power on par with that of a grand practitioner. It seemed to have recognized Sang Zhangxiang, roaring, "You again, you insignificant creature. This time, I shall see where you can run." With that, it unleashed a torrent of flames that cascaded upon them, resembling a rain of fire. This was no ordinary flame, but rather demonic fire. The flame-wielding ferret, a fire attribute beast, had played with fire throughout its life. It was said that the inferno it unleashed in its matured state could directly refine sacred artifacts. What a terrifying notion! In the Qingluo continent, the existing sacred artifacts were few and far between, certainly not exceeding 10. Yet, a single breath of fire from a matured flame-wielding ferret could effortlessly obliterate one. Of course, to reach maturity, the flame-wielding ferret required at least the 13th tier. In the Qingluo continent, no 13th tier beasts had been seen for nearly 10,000 years. Despite this, one should not underestimate the demonic fire emitted by this 9th tier flame-wielding ferret. "Illusory frost," Yi Ning shouted, his fingers weaving as countless icicles surged to meet the fiery rain. The illusory frost was a technique from the illusory arts he practiced, profoundly intricate, capable of compressing water spiritual energy to an extraordinarily low temperature. The records of the illusory arts stated that when mastered, it could even freeze the flame cultivated by a sage, water that could freeze flames. As waves of ice-blue water surged forward, Yi Ning promptly summoned his inferior treasure, the celestial silkworm golden net, casting it over the flame-wielding ferret. Sang Zhangxiang was not idle either, summoning the carefree fan, which emitted swirling violet light, attempting to intercept the ferret's advance. The flame-wielding ferret, however, was unfazed, its foreleg lifting as it effortlessly leapt over their heads. Sang Zhangxiang felt a jolt to her spirit, blood spilling from her lips as the carefree fan reverted to its original form and returned to her grasp. Though an inferior treasure, it had failed to inflict any harm upon the flame-wielding ferret. At that moment, the surroundings were awash in red, the heat overwhelming. Yi Ning noticed that the silken threads conjured by the celestial silkworm golden net could not approach the flame-wielding ferret, being repelled by waves of heat. Floating helplessly in the air, glancing up, he realized they were positioned beneath the creature's belly. Suddenly, a wave of oppressive heat surged towards them. "Not good. It's going to lie down. We must escape," Yi Ning exclaimed. Specializing in water spiritual energy, he was not adept at speed. Fortunately, the flame-wielding ferret was cumbersome due to its massive size, allowing them to escape in disarray. Before they could catch their breath, the ferret's tail whipped around, its sheer girth surpassing even the tallest spiritual wood they had seen. Enraged, Yi Ning shouted, "Break!" A deep blue ice arrow shot forth, exploding upon striking the ferret's tail. This ice arrow consumed 30% of Yi Ning's spiritual energy, while it could not contend with an authentic 9th-tier beast. It inflicted considerable damage on a creature with only 4th-tier strength. The flame-wielding ferret yelped in pain, rising once more, its tail thrashing wildly. The two were thrown into chaos, and Yi Ning stumbled, careening towards the ferret's tail. "Be careful," Sang Zhangxiang cried out. Yi Ning felt as if a small mountain were collapsing towards him, and there was no way to evade it. Sang Zhangxiang, with no time to spare, leaped in front of Yi Ning, absorbing the brunt of the blow. He felt his organs shift, a metallic taste filling his mouth as blood gushed forth, splattering his purple garments. Yi Ning watched as a bell-shaped artifact suddenly emerged, and the purple figure behind it staggered, bloodied, crying out, Sang Zhangxiang. He grasped the falling figure as it drifted away. Yi Ning gazed at Sang Zhangxiang's darkened face, faintly smiling, and the bloodstains on his purple robe stirred something deep within him. He realized that this brother, who had always been carefree, had touched a tender part of his heart, one that would never turn back. He understood that such a brother was worth a lifetime of friendship. Quick, let us go. Yi Ning suddenly found tears streaming down his face. Sang Xiaong, you scared me to death. Yet, the flame-wielding ferret paid no heed to their plight, continuously spewing fireballs, engulfing the surroundings in flames. With her internal injuries and rapidly depleting spiritual energy, Sang Zhangxiang could no longer attack, resorting to manifesting the small bell to encircle both of them. Yi Ning, seemingly resolved, addressed Sang Zhangxiang. You hold it off for a moment. I have a way to deal with it. Good. For reasons unknown, Sang Zhangxiang inexplicably placed his trust in Yi Ning. He swallowed several unknown pills, and instantly, his injuries seemed to heal. The carefree fan in his hand flew forth once more, ensnaring the blazing flame Yanzhu. As time passed, the flame Yanzhu roared louder, its mighty feet causing rocks to shatter and flames to erupt. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, Yi Ning remained notably composed. He solemnly produced a talisman that sealed the power of the holy artifact, the splitting sky purple spear, ready for a full-force strike. At that moment, he was immensely grateful to the unassuming elder from Yuli City. This talisman was poised to save his life for the second time, as spiritual energy flowed into it. The talisman emanated a brilliant purple light, a tremendous force surging forth towards the flame Yanzhu. The fierce beast seemed to sense the power of the talisman and spoke in a low, rumbling voice. A holy artifact? Although I am a 9th-tier beast, immensely powerful, I cannot withstand the full force of a holy artifact. You should leave quickly. Leave. Sang Zhangxiang insisted. We shall withdraw and discuss further. Yi Ning, however, understood the talisman's immense potential. He was at least 50% confident he could capture this beast. To retreat now would render all their previous efforts futile. Surrender the Qinglian burning heart fire, and we shall depart. Otherwise, prepare to meet your demise. The flame Yanzhu, enraged, bellowed, presumptuous. You ignorant child. The Qinglian burning heart fire is a treasure nurtured by the Qinglian immortal lord. It is beyond your reach. With that, the fiery red spikes atop its head shone brilliantly, unleashing a firestorm towards the two. Yi Ning dared not hesitate. He channeled all his spiritual energy into the talisman, and in an instant, a long spear wrapped in purple light materialized, racing toward the firestorm like lightning. Boom! Yi Ning's spirit trembled, and he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. The splitting sky purple spear lived up to its name, instantly shattering the firestorm and sweeping toward the flame Yanzhu's crimson spikes. A deafening scream rang out as the beast's blood-red spikes were severed, collapsing like a small mountain. Yi Ning rejoiced. It appeared that this splitting sky purple spear was of a remarkably high grade, likely a superior holy artifact. The flame Yanzhu writhed in agony, rolling on the ground. Its crimson spikes were its pride and the strongest part of its body. Now, with them severed, how could it not be in pain? An opportunity presented itself. The celestial silkworm golden thread enveloped the flame Yanzhu, binding it tightly. The beast, still fighting desperately, struggled against its restraints, the sound of tearing silk echoing. Yet it remained ensnared. The carefree fan unfurled in the wind, transforming dozens of its ribs into flying swords that struck at the flame Yanzhu. Strike after strike. Sang Zhangxiang displayed an almost monstrous command of spiritual energy, each rib hitting the same spot, right behind the soft fur on the neck of the flame Yanzhu. After a relentless barrage of 10,000 strikes, the beast's skin finally broke, a spray of blood erupting into the air with a mournful cry. Excellent. Yi Ning soared into the air, his spirit focused, as the golden scale sword appeared in his hand. With a swift motion, he sliced down along the gaping wound. To his surprise, the sword cut through the flame Yanzhu's immense head as easily as slicing through tofu. Thud! The ground shook, dust rising. The remaining beasts, witnessing the formidable flame Yanzhu being vanquished by two seemingly fragile humans, scattered in panic. Yining, however, had no energy to concern himself with these ordinary beasts. He released the golden scale sword and collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Unbeknownst to him, the sword had fallen into the blood of the flame Yin-Zhu, gradually absorbing the beast's essence as if a waterfall of blood was being consumed in an instant. Sang Zhangxiang, equally exhausted, crawled over to Yining, grinning foolishly. Xiaoningzi, you truly are remarkable. So many treasures, your second master uncle must really care for you. Yet Yining had not the strength to smile. Retrieving a mid-grade water spirit stone to absorb its energy, Sang Zhangxiang was also busy restoring her own spiritual power. Half an hour later, they ascended the giant rock and descended through a crevice. Inside the giant rock, it was pitch black, obscured from sight. The two relied on their spiritual sense to navigate downward. After descending nearly 1,000 zhang, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared, revealing two peculiar doors on either side, radiating a faint, precious glow. Which way should we go? Right, Sang Zhangxiang declared without hesitation, pointing to the door on the right that emanated a red light. Yining approached to explore, the door seemingly made of an impenetrable material. He was intrigued to see two large characters, Sang Garden, inscribed above the door in primordial script. Yining could recognize a few primordial characters, thanks to his readings in the Ice Orchid Peaks Langyuan Pavilion. Sang Garden, he murmured, realizing the flame Yin-Zhu had spoken true, that was indeed nurtured by powerful cultivators. Sang Zhangxiang smiled, drawing forth a few drops of her blood and letting them fall onto the door. A series of glowing halos radiated outward, countless runes swirling before, moments later. The door creaked open. At that moment, even Yining, despite his dullness, sensed the mystery surrounding Sang Zhangxiang. She undoubtedly had some connection to this 100-flower valley. He stood at the entrance, hesitating to enter, and looked at Sang Zhangxiang. Shall you not provide me with an explanation? He asked softly. What is the connection between this Sang Garden and you? You understand primordial script? Sang Zhangxiang asked in surprise. Indeed, how long do you intend to keep this from me? This 100-flower valley is not a place just any spiritual cultivator can enter. You must have employed some secret method. Correct, Sang Zhangxiang admitted openly. To be precise, the entire 100-flower valley belongs to my Sang family. Would you care to hear the story? I shall recount it for you. I hail from an ancient family in the mysterious realm, the Sang family. With a lineage spanning 1 billion years, we now number fewer than 100 souls, relying on the treasures left by our ancestors, hiding within the mysterious realm. The mysterious realm? A place filled with countless treasures, opportunities, and dangers? Indeed. Moreover, our Sang family resides in the deepest part of the mysterious realm, protected by an artifact left by our ancestors, claiming a territory of less than 100 square miles. Once, the Sang family was a sacred ground for the entire cultivation community, a rare family of pill refiners. Our ancestors could not only refine top-grade earth saint pills, but also concoct divine pills comparable to celestial elixirs. A single low-grade divine pill could bestow 10,000 crystal spiritual energy upon a cultivator, directly creating a master at the later stage of the revered realm. In those days, the Sang family dominated the entire Qi Luo continent, and none dared challenge our might. Creating masters at the later stage of the revered realm. Yining listened, astonished. Cultivators of the primordial era were indeed extraordinary, capable of producing such potent elixirs. Nowadays, in the Qi Luo continent, even pills that could merely enhance a few crystal spiritual energies are sold at exorbitant prices. The comparison was utterly disheartening. 90 million years ago, a remarkably talented cultivator emerged from the Sang family, Sang Qinglian. Sang Zhangxiang glanced at Yining and said, he possessed exceptional spiritual talent, with roots in all 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Sang Qinglian was exceedingly proud, reaching the late stage of the Saint realm in less than a century. At that time, the Qi Luo continent was rich in resources, and yet, achieving the late stage of the Saint realm in such a short time, he remained unparalleled. However, his ambition led him to pursue an unprecedented endeavor to dominate the entire Qi Luo continent. He assembled an army of 1,000 revered masters and swiftly claimed half of the continent as the Sang family's territory. Alas, such grand aspirations, akin to a fleeting dream, ultimately shattered Sang Qinglian's ambitions and cost the entire Sang family dearly. Fortunately, at the brink of life and death, Sang Qinglian broke through once more, taking that final step. Sang Zhangxiang's Secret 2 continued below, presenting the main text of the novel The Irregular Immortal from Another World. Enjoy. Fastest updates. A breakthrough? He had already reached the pinnacle of existence in the Qigluo continent, and yet he could still break through. Yining was utterly astonished. Yes, he had transcended to become an entity beyond the sage, an immortal. Can one truly attain immortality? Indeed, Sang Zhongxiang affirmed. This is documented in the family records. It is absolutely true. And what happened next? In the final moment, Sang Qinglian forcefully moved the foundation of the Sang family, which is now the Lianyun mountain range, deep into the earth and used his life-bound treasure, the Sky Shield, which also advanced to the status of an immortal artifact, to relocate the surviving family members to the depths of the netherworld. He hastily established a non-directional teleportation array. Subsequently, Sang Qinglian shattered the void and rode the winds, achieving the renowned title of Qinglian Immortal Lord in the annals of Qingluo continent's cultivation history. However, the Sang family has never expressed gratitude towards him, not once. Although the Sky Shield protected the clan from the beasts of the netherworld, it also became our greatest cage. For countless years, our kin have exhausted every means to escape the confines of the Sky Shield, yet they have always fallen short, only managing to send one family member each generation to convey tales of the outside world. And I, Sang Zhongxiang, am the one who has stepped through the teleportation array into the outside realm this generation. Every time Yining contemplated the involvement of an ancient secret from the primordial era, he was even more astonished that Sang Zhongxiang would unreservedly share this secret with him. He was at a loss for words. Sang Zhongxiang smiled. The Sky Shield can envelop an area of 100 miles. For so many years, our Sang family has thrived within it. Lacking materials and spirit stones, we possess countless jade slips. Yet we can only watch helplessly as various spiritual techniques and alchemy methods fade into oblivion. How heartbreaking it is. We resent him, the Qinglian Immortal Lord. The one who should have emerged in this generation was not meant to be me. It was only through a desperate plea for death that I gained this opportunity. I must cultivate to the level of a sage and rescue our entire clan from the netherworld. You can definitely achieve it. Do you know? In truth, I am also a cultivator with the 4 spiritual roots: gold, wood, water, and earth. Yet, living in a family renowned for alchemy, I lack the fire root, which is such a sorrowful fate. After emerging into the world, I joined the Lianyun sect, constantly searching for traces left by the Sang family, and finally discovered the 100-Flower Valley, stumbling upon a hint of. Since then, I have sought assistance, but to no avail until I encountered you. For many years, I could have broken through, yet I have continuously sealed my cultivation. Truly, I did not deceive you. Entering the Sang Garden, which is the 100-Flower Valley, requires a spiritual cultivator. Sang Zhongxiang glanced at Yining and said, Yining, the is right before you. Whether to seize it is your decision. Yining grasped his hand and declared resolutely, I believe in you. There is one thing I must clarify beforehand. All right, within the Sang Garden, there are 2 extraordinary treasures. One is and the other is the Burning Heart Qinglian. Acquiring the not only provides an additional means of combat, but also greatly aids in weapon crafting and alchemy. According to the family records, using the Qinglian Burning Heart Fire for alchemy not only increases the success rate, but also enhances the quality of the elixirs. The same applies to weapon crafting. The Burning Heart Qinglian is an exceedingly rare natural treasure, taking 50 million years to mature a single flower. Consuming it directly grants one a fire's spiritual root. With spiritual aptitude of at least 90 or above, you may only take one of these treasures. Originally, Sang Zhongxiang wished to claim both treasures for himself, but during the battle with the flames of the inferno, Yining had contributed the most, even saving his life, thus extinguishing any greedy desires. After hearing Sang Zhongxiang's introduction, Yining was greatly tempted. A spiritual herb that could grant a fire's spiritual root. With this, he could reach the sage realm. What a monumental allure. He glanced at Sang Zhongxiang, who appeared tranquil and composed, devoid of his usual recklessness. He understood the significance of the Burning Heart Qinglian to Sang Zhongxiang. Possessing it would grant him hope. Yining smiled and said, I choose the great sage. Do remember to shelter me in the future. Sang Zhongxiang chuckled, and Yining did not disappoint him. Upon entering, the scene expanded before them. Yining could faintly hear the sound of flowing water, accompanied by a gentle fragrance wafting through the air. After walking for a while, they arrived at the edge of a shimmering lake, with a solitary island at its center, where a colossal Qinglian bloomed magnificently. The Burning Heart Qinglian, Sang Zhongxiang exclaimed, soaring towards the island. Yining followed closely behind. The concentration of spiritual energy on the island was unlike anything Yi Ning had ever encountered. He didn't even need to breathe as the energy flowed effortlessly into his body. Such rich spiritual energy. Brother Sang, where is the? Yi Ning inquired. Sang Zhangxiang replied with a smile, the is all around you. Do you see the lake? That is the, what? This is clearly water. How can it be fire? Focus and feel it. Yi Ning immediately spread his spiritual awareness, and indeed, the seemingly boundless lake was an illusion. The water was unmistakably a volatile fire. The air was thick with intense fire spiritual energy, and it seemed as if two whirlpools were pulling his awareness toward the center. Yi Ning dared not be careless. If his control faltered, it could lead to confusion and madness. Soon, he finally captured the essence at the center of the whirlpool. Yes, a mischievous, childlike pale blue spirit. Found it. There were actually two. Two. Sang Zhangxiang exclaimed, quickly releasing his spiritual awareness to search around. Moments later, he joyfully exclaimed, indeed, they are. Let us act quickly. Each take one and refine them. All right. Yi Ning did not hesitate. Vast amounts of spiritual power transformed into an enormous net, enveloping that had remained in this lonely realm for nearly 1 billion years and had developed its own consciousness. It was naturally unwilling to be refined. As soon as it made contact with Yi Ning's spiritual power, it instantly morphed into a fierce visage, incinerating the spiritual energy to nothingness. The fire that consumes all. Presumptuous. Yi Ning roared in anger, wielding the celestial silkworm golden thread to ensnare the retaliated, transforming into the face of a child, spewing forth a torrent of fire. What a fire it was! Pale blue, beautiful like a dream, too painful to behold. The fire surged swiftly, piercing into Yi Ning's brow. Dazed, Yi Ning felt as if he were lost in a dream, where his mother smiled radiantly, and his father stood resilient as iron. In the dream, his grandfather met a tragic end, and his elder brother turned traitor. Vast fields of begonia flowers fell like rain. Yi Ning's eyes widened, tears of blood streaming down his cheeks. He was unwilling, so unwilling. It felt as though he had lost all sensation, his hands pounding against his chest fiercely, causing blood to spill from his mouth. After what felt like an eternity, Yi Ning heard a resonant chime imbued with a celestial sound. He opened his eyes, his clothes drenched. Sang Zhangxiang, with a look of anxiety, gripped a bell-shaped artifact, while the coward nearby. Recalling the earlier experience, Yi Ning broke into a cold sweat. Indeed, the aftermath of the burning heart could disrupt a cultivator's emotions. Gazing at the seemingly dispirited, he found himself hesitant to refine it again. Quick, refine it. What are you waiting for? In the previous confrontation, your mind had the upper hand, breaking through this illusions. Yi Ning was taken aback, gradually enveloping with his spiritual energy. Surprisingly, this time the did not resist and was swiftly refined. A pale blue flame, delicate and fragile, blossomed beneath his dantian, continuously tempering the spiritual energy within. He attempted to control and indeed, a pale blue flame flickered between his fingers, quietly burning. At this moment, in proximity to Yi Ning could clearly sense its formidable power. The strange fire appears remarkably tranquil, yet it possesses an intensely searing temperature, as if it could effortlessly incinerate everything in existence. More intriguingly, this peculiar fire exudes a bewitching allure. Merely gazing upon it can draw one into a dreamlike state, where one may struggle in vain. The blue lotus heart fire. How splendid! I can now forge artifacts, Yi Ning remarked. Aren't there two? He continued. What about the other one? Sang Zhangxiang smiled faintly, a vivid red flame dancing in the palm of his right hand. Little Ningzi, you are fortunate. Yours is the blue lotus heart fire, while mine is the infernal fire. Though the infernal fire ranks higher than the blue lotus heart fire on the list of extraordinary flames, its profound mysteries pale in comparison. Isn't it a twin flame? Yi Ning inquired. No, I misspoke. Therefore, within that magnificent blue lotus, there must be another hidden flame. Can it also bestow spiritual roots? It cannot. The 10-year-old is an exceptionally rare grade 10 spiritual herb, capable of refining into earth saint grade elixirs, which, when consumed, can significantly enhance one's spiritual energy. Moreover, the 10-year-old invariably bears seeds, belonging to both fire and wood attributes, and serves as a grade 10 material for artifact forging, Sang Zhangxiang explained meticulously. Let us proceed to gather treasures. Sang Zhangxiang carefully plucked the petals of the heart-fire blue lotus, revealing a translucent green spiritual fruit nestled within the seed pod. Cradling it in his hands, he felt an overwhelming joy, exclaiming, This is it. It can enhance my fire spiritual root. I must consume it immediately. Please protect me." He then swallowed the fruit whole and sat cross-legged. Moments later, a greenish light enveloped him, accompanied by an intoxicating fragrance. Gradually, the green light dissipated, revealing a damp form. It appeared that the Heartfire Blue Lotus not only generated spiritual roots, but also possessed the ability to enhance one's spiritual resources. Sang Zhangxiang leapt up, laughing heartily. "Haha. I have finally become a 5-element root cultivator." Sang Shixiang, "What about you? Is it not the same?" Yining questioned, only to find that the Heartfire Blue Lotus had been entirely harvested, leaving behind a gaping void, with nothing in the center. This cannot be. Did I miscalculate? But where did this infernal fire originate? Sang Zhangxiang pondered deeply as the island beneath their feet began to crack ominously. They quickly ascended into the air, witnessing the dark island crumble, unveiling a sea of vibrant red flowers, revealing that the island was composed of nearly 1,000 blooms. "This is incredible," Sang Zhangxiang murmured. "Let us gather the seeds." Many seed pods bore numerous seeds, ranging from several tins to a mere 7 or 8. In a trice, Yining collected nearly 800 seeds. Sang Zhangxiang's harvest was equally bountiful. With a sweep of his hand, he stored a vast quantity into his storage pouch. After gathering, they found no further treasures and swiftly ascended into the sky. The body of the blazing flame raccoon lay silently before them. Sang Zhangxiang's grin broadened. "Little Ningxi, we have struck it rich this time. Come, let us divide the spoils." The two youths gleefully dismembered the carcass, humming cheerful tunes as they worked. The blazing flame raccoon's body was a trove of treasures. Its hide could be fashioned into armor, its sinews into ropes for artifacts, and its bones into fire-type flying swords. The most precious of all were the crystals, the 9th-grade beast's crystals, which sent shivers of excitement through their minds. Naturally, the 3 sharp horns atop the blazing flame raccoon were of immense value, particularly the central blood-red horn, a rare and coveted treasure. The hide of the blazing flame raccoon was exceedingly tough, but luckily, Yining's golden scale sword sliced through it with ease. Sang Zhangxiang expressed a keen interest in the sword, asserting it to be a supreme sacred artifact. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cut through the raccoon's hide. Yining was unsure of the truth of this claim, yet he noticed that the golden scale sword had indeed undergone some changes. Faint strands of red light emanating from it, brimming with vitality. To Sang Zhangxiang's dismay, not a drop of the raccoon's blood remained. He wondered where it had vanished. The blood of a 9th-grade beast was the finest ingredient for alchemy. Had Yining known that the blood had all been absorbed by the golden scale sword, he would have been utterly astonished. After a lengthy endeavor, the mountain-like carcass was finally divided. Although Sang Zhangxiang had no desire to partake in the spoils, Yining still offered him some flesh, all of which could be used for alchemy. Ultimately, they faced a dilemma with the blood-red horn, resembling a precious pagoda. Sang Zhangxiang wished to carve a piece from it to adorn his half-finished carefree fan, yet the golden scale sword proved impotent against the horn. After much effort, Sang Zhangxiang resigned, saying, "Forget it. You can keep this horn. After all, you possess a storage bracelet, so it will fit." This time, Yining had gathered so many materials in one go that even 10 storage bags would not suffice, inevitably revealing his possession of a storage bracelet. Sang Zhangxiang did not find this odd and refrained from inquiring further. As the blood-red horn vanished from sight, he felt a pang of regret, lamenting, a grade 9. Attribute-less artifact material. It could be embedded in any formation. How painful it is to let it go. "It's a pity for you, kid." "Attribute-less?" Yining exclaimed, overjoyed. "I thought the jade slips were deceiving. How could such materials exist in this world? Yet, they truly do." He recalled a specific treasure documented on the final page of the illusory destruction technique, the sealing god brush, designed to double the technique's power. With a single stroke, it could determine life and death. The sealing god brush required attribute-less materials for its forging, capable of inscribing countless formations. It was said that when the number of formations surpassed 1 billion, this treasure would transform into a divine artifact, capable of sealing gods and extinguishing immortals. "What brings you such joy?" Sang Zhangxiang asked. "Haha. I now know how to utilize this blood-red horn. Upon our return to Zisong Peak, I shall present you with a surprise." "Very well." The two ceased their idle chatter and soared toward the entrance of 100 Flowers Valley. Along the way, they traversed through dense spiritual woods. Although Sang Zhangxiang remained indifferent, Yining insisted on collecting 7 or 8 strands of grade 9 spiritual wood to take back. Upon returning to the garden filled with spiritual herbs, Yining was no longer astonished by the abundance of grade 6 and 7 herbs. He even felt too apathetic to harvest them. Power is the ultimate truth. Reflecting on his initial entry into this realm, when he was overwhelmed with desire, Yining felt a surge of emotions. Nonetheless, he still harvested a significant number of rare spiritual herbs, filling his storage bracelet to the brim. Exiting 100 Flowers Valley, the dawn light illuminated the earth. Both youths, having reaped a bountiful harvest, needed time to organize their spoils, so they returned to their respective abodes. Aware of Yining's aspirations to learn artifact forging and formations, Sang Zhongxiang gifted him 2 jade slips containing the fundamentals of artifact forging and a compendium of formations. Yining recognized these must be from the Sang family's collection, containing ancient techniques from the primordial era, and he accepted them gratefully, joking, "Once I master artifact forging, I shall help you refine that broken fan into a divine artifact." Within the Lianlong herb garden, although spiritual herbs like the Kueli tree and Wu Yuan grass were cultivated, the area still felt quite sparse. Yining casually scattered the seeds of various grade 6 and above spiritual herbs he had collected from 100 Flowers Valley, then turned to enter his cave dwelling. Unbeknownst to him, this seemingly casual act startled Gu Ho, who had risen early to tend to the herb garden. Inside the cave, Yining immersed himself in the jade slips, the vast amount of information nearly overwhelming his mind. Yet the richness of the knowledge regarding artifact forging filled him with immense joy. Artifact forging involves the melding and tempering of various materials through specialized techniques to create magical artifacts. The tier of an artifact is determined by both the raw materials and the forging methods used. However, the raw materials are the fundamental and decisive factor. This is easily understood. Materials of grades 1 to 4, even if forged by a master craftsman, can at most yield a superior artifact. And it is impossible to create a treasure. Conversely, materials of grade 5 and above, if crafted by a master, will inevitably produce treasures. While novice forgers often squander materials without yielding anything. As for sacred artifacts, they require not only materials of grade 9 or higher in a master-level forger, but also an element of luck. Extraordinary luck. The failed artifacts, if not completely discarded, are typically referred to by cultivators as sub-holy artifacts. Currently, there is not a single artifact master on the entire Qi Luo continent capable of forging a holy artifact. The power of treasures of the same rank is determined by the formations inscribed upon them. The more numerous and advanced the formations, the greater the power of the treasure. Remarkably, lower-ranked treasures can sometimes possess power far exceeding that of higher-ranked ones due to their formations. The number of formations that can be inscribed on a treasure is contingent upon the quality of the raw materials, with many special formations requiring exceedingly stringent material specifications. For instance, the void-breaking formation attached to the heavenly silkworm gold thread requires raw materials with spatial attributes. The jade tablet specifically introduces materials with no attributes, which are highly coveted by many artifact masters for 2 primary reasons. They can be utilized by cultivators of any attribute and can inscribe any formation. This is an exceptionally advantageous characteristic. With myriad formations in existence, their functionalities are incredibly diverse, and the material requirements can be extraordinarily demanding. For example, Yining has his sights set on a formation known as mirage, which can alter a cultivator's appearance, not just superficially, but in a way that influences their aura and even spiritual roots, creating illusions for others. This formation proves to be immensely practical, whether for performing good deeds anonymously or for engaging in theft. However, the mirage formation can only be inscribed using cloud attribute materials, which are as rare as 5-element root cultivators. Thus, one must resort to utilizing attribute-less materials instead. Fortunately, Yining possesses an enormous crimson horn in his storage bracelet, which, in addition to forging the divine sealing brush, allows him to craft several small trinkets with the mirage formation. By the time Yining finishes reading the artifact forging guidelines, it is already midday the following day. He exits his cave dwelling, feeling a pang of hunger, and promptly instructs Gu Ho to prepare a meal. Gu Ho, still in a state of astonishment, stutters upon seeing Yining. "Senior brother Yi, the medicinal garden has yielded numerous precious spiritual herbs. Should we inform the sect?" Yining smiles and replies, "It's all right, I am aware. Those herbs were planted by me yesterday." "Ah, you planted them, senior brother? They are all 6th grade spiritual herbs. All right, hurry along now. Such matters will be frequent in the future." Gu Ho's respect for Yining deepens, and he feels fortunate for his earlier choice. With a sigh of relief, Yining understands that the most arduous part has passed. Now, he strives to envision the shape of the pentagonal prism in his mind, and the spherical liquid transforms into an unadorned copper mirror resting before him. The forging of the embryo is successful. The pentagonal prism Yining crafted differs slightly from the one recorded in the jade tablet. The version in the tablet is perpetually entwined with 5 strands of spiritual light, its surface adorned with dragon-like cloud patterns, exuding a rich aura. Yining's prism, however, is far simpler, with faint grayish-white edges and a surface merely sketched with several lines, resembling the gentle ripples of a tranquil sea. Overall, the pentagonal prism in the jade tablet appears splendid, clearly a celestial artifact, while Yining's creation seems utterly plain, bordering on shabby. With a deep breath, Yining contentedly holds the pentagonal prism, a gentle smile gracing his lips. In terms of grade, this pentagonal prism is classified as an exceptional artifact. Regarding its power, it rivals that of a low-grade treasure. What Yining cherishes most is its understated appearance, making it the perfect tool for subterfuge. The next step is to inscribe the formations. There are 2 types of formations on treasures, those inherent to the forging materials, which are exceedingly rare and typically found only in high-grade materials, yet are undeniably powerful, and those inscribed later, which are meticulously selected by the artifact master to aid or enhance the treasure's potency. Yining possesses only a handful of formations in his mind, gleaned from a few artifacts he has encountered. However, the jade tablet provided by Sang Zhangxiang contains nearly 10,000 formations, sufficient for his needs. It also boasts close to 1,000 varieties of formations, whether for mounting gates or trapping foes, all of which play a significant role. Taking out the jade tablet, Yining devours its contents eagerly. Inscribing formations relies heavily on hand techniques, necessitating both speed and precision. The tablet records a formation from the Taichu period that requires completing 81 hand seals in the blink of an eye, a feat demanding an astonishing level of dexterity. Such rapid movements would leave Yining's frail fingers in tatters, reduced to a bloody mess long before completion. Naturally, he would not attempt such a formidable formation at the outset. After careful selection, he chooses 25 simple yet practical formations to inscribe upon the pentagonal prism. The 25 formations correspond to the 5 elements. Metal element formations: sharpness, light dispersion, scorching flame, piercing strike, swift slash. Each of these formations enhances attack power and can merge into a formidable technique: sharp flame piercing slash. Wood element formations: entangle, trip, weaken, flaw, absorb. All of which amplify negative effects on the target. When employed cleverly, each formation can render an enemy helpless. Particularly, the absorb formation is astonishing. Upon seeing it, Yining was nearly left speechless. The tablet notes that the absorb formation governs the life force of the wood element, siphoning an opponent's life to bolster one's own. Life force is fundamental to a cultivator. Without it, all else is meaningless. Such a formation sent chills down Yining's spine. Fortunately, the activation probability of the absorb formation is exceedingly low, succeeding only once in 10,000 attempts, and even that would be considered fortunate. Despite this, Yining chooses to inscribe it upon the pentagonal prism, believing that luck is also a facet of strength. Water element formations: moisture and chill, clear reflection, awakening, invisibility. Cloud and rain. These are support-type formations. Fire element formations: flame surge, black sun, scorching, heaven burning, sea boiling. Although heaven burning, sea boiling sounds grand, Yining discovers that it is merely a name without substance. Yet for his current stage, these 2 formations are more than adequate. Earth element formations: solidify, rock transformation, earth escape, nourishment, stone shield. The tablet even documents a tremendously powerful earth formation: mountain moving. This truly moves mountains, flattening towering peaks to the ground in an instant. Alas, such a formation demands exceptionally high standards, requiring it to be inscribed upon 10th grade earth forging materials. After selecting the 25 formations, Yining commences the inscribing process. Using his fingers as a pen, his spiritual energy as ink, and the artifact as paper, Yining underestimated the intricacies of inscribing formations. With only 360 crystals of spiritual energy, he can only superficially inscribe the formations onto the surface of this exquisite pentagonal prism. What characterizes an exceptional work of calligraphy? It penetrates the wood, transcending the surface. An additional constraint he faces is the insufficiency of spiritual energy. Often, The final stroke of a formation has yet to be completed when the energy from the first stroke begins to dissipate. After silently sketching in his mind 1,000 times, Yining calms himself, ready to inscribe the first formation, sharpness. This formation is familiar to him, as it was inscribed in the cold moon sword provided by the sect as a benefit, and its hand seals are not overly complex. With a breath, inhale, Yining executes the first stroke. Spiritual light flickers, and the pentagonal prism seems to ripple with energy. As he approaches the final stroke, Yining exhales in relief. Suddenly, the energy from the previous marks rapidly dissipates, vanishing from the surface of the prism in an instant. Failure. Yining, unwilling to concede, grits his teeth and continues. Failure. Failure. Yet again, failure. Just as despair begins to set in, on the 158th attempt, he finally succeeds. Observing the continuously swirling formation upon the pentagonal prism, Yining feels a wave of emotion welling up in his eyes. Though Yining does not possess extraordinary talent for inscribing formations, his indomitable spirit grants him a measure of luck that surpasses that of other cultivators. After a full 7 days, he successfully inscribes all 25 formations upon the pentagonal prism. After the infusion of spiritual energy, the pentagonal prism transformed from its dreary appearance. With 25 magical formations continuously rotating, exuding an astonishing power. Holding the prism, Yining smiled, feeling that he could now contend even against mid-grade magical artifacts. He chose to perform a blood sacrifice on the prism, refining it into a personal magical treasure. At last, he possessed a means to measure himself against others. Moreover, he harbored a desire deep within, to evolve the prism into a celestial artifact. Within his dantian, the prism lay quietly, constantly absorbing the nurturing essence of spiritual energy, giving him a profound sense of connection, as if they were intertwined in flesh and blood. Ultimately, Yining resolved to gift the heavenly silkworm golden thread to Sang Zhangxiang to assist him in completing the carefree fan. At that moment, gazing at the heavenly silkworm golden thread in his hand, Yining shook his head repeatedly. Just days prior, it had seemed an unattainable low-grade magical artifact. Yet now it appeared to him lacking in both refining techniques and engraving methods. Perhaps, reworking it into the fan's surface would be a wise choice. Before exiting his seclusion, Yining casually crafted an ice-type flying sword, intending to present it to Gu Ho. The primary material was the spine bone of a 4th-tier demon beast, the ice toad, supplemented with cold iron and ice crystals, ultimately forging it into a superior magical artifact. As for the magical formations, Yining did not inscribe many, just 3. Since ice is not part of the 5 elements, the corresponding formations recorded in the formation collection were exceedingly few. Fortunately, its power remained satisfactory. In the Twilight Pavilion, Yining listened as Gu Ho reported on the happenings within the sect over the past month. There was nothing particularly noteworthy, and the important disciples were all in seclusion. Excellent. I present you with this ice toad sword, Yining declared. Gu Ho was elated upon hearing this. The ice toad sword, measuring 3 inches in width and 4 feet in length, was entirely white like cold ice. He hastily accepted it, feeling a wave of icy energy surge through him. Although Yining had generously bestowed upon him ample spiritual stones, Gu Ho had previously searched in the Lianyun Square for magical artifacts, only to find that suitable ice-type artifacts were exceedingly rare, and those that existed were exorbitantly priced. Now, with Yining expending materials and effort to craft the artifact for him, he was overwhelmed with gratitude, his eyes brimming with tears. Senior brother, I have no way to repay you. In this life, I only wish to follow your lead. Gu Ho exclaimed. Yining desired nothing more than to win hearts. He would undoubtedly spend considerable time in seclusion, and without a pair of vigilant eyes to monitor the changes within the sect, he would feel uneasy. Very well, Gu Ho. As long as you remain loyal to me, the rewards will only increase. With time still on his side, Yining dismissed Gu Ho and prepared to wander leisurely within the sect. He had reached a pivotal moment in breaking through to the mid-stage of spiritualists. And relentless cultivation could be counterproductive. It would be better to roam and seek opportunities. The mountain road was tranquil, mirroring the calmness within Yining. Gone were the days of frantic escape and worry, as well as the heartache and resentment upon learning of his elder brother Yi Miao's betrayal. Instead, he was filled with enthusiasm and longing for the path of cultivation, his mind occasionally drifting to the gentle smile of Lung Peiran. A gentle breeze wafted through, and multicolored auspicious clouds meandered above the mountains. Just as he was enjoying this moment, a cacophony of noise abruptly shattered Yining's thoughts. He raised his head and saw a throng of disciples in azure robes rushing down from Qinglian Peak, their steps chaotic and interspersed with shouts of anger. The azure-robed disciples were inner sect members of Lianyun's sect, most of whom possessed single spiritual roots. Yining had no interest in their petty squabbles and intended to bypass them, but to his surprise, upon spotting him, the group became animated and shouted. Who was that esteemed inner disciple ahead? Wang Xiang from Qinglian Peak pays his respects. Yining was compelled to halt, coldly responding, Ice Orchid Peak, Yining. The disciple named Wang Xiang quickly approached him, revealing a pale-faced youth. Yining? He frowned, seemingly pondering this name. After a moment, he appeared to recognize him, exclaiming, Ah, it's you. Yining's voice turned icy. He was well aware of the implications behind that exclamation. He understood all too well his reputation as a talented waste in the past. He had to endure due to his lack of strength, but now, with his cultivation ranking among the top 5 of the third-generation disciples, there was no need for further tolerance. Impudent. With a surge of spiritual energy, he instantly conjured a 5-clawed formation that enveloped Wang Xiang. Just as Wang Xiang attempted to resist, he found himself ensnared, as Yining's spiritual power froze him like ice. In a state of shock and regret, Wang Xiang cried out, Senior brother, spare me. Please, spare me. The inner sect disciples trailing behind Wang Xiang turned pale. Was this truly the inner disciple rumored to be the most inept? Without employing any magical artifacts, he had forced the typically arrogant Wang Xiang to plead for mercy. Such prowess might only be matched by the senior brother of Qinglian Peak. Get lost. Yining dismissed them with indifference, retracting his spiritual energy. However, a sharp-faced young man following Wang Xiang suddenly sneered, Wang brother, why bother begging for mercy from someone like him? He wouldn't dare touch you. Otherwise, haha. Master Li Shang would never let him off. The sharp-faced youth had always been at odds with Wang Xiang. Seeing him suffer, he wasted no time in adding insult to injury. Unfortunately, he had overstepped his bounds. A dragon has its reverse scales. Those who touch them shall perish. Humph. Yining wasted no words. The pentagonal prism flew forth, ensnaring the sharp-faced youth, who, weakened, found himself unable to move. Following this, the golden edges emitted a pure white light, swiftly slicing him into pieces, his essence dissipating into the air. An inner sect disciple had been obliterated in the blink of an eye. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, stunned by Yining's overwhelming might. As he executed a kill without hesitation, Yining too had not anticipated the prism's power to be so formidable. According to the 78th rule of the sect, any inner sect disciple who offends an inner disciple shall be executed without mercy. Yining bellowed, Why are you still here? This was not merely a release of pent-up frustration. It signified something greater. Though inner disciples had the authority to slay inner sect members in the past century, Yining was undoubtedly the first to act so brazenly in broad daylight. In a flurry, the crowd dispersed, leaving only Wang Xiang, who stood rooted in shock. After a moment, he whispered, Brother Yi, please lend your strength to deal with the Huangfeng Valley cultivators. What has transpired? It turned out that for several days, cultivators from Huangfeng Valley had been harassing Lianyun's sect under the guise of sparring. Huangfeng Valley was the second most powerful sect among the 5 sects of Lianyun, and the current visitors were all third-generation disciples. With the top-ranking third-generation disciples of Lianyun's sect in seclusion, they had been caught off guard and had already suffered 3 consecutive defeats. At that moment, Han Wan from Zizhu Peak had stepped in with fury but was in a precarious position. In desperation, they planned to summon Master Li Shang for assistance. Han Wan. Yining inquired. Are you referring to Han Wan from Zizhu Peak? Yes. Quickly, lead the way. As they approached the trial Immortal platform, the competition was nearing its climax. Han Wan was darting around the platform, seemingly on the verge of being struck and injured at any moment. Upon getting closer, Yining noticed that Han Wan had grown significantly taller, no longer the shy boy he once was but now a graceful young man. He wielded a green sword. Although he was at a disadvantage, his defense was sound, and he was not in immediate danger. Yining breathed a sigh of relief, concealing his feelings. In this situation, allowing Han Wan to train was beneficial. The opponent facing Han Wan was a burly man, approximately 30 years old, towering at 9 feet with a face full of flesh, wielding a hammer-shaped magical artifact that packed a powerful punch. Yining assessed him. This man was at the late stage of spiritualists, with spiritual power around 150 crystals, which was quite impressive. However, in Yining's eyes, he was still no match. Suddenly, a beam of spiritual light descended upon the trial immortal platform, revealing Lang Peiran. Upon seeing her, Yuning's heart raced, and his gaze became fervent. Lang Peiran remained ethereal, a gentle smile gracing her lips. With a wave of her hand, a soothing spiritual force completely separated the two combatants. Han Wan, you may withdraw. As Han Wan's strength dwindled, he forced a smile upon seeing Lang Peiran arrive and stepped down from the stage. However, the tall man was unyielding, stating, Fairy Long, are you intending to interfere in the sparring between practitioners? There exists an unwritten rule in the realm of cultivators that a higher-tier practitioner must not attack a lower-tier one. Of course, if rules could resolve conflicts, this continent would be devoid of strife. Many high-tier practitioners covertly trouble those of lower tiers. Nonetheless, in open circumstances, it is indeed rare for high-tier cultivators to strike at their lower-tier counterparts. Lang Peiran, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, Junior brother Han has only been in the sect for a year, so he is naturally no match for you. We concede this round. With a laugh, the tall man said, the disciples of Lianyun's sect are not so formidable after all. Although he chuckled, he was secretly astonished that this seemingly effeminate youth, having only entered the sect for a year, had compelled him to unleash his ultimate technique. His potential was boundless. Next, who among you dares to fight? Lang Peiran silently contemplated, realizing that within their sect, the foremost practitioner was none other than Sang Zhangxiang. But regrettably, he was currently in seclusion, preparing to break through to the sage realm. For a moment, the entire trial platform fell into an eerie silence. Yining, having grown increasingly infuriated by the tall man's relentless pressure on Lang Peiran, loudly declared, I am here. These three words fell like thunder upon the trial platform, shocking the entire assembly. Lang Peiran turned to see Yining soaring out from the crowd, gracefully landing beside her. In that instant, she no longer perceived this junior brother as the frail youth in need of her protection. She envisioned the stubborn young man who refused to bow down even before their master. For reasons unknown, she felt an urge to trust him. She glanced at him, her cheeks flushing as she said, All right, junior brother Yi, I believe in you. The crowd erupted into a tumult, speculating on the identity of the audacious individual who had rushed onto the trial platform. With this, all three participants felt a sense of fulfillment. Feng Chuj glanced at Yining and Shuilan, smiling, My friends, there is a treasure here. Might you be interested? Oh, Yining responded, More treasures? Indeed. Feng Chuj replied, Haha, this treasure is far in the sky, yet near at hand. If you do not take it, I shall not hold back. Shuilan smiled knowingly. Could it be that the treasure you speak of is the light of boundless heaven and earth? If so, I can only admire it from afar. Indeed, it is the light of boundless heaven and earth, Feng Chuj said, glancing at Yining. Are you interested, friend Yi? The light of boundless heaven and earth is exceedingly rare, with boundless uses, and how could Yining not be tempted? However, he truly lacked the means to collect this light. Furthermore, the light had been arranged into an immortal array by Master Wulyo, making its collection exceedingly difficult. Yining shook his head, saying, I too lack the ability. If you're interested, Feng Daoyu, feel free to collect it, and allow us a glimpse. Then, I shall not be polite, Feng Chuj said. With that, he summoned a small jade bottle that quickly ascended into the air, expanding to a size of 10 zhang. The bottle's opening was obscured by countless black lights, emanating a terrifying suction force. Indeed, the light of boundless heaven and earth surged like a tide into the jade bottle. And within moments, the surrounding light had faded by a layer. Yining estimated that within a mere teacup's time, Feng Chuj would be able to collect all the light. Seeing this, Shuilan coldly remarked, Since you can collect the light of boundless heaven and earth, why did you not do so earlier? Allowing us to fall into this immortal array and nearly perish? Haha, Snow Saintess has misunderstood. It is not that I do not wish to, but rather that I cannot, Feng Chuj chuckled. Although this immortal array is centered around the light of boundless heaven and earth, its core lies within the 480 Dan towers nurturing the immortal pills. Without taking the pills, even if I possessed boundless abilities, I could not collect the light. Now I understand. I apologize for the misunderstanding, Shuilan said. As the light of boundless heaven and earth continued to diminish, Yining felt his suppressed cultivation gradually loosen, and even the range of his spiritual sense expanded. Suddenly, he frowned and remarked, It seems the overseas cultivators have finally arrived. What do you sense, Brother Yi? Shuilan inquired. Yin Lei is engaged in battle. It appears he is at a disadvantage, and the situation is dire, Yining stated. Shui Lan extended her spiritual sense outward but felt no disturbances. She secretly admired. Indeed, Yining's spiritual sense is remarkably strong, at least double my own. Moments later, the light of boundless heaven and earth was completely absorbed, and the surroundings regained clarity. Feng Chuj, satisfied, toyed with the jade bottle before storing it in his storage ring. At that moment, Yining swiftly vanished, summoning the sky-extending seal and hurling it towards the practitioner battling Yinlei. Boom! The sky-extending seal descended like a colossal mountain, crashing onto the practitioner, driving him 100 zhang into the earth, shattering his physical form, leaving only his primordial spirit enveloped in the seal's might, howling in distress. The 7 of Huanfeng Valley, who dared to provoke, were certainly not ordinary individuals. Among the 8, excluding the tall man, the remaining 7 were all late-stage practitioners. Witnessing the Golden Blade's assault, they did not panic but rather wore contemptuous smiles. They simultaneously summoned defensive treasures, an impressive array of 7 high-quality artifacts, forming 7 lines of defense to shield themselves. To their surprise, the massive Golden Blade came crashing down with ferocity, shattering the shields into fragments. Following this, 2 resounding bell tolls echoed, only to fall silent as the bell shattered. Ultimately, the gigantic Golden Blade pierced through the veil of mist. Without a sound, the veil rolled violently, the golden light within flickering as if it might break free at any moment. Finally, the veil emitted a tearing sound, and the Golden Blade burst forth. All of this transpired in an instant. The 7 from Huangfeng Valley had no time to ponder. In a brief moment, their artifacts were destroyed, and their spirits were shaken, causing them to spit blood. At this moment, the Golden Blade had shrunk to half its original size. Calmly advancing towards them, the tall man's complexion paled, inwardly regretting his impulsiveness. Though possessing immense talent, currently only a mid-stage practitioner, he was a triple spiritual root cultivator destined to become a revered master in due time, a popular candidate for the next Valley Master. This had fostered an arrogant disposition, leading him to believe he was invincible among practitioners. As the Golden Blade approached within 10 feet, panic surged within the tall man, causing him to faint. The others attempted to evade, but no matter how swiftly they moved, they could not match the speed of spiritual energy, rendering them unable to escape. Yining was equally astonished by the power of the pentagonal mirror, not expecting it to yield such results on its first use. In truth, had the 7 from Huanfeng Valley not been so overconfident in their defensive artifacts, they might have had a chance to flee. Just as the 7 were on the brink of perishing, a pair of colossal hands tore through space, pinching the Golden Blade with 2 fingers, dispersing it with a slight force. The members of Huangfeng Valley breathed a sigh of relief, knowing who had arrived. Soon after, a voice echoed from 100 miles away. Lianyun's sect, do you seek to eradicate us completely? Yining was infuriated, his decisive strike thwarted. Even more infuriating was that these colossal hands reminded him of Yinmi, evoking memories of those sunless days. He exclaimed, nonsense. Huangfeng Valley has come knocking. Are we not permitted to strike back? Upon speaking, the pentagonal prism darted toward the colossal hand, radiant as a midday crimson sun. Cold Peiron's expression shifted dramatically as she called out loudly, disciples of the Lianyun sect, disperse immediately. Turning to Han Wan, she urged, Han Jr. brother, you must leave. The one approaching is mad. Your presence here is perilous. I will not depart. Brother Yi is here. I refuse to leave. Go. With me here. Brother Yi will be safe. Just as Han Wan was about to protest further, Cold Peiron's demeanor shifted sharply as she commanded, why are you still here? Do you wish for us all to perish? It was unexpected. Her usually gentle nature revealed an authoritative side. In truth, her concerns were overstated. Even if the visitor from Huangfeng Valley were deranged, they would not dare to commit murder on Qinglian Peak. As Han Wan gritted his teeth, he retreated to a safe distance. The moment he stepped away, the pentagonal prism in Yining's hand emitted a series of brilliant lights, manifesting 25 formations that coalesced into spirals, encircling the immense hand, piercing, diffusing, scorching, thrusting, and swift slashing, binding, tripping, weakening, exposing, and absorbing, refreshing cold, returning clarity, awakening brilliance, formless, and cloud and rain, flaming ascendants, black sun, scorching, burning skies, and boiling seas, solidifying, petrifying, burrowing, nurturing, and stone shields. At that moment, Yining was enveloped in a radiant cocoon of golden rock, transforming him into a gilded figure. A surge of spiritual energy radiated outward, compelling the 8 members of Huangfeng Valley to retreat continuously. Golden light, raging flames, and icy chills collided against the mighty hand. Yet, regardless of the tumultuous winds from all directions, the hand remained steadfast, a bulwark as unyielding as a mountain, protecting the 8 young disciples of Huangfeng Valley. Yining bellowed in fury, his hands forming intricate seals as various illusionary techniques materialized into radiant halos directed at the colossal hand. Cold Perrin stood aghast, fully aware of the visitor's identity. Despite possessing merely peak sage-level cultivation, many venerables hesitated to confront him. He was Feng Feiyang, the elder guardian of Huangfeng Valley, and the towering figure was his descendant. A century prior, he had already reached peak sage status. However, due to the limitations of his spiritual roots, he had been unable to advance, which resulted in his increasingly radical nature and the cultivation of many techniques that others dared not attempt, igniting a ferocious reputation. He was known as the foremost sage of the Ghost Nation, undefeated for nearly 100 years. Youngster, seeking death. The voice grew increasingly closer. Seeing that his numerous attacks could not breach the immense hand, Yining felt a twinge of astonishment. Had he known the origins of that colossal hand, his surprise would have dissipated. The hand was forged from sacred bones acquired by Feng Feiyang during a fortuitous encounter, classifying it as a supreme treasure. What does the sacred bone signify? Each fragment is priceless, and with proper refinement, it could even yield a sacred artifact. Although the pentagonal prism was a transcendent treasure, embodying the complete essence of the 5 elements and capable of unleashing quintuple force, it was still merely a top-tier artifact compared to the colossal hand. Humph, Yining scoffed, declaring, piercing slash of radiance. This was his ultimate technique, his most formidable offensive maneuver. If he could not cleave through the massive hand, his only recourse would be to flee. Nevertheless, he remained unperturbed. Such a commotion would surely alert the elders within the sect, who might be lurking nearby, observing the spectacle. The pentagonal prism's brilliance dimmed, seemingly gathering strength. In an instant, a slender yet blinding beam of light shot forth from the mirror. The moment it transcended the surface, the light fragmented into thousands of beams, akin to a rain of needles, swiftly darting toward the immense hand. The needle rain moved in an unusual manner, not flying but leaping, as if teleporting with an erratic rhythm. Strangely, each tiny needle's tail erupted in a burst of fiery sparks, further accelerating their descent. This was the piercing slash of radiance. Among the myriad of needle-like projections, most were illusions, yet one was genuine, embodying the full power of the pentagonal prism in a singular strike. Though it appeared as mere light, that needle had solidified. Even a peak sage would not dare to receive it head-on. The hand was colossal and nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, even if evasion were feasible, Feng Feiyang would not risk it. Otherwise, the 8 disciples shielded by the hand would face certain doom. Ding, a melodious chime resonated as the multitude of needle-like strikes vanished, leaving only one that penetrated the colossal hand's interior, erupting in a burst of flames. The exquisite treasure, the sacred bone, had not even created a significant breach. Spiritual energy surged forth. Ah! Feng Feiyang shrieked in rage as a figure descended onto the trial platform with a swish. Gazing at the exposed bones of the massive hand, his heart ached profoundly, and he hurriedly summoned it back. You shall pay the price. With that, he summoned a flying sword, striking toward Yining with the speed of thunder and lightning. The flying sword emitted a thunderous roar, the sound of air being torn apart due to its incredible velocity, shattering the thick rock enveloping Yining in an instant. Following this, the sword lunged toward Yining's forehead. As the sovereign emerged, Yining retreated in haste. The flying sword advanced rapidly. Realizing there was no escape, Yining understood that if the sword struck him, it would spell his certain demise. In an instant, cold sweat dripped down his brow. With a flicker of thought, he invoked the 5-pointed mirror, which eerily positioned itself before the sword's tip, erupting in a resounding explosion. In this moment of peril, he chose to self-destruct his precious artifact, knowing it would cost him dearly, but it would spare his life. He closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable, as if a millennium had passed. However, the anticipated roar of the explosion never came. The flying sword and the 5-pointed mirror appeared to be ensnared by some binding spell, suspended in midair, utterly motionless. Yining, drenched in cold sweat, stood dazed for a moment before hastily retreating to the side. Humph! Two cold reprimands echoed from the peak of Qinglian Mountain. Feng Feiyang. Your audacity grows by the day. Do you dare to kill under the bright sun atop my Qinglian Mountain? Immediately, an overwhelming aura descended from the heavens, enveloping the entire Qinglian Mountain. This pressure rendered Yi Ning impotent to resist. Even moving became a daunting challenge. This was the advantage of a high-level cultivator. With mere aura, they could subdue lower-level practitioners. Legends spoke of a sage who, with a single glance, could obliterate a third-rate sect. Feng Feiyang, feeling the weight of the situation, attempted to retract his sword, only to discover that his connection to it had been severed. His face flushed crimson with embarrassment, and though he wished to speak, he found his lips sealed. Get lost. Deliver a message to the old man Huang Fu. Apologize at my doorstep within 3 days, or I, lenient sect, shall sweep through Huanfeng Valley. Huang Fu was the head of Huanfeng Valley, a late-stage venerable practitioner. The one speaking from the peak of Qinglian Mountain was none other than the sect master, Jin Zhaoyang. His words were crafted with exquisite cunning. Should Huang Fu indeed prostrate himself in apology, he would lose face tremendously, likely unable to remain in Huanfeng Valley. Yet, should he refuse, it would provide Lian Yun's sect with a pretext for invasion, igniting the flames of war. Upon hearing this, Feng Feiyang's ire swelled, and he managed to stammer, Jin. Sectmaster, do not go too far. Humph. Feng Feiyang gritted his teeth, producing a verdant scepter in his hand. Arise. He gently waved the scepter, and instantly, boundless springtime erupted around him, verdant hues extending in every direction, saturating the entire Qinglian Mountain. Yi Ning, caught in this spectacle, was taken aback, having not anticipated that Feng Feiyang possessed such a hidden treasure. In truth, it was he who was naive. Beings like Feng Feiyang, having lived for centuries, would not easily reveal their trump cards. Gradually, the verdant scepter seemed to give birth to a new realm, transforming Qinglian Mountain into a fragile boat amidst tumultuous waves, where a moment's inattention could lead to destruction. Such an extraordinarily potent wood-type artifact was exceedingly rare even in the entire realm of Yugua. Moreover, at this moment atop Qinglian Mountain, where spiritual energy was abundant, the flora thrived, pulsating with life. Vines enveloped him like a shroud, binding him tightly. Sharp wooden thorns erupted from the delicate vines, piercing his skin, causing blood to flow, resembling scattered peach blossoms upon his robe. He looked up to find Long Peiran ensnared nearby, while the rest of the disciples had vanished, lost to the winding vines. Ambiguity reigned. Long Peiran's plight was even more dire. Though she was a mid-stage sage, her inferior defensive artifact was of the earth element, rendered powerless against the wood element. Upon contact, it shattered into fragments. Soon, she too was ensnared by thick vines. Her vision blurred, her limbs grew numb, and she felt herself succumbing to slumber. As Long Peiran seemed on the verge of drowning in a sea of green, Yi Ning felt a heart-wrenching despair, akin to plummeting into an abyss. He realized he could not lose her. He had fallen in love with her. No, Yi Ning screamed, unleashing the golden energy of the five-pointed mirror, swiftly clearing a path to her side. Seeing her complexion pale, his heart ached, and he embraced her, channeling spiritual energy into her. Long Peiran let out a soft sound, gradually regaining her senses. It was as if she had been trapped in a dream, on the brink of despair, but just as she was about to give up, warm, powerful arms rescued her from the depths of her torment. When she opened her eyes, she beheld a face filled with concern and heartache. Her cheeks flushed. She lowered her gaze and slowly extricated herself from Yi Ning's embrace. Yi Ning stuttered, "Senior sister," at that moment. "Say no more." Long Peiran's voice was barely above a whisper, so soft that it seemed she could scarcely hear herself. Yi Ning was at a loss, unsure whether she was angry or pleased, momentarily frozen in place. At this juncture, a red light descended from the peak, landing upon the verdant vines, igniting tiny flames that steadily repelled the overwhelming greenery. "Is this the quasi-holy artifact, the verdant vine staff, you acquired amidst great fortune?" Jin Zhaoyang's voice remained concealed, yet his derisive laughter pierced the air, utterly laughable. "If your valley master, the old fool Huang Fu, wielded this artifact, I might still regard it with some caution. As for you, begone. This is your final opportunity." Before Jin Zhaoyang's words had faded, a golden hue descended from the mountaintop, swelling into the form of a colossal golden serpent, which, with a swift flick, devoured the verdant vines in their entirety. Simultaneously, the illusion conjured by the verdant vine staff dissipated, leaving them still atop Qinglian Mountain. Feng Feiyang spat several mouthfuls of blood, his face pallid, nearly plummeting from the clouds. He retracted the scepter, feigning composure, and declared, "Very well. Feng shall take this lesson to heart. I will report back to the Valley Master and settle this score." With that, he encircled the 8 individuals on the ground and attempted to flee. Jin Xiaoyang interjected, "What? After causing a ruckus on Qinglian Mountain for 3 or 4 days, you think you can leave without paying a toll?" Feng Feiyang recognized that with his strength, he could not forcibly take away the 8 disciples. Yet, these 8 were the most outstanding among the 3rd generation of Huangfeng Valley disciples, the future and hope of the valley. He had to take them with him. Sect Master Jin, Lianyun Sect and Huangfeng Valley are intertwined. What do you intend? Quite simple. Release the 8 disciples, and you may leave alone. Jin Xiaoyang sneered. Let Huang Fu come to retrieve them. Strangely, Feng Feiyang did not hesitate, declaring loudly, "Very well." With that, he feigned a gesture to drop the 8 disciples. Yi Ning and the others sighed in relief. After all, the sect master commanded authority, and none dared to defy him. However, as the 8 were about to descend, Feng Feiyang suddenly transformed into a streak of light, seizing them and hastening towards the outer realm. "Ha!" Jin Xiaoyang roared with laughter. "Do you dare to play tricks before me?" A surge of spiritual energy cascaded down from the peak, instantly whisking the 8 disciples of Huangfeng Valley away to an unknown fate. From the distant skies, Feng Feiyang's frustrated voice echoed. With the adversary gone, Yi Ning remained close to Lung Peiran. Suddenly realizing the proximity, he stepped back several paces, apologizing, "Senior Sister Lung, I have offended you earlier." Lung Peiran remained silent. Her head bowed as she quietly descended the trial platform, leaving Yi Ning alone, filled with melancholy. Han Wan had long departed, and Yi Ning had intended to discuss the past year with him, but now he felt devoid of spirit. Just as he was about to leave, a voice from Jin Xiaoyang echoed in his mind. "Yi Ning, quickly come to the welcoming hall. The Grand Elder wishes to see you." The Grand Elder? Yi Ning's heart raced. He had never encountered the Grand Elder before. What could this unexpected meeting entail? Joy or sorrow? The summons of the Grand Elder. Yi Ning slowly ascended the stone steps leading to the hall, his mind sifting through the scant information he had gathered about the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder, a figure whose name was unknown even within Lianyun sect, was universally revered as the Grand Elder. It was said that his standing surpassed that of the sect master by several folds, having witnessed the most glorious era of Lianyun sect. Though he seldom intervened in sect affairs, he would invariably stand up when the survival of the sect was at stake, ensuring Lianyun sect weathered its trials. In the realm of Yugua, numerous sects exist that possess practitioners, yet they do not dare to excessively oppress Lianyun sect due to the formidable presence of the Grand Elder. It is said that he wields an extraordinarily powerful supreme sacred artifact. Why would such a prominent figure in the cultivation world seek out the modest Yi Ning? Unbeknownst to him, he had already entered the Grand Hall. The spacious chamber was devoid of any other presence, save for a diminutive, frail elder seated upon the central throne. Upon noticing Yi Ning's arrival, he offered a faint smile and slowly spoke. "You are Yi Ning. Please take a seat." His voice, though soft, exuded an undeniable authority that was difficult for Yi Ning to resist. "Disciple Yi Ning pays respects to the Grand Elder," Yi Ning said with a deep bow. The Grand Elder remained silent, gazing at him in silence. After a considerable pause, he sighed and inquired, "May I see your magical artifact?" It is a rarity among cultivators to openly request to observe another's artifact. Taken aback by the request, Yi Ning hesitated but ultimately retrieved his pentagonal prism and gently presented it to the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder caressed the prism as if it were not merely an exquisite magical artifact, but a divine relic. 1,000 years have passed, and another pentagonal prism has emerged. He exclaimed, wiping his eyes with a smile. "Would you like to see my life as magical treasure?" Yi Ning was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a question from the Grand Elder. Could his life as magical treasure be the legendary supreme sacred artifact? Experiencing it up close would greatly benefit his studies in artifact refinement. Haha, the Grand Elder laughed heartily, waving his hand, causing a radiant circular wheel to descend into Yi Ning's grasp. At that moment, Yi Ning could scarcely believe his eyes. The wheel in his hands was yet another pentagonal prism. Was it possible that the Grand Elder's life as treasure, the rumored supreme sacred artifact, was indeed a pentagonal prism? He scrutinized the prism closely. While the crafting techniques were similar to his own, the materials used were all at least of the 10th grade. and the intricate formations etched upon it numbered in the tens of thousands. Compared to this prism, his own was pitifully inferior. Yining felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing he had been pleased with his own inferior creation. This pentagonal prism was passed down to me by my master, and it has accompanied me for a full millennium. The Grand Elder said slowly, "You may not be aware, but my master was your ancestor, who accomplished great feats for our Lianyun sect." Yining was taken aback. His ancestor was indeed the Grand Elder's master. With a kind smile, the Grand Elder continued, "Yining, do you know? You bear a striking resemblance to my master. Just moments ago, when you summoned the pentagonal prism on the trial platform, I momentarily had the illusion that he had been reincarnated. Later, Jin Zhang informed me that you are a descendant of the Yi family. I am greatly relieved. My master's legacy continues. For 100 years ago, I joined Lianyun sect at an age similar to yours. Back then, Lianyun sect had not yet fractured, and my master, as the Grand Elder, was fair and just, deeply respected by his disciples. At the end of his life, he entrusted me with the pentagonal prism and instructed me to protect Lianyun sect. Alas, I have failed to live up to his expectations. Suddenly, a celestial abode appeared in Yugua, rumored to contain elixirs of longevity. In a moment of temptation, I rushed there. Although I ultimately acquired a longevity elixir that extended my life by 500 years, it cost me 10 years of time, during which Lianyun sect underwent significant turmoil and became what it is today. Yining hesitated for a moment and said, "Grand Elder, I believe you can unify Lianyun sect." "It is difficult," the Elder replied. "I have merely 20 years of life remaining, and even if I forcibly merge the 5 sects, I would struggle to suppress them. Thus, I must choose a suitable successor." The Grand Elder regarded Yining thoughtfully. "You are that suitable candidate." Yining was taken aback and quickly replied, "Grand Elder, I am merely a single spirit root cultivator, ill-equipped to undertake such a monumental task. Please select another." Indeed, there is Yi Miao from Furong Peak. He is also a descendant of the Yi family and possesses the rare 4 spirit roots. That one? The Grand Elder scoffed. In theory, he would indeed be the most suitable candidate. However, I have observed him in secret. Yi Miao is overly naive, too kind-hearted, and obedient to his master's words. As for Rong Shunlen, she is more of a hindrance than a help. If I were to choose Yi Miao as my successor, it would truly spell the end for Lianyun sect. Yining observed the Grand Elder's weathered visage and readily agreed to his request, saying, "Yes, I shall do my utmost, and will not let you down. Ah, you truly are the descendant of my master, possessing the fortitude." A fierce glint flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes as he declared, "However, do not fret excessively. If you have not reached the 3rd tier of cultivation within 20 years, I shall annihilate the esteemed ones of the other 4 sects. I would rather see Lianyun sect reduced to a 3rd-rate sect than allow it to fracture." Yining marveled inwardly at the Elder's resolute demeanor, an ancient being who had lived for over 1,000 years, displaying meticulousness in his actions and decisiveness in his judgments. "Yining, you need not participate in this upcoming battle. I shall inform Jin Zhaoyang of your exemption." Yining had intended to partake in the battle to hone his skills, but upon hearing this, he realized hope was lost and could only respond with a bitter smile. "Yes, Grand Elder, you may leave for now." Yining respectfully turned to depart, but just as he reached the entrance of the Grand Hall, he was suddenly called back by the Grand Elder. "Did you craft this pentagonal prism yourself?" Yining's face flushed with embarrassment as he confessed, "Yes. It is merely an exquisite magical artifact. I apologize for any amusement it may have caused you, Grand Elder." The Grand Elder chuckled, "You need not be modest. To create an exquisite magical artifact with mere 2nd or 3rd grade materials is a testament to your talent in artifact refinement. I am curious, with your cultivation level, how do you refine artifacts?" Yining smiled slightly, and with a flick of his fingers, a faint blue flame burst forth. "Extraordinary fire?" The Grand Elder rose, exclaiming, "Ice blue flame? No, it is the azure lotus heart-burning flame. My heavens, Yining, your celestial fortune is remarkable. Such extraordinary fire would even entice a sage." "Merely good fortune," Yining replied. "Ah, fortune is indeed a component of strength. If it weren't for your good fortune, could I have entered the celestial abode of Yugua? I likely would have perished 500 years ago. Since you possess the azure lotus heart-burning flame, it must not be squandered. Here, I shall bestow upon you 2 jade slips. One contains the insights I have gleaned from a lifetime of artifact refinement, and the other was acquired through a fortuitous encounter. I have meticulously reviewed it, and some techniques within possess immense power, comparable to divine abilities. Regrettably, I have searched for years without discovering any form of extraordinary fire. The two jade slips flew into Yi Ning's hands, and he was overjoyed, expressing his heartfelt gratitude. He had initially anticipated facing trials during this visit, but had unexpectedly received countless treasures, any one of which could send the cultivators of Yugua into a frenzy. Observing Yi Ning's elation, the Grand Elder laughed heartily. Yi Ning, strive diligently. I eagerly await your progress. With the azure lotus heart-burning flame, there may come a day when you craft the celestial artifact, the pentagonal prism. Yi Ning chuckled ruefully. To forge a celestial artifact, one requires materials of at least the 13th grade. Thank you, Grand Elder, Yi Ning said sincerely. Though he knew the Grand Elder's kindness stemmed from his ancestors' legacy, his gratitude was heartfelt. Just an hour prior, he had been troubled by his single spirit root, often distracted during cultivation, hindering his progress. However, the Grand Elder had instilled hope within him. Now, with a lifespan of 700 years, he had ample time to scour the continent in search of rare treasures that could augment his spirit roots. As Yi Ning gradually departed, the Grand Elder's eyes brimmed with tears, murmuring to himself, Master, I have not failed to honor your teachings. Continuing to break through. 1. On the peak of Zisong, Yi Ning eagerly immersed himself in the jade slips bestowed by the Grand Elder, reaping substantial benefits. Particularly, the Grand Elder's lifelong insights into artifact forging were akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought, filling many gaps and alleviating his confusions regarding the craft. If the foundational principles of artifact forging had solidified Yi Ning's base knowledge, then the Grand Elder's experiences propelled him to significant advancements in both technique and the harmonious combination of elemental materials, greatly broadening Yi Ning's perspective. He firmly believed that with sufficient practice, he could undoubtedly forge exquisite treasures. Naturally, it is essential to elevate one's own spiritual power, as artifacts are ultimately external objects. The art of controlling exotic flames detailed several methods for harnessing such flames, which could be employed against foes or for alchemical and forging purposes. While not difficult to learn, mastery required diligent practice. After a brief perusal, Yi Ning familiarized himself with the general techniques and then set it aside. Following this, he delved into the diamond body refinement technique, where vivid illustrations depicted various postures for sitting or lying down. Initially, Yi Ning was indifferent to this body refinement technique, likening it to external martial arts, believing it would only provide invulnerability to blades and spears, rendering it useless in a world dominated by spiritual techniques. However, after reviewing the introduction, his expression brightened, and he could not contain his excitement. The diamond body refinement technique absorbed the essence of the 5 elements to strengthen the body's internal organs. When perfected, every strand of hair could rival a sacred artifact, even enabling one to withstand spatial storms with sheer physical might. If such a formidable body truly existed, what need would there be for artifacts? More importantly, this extraordinary technique posed no requirements on a practitioner's spiritual roots, theoretically allowing even mundane individuals to cultivate it. However, the difficulty of mastering this technique was indeed extraordinary. Practitioners must continuously absorb the essence of the 5 elements, integrating it into their internal organs, maintaining an unceasing cycle to cleanse their bodies of impurities. The sheer volume of elemental essence required for cultivation was staggering, as noted in the jade slips, where practitioners reported needing an immense water vein equivalent to an entire river just to reach the 15th level. Difficult. After reading the jade slips, Yi Ning arrived at this singular conclusion. It was no wonder the Grand Elder spent a millennium merely reaching the 9th level. Although a cultivator's lifespan is extensive, time remains the most precious resource. Devoting 1,000 years to attain the 9th level of the diamond body refinement technique, with physical abilities only comparable to the early stage of a revered master, was certainly not a worthwhile endeavor for an ordinary practitioner. Yet for Yi Ning, who possessed the inferior grade divine spirit pill, the situation was entirely different. The two complemented each other and were indispensable. The most lamentable aspect of this technique was that even upon reaching its ultimate realm, the 15th level, not a single year of lifespan would be gained. Closing the golden pages, Yi Ning slowly shut his eyes, attempting to calm the turmoil within him. This past year had been oppressive for him, devoid of sunlight and hope. Although he had successfully cultivated the first level of the illusory disappearance technique, he felt no joy. Whenever he closed his eyes, Visions of his grandfather and father in their final moments haunted him, leaving him utterly powerless. He did not even dare entertain thoughts of vengeance, instead immersing himself in relentless cultivation to distract himself from sorrow and worry. The diamond body refinement technique and the divine spirit pill reignited the long-buried hatred within his heart. Meng sect, Yin clan, he would make them pay dearly. Gritting his teeth, he commenced his cultivation of the diamond body refinement technique, continuing to break through. 2. The method of cultivation was straightforward. Continuously absorb the essence of the 5 elements. Whether it was materials for forging, spiritual herbs for alchemy, or various spirit stones. As long as they belonged to the 5 elements, they could be assimilated. The essence of the 5 elements would cleanse his body and strengthen his meridians, ultimately leading to a state of formidable physical prowess and abundant vitality. To Yi Ning, this body refinement technique resembled crafting oneself into an artifact, with his own flesh and blood as the primary material and vast quantities of elemental essence serving as auxiliary materials. Within Yi Ning's storage bracelet lay a plethora of forging materials, sufficient for him to cultivate the diamond body refinement technique to its first level. With a flick of his wrist, various materials flew forth, quickly filling the confined space. It seemed that Chun Feiping had spent a considerable amount of time in Shanghai, as water attribute materials constituted 70% of the amassed resources. Without hesitation, Yi Ning summoned several pieces of materials to orbit around him. Under the pressure of his spiritual power, they shattered, transforming into pure water elemental essence. Yi Ning focused on the diamond body refinement technique, gradually absorbing the essence. Streams of fine water essence permeated through his pores and skin, converging towards his kidneys, gradually saturating the entire organ. Suddenly, Yi Ning felt a surge of power within him, as if the spiritual power he had not felt grow since reaching the initial stage of a spiritual practitioner was now slowly increasing. Could it be that absorbing water elemental essence aided in breaking through his bottleneck? With this thought, he could not contain his excitement and quickly grasped more water attribute materials, crushing them into water essence. The spiritual power surged within him, rushing towards the barrier. If he could break through this barrier, he would ascend to the mid-level of a spiritual practitioner. This was undoubtedly an unexpected gain. The barrier appeared soft yet possessed formidable resilience. His spiritual power struck it thousands of times, yet it remained unyielding. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Yi Ning cast aside all restraint, summoning the remaining water attribute materials. The room was soon filled with water essence, flooding into him recklessly. His skin seemed to boil, forming bubbles. Crimson blood oozed through his pores, and soon, Yi Ning was drenched in blood. Even his hair stained red, droplets forming at the tips. His features contorted, brows furrowing in agony. He let out a pained scream. Then, it felt as if a massive explosion echoed within him, like a dam bursting. As his spiritual power shattered the barrier, swiftly establishing a cycle within his body, continuously widening his meridians. He had broken through. Mid-level spiritual practitioner. Yi Ning rejoiced, estimating that his spiritual power had reached at least 650 crystals. This was undoubtedly an unexpected boon. His spiritual power of 650 crystals was comparable to an ordinary mid-level sage practitioner, and if combined with the might of exotic flames, he could even confront a late-stage sage directly. At this moment, should he face Feng Feiyang again, the outcome would be vastly different from their previous encounter. Of course, if Feng Feiyang were to employ a subsaint artifact from the outset, it would be an entirely different matter. Yi Ning's advancement to mid-level spiritual practitioner also brought another advantage. He could now refine 5th-grade materials. Prior to his advancement, 4th-grade materials had been his limit, and 5th-grade forging materials showed no signs of melting under the Qinglian burning heart flame. The ability to refine 5th-grade materials meant that Yi Ning could forge treasured artifacts. In any sect, an artifact master capable of forging treasures would be highly valued, often pursued at great cost, even if Yi Ning were to depart from the Yin sect. With the Qinglian burning heart flame and solid theoretical knowledge in forging, he could undoubtedly lead a prosperous life. Amidst his elation, he checked on his progress with the diamond body refinement technique. After absorbing all the water materials from the confined space, subtle changes began to manifest within his kidneys. As if a layer of pale blue liquid flowed within, nurturing the organ and forming a cycle with the bones in his body, continuously reinforcing them. Truly, a body refinement technique unearthed from an immortal abode. Yi Ning decided to convert all the various materials in his bracelet into elemental essence for absorption before exiting his seclusion. He had already observed that there was nothing particularly special among the materials in his storage bracelet. They were all items readily available in the marketplace. He had little concept of spirit stones, but reaching the third level of the diamond body refinement technique and consuming the divine spirit pill was paramount. Unbeknownst to Yi Ning, during the 6 months of his seclusion, a significant event that would impact his future transpired within Lianyun's sect. The Red Lotus Pill. Time flows ever onward. In the 4th month of seclusion, Yi Ning had successfully cultivated the diamond body refinement technique to its 2nd layer, where the 5 elemental energies within his organs formed a continuous cycle, steadily enhancing his shins. A faint golden glow appeared on the surface of his skin. Upon testing his newfound strength, he discovered that his body could withstand a full-force strike from a mid-grade magical instrument, with each of his hairs akin to a mid-grade flying sword. However, he was disheartened to learn that the vast amount of elemental energy required to break through from the 2nd to the 3rd layer was 3 times that of the first 2 layers combined. Fortunately, after fortifying his physique, the speed at which he absorbed the elemental energy significantly increased. This directly led to the depletion of the mountain-like accumulation of various materials within his storage bracelet by the 6th month of his seclusion. With no other options, he diligently practiced the fire control technique, yielding considerable results. Simultaneously, he consumed 5 element fruits monthly and drank sunflower spirit tea daily, stabilizing his realm at the mid-stage of Spirit Master. The dragon shadow produced during his spiritual foundation became increasingly pronounced, exuding an overwhelming aura. One day, the door of his cave abode swung open with a resounding thud, and Yi Ning emerged, invigorated. He needed to head to the market to procure a substantial amount of materials to continue his training in the diamond body refinement technique. After half a month of introspection, he gradually discerned a pattern. The higher the grade of the materials, the more elemental energy they contained, and the purer it was. Before exiting his seclusion, he had already conveyed a message to Gu Ho through spiritual communication. At that moment, Gu Ho stood before him, hands lowered, with an earnest expression. Gu Ho, have there been any significant events within the sect during the past 6 months? In response to your inquiry, after you entered seclusion, the Grand Elder ventured alone to Huangfeng Valley, dismantled the protective mountain formation, and eliminated Gu Fu. Huangfeng Valley has now submitted to Lianyun's sect. Yi Ning was taken aback. This was within his expectations, yet he hadn't anticipated the Grand Elder would act so swiftly. It seemed his time was indeed limited. This is good news. Have the other 3 sects reacted? The weakest sect, the Miao Miao sect, saw their leader, Fairy by Mo, voluntarily submit to her sect, and she has been appointed as the 5th elder. The other 2 sects have formed an alliance and are currently entangled with her sect. Oh, the 5th elder? What is her cultivation level? It is said she is at the mid-stage of the Venerable Realm. Excellent. Where is the frontline battlefield located? In the depths of the Lianyun mountain range, near the Dreaming Meteorite site, which is also the location of the Wukong sect's mountain gate, known as Lianyun Mountain. Gu Ho replied, Senior brother Yi Wuxing has already led the 3rd generation of disciples there to provide assistance. It is said that the supply of spirit stones is running low, and Senior brother Yi has brought along 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. The supply of spirit stones is low? Yi Ning pondered. In battles among cultivators, how could the issue of spirit stones arise? Is it true that the one with more spirit stones is destined to triumph? In reality, the reason cultivators hesitate to engage in national wars is due to the staggering consumption of spirit stones during such conflicts. Whether in individual combat or when deploying large-scale formations, spirit stones are constantly being consumed. This time, the Grand Elder has set up the 9-9 Swallow Ring Extermination Formation, encircling the Wukong sect. While the Lianyun Mountains Protective Formation is renowned as the Yuan Dome Formation, it is likely that the Wukong and Wuxing sects have already faced annihilation. The 9-9 Swallow Ring Extermination Formation continuously summoned countless fire swallows to incinerate the Yuan Dome Formation while relentlessly bombarding the surroundings, preventing anyone from escaping through teleportation. Naturally, the cost of deploying this formation is exorbitant, consuming around 10,000 high-grade spirit stones daily. This means that the spirit stones Senior brother Yi Wuxing has transported will last at most for 20 days. Indeed, Senior brother Yi. Has Brother Sang from Zizhu Peak emerged from seclusion? Brother Sang has emerged and successfully advanced to the early stage of the Sage Realm. He has also gone to Lanyan Mountain and, before leaving, instructed me to deliver this vial of pills to you. Saying this, he produced a golden vial. Yi Ning hurriedly took it, uncorking the vial to be greeted by a surge of abundant spiritual energy. It seemed that Sang Zhangxiang had successfully concocted a pill capable of enhancing 1,000 crystalline spirit energies. As he observed the fire-red pill, the size of a longan, he marveled quietly, unaware of the method Sang Zhangxiang had employed to refine a 10th-grade medicinal herb into a mid-grade earth saint pill. Yi Ning understood that this swirling fire-red pill, if sold in the market, would undoubtedly fetch a price exceeding 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. What? My wife has been taken. Yi Ning stored the golden vial within his storage bracelet and continued, aside from the war, have there been any other noteworthy events within the Lianyun sect? Guho chuckled. Indeed, there is. Interestingly, this matter is related to you. Your elder brother, Yi Miao from Furong Peak, has formed a dual cultivation partnership with senior sister Ling Peiran. What? Yi Ning was struck as if by lightning. They have become partners? Guho replied with a smile. Not yet. They have merely made preliminary arrangements. The fourth elder stated that the day Yi Miao breaks through to the sage realm will be their wedding day. Yi Ning gazed at Guho's smile, suddenly finding it somewhat ludicrous. A damp sensation filled his heart, swiftly blossoming into a faint sorrow. His own love had yet to begin, and was it destined to end? The sky was blue, the sunlight bright, and the entire Lianyun sect seemed to be enveloped in joyous laughter. Yet, this merriment bore no relevance to Yi Ning. He forced a smile and said, Good, splendid news. Noticing the discord in his expression, Guho hastily exchanged a few pleasantries before retreating. Yi Ning stood silently until dusk, when the sky unexpectedly opened with rain, prompting him to stir. Gently wiping the corners of his eyes, he felt a dampness. Unsure if it was rain or tears, he walked down Zisong Peak, meandering through the night rain. Unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the foot of Furong Peak. The pavilion remained unchanged. The mountain path was still the same. Everything felt as if it were just yesterday. Yet, the colors seemed to have dulled, losing their brilliance. The stone table and stone bench appeared increasingly cold and desolate. Yi Ning seated himself upon the stone bench. Recalling the scene when Ling Peiran had seen him off that day, the gentle smile, the soft sigh, and the tender words. The world had changed, yet he remained the same. Time passed, and gradually, the night rain ceased. A crescent moon hung high in the night sky, casting a serene glow over the earth. The cold wind swept by, causing Yi Ning's still damp robe to flutter slightly, reminiscent of a wounded maideness silent weeping. He sighed, preparing to turn away. As he did, he suddenly noticed a slender figure standing gracefully upon the mountain path. Ling Peiran. A smile blossomed on his face, but it vanished almost instantly. Ling Peiran appeared noticeably thinner, her slightly gathered hair and simple dress revealing an unfamiliar beauty. She gazed at Yi Ning, sighing, Junior brother Yi. She called out, yet found herself at a loss for words. This was the essence of melancholy, perhaps unbeknownst to her. Sister. Yi Ning lowered his head. He was not one to wear his heart on his sleeve, especially since she had become his nominal sister-in-law. Although he never shied away from his own desires, he was unwilling to act against ethics. He could only blame himself for being in seclusion for too long, missing the right timing. After a long pause, he finally uttered, I wish you happiness. Were those truly the words he wished to convey? Ling Peiran did not step closer, merely gazing at him from a distance. Yi Ning. Ling Peiran's voice seemed tinged with sorrow. Sister, he is my elder brother. Ling Peiran's heart tightened. You regard him as an elder brother. But does he see you as a younger brother? After learning that her master had betrothed her to the most talented disciple in the sect, Yi Miao, Ling Peiran had sought out Yi Miao, expressing her feelings for Yi Ning, hoping he would persuade their master to retract the arrangement. Yet, Yi Miao had said nothing. The bright moon bore witness to love. On one side stood the man she admired, and on the other, her master who had nurtured her. Ling Peiran endured the torment of being caught between them. She yearned day and night for Yi Ning to emerge from seclusion, hoping he would fight for her. Yet Yi Ning had said he was her elder brother. Cold Peiran bowed her head, her heart brimming with boundless disappointment and despair. Then she turned to leave. At that moment, a resolute voice resonated behind her. Even if he is my elder brother, I shall strive for it. Shaoran, will you wait for me? Her heart bloomed with joy. He called her Shaoran, a name so enchanting. Tears welled in her eyes as she swiftly turned around and threw herself into Yi Ning's embrace. crying heartily. Yi Ning was not a person of rigid principles. His previous hesitation was merely a fleeting moment of confusion. However, upon witnessing the haggard and helpless expression on Cold Perron's face, a surge of fervor welled up within him. If a woman could care so deeply for him, what reason did he have to hold back as a man? Why not fight for her? Moreover, he had traversed from the land of Huaxiao on earth. Although he shared blood ties with Yi Miao, their souls were distinct entities. Of course, he was acutely aware of the current circumstances. Despite being favored by the Grand Elder and possessing a red lotus pill he could consume soon, all of that was far from sufficient to enable him to openly vie for a fellow disciple, especially not the beloved disciple of the overprotective and willful Fourth Elder. Only through relentless cultivation, reaching a level where he could stand against the Fourth Elder, would they be able to love freely. Gazing at Cold Perron's exquisite face, Yi Ning softly declared, "Wait for me, Xiaoran." He gently embraced her, feeling an unprecedented warmth. "Do you not regret it? I am but a single spiritual root cultivator, with a lifespan of merely 200 years. Cold Perron hastily placed her finger over his lips and replied, "I have no regrets, not now, nor ever." After a moment, she lifted her head, pointing at the crescent moon and exclaiming, "Look, how beautiful that moonlight is. Indeed, it is beautiful." Suddenly, she straightened her posture, knelt within the pavilion, and proclaimed loudly, "Under the bright moon, today Cold Perron and Yi Ning shall become partners in the Tao, sharing life and death, never to part." Yi Ning, moved by her declaration, knelt beside her and vowed, "Under the bright moon, today Yi Ning and Cold Perron shall become partners in the Tao, for millennia, to pursue eternity together." Cold Perron grasped Yi Ning's hand, lowering her head sweetly, "Husband." Her face appeared particularly pale under the moonlight, akin to a newly emerged cloud. Leaving Yi Ning awestruck, her face like a lotus, her brows like willows, a phrase inexplicably surfaced in his mind. He lowered his head and kissed her, her lips soft as cotton and smooth as warm jade. Unable to resist, he inhaled deeply, capturing her delicate tongue, teasing it clumsily. Yi Ning's technique was exquisite. His tongue danced against hers like savoring the most exquisite delicacy, drawing her deeper into the moment. Cold Perron's cheeks flushed with color, her heart racing like a drum. Yet, the extraordinary sensation was utterly intoxicating, causing her to involuntarily let out a soft moan. Yi Ning, too, was stirred by emotion, a wave of heat surging from his dantian, flooding forth in search of an outlet. Just then, a frigid voice interrupted, "Humph, what a pair of shameless lovers." Yi Ning looked up in astonishment to find it was the usually cold Tang Yiyun. Tang Yiyun's jealousy was palpable. The two immediately parted. Yi Ning held vivid memories of Tang Yiyun, from her stubbornness during the sect's great examination to her indifference in their later encounters, which had instilled a sense of wariness in him. As expected of the senior sister, "I admire you." Tang Yiyun sneered, "Yi Ning, you have some audacity, even daring to seduce your elder brother's wife." Cold Perron's face flushed with embarrassment as she retorted, "This matter has nothing to do with Yi Ning. As for my engagement to Yi Miao, that was merely my master's unilateral wish. I shall plead with him to rescind it." "Rescind it? Humph." A wicked glint flashed across Tang Yiyun's face as she sharply exclaimed, "Do you think you are still the beloved senior sister? You are not. Neither of us are. Now, for Yi Miao, my master would do anything. Do you think he would rescind it? Dream on." Tang Yiyun's vehement reaction exceeded Cold Perron's expectations. "I have my own ways. You need not worry about me." A flicker of envy crossed Tang Yiyun's face as she replied, "Worry about you? Ha ha. I would love nothing more than for your disgrace with Yi Ning to spread throughout the entire Lianyun sect. Ha ha ha. By then, do you think Yi Miao would still want you? Do you think Master would let you go?" Upon hearing this, Yi Ning interjected, "You love him. You love your elder brother." Tang Yiyun's expression shifted dramatically, a mixture of shame from her secret being uncovered and a long-suppressed fury erupted as she screamed and cried, "You speak nonsense. Nonsense. How could I love him? Ha ha ha, do you think I love him? What a joke. Is having 4 spiritual roots that impressive?" Yi Ning perceived the twisted nature of her character. Both her past shadows and her current jealousy could easily lead her to extreme actions, even madness. Though he felt a measure of apprehension towards her, he could not help harboring a degree of sympathy. With this thought in mind, he smiled and said, "Tang Junior sister, grant us a year. We will surely resolve the current situation. By then, you may pursue your elder brother, and Xiaoran and I can become partners in the Tao. Would that not be a win-win?" "Humph." Tang Yun wiped her tears and responded, Do you think I would believe you? Moreover, a year is too long. I cannot wait. I shall go tell Master to expel you from the mountain. Cold Paran grew anxious upon hearing this, attempting to grasp her sleeve but failing. Tang Yun. Yining shouted. Calm down. Do you think that by exposing this matter, you will gain an opportunity? I tell you, you will not. Although Rong Shenlin is the fourth elder, she lacks the authority to drive me from the mountain. Matters involving two direct disciples must undergo a public trial by the Elder Council. Do you think your master would win? Yes, the second elder and third elder would support you. But have you forgotten the Grand Elder? Or the newly joined fifth elder? The Grand Elder will not support your master. With that, Yining produced a token, shimmering faintly purple in the moonlight. This token had been bestowed upon him by the Grand Elder, symbolizing her authority and status, capable of commanding all disciples within the sect when necessary. Moreover, it served as a mid-grade defensive artifact, nearly impervious to those below the rank of honored. This token is the Grand Elder's life-saving charm for me, able to protect me in times of chaos. Ah, Tang Yun exclaimed in astonishment. Yining smiled and said, Tang Junior sister, it would be wise for you to remain silent, otherwise. Do you dare to kill me to silence me? Yining cast a cold glance at Tang Yun's icy face and retorted, I wouldn't mind doing so. Cold Paran's expression changed, hurriedly pulling Yining back. Husband, do not act impulsively. Yining remained undeterred, his gaze fixed firmly on Tang Yun. In truth, he was pressuring her, forcing her to make a decision that would benefit both sides. For he understood better than anyone that if Tang Yun exposed this matter now, it would yield no advantage for anyone, resulting in mutual destruction. After a lengthy contemplation, Tang Yun gritted her teeth and said, All right, I promise you I will not inform Master of this matter. However, you must agree to one condition. What condition? We shall partake in a competition. If you win, I will grant you a year to resolve this matter. If you lose, you will immediately leave the Lian Yun sect with her. Depart from the Yu Kingdom, never to appear before Yi Miao again. Yining pondered this. Even if Tang Yun possessed exceptional talent, achieving mid-tier spiritual cultivator status in under 2 years would already be miraculous, so why would she challenge him? With this thought, he agreed without hesitation. All right, how shall we compete? Unbeknownst to him, Tang Yun shared the same sentiment, looking down upon a mere single spiritual root cultivator. She possessed 2 low-grade artifacts bestowed by Rong Shenlin, one for offense and one for defense. Even a sage-level cultivator would find her formidable, let alone Yining. It is essential to understand that a treasured artifact is not an ordinary item. Only a first-rate sect like the Yun sect would bestow such items upon their direct disciples. Even a sage among common cultivators may not possess both offensive and defensive treasures. Hence, Tang Yun brimmed with confidence. Raising an eyebrow, Tang Yun proposed, Our sect is currently engaged in battle with the Wukong sect and the Wuxing sect at Mount Lanyan. Why not head there and determine the victor based on who slays the most enemies? Truly, she was a woman of cold demeanor and even colder heart, devising such a lethal competition. Yining sneered. Very well, I shall accompany you to the end. However, Lung Paran frowned, expressing concern. Mount Lanyan is ensnared by the 99 Swallow Ring Annihilation Formation. No low-tier cultivators can enter at will. Even if you reach the front lines, how will you defeat the enemy? In my opinion, it would be better to spar here and determine the victor. Haha, here to fight? Tang Yun laughed. Sister, you must be blinded by love. Have you forgotten the first rule of our sect? It strictly forbids harm among fellow disciples. Moreover, I fear you may not be aware of the latest developments at Mount Lanyan. The sect leader has already conferred with the 5 elders of the Wukong and Wuxing sects, and it is clear that simply exhausting spirit stones is not a viable strategy. They are preparing to activate the Blood Forbidden Pool. In the Blood Forbidden Pool, each side will send 50 spiritualists and sages. The one who emerges alive will be the ultimate victor. The Blood Forbidden Pool? Lung Paran gasped in alarm. No, you cannot enter. It opens only once every 100 years, and it is extremely perilous. You have yet to reach the late stage of spiritualism. Entering would be tantamount to courting death. Tang Yun chuckled. Haha, Yining, do you dare to give it a try? Why should I hesitate? Yining readily agreed. With the red lotus pill, his spiritual power would surge to 1650 crystals. Even if he encountered a late-stage sage, he would not shy away from battle. Furthermore, the sect must have confidence in allowing spiritualists and sages to enter the Blood Forbidden Pool, implying that it, while dangerous, is manageable for cultivators of these tiers. Excellent. It is settled then. I hope you return alive. With that, Tang Yun paid no further heed to Yi Ning, and Lung Pei ran and soared away. An instance of danger? The blood-forbidden ground. Before Tang Yun's figure had completely vanished from sight, Lang Peiran turned to Yi Ning with a worried expression, grasping his sleeve. You truly should not have agreed to her. This expedition to the blood-forbidden pool will undoubtedly be more perilous than any prior endeavors. You must remain cautious of the beasts and formations within, as well as the cultivators from the Wukong and Wuxing sects. It is immensely challenging. Do not worry. I shall return alive. But you seem particularly knowledgeable about the blood-forbidden pool. Do share. 100 years ago, I participated in an expedition to the blood-forbidden pool. At that time, the 5 sects united to open it, with over 300 cultivators entering. However, merely 3 days later, fewer than 100 managed to escape safely. The mortality rate was a staggering 70%. 3 days? 70% dead? Yi Ning realized he had underestimated the blood-forbidden pool. Although only 3 days had passed in the outside world, 3 entire years had elapsed within the pool. 1 day outside, 1 year inside? Yi Ning exclaimed, how extraordinary. Indeed, it is said that the blood-forbidden pool is a remnant left by the Creator God. A desolate expanse filled with a plethora of treasures amidst the ruins. High-grade materials, high-tier beast eggs, sacred artifacts, and even remnants of divine weapons. Anyone who survives the blood-forbidden pool will return with satisfactory gains. Even if one's luck is poor and no treasures are found, 3 years of cultivation within, given the concentrated spiritual energy, would still yield significant results. Yi Ning's heart raced at the prospect. Such an exhilarating place could not be missed. He was convinced that once the blood-forbidden pool was activated, the sect leader would surely allow disciples to enter and seek opportunities. Rather than being compelled, he would seize the initiative to venture forth. Shaoran, what treasures did you acquire back then? Lung Peiran lowered her head and handed him a jade pendant she often wore, saying, I was fortunate to obtain a celestial ancient spirit artifact, the Linglong Jade. This jade can be both offensive and defensive, its power comparable to that of a top-tier treasure. The so-called celestial ancient spirit artifact is a treasure crafted by ancient cultivators, typically not able to be refined or absorbed into one's body. Some peculiar ones even cannot be stored in spatial rings. However, celestial ancient spirit artifacts often possess astonishing functionality, making them highly coveted among cultivators. Yi Ning took the Linglong Jade, still warm from Lung Peiran's touch, and examined it closely, marveling at the unique craftsmanship, momentarily unable to comprehend its intricacies. What a splendid item! Shaoran, it seems I must make my way to the blood-forbidden pool. Lung Peiran smiled. Very well, I shall accompany you. Upon hearing this, Yi Ning felt a warmth in his heart. He understood Lung Peiran's reluctance towards the blood-forbidden pool, yet here she was, unwaveringly willing to join him. How could he not be moved? Taking her hand, he solemnly stated, Listen, Shaoran, I will not permit you to go. Stay obediently in the sect and await my return. Rest assured, unless a revered master exists within the blood-forbidden pool, I shall certainly return safely. Lung Peiran paused for a moment before agreeing. All right, I promise. However, you must take the Linglong Jade with you. With that, she handed him a jade slip containing her experiences from her own journey to the blood-forbidden pool. Yi Ning graciously accepted the Linglong Jade and jade slip into his storage bracelet. Then, with a playful smile, he asked, Shaoran, shall we continue? Lung Peiran, momentarily taken aback, soon blushed a deep crimson and playfully chided, You naughty one, hurry back. Haha. Yi Ning laughed heartily. At the summit of Mount Lanyun, in a secluded chamber, for individuals, Jin Xiaoyang, the Grand Elder, Mu Qingyun, and Rong Xinglin were huddled together. Rong Xinglin exclaimed angrily, This is utterly intolerable. The Wukong and Wuxing sects have 5 revered masters, matching our high-tier cultivators in number. Why hasn't that scoundrel Shui Longming emerged yet? If he were here, seizing Mount Lanyun would be a breeze. Jin Xiaoyang added, Indeed, if junior brother Shui were present, with his abilities, the Wukong and Wuxing sects would have been subdued long ago. Now, entrapped by the 99 Swallow Ring Annihilation Formation, it cannot be a long-term solution. Mu Qingyun inquired, Must we truly agree to their proposed contest in the blood-forbidden pool? As the 3 debated, the Grand Elder remained silent, meditating with eyes closed. After much deliberation, they could not conceive a viable solution. Jin Xiaoyang glanced at the Grand Elder and respectfully asked, What thoughts do you have, Grand Elder? Blood-forbidden pool. The Grand Elder spoke those 3 words without raising his head. Jin Xiaoyang was acutely aware of the significance of the blood-forbidden pool. Over the millennia, the Yun sect had acquired countless refining materials and even finished artifacts from it, while numerous disciples had perished therein. Strangely, the treasures within the blood-forbidden pool seemed inexhaustible. Treasures that had been entirely searched a century ago would reappear a century later. A millennium ago, there were sect members who entered the blood-forbidden pool for research. Yet none yielded any clues. Although abundant in treasures, few piqued the interest of sect members or revered masters. Thus, for thousands of years, the blood-forbidden pool became the prime location for training disciples of the Yun sect. After contemplation, Jin Xiaoyang remarked, "The Wukong and Wuxing sects proposed the contest in the blood-forbidden pool, which must be part of a well-crafted strategy. In our haste, how can we select 50 disciples to participate? Moreover, the Wukong sect's Xing Gui excels in stellar divination. Could it be that they have predicted some calamity within the blood-forbidden pool and wish to eliminate all our disciples in one fell swoop?" The Grand Elder opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating his gaze. "You overthink matters. A day ago, I dispatched orders to the sect. 50 disciples are soon to arrive. We shall undoubtedly enter the blood-forbidden pool." A glint of ferocity crossed the Grand Elder's features as he declared, "This time, our direct disciples must participate." "No." Rong Shenlin leaped to his feet in protest. "I absolutely do not agree to Yi Miao joining. He has only just reached the mid-stage of spiritualism and is wholly unprepared for the dangers within the blood-forbidden pool. The Grand Elder, a cultivator with 4 spiritual roots, holds the future of the Lianyun sect within his grasp." A flicker of displeasure crossed the Grand Elder's eyes as he pondered for a moment before declaring, "Very well. All direct disciples, except for Yi Miao, must participate. This includes Lung Peiran, as I have betrothed her to Yi Miao. If anything were to happen to her, and it affects Yi Miao's Dao heart, who would take responsibility? How dare you?" Rong Xuanlin straightened her neck, gazing defiantly at the Grand Elder. "Humph. Very well." Just then, Yi Wuxing suddenly sent a message, "Master, elders, the disciples have arrived from the sect." The Grand Elder remained silent, gesturing grandly as he moved away. Jin Xiaoyang shot a piercing glare at Rong Xuanlin and remarked, "You still possess that stubborn temper. Why provoke the Grand Elder? It would benefit Yi Miao to gain some experience. I will have Wuxing look after him. Why are you worrying unnecessarily?" Jin Xiaoyang shook his head and stepped out first. In the makeshift square, Yi Ning was animatedly conversing with Sang Zhongxiang and Han Wan. "Xiao Ning, how effective is the Honglian Dan?" Yi Ning chuckled. "Sang Shixiang's elixir can hardly be lacking, though it is a bit scarce, only 1 pill. You speak so lightly." Sang Zhongxiang leaned closer to Yi Ning and whispered, "We only managed to refine 3 pills from all that Honglian. Haha, not too little at all. Sang Shixiang, as a return gift, I shall present you with a treasure that will surely elevate your worn fan once more." As he spoke, he lightly touched the storage bracelet, transferring a 9th-grade spiritual wood into Sang Zhongxiang's pouch. Sang Zhongxiang leapt in surprise, exclaiming, "You have dispelled the deathly aura? Incredible." Haha. The 9th-grade spiritual wood, sourced from the 100 Flowers Valley, had been kept in Yi Ning's storage bracelet, infused with a mysterious spiritual liquid. Who would have thought, during recent inspections, I discovered the deathly aura had vanished. There are more good things. Yi Ning produced a silken pouch made from heavenly silkworm gold threads and handed it over, saying, "This is for you. Your fan deserves a face, after all. Later, I will find a 10th-grade silkworm's thread to craft a new one for you. For now, make do with this. Hey, don't belittle my fan. Once I finish refining it, who knows, perhaps a single flap will disperse the Stormfall Mountain." As he spoke, he accepted the silken pouch, saying, "Cough. It seems I will have to spend again." "What is the matter? Why the expense?" "To find someone to refine the artifact. Without spirit stones, who will assist in the process?" "Haha. If you trust me, I will help you craft the fan's face. Can you manage it?" Sang Zhongxiang questioned. "Haven't you only glanced at a few artifact refining jade slips? Don't degrade my carefree fan. Rest assured, I will succeed." Standing quietly beside them, Han Wan piped up, Sang Shixiao, "You can be confident. Yiga definitely can." Sang Zhongxiang noticed Han Wan's shy demeanor and decided to tease him, saying, "Xiao Wan, why do you call him Yigu but refer to me as Sang Shixiao? That won't do. From now on, call me Sang Gu, understood?" Upon hearing this, Yu Ning burst into laughter. Han Wan, seemingly accustomed to being teased, ducked behind Yu Ning, whispering, "Got it, Sang Shixiao." "Cough. What nonsense are you remembering?" Yu Ning interjected. "All right, let us stop the chatter. Once we enter the blood-forbidden pool, I will refine your carefree fan. I assure you, at the very least, it will return to a mid-grade treasure. As the trio shared laughter, the entire square fell silent. The sect master and elders entered in succession. Jin Jiayang proclaimed, "Disciples, this expedition to the blood-forbidden pool is fraught with peril. Are you afraid?" "Not afraid." "Good. The Wukong and Wuxing sects are not to be feared. I hope you unite and eradicate them all within the blood-forbidden pool." Before Jin Jiayang's words could settle, a sinister voice echoed from the sky. "Humph. The face of the sect master remains as thick as ever. Eradicate us? Humph. It seems this time, your Lianyan sect will face total annihilation." Yuning looked up to see an enormous centipede soaring through the air, its myriad legs casting dark clouds as it swiftly descended upon the square. A 7th-grade spirit beast. Yuning suddenly thought of Bai, who had been safely residing in the secret chamber being constructed for it, likely preparing for its ascension. The centipede landed soundlessly, as if it were but a feather. "Enter the instance." The Grand Elder, neither pleased nor angry, remarked, "Xingguei, your movements are rather swift. I had just contacted you, and you arrived immediately." Xingguei, shrouded entirely in black cloth, revealed no expression, grumbling, "Old fossil. Enough of the chatter, let us open the blood-forbidden pool." At that moment, 50 disciples jumped off the centipede's back, silently standing beside him. Jin Jiayang gasped in shock, realizing they were all disciples of the sage. It appeared that Wukong and Wuxing had invested heavily in this venture. Among the 50 from the Lianyan sect, 12 were spiritualists, while the rest were sages. This did not imply that the Lianyan sect could not gather 50 sages, but rather that they were reluctant to do so. Many 3 spiritual root sages had the potential to become revered masters, and should they fall within the blood-forbidden pool, the loss would be significant. Very well. The Grand Elder refrained from further banter, leading Jin Jiayang and the others toward a corner of the square. Accompanying Xingguei were 4 revered masters who also moved forward, standing in a mysterious formation. Yining understood now why such a large square existed. It was to facilitate entry into the blood-forbidden pool. Lianyan's sacrifice to heaven. Blood-forbidden pool, open. The Grand Elder bellowed, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that soared into the heavens. The other 8 swiftly activated their treasures. Various lights illuminating the area as spiritual energy surged forth. 9 streams of spiritual energy converged, resembling a liberated dragon ascending skyward. Boom. The earth trembled and mountains shook. The combined might of the 9 revered masters was indeed formidable. A massive golden gate materialized in the sky, seemingly unscathed by the overwhelming spiritual energy, standing impervious and majestic. However, Yi Wuxing did not pay heed to the spectacle above. He gathered the disciples and instructed, "It will take my master and the elders a stick of incense to open the blood-forbidden pool. Seize this opportunity, and I will reiterate the situation regarding the blood-forbidden pool. Once it opens, we will be teleported in batches, and the locations we arrive at will be random, determined by luck. You may find yourself standing atop a supreme treasure, or perhaps amidst the enemy. Regardless of the circumstances, the priority is to preserve your strength. Only by surviving can you win. We have 3 years within this time. We must not only collect all treasures within the blood-forbidden pool, but also eliminate the 50 from the opposing side." "Senior brother, can't we use the sect's tokens to teleport to each other?" a disciple inquired. Within the Lianyan sect, the tokens possessed short-distance teleportation capabilities. Impossible. Once inside the blood-forbidden pool, the teleportation function is sealed. Remember, the most challenging period will be the first month. During that time, you must rely on yourselves. A month is sufficient for me to locate you, and we can regroup then. "Understood, senior brother." Among our opponents, 3 individuals warrant your utmost caution: Jian Meng of the Wuxing sect, and Xing Hun and Xing Yi of the Wukong sect. All 3 are late-stage sages, and even I cannot guarantee victory against them. Now, time is of the essence. Remember, preserving your life comes first, while vanquishing the enemy is secondary. Han Wan, who had been standing beside Yuning, turned pale. He had initially thought that once they entered, he would surely be with Yuning, and with that, no challenge would seem daunting. Yuning grasped his hand, reassuring him, "Do not be afraid. Once we enter, do not seek any treasures. Immediately find a safe place to hide. I will come to find you." Yuning was still waiting for instructions when a sudden explosion echoed through the air. The sound was filled with mystery, profundity, fear, and an eerie chill. When Yuning looked up, he found the once golden gate had vanished, replaced by a gaping, blood-red maw that exuded a foul stench. With a wave of his grand sleeve, the Grand Elder summoned 50 disciples to his side. The blood-forbidden pool represented both opportunity and challenge. One must seize it well. In the blink of an eye, the 50 disciples vanished into the crimson abyss. Following suit, the Star Ghost sent the disciples of the Wuxing and Wukong sects into the maw as well. Jin Zhaoyang had been silently observing, and only after all 100 had disappeared did he murmur, "Strange. Why isn't the leader from the Wukong sect the Star Soul?" Yuning opened his eyes to find himself transported to a fiery red desert. He quickly retrieved the jade slip sent by Lang Peiran and, upon comparison, realized his misfortune. He had been transported to the Blood Desert, located at the northernmost edge of the blood-forbidden pool. The Blood Desert spanned 1,000 miles, desolate and barren, often plagued by scorching winds year-round. More terrifyingly, it was a paradise for poison fire scorpions, making encounters with these 6th-tier beasts exceedingly common. Yining shook his head. While 5th-tier beasts were prevalent within the blood-forbidden pool, 6th-tier ones were rare, found only in the northern Blood Desert and southern Ice Pool. Before he could lament further, a wave surged toward him from the desert, followed by enormous crimson pincers viciously snapping toward his waist. The pincers moved with astonishing speed, producing a series of tearing sounds as they cut through the air. Truly a 6th-tier beast. Yining quickly abandoned the thought of testing the power of the Vajra body refinement technique. Instead, he summoned the 5-edge mirror, unleashing a golden light that sliced towards the colossal pincers of the poison fire scorpion. This beam of golden radiance, infused with the 5 elemental attributes of the 5-edge mirror, should have been sharp enough to breach the defenses of a low-grade treasure. However, to Yining's astonishment, when the golden light met the pincers, it produced a crisp explosion, scattering the light and leaving only a shallow white mark on the pincers. The poison fire scorpion staggered backward, enraged, and spat forth a stream of poisonous fire. The sickly green flames instantly melted the fine sand before him, surging menacingly toward him. The danger of this fire lay not in its heat, but in its toxicity. The poison fire scorpion had absorbed the venom of the sun's fire while dwelling in the Blood Desert, gradually developing this innate spell, which hinted at a touch of divine power. Understanding the peril of being tainted by the poisonous flames, Yining swiftly soared into the air. Simultaneously, the 5-edge mirror flipped, emitting beams of azure light that transformed into vines and giant trees, encircling the poison fire scorpion. Yet, the poisonous fire seemed capable of igniting the very air, howling as it pursued him relentlessly. "Humph! You won't let go?" Yining raged. "The soul of darkness shall not dissipate." The blue light of the 5-edge mirror intensified, summoning a fierce wind followed by a torrential downpour. This was no ordinary rain. It was infused with spiritual water essence. If it fell upon spiritual herbs or trees, their growth would be astonishing, possibly even surpassing their original grade. However, any flame that encountered such spiritual rain would be extinguished, reduced to mere wisps of smoke. The jade slip recorded that beneath the 5-edge mirror, even the extraordinary flames of the Lin clan's ancestors could be doused. As the poisonous fire extinguished, a wisp of black smoke still lunged toward Yining. It was a trace of the sun's poisonous fire. Yining scoffed, allowing a pale blue flame to spring forth from his fingertips, which swiftly refined the poisonous smoke. This entire sequence, though lengthy in description, transpired in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the poison fire scorpion had demolished all of Yining's vines and trees. Its massive pincers resembled four intertwined flying swords, clearing away all obstacles in a heartbeat. Realizing that the poisonous fire was futile against Yining, the scorpion grew furious, its 6 enormous legs pummeling the ground, stirring up clouds of dust before charging straight at him. The brilliance of the 5-edge mirror intensified, unleashing streams of golden energy like a torrential downpour, striking the poison fire scorpion's body. While the golden light could not breach its defenses, the relentless barrage of golden energy sent the scorpion into a fury, causing it to roar in rage. It unleashed several more streams of poisonous fire, all of which Yining effortlessly dispelled. Both man and beast found themselves locked in a stalemate, unable to best one another. Ultimately, the poison fire scorpion, being a beast devoid of human intelligence, after several ineffective attacks, retreated in defeat, dragging its enormous pincers behind it. Yining let out a long breath, relieved that there was only one poison fire scorpion. This battle also revealed his own shortcomings. His attacks were too singular. Although the 5-edge mirror allowed him to wield the 5 elemental forces simultaneously, it was still merely a top-tier artifact, lacking the deterrent power against beasts of the 6th tier or higher. He needed an offensive treasure of at least low-grade status, otherwise his escape from the Blood Desert remained uncertain. With this in mind, he resolved to seek a suitable location to attempt crafting a treasure. Using the Earth Escape technique, the 5-edge mirror flashed, transporting Yining to a depth of 100 feet underground. What pleased him the most about this top-tier artifact was the Earth Escape formation. He had initially chosen the sharp claws of an armadillo as the crafting material, and as expected, it could indeed inscribe the Earth Escape formation. Possessing such an artifact would put him at a significant advantage against opponents of the same tier. Although the Blood Desert was a realm of yellow sands, the soil 100 feet below was moist and even faintly radiated spiritual energy. The 5-edge mirror swiftly constructed a hidden chamber underground, solidifying the surrounding soil into stone. Prior to entering the blood-forbidden pool, Yining had crafted a concealment formation, which he immediately set up now, without the cultivation of a respected elder. No one could discern his whereabouts from above. The materials remaining in his storage bracelet for crafting were scarce, 9th-tier spiritual wood and 10th-tier red lotus seeds, both of exceedingly high quality, far beyond his current spiritual power to refine. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon a pile of purple spiritual water mulberry wood. This 5th-tier crafting material possessed both water and wood attributes. Yining smiled faintly, his mind already forming a rough idea. A month later, a beam of purple light burst forth from the earth, piercing the sky and casting a luminous purple glow across the entire Blood Desert. Yining followed suit, laughing heartily. Over this month, he had gained immense insights into crafting, successfully forging a mid-grade artifact imprinted with 13 attacking formations, surpassing even the offensive capabilities of a top-grade artifact. Moreover, this weapon was specifically tailored by Yining to combat poison fire scorpions. With this sword and his formidable spiritual power, exceeding that of a late-stage sage, he could undoubtedly roam the Blood Desert with impunity. He even conceived a new ambition during this month, to eradicate all the poison fire scorpions within the Blood Desert, refining their bodies to cultivate the Vajra body refinement technique, perhaps to allow Yining a taste of its power. A poison fire scorpion emerged from the blood-red grains of sand, brandishing its enormous crimson pincers as it charged toward him. "Excellent," Yining exclaimed, slashing forward with a radiant beam. Crack! The scorpion's pincers were severed in one stroke, causing it to writhe in pain. Yining showed no mercy. Propelled by his spiritual power, he struck at the scorpion's head like a dragon. The poison fire scorpion screeched, suddenly swinging its tail, launching a streak of dark light in response. Clang! The inconspicuous dark light struck him, momentarily sending him flying, and it seemed to be on the verge of escaping his control. The scorpion's tail needle. Each poison fire scorpion possessed a tail needle meant for survival, usable only once in its lifetime, yet wielding tremendous power. Many formidable cultivators are reluctant to confront the scorpion swarm, primarily due to the scorpion's tail stingers. Thousands of these stingers rush forth, causing even the most powerful to feel a shiver down their spine. Yining remained vigilant, observing the movements of the venomous fire scorpion. As its tail twitched, he swiftly summoned the pentagonal prism, conjuring layers of rock to encase himself. The stingers, with their astonishing momentum, were only halted mere inches from Yining, freezing just in time. He inhaled sharply. It was clear that in this forbidden zone, one could not afford to be careless. Any moment of negligence could cost him his life. Seeing the stingers rendered ineffective, the venomous fire scorpion frantically burrowed into the sand. The venomous fire scorpion frantically attempts to burrow into the sand. Yet, Yining is not inclined to grant it such reprieve. With a flick of the 5-edged prism, the reactivated purple mulberry sword radiated with brilliance, transforming into countless sword shadows that struck relentlessly at the venomous fire scorpion. A thunderous roar echoed through the air as the sword cleaved into the scorpion's neck, erupting in brilliant flames. Although the venomous fire scorpion was a 6th-tier beast, it could not withstand the might of a treasured artifact. Its massive head was severed and rolled away, letting out a final mournful cry before succumbing to death. The hardest parts of the venomous fire scorpion were its 2 enormous pincers, red as flames and gleaming with luster. These were rare materials of 6th-grade refinement, and with Yining's skills, he could certainly forge a treasured item from them. However, a pair of pincers was merely insufficient. While the body and flesh were not as resilient as the pincers, they still contained a wealth of fire element essence. Yining wasted no time. With a flick of his right hand, he released a spark of azure flame that enveloped the scorpion's flesh. A substantial amount of spiritual energy surrounded the scorpion as the azure lotus heart fire delicately burned away. Moments later, the scorpion melted into a small pool of fiery red liquid, purest fire element essence. With a beckoning gesture, the essence surged towards him, rushing through countless pores, desperately seeking entry into his body. Yining meticulously guided the fire element essence, continuously nourishing his heart and forming a small circulatory system with his limbs, thereby strengthening his bones. After a brief incense stick's duration, Yining rose slowly, a smile of satisfaction gracing his features. This was his first experience absorbing the quintessence from 6th-grade materials, and the effects were astonishing. He believed that if he could absorb the fire element essence from 10,000 venomous fire scorpions, it would undoubtedly elevate the fire elemental refinement technique to its 3rd level. Gazing across the endless crimson desert, Yining chuckled to himself. 10,000? Huh. This vast expanse could easily harbor 100,000. A blue light shot towards the horizon. In just a few days, countless venomous fire scorpions had perished in this blood-red desert. Yining transformed, embodying the essence of a reaper, relentless in his pursuit of destruction. His demeanor shifted subtly, a hint of barely perceptible malevolence lurking beneath his previously serene smile. As he journeyed southward, verdant oases began to appear, revealing that the blood-red desert was not as vast as he had imagined. Yining sighed softly, having not encountered any venomous fire scorpions for several hours. It was as if they had vanished entirely. He paused to unleash his spiritual awareness in search of them once more. Yet, he found naught, until, from behind, a surge of pure fire elemental power rushed towards him. Excellent. Yining had not anticipated a gift arriving at his doorstep. He turned, patiently awaiting his quarry. Moments later, the ground began to tremble, a pressure befitting a venerable master enveloping the area. Yining was taken aback. Could there be a 7th-tier beast lurking in the blood-red desert? Before he could fully process this, a colossal venomous fire scorpion, akin to a small mountain, materialized before him. The venomous fire scorpion king. This was a 7th-tier beast, boasting a staggering 4,000 crystals of spiritual energy. Yining quickly assessed the situation. Given his current strength, he could not engage it in direct confrontation. Yet, as he beheld its massive form, he envisioned the abundance of fire element essence it possessed, and could not bear to let it slip away easily. Fuming with rage, the scorpion, already in seclusion attempting to ascend to the 8th tier, was incensed to discover that thousands of its progeny had been slain by human cultivators. Observing Yining before it, the scorpion deduced that his aura was roughly equivalent to a 2nd-tier beast, and wondered how he could have dispatched so many 6th-tier venomous fire scorpions. As if a tempest were brewing, flames erupted, vaporizing a nearby oasis in an instant. Yining did not dare to underestimate the threat. He summoned the pentagonal prism, which hovered above him, radiating a spectrum of colors. The purple mulberry sword danced around him, poised for action. Fire clouds erupted beneath his feet, lifting him into the air. A mass of fiery clouds bursts forth beneath him, soaring into the air as the enormous scorpion bears down on Yining, like a meteor descending from the heavens, igniting flames in all directions as if to incinerate everything in its path. Yining had already employed various water element techniques to shield himself, yet they proved futile. Upon contact with the demonic flames, his layers of defense shattered with a series of crackling sounds. With deft movements, he summoned an enormous azure lotus beneath him, enveloping himself in its protective embrace. This was a technique recorded in fire manipulation, conjuring the innate form of the, rendering him immune to all fire-based damage. However, this technique, recorded within the fire control arts, summons the innate form of a foreign fire, rendering him immune to all fire-related harm. However, this immunity is conditional, emanating resplendent light. With a swift motion, a colossal golden blade surged forth to meet the scorpion's assault. Yining had not unleashed this devastating technique against the 6th-tier venomous fire scorpion due to its excessive consumption of spiritual energy, with his 1650 crystals of spiritual energy. With his 1650 crystals, he could only employ it thrice before exhausting his reserves. Bang, bang, bang. He retreats 3 steps, finally stabilizing his stance. The scorpion's hardened exoskeleton bore numerous scorch marks, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet it had sustained no real harm. The venomous fire scorpion sprang into action, its pincers snapping open and shut, slicing through the air. Soon, Yining noticed numerous spatial fissures emerging around him. A moment's carelessness could lead to being torn to shreds. Paralyzed with caution, he remained still, conjuring a small wisp of pale gray flame at his fingertips. This was the inner layer of the Azure Lotus Heart Fire, a power he had never utilized before. Only aware from the jade slips that it possessed the ability to confuse the mind and create illusions. The pale gray flame drifted forth, silently penetrating into the scorpion's mind. Yining watches intently as the scorpion's crimson eyes glaze over in confusion. After a moment of hesitation, it unexpectedly snaps off its own robust tail with a crack. Instantly, black-red blood gushed from the severed end. Yining, quick to react, thrust the purple mulberry sword like a streak of light into the wound. In a flash, the massive body plummeted from the sky, stirring up a whirlwind of sand. Yining's fortune was indeed remarkable. The pale gray flame proved terrifying to a beast devoid of intellect. However, such instances of self-mutilation among beasts in a confused state were exceedingly rare. Gazing at the enormous carcass, Yining burst into joyous laughter. This was undeniably 7th-grade refining material, and perhaps even a 7th-tier beast crystal within. He frantically absorbed the fire element essence. 3 days later, Yining finally emerged from the blood-red desert. At this point, he had been in the blood-forbidden pool for 3 months. Unbeknownst to him, among the 100 disciples of Lianyun's sect, 39 had already perished, either at the hands of beasts or by the hand of enemies. At the end of the blood-red desert lay a barren hill, devoid of any vegetation. Yining released his spiritual awareness and, upon closer inspection, discerned that the hill concealed a hidden realm, faint spiritual energy emanating from within. Could there be treasures hidden within the mountain? Yining pondered briefly. This was not surprising. The blood-forbidden pool was a mysterious place where danger and opportunity coexisted. Apart from the venomous fire scorpions, he had found little else in the blood-red desert, so discovering treasures within this desolate hill would not be unusual. Upon contemplating this, he unleashed the Zisong sword, swiftly circling the summit of the bald mountain. Following this, a massive hand formed from his spiritual energy, with a sweeping motion, uprooted the mountaintop. This was not to imply that Yining possessed the ability to move mountains, but rather that this bald mountain was exceedingly diminutive. Chunks of stone flew in all directions. As soon as Yining removed the mountaintop, a crimson glow erupted into the sky, illuminating the entire firmament. A wave of a metallic scent assaulted his senses, igniting the malevolent thoughts buried deep within his heart. Yining stood astonished at the scene before him. The bald mountain appeared to be a vessel. With the mountaintop he had removed serving as a lid, revealing an interior brimming with blood. The inside of the bald mountain seemed to exist in a space of its own, evoking a sensation of being drawn into it. Feeling the surging spiritual energy within the blood pool, Yining concluded that this was no ordinary blood. It was at least the blood of a 9th-tier beast. How many 9th-tier beasts would it take to fill such a pool? Who could possess such audacity? The blood of 9th-tier beasts is exceedingly rare. Whether used for crafting talismans or alchemical purposes, it could enhance quality immensely. While Yining was lost in thought, he suddenly felt the Jinin sword within his storage bracelet thrumming violently, as if desperate to escape. The storage ring, being a realm of its own, posed formidable challenges for anyone below the rank of a sect master to breach its spatial constraints. This was also the remarkable aspect of spatial treasures. With a thought, the Jinin sword materialized in Yining's hand. Before he could examine it, the sword flew into the sky as if it had a will of its own, diving straight into the blood pool. Bubbles began to surface in the blood pool. It seemed the Jinin sword was capable of consuming the blood, rapidly lowering the pool's level. Within a mere span of time, the blood pool was drained to reveal a layer of blood-colored crystal. Blood jade crystal. Yining was overjoyed, as he had unexpectedly discovered the exceedingly rare 8th-tier crafting material, blood jade crystal, at the bottom of the pool. Blood jade crystal does not belong to the 5 elements, nor is it an attribute-less material. Rather, it is an exceptionally rare crafting material capable of inscribing bloodthirsty formations. In the past, during the era of the Qing Luo continent, the demonic sect thrived, and the demonic sect emperor crafted a high-grade sacred artifact, the blood blade, using blood jade crystal as its primary material. The demonic sect emperor wielded the formidable power of the blood blade, wreaking havoc and instigating a bloody storm. Later, under the combined efforts of 7 saints, the demonic sect collapsed, and the emperor vanished without a trace. The Jinin sword shimmered with golden and crimson hues, leaping continuously at the bottom of the pool. Finally, it settled down, gracefully returning to Yining's hand. Suddenly, a long laugh echoed. After 80 million years, I have finally emerged. Who? Yining responded with heightened vigilance, promptly extending his consciousness, yet he could not locate any trace of a cultivator. "Who is it? Show yourself." "Ha ha." The voice was filled with mirth, continuously laughing as it said, "Little one, do not worry. I shall not devour you. Show yourself." Yining summoned the five-sided mirror, radiant with multicolored light, encasing him within its protective barrier. "Awakened divine beast artifact spirit." "Huh, the Yin-Yang obliteration mirror." The voice exclaimed in surprise. No, it's a defective product. Moreover, it's not even a defective product. It has been completely misrefined." The voice muttered to itself for a while before finally chuckling. "Little one, you needn't search. I am right within the Jinin sword in your hand." "What?" Upon hearing this, Yining hastily tossed the Jinin sword aside. To his astonishment, the sword, as if possessing its own spirit, flew back into his grasp. Who are you?" Before Yining could finish his question, a crimson mist began to emanate from the Jinin sword, gradually coalescing into the figure of an elderly man. The elder had long hair and a flowing silver beard, adorned in a red robe, exuding an aura of authority without anger. As soon as the elder appeared, he laughed and said, "Little one, you see me now, don't you?" "Ha ha. Who am I?" "I am the ancestor of the Lin clan, the Taichu's 6 divine beasts, the Golden Qilin." "What?" Yining was even more astonished by this declaration, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Taichu's 6 divine beasts, what a concept. They were the first astonishingly powerful demon cultivators to appear after the creation of the Qing Luo continent by the divine creator. They once unified the entire Qing Luo continent. How could such a being, so close to a creator deity, be sealed within an inconspicuous Jinin sword? "What's wrong? Do you not believe me?" The Golden Qilin shot him a sidelong glance, exuding an air of disdain. "Little one, do you wish to hear a story?" "Yes, of course." 80 million years ago, the Qing Luo continent was but an inconspicuous speck amidst the vast cosmos. The Qing Luo god, the creator deity as you refer to him, led us 6 divine beasts to establish this land. For the next 100 million years, we 6 divine beasts continually reproduced, jointly ruling this increasingly beautiful continent. However, around 80 million years ago, the humans, a race created by the Qing Luo god in his own image, began to grow stronger. Dissatisfied with the rule of the 6 divine beast families, they instigated a protracted racial war. This unjust conflict is what you now call the War of the Gods, which ultimately ended in victory for the humans. The Taichu's 6 divine beasts were either annihilated or sealed away, with only the mount of the Qing Luo god, the Lord Yao, being taken to the celestial realm. Humans, a bunch of hypocritical, greedy scoundrels. The Golden Qilin grew increasingly agitated as he spoke, cursing for quite some time before regaining his composure. "Those wretches sealed me within this Jinin sword, and here I remained for 8,000 years. 8,000 years. Predecessor, Yining, unsure of the elder's temperament and fearful of inciting the wrath of this being filled with animosity towards humans, cautiously inquired, "How did you awaken?" "Ha." The Golden Qilin seemed to momentarily forget his anger, his demeanor brightening as he said, "I must thank you, little one. Do you recall the 9th-tier flame hound you slew? I absorbed the essence of its blood and finally regained a semblance of divinity. Here, with the abundance of 9th-tier and above beast blood, I was finally able to awaken. Alas, my physical form is ruined, and I shall never leave this Jinin sword again." "Oh, I see." Yining felt a surge of joy. Having such an ancient entity by his side was undoubtedly a tremendous fortune. Considering this, he eagerly asked, "Predecessor, what is this yin-yang obliteration mirror you mentioned earlier?" The Golden Qilin cast a disdainful glance at the 5-sided mirror floating in Yining's palm, sneering, "Put that away. Can you even bear to display such a trinket?" The yin-yang obliteration mirror is a 9th-tier immortal artifact, one of the protective treasures of the Qing Luo god. Yining's face flushed with embarrassment as he promptly stowed away the 5-sided mirror, saying, "Please, enlighten me, predecessor." The Golden Qilin stroked his goatee, his eyes twinkling as if he had conceived a clever idea. "Teach you? Very well. Promise me one request, and I shall impart my knowledge to you." Yining was taken aback. The Golden Qilin was a creature that had lived for over 1 billion years. Did he still have matters unresolved? Nevertheless, he was determined to extract some valuable knowledge from the Golden Qilin, and he resolved to agree to any request, no matter how challenging. With this thought in mind, he nodded vigorously. The ancient spirit artifact, the refining demon pot, the Golden Qilin elaborated. The location he referred to, the Silent Lake, lies at the junction of the Yezhou and Liang countries, spanning 100 miles, vast and boundless, abundant in a refining material known as silent stone, which is a sacred lake shared by both nations. Upon hearing the blood within the pool was indeed as extensive as the silent lake, Yining began to trust the golden Qilin's words. Was this truly a sacred artifact? Of course. Moreover, it is a remarkably rare spatial sacred artifact. If I am not mistaken, it is likely the replica refining demon pot that annihilated countless demon cultivators during the War of the Gods. The golden Qilin's words dripped with bitterness, a fervid desire to devour the entire mountain evident in his tone. The Marshmallowian updates swiftly, its website is refreshingly clean, and advertisements are scarce. I absolutely adore such sites, and must give it a glowing review. The demon refining cauldron is the life treasure of the esteemed immortal Lord Lan Ning. In a fit of rage, an ancient which destroyed her original life treasure after her husband fell in love with the saintess of the Zhuge clan, spending a millennium searching for rare treasures across the world to forge this astonishing fourth-grade immortal artifact, the demon refining cauldron. Once the artifact was created, the ancient witch's temperament drastically changed. She captured the Zhuge saintess and refined her for a full 800 years. Eventually, amidst the Zhuge clan's raging flames, immortal Lord Lan Ning's primordial spirit perished, leaving the whereabouts of the cauldron unknown. If my conjecture is correct, this was indeed the immediate catalyst for the god-slaying war. Is this small mountain before me truly a replica of the demon refining cauldron? Given that immortal Lord Lan Ning has passed away, how could anyone else be privy to the methods of crafting the cauldron? Lan Ning's sole female disciple participated in the god-slaying war, and at that time, her life treasure was this very replica of the cauldron that had slain countless demon cultivators. Yining felt a surge of excitement, almost desperate to acquire this artifact. If what the golden Qilin said is true, this replica should possess power comparable to a low-grade sacred artifact. After all, nearly 1 billion years have passed, and the classification methods for treasures have evolved. The current Qingluo continent is no longer the era where sacred artifacts soared through the skies. Senior, how can I claim this artifact? The golden Qilin raised its head and chuckled. Little one, how about this demon refining cauldron? Consider it a gift from me. Just agree to my request. Through their recent exchanges, Yining realized that the golden Qilin could not stray too far from the golden Qilin's sword. No wonder it needed his assistance in locating the descendants of the 6 divine beasts. With this understanding, Yining's fear of the golden Qilin dissipated, and he smiled. Rest assured, as long as you guide me on how to claim this artifact, I shall immediately share some good news with you. Agreed. It's settled. The golden Qilin clapped its hands and stated, the mountain you see is certainly not the true form of the demon refining cauldron. It has undoubtedly been disguised. Your pentagonal prism has the ability to transform the 5 elements, does it not? If you dissolve the surface rock, you should be able to unveil the true appearance of the cauldron. Is it really that simple? Yining asked, slightly doubtful. Nevertheless, he activated the pentagonal prism, which transformed into a burst of multicolored light soaring into the sky. With a resounding whoosh, the vibrant light pierced through the rock, causing the entire small hill to tremble as if it were about to ascend into the heavens. Come on, put in some effort. I am certain this is the demon refining cauldron. Yining scoffed inwardly at the aging creature, thinking it easy to stand and talk without feeling the strain. He had already exerted all his strength. Soon, the entire small mountain began to levitate, radiating ethereal light. Massive stones cascaded down, stirring up clouds of dust on the ground. The process of claiming the cauldron was indeed extraordinary, sure to attract the attention of Wu Xing and Wu Kong from the blood-forbidden pool. Yining hastily spat out a mouthful of essence blood, amplifying the brilliance of the pentagonal prism. Gradually, the small hill revealed its true form, an enormous ancient bronze cauldron. The base of the cauldron was impeccably smooth, engraved with countless magical arrays, shimmering with radiant light. Its body was a deep bronze, adorned with purple clouds, with a golden dragon soaring amidst them, exuding an exceptional aura. The words demon refining were intricately carved atop the cauldron, dancing like dragons and phoenixes, rendering Yining momentarily dizzy with awe. Yet, despite the cauldron's emergence, it was immensely large, resembling a small mountain, far beyond Yining's capacity to move. Quick, how do I make this cauldron smaller? The golden Qilin languidly replied, once you refine it, you will be able to control its size at will. Yining nearly spat blood in exasperation. This is a transcendent ancient artifact. If I were to refine it, it would take me at least 100 years. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed 4 beams of light racing towards him from a distance, closing in rapidly. Are they robbers? To his shock, the newcomers were 4 mid-level sages. The 4 were taken aback by the cauldron's radiant glow, their faces alight with greed. They were all second-generation disciples of the Wukong sect, known for their camaraderie. Coincidentally, during their time in the blood-forbidden pool, they were transported to this very spot. None of them were kind-hearted individuals. They had already slain over 10 isolated disciples of Lian Yun's sect, considerably enriching their haul. Brother, an exquisite treasure. No, it appears to be a sacred artifact. Good heavens, a sacred artifact exists in the blood-forbidden pool. The 4 disregarded Yi Ning entirely, openly discussing the suspended cauldron. Oddly enough, the previously arrogant golden Qilin vanished before their arrival, and the golden Qilin sword dimmed, retreating into Yi Ning's storage bracelet. Little brat. Prepare to meet your end, proclaimed the leader, known as Zheng Qing, who was tall yet gaunt, his eyes deeply set, exuding a chilling aura. He raised his hand, summoning a large drum, which he began to beat. The rhythmic thuds resonated with a unique cadence, vibrating through Yi Ning's ears. Strangely, the drum beats seemed to imprison Yi Ning, severing his connection with the surrounding spiritual energy. Consequently, the spiritual power within him became a fixed quantity. Whatever he used would diminish without any replenishment. What a formidable treasure. Yet, Yi Ning remained unfazed, laughing. Robbery? Huh. Let us see if you possess the capability. The Zisong's sword shot forth swiftly, aimed directly at the drum. The speed, 10 times that of sound, cleaved through the air with a crackling sound, striking the drumhead and producing a colossal explosion that shattered the drum's rhythm, creating a narrow rift in the confinement, allowing the surrounding spiritual energy to flood back to Yi Ning. Zheng Qing's expression shifted dramatically. This child is formidable, far beyond the superficial appearance of a mid-level spiritual cultivator. His drum, crafted from the bones of a 6th-grade dragon and covered with dragon hide, was a mid-grade treasure of tremendous might. Yet, after being struck by the Zisong sword, it left a visibly clear gray mark on its pristine surface. Zhang De, Zhang Ming, Zhang Su, surround and eliminate this person. The 3 were taken aback. How could their leader fail to subdue a mere spiritual cultivator? In that moment of hesitation, Yi Ning swiftly summoned the pentagonal prism and unleashed a powerful attack, sending a massive golden blade of light slicing towards Zheng Qing. Zheng Qing retreated in alarm, but his speed could not match the might of the pentagonal prism's ultimate strike. Soon, the golden blade of light loomed dangerously close to his forehead. Zheng Qing's face turned a deep shade of purple as he roared, summoning the drum to manifest a colossal illusion, blocking the golden blade. The drumhead became an impenetrable wall, appearing before the golden light, with gusts of wind coalescing on its surface, accompanied by the sounds of dragon roars. Sharp piercing slash, Yi Ning shouted, and the golden blade suddenly transformed into countless needle-like projectiles, weaving through the massive wall and coalescing into a pale blue needle that pierced Zheng Qing's forehead. Humph! Yi Ning shattered Zheng Qing's corpse with a single palm, retrieving his storage bag and the partially pierced dragon drum. Treasure bottle seal. The surroundings fell silent, save for the humming of the demon refining cauldron in the air. Why are you still here? Yi Ning unleashed all his spiritual power, a force nearing 2,000 crystal spiritual power, radiating outward. Early stage honored one. The 3 were momentarily stunned. Who are you? Are you also here for the mysterious stone coffin within the blood-forbidden pool? Yi Ning paused, furrowing his brow. Stone coffin? Humph. My business is of no concern to you. Depart. The final command reverberated with the full force of his spiritual energy, exploding in the ears of the 3 like a clap of thunder. Exchanging glances, the 3 retreated in disarray. Once he could no longer sense any cultivators nearby, Yi Ning let out a sigh of relief. This battle had been exceedingly perilous. Though Yi Ning possessed an impressive spiritual power of 1650 crystals, surpassing that of the 4 adversaries, there remained a significant gap of 3 realms between them. In a direct confrontation, the outcome was uncertain. Thus, Yi Ning swiftly unleashed his most formidable technique, eliminating the leader in a single strike, thereby instilling psychological fear in the remaining 3 and allowing him to safely repel all 4 foes. He recalled the cowardice of the golden Qilin in battle, which ignited a fierce anger within him. In a moment of rage, he drew the golden Lin sword and drove it deep into the rock, exclaiming, "Old Ghost Gene, are you not formidable? Are you not impressive? Have 4 mere sages frightened you into submission?" The golden Lin sword remained silent, feigning death. Faint away. Yi Ning stepped forward and stomped twice, threatening, "If you do not come forth, I shall reward you with a stream of urine." Gradually, the golden Qilin revealed itself. Its face a deep shade of red, and remarked, "Young one, why the anger? I knew you could withstand those four, which is why I refrained from intervening." Upon observing the Qilin's lack of confidence, Yining felt a renewed sense of certainty in his earlier suspicion. The divine beast, the golden Qilin, had not regained its strength. It could at most manifest a physical form and utter a few words. "Huh, you are but an empty shell, are you not?" Yining smirked. "You fear being sealed by humans again, do you not?" The golden Qilin grew agitated, retorting, You, not a single one of your kind is virtuous." "Indeed, I guess correctly." Yining laughed heartily. "Fear not, I shall not harm you. You have only just awakened. How much power could you possibly possess?" The golden Qilin snapped. "However, if I were to consume the blood of beasts above the 9th rank, I could certainly restore my full strength. Perhaps I could once again solidify my form and ultimately tear open the gateway to the celestial realm." "Young one, you are right. I am currently reliant on the golden Lin sword, yet the benefits you stand to gain from me are indeed substantial." "Benefits?" Yining glanced at the alchemical cauldron suspended in midair, continuously emanating spiritual energy that attracted cultivators, and chuckled. "You do not even know how to retrieve the cauldron. What benefits could you possibly offer me?" "Huh. Allow me to demonstrate the techniques of the 6 divine beasts," the golden Qilin declared as it gestured with its hands, producing countless seals. Streams of light enveloped the alchemical cauldron, forming an immense cocoon around it. "Did you comprehend that?" "Alas, I lack any spiritual energy within me. Otherwise, retrieving this cauldron would be a simple task." Yining observed closely. The Qilin's movements were swift, yet he discerned the formidable power behind the residual hand gestures. This technique, drawing upon spiritual energy to manifest numerous formations, instantly enveloped the cauldron. While it could not be completely refined, it could be temporarily controlled. Yining was captivated by the technique's tremendous potential. Whether in seizing treasures or battling foes, it promised unexpected results. "This technique is called the method of the golden Lin, a legacy of my Qilin clan. Lacking divine beast blood, you can only grasp its surface," the golden Qilin elaborated. "Even if it is merely the surface, it shall serve you well." Despite being merely a fragment of the technique, the intricacies of the golden Lin method were overwhelming. Even with Yining's exceptional aptitude, it took him nearly half an hour of rigorous practice to barely master the technique. Gazing at the alchemical cauldron that continued to radiate dazzling light, Yining inhaled deeply, executing the seal of the golden Lin. Instantly, waves of pale blue spiritual energy transformed into layers of formations that enveloped the cauldron. Gradually, he sensed a faint connection forming with the cauldron, though weak. It resembled a spark igniting his first step toward mastering the cauldron. Yining was elated, prepared to exert himself further to refine the cauldron. Suddenly, a sharp pain surged from his dantian, rapidly spreading through his meridians. Insufficient spiritual energy. He cursed. The spiritual power, far exceeding that of a late-stage sage, could not even sustain a single execution of the golden Lin method. Truly monstrous, it was no wonder this technique stemmed from the 6 divine beasts of the primordial era. Panic and concern washed over Yining. Without hesitation, he retrieved 5 water essence fruits. With a series of resounding pops, the fruits transformed into 5 orbs of the purest water spiritual energy, flooding his body and replenishing his dwindling reserves. The water spiritual energy coursed through his meridians, expanding them immensely. If previously his meridians resembled a small waterfall, now they resembled a grand river. "Gather!" Yining bellowed, laboriously forming the final hand seal. As expected, the alchemical cauldron gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a delicate, palm-sized vessel that landed in Yining's hand. With a long sigh of relief, he realized that his robe was already drenched in sweat. The golden Qilin smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Impressive. To master this seal in such a short time speaks to your exceptional talent. Young one, did you not promise to share good news upon retrieving the cauldron?" "Indeed, there is good news. You seek the descendants of the 6 divine beasts, do you not? I know the whereabouts of the heir of the Qilin clan." "What?" the golden Qilin exclaimed, astonished. The heir of the Qilin clan was its direct descendant. How could it not be shocked? It hastily inquired, "Where is it?" Yining chuckled. "Rest assured, in a fortunate turn of events, I took it in, and it now resides at the Zisong Peak of Lianyun Mountain." "You took it as a mount?" The golden Qilin roared in fury. "Young one, I shall split you in 2. Humph. Xiaobai is my friend. Also, do not call me young one. My name is Yining." Hearing this, the golden Qilin shifted from anger to delight, continuously praising Yi Ning. Yi Ning feigned indifference, ignoring its words. The Golden Qilin recounted several tales from the primordial era, yet could not spark Yi Ning's interest. In frustration, it sighed, "Yi Ning, do you not wish to know what this so-called blood-forbidden pool truly is? What is it?" The Golden Qilin sighed. "This is the disgrace of our 6 divine beast families. If I am not mistaken, this must be the legendary breeding ground of the gods." The breeding ground of the gods. Yes, during the War of the Gods, human cultivators captured and confined the beasts they captured, either imprisoning them or using them for materials when they required alchemical or crafting supplies. Countless beasts perished here, their blood staining every inch of this land, every mountain and river. Yi Ning, do you not find humanity abhorrent? The Golden Qilin seemed to laugh until tears flowed, yet its ethereal form could not shed a single tear. Yi Ning found himself at a loss for words, unsure how to evaluate his ancestors. While he did not align himself with the beast race, he could not condone such blatant trampling and slaughter of another race. After a lengthy silence, the Golden Qilin continued, the slaughter escalated. While the beast race included formidable individuals with transcendent abilities, they lacked the cunning and intelligence of humans and soon retreated to the far western edge of Qing Luo continent. The environment there is already dire, devoid of spiritual energy, let alone any spiritual herbs or medicines. Yet human cultivators did not relent, they pressed on, intent on eradicating the beast race entirely from this world. In desperation, we 6 divine beasts united to construct a grand formation spanning 100,000 miles, with Lord Xuanwu sacrificing his very flesh and bones as the formation's core, dedicating himself to the cause, stationed at the heart of the formation. This monumental array halted the advance of human cultivators for a full century. 100,000 miles? Could it be the present-day marshlands? Yi Ning pondered, recognizing the vastness of the 6 divine beasts' efforts. The Golden Qilin continued. Ultimately, humans breached the formation and annihilated the beast race. That massacre persisted for 10 years, with billions of beasts falling to the blades of human cultivators. In desperation, Lord Mao summoned the avatar of the Qing Luo god, using his divine soul. Yet, the arrogant human cultivators have forgotten their creator, neglecting the one who bestowed upon them flesh and soul. The 3 great deities among humanity united to engage in a fierce battle against a manifestation of their creator, a conflict that shook mountains and stirred the seas, plunging the heavens into darkness. Ultimately, the Qing Luo deity realized that humanity had grown too formidable for his avatar to overcome. In resignation, he enveloped his steed, the great Yao, and soared into the void. Before his departure, he left humanity with 6 words: self-inflicted calamity cannot survive. Do you believe humanity to be noble? You are merely a forsaken race, abandoned by the gods. Meanwhile, we receive the divine favor day and night. Thus, the war of the gods culminated in such an outcome. Yi Ning remained silent, pondering the diminishing treasures of heaven and earth within the continent. Without the gods' blessings, this world is destined to become a desolate wasteland. Your spirit stones dwindle, one less with each passing day. Various precious resources diminish, one fewer with each moment. This is the consequence you must bear. The retribution for your slaughter of the demon race. Is what you say true? Indeed, given the current circumstances, Qing Luo continent can endure a mere 20 million more years before no cultivators will remain, unless you regain the favor of the gods. But didn't you say there are 3 deities among humanity? Those 3? Can they truly be considered deities? Should the true form of the Qing Luo deity descend, they would be no match for him. After leaving, the Qing Luo deity promptly sealed the gateway to the celestial realm. They cannot step into the heavens. And without sufficient spiritual energy, they can only wait for time to pass, ultimately perishing on Qing Luo continent. Yi Ning was momentarily stunned. After a while, he regained his composure. What concern was the continent's destruction to him? He was merely a humble single-spirit root cultivator, with a lifespan of at most 700 years. Why should he worry? More importantly, he had acquired the demon refining pod and needed to refine it swiftly, as well as discover how to harvest more from this so-called divine breeding ground. He chuckled. Old Jean, didn't you say the blood-forbidden pool is the god's breeding ground? What treasures lie within? Take me there at once.